Memoirs of Om, The Romance of the Gods, The Beginning by Odaila Kingsavan, Book 1. Introduction. My journey of self-realization starts at a very young age, approximately 4 years old or younger, when I questioned the meaning of life during my childhood years in Laos. My desire to know myself, who I was, and what more lay beyond changes continued in my late teens and again in my early 30s, following my reading of a thought-provoking book. While I observed my hair, my arms, my face and eyes standing in front of a bathroom mirror, I questioned, who am I? While living normal life in my mid-30s, I gradually became lifeless as I needed more than what was given by parents, culture, society, temples and churches and so on. The deep desire to know myself beyond physical form compelled my heart and soul to begin an unfathomable search for answers to my lifelong questions, leading me to delve deep into meditations where I can cover truths beyond walls of knowledge of learned and taught. My first book, All and Nothing, a memoir of attaining enlightenment, recounts my process of facing myself by using mindfulness meditation to understand and become aware of my conditions, emotions, thoughts, desires, and perceptions. It describes my transformative experience of reaching enlightenment. Following my awakening, little did I realize that I needed to continue being aware, mindful, and understand myself in all aspects to find balance of fullness and emptiness. My second book, The Road to Nirvana, Memoirs of Transcendence, continues the path after my enlightenment and leads readers through the process of self-renewal and transformation, examination, and the extinguishing of my thoughts, desires, beliefs, and perceptions to the very end. The memoir reveals my personal experiences of reaching nirvana, a transcendent state independent of conditions and attachments. Then, about 8 months after walking in the shiny, shimmering land of nirvana, I became completely lost and confused and deeply didn't know what was going on, to where I was at a breaking point with myself. Not only I did not know much, but I completely and truly knew nothing worse than being a child, as I wasn't even born, as I was deeply and truly out of my mind. My memory was brief, as though I remembered nothing to begin with. All I was what was, and nothing more than empty air. I was neither living or dying, as I wasn't even mind, body, or even soul. In my meditations, I was on the other side entirely, the beginning, where I took physical form to remember myself beyond the world in front of my eyes, to discover truths of this very existence and how it all began from the pure and untouched knowledge of inner wisdom of self. I was back in times of Krishna, Vishnu, Shiva, Brahma, Buddha, Jesus, Rama, Kuan Yin, and more. This memoir conveys my immense, innermost challenging transmission of life and death toward being my absolute self, the purely ultimate and perfect state of consciousness, the eternal silence, oneness, and supreme being, where Krishna, the supreme and all-powerful God of his own, the eighth avatar of Vishnu's, the God of maintainer and sustainer of the universe, so became one and the same as mine. Enjoy the ups and downs of the journey of self-remembrance, unlearning, facing and accepting of self, the isness here and now. This memoir is divided into 2 separate books. Book 1 covers Part 1, The Beginning, and Part 2, Om. It begins as I enter the unknown with the help of Shiva, the Hindu god of destroyer. It examines my daily life as mindless, death and rebirth, the destruction of 3 worlds, before leading the ashes and ruins to the black hole. It also includes energy healing, Om, and my romance with Krishna, who was my guide throughout my journey. Part 2 looks at the grand design, creation, and universal form, and how I come to remember myself as Vishnu, Brahma the creator, and Shiva. It follows my romances and marriages with the gods, the Buddha heart, the unborn, jealousy, and lovers united. Book 2 captures my union and marriages with Krishna, the death of I, the unborn born, super soul, the enlightened one, Krishna's consciousness, the truly awakened one, the ghost soul, the fully enlightened one, the purest one, and the all consciousness. In it, I let go and sacrifice myself limitlessly and thoughtlessly for self until my love has no beginning or ending, to share all the transformations I underwent with utmost, absolute, and bottomless love without bounds. There's nothing in me, only love itself. From the ashes of my ruins, I rise to limitless, soaring in infinite skies like the golden phoenix, untouched. Namaste. Part 1, the beginning, the destroyer, mindless, death and rebirth, the lovers, energy healing, Om. Chapter 1. For a couple of months after reaching nirvana, I was blank, mindless, without much emotion or desire. Every time I closed my eyes for meditation, I would be in black and white room, sometimes lying down, looking around, or sitting. Other times I would see myself browsing through blank pages of an old book that had some writings on it. However, the writing suddenly disappeared and became nearly blank as well as transparent. In another meditation scene, I was cleaning a fish tank that looked as though it had been cleaned for a while. After I scrubbed dirt and dead algae, I saw a rock about the size of a fist, which had blue light blinking. Wondering if there was something underneath it, I picked up the gray stone to see the bottom of it. There was nothing. Then I took it to the desert, though the rock still flashed with blue light. Later, I went to a forest and smashed it on ground. The stone broke into pieces. Suddenly, everything around, including myself, became this light. When I shared this meditation with Sean, he said, "You're one and the same with everything. There's no difference." "I know," I responded. Increasingly, I noticed that there wasn't anything within me. It seemed as though there was no rhyme or reason to who I was or why I did things. I just did them without much thought. If I wanted to go for a walk, I just went, not thinking. It didn't seem to matter whether I knew or didn't know. I just was. Following meditation was different. This time I found myself sitting against a tree in a forest. I wasn't a body, but was a cluster of energy as well as the forest. Every time I closed my eyes, I would see myself this way. In another meditation, though, I was more energy looking at myself. Then I rearranged my body by taking my head away, pulling my arms and the rest of my form apart before placing them back like putting together pieces of puzzle. In daily life, I enjoyed the moment. Whatever it was, I just flow with it. Sometimes I stumbled upon an old attachment I haven't fully let go. I would be with it mindfully and was aware of the condition. One day I found myself listening to the same sad song over and over, which helped me understand I was grieving over an old self. In the next meditation, I walked towards the tree by the same forest at night and saw Shiva, the god of destruction or destroyer, sitting in front of it instead of facing the forest. A big king cobra sitting next to him lifted itself, about to strike when I came, though immediately I grabbed the snake by the neck and squeezed it. A knife appeared in my hand. I sliced its throat and drained its blood into a cup that it instantly appeared. Once all of its blood was let out, Shiva turned around. "Drink it. It's your power," he said. Halfway through drinking it, I thought, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm drinking this." Nonetheless, I finished it. There was an attachment to these thoughts. They couldn't do much. Afterwards, I opened my mouth, and yellow-green jade energy swirled out, filling the air. I was in awe. Next, I headed into the forest. Golden energy emerged. I followed it, but it didn't lead anywhere, and I wasn't sure what happened next. In the following meditation, I stood in front of Shiva's Trishulas at a farm, or somewhere similar to a farm. There were about 100 of them, though smaller in sizes. To observe it closely, I pulled one out. It was rusty and old, so I polished it with a cloth, but it wasn't shiny enough. Then I used a metal to refine the trident. Once it was newer, looking gold platinum. The meditation scene changed to where I stood on top of a metropolis, holding the weapon of destruction in my hand. Shiva came. "Destroy it," he said. I lifted the shimmering trident and pounded on clear energy above the city. It collapsed, piece by piece. The buildings, condos, and bridges fell one by one. I glanced around as I was everywhere in the metropolis, destroying it. Shiva was helping. When he finished, he came to stand by me as we watched the whole city crumbling down to nothing. While I was out of meditation, unsure why I was still destroying, since I had done it enough already. One morning, I heard Santi's voice from his room, which woke me up, but I didn't go check on him because Sean slept with him. I thought it was time to get up, though it was only 5 o'clock in the morning. While I was trying to fall back asleep and couldn't, I meditated. Immediately, I saw myself in the kitchen, but I wasn't able to see anything else besides a narrow hallway to the living room. There was nothing except the kitchen and part of a sofa in the modern high-rise living room. To really see what I was doing, I zoomed in. It looked as though I was washing dishes idly, mindlessly, and thoughtlessly. It was if I was just going through the motion of washing and putting places away. They were clean and shiny with no stains. Nonetheless, I cleaned them. Then I smeared one of the dishes with stains, rinsed it under water, and put it in the dishwasher. Shiva stopped by, sitting in the wall in front of me as there was no wall, observing. "How long have you been doing this?" he asked. "Centuries and centuries," I answered. "It's time to leave this. Come with me," he said. I flew behind him. "The work is done. You're God now," he shouted as we soared up in the air. Shortly, I witnessed the city he and I had destroyed. It was now renewal, similar to what it was before, yet more enhanced. It had been transformed into platinum gold, shiny and shimmering. The refinement was astonishing. "I'm taking you further into the forest. There's no need to be afraid. Nothing is there except energy," he informed. Once he said it, I understood I was going deeper into the unknown and began to feel a bit nervous. However, the feeling was gone just as quickly. It was though I wasn't experiencing emotion at all. It was similar to wind brushing on my skin. Soon, 2 white horses appeared, waiting on the ground. We both hopped on each and rode. I trailed behind him. Not much later, we came into a forest. The atmosphere started to change. Everything became pale, gray, and white cluster energy instead of actual physical forms. I reached my hand to touch a tree of energy. It collapsed into nothing. I shot into the sky to touch a tall tree, and it dissipated into thin air. As we kept going, I continued touching things along the side of the road and observed them disappearing into naught. Shiva stopped his horse, looking at me for a few seconds. "You're fearless," he said. He soared into midair, shouting before he vanished. "God doesn't fear God. God is God." Immediately the love overcame me, moved by his comment, because I wasn't as afraid of who I was. "Thank you, my love," I said with a bow. Some of his ornaments fell on the ground. A drum, crescent moon, and others I can't completely recall. I made a gray cloth appear to put them in as I walked, carrying it on my shoulder, while King Cobra, King, sat on my shoulder. I came upon a bush on the side of the road. I touched it. It turned into dead leaves, then into a structure similar to a pyre for burning corpses. So I burned it. It was a sign of letting go. I proceeded to stroll a little more before flying into the sky and touched everything. It all vanished into thin air. "I'm free! I'm free!" I shouted. Then I stood on the ground, observing the empty air. Maybe I can put something here. Thus, I put 2 lush trees far from each other before making a hammock tied to these trees to lie in and relax. Then I made a little steel pole appear. In the forest? Anything you wish, anything. You're the creator and director now. You're not bound by anything. You can do whatever you want, the god of destroyer shouted when he came. The sun shone. I covered my eyes with one hand. "I won't shine my rays on you, my love," said the sun. "Thank you," I said, then opened my eyes, coming out of meditation. For a whole week, I listened to the same songs on the radio and CDs. The songs I mostly listened to were morning songs, which brought an understanding I was letting go even more, slowing myself down and stepping into the unknown. It seemed now I was very empty, to where I was just breathing, and it seemed I was not mind, body, or even soul. At times I was anxious about what was transpiring. However, the emotion of this anxiousness wasn't like the pure anxiety I had experienced in the past. It quickly dissipated into nothing, as if I had no experience of it. Then I was just air, empty and blank. At the same time, my second memoir was nearly done. The final run-through was almost complete. Sometimes I would get angry at Sean when he did or said something I didn't like. But it was done right then and there. Nothing followed or lingered. It was a split-second frustration before I was air again, with nowhere to go or be, nothing before or behind. In the following meditation, I found myself inside a universe. A golden wormhole emerged. I dove into it. Dark brown wood chips floated inside it. As I kept traveling through, I said, "Is this a black hole?" I continue on. It was the same. Maybe nothing is here. Maybe I can just come out, I thought, although immediately realized I was too far in and couldn't return. I kept going until suddenly the air got thinner to where I could hardly breathe. I might not make it out. I can't breathe. I'm too far in. I rubbed my throat, gasping for air to stay alive. Though abruptly I said, "I don't need to breathe." Swiftly I came out of my form and became golden energy and journeyed on through the continuous wormhole. Isn't Shiva in charge of this? Finally, I reached a place that was occupied with black, shiny machinery. Machine world? Shiva showed up behind me while I toured around observing. Then we came into another area with rusty pipelines everywhere, like they had been underwater for some time, covered with dirt. Do they need polishing? But I'm done with cleaning already. I put my hand on the pipes to polish them. They became clean and sparkly. Wondering to see how much cleaning and polishing I had to do. It seemed endless when I scanned around, as it would take a long time. To help out with the job, I made thousands of myself appear. As we tried to shine these pipes, they kept turning back to how they had been, filled with dirt. How do I clean this? Abruptly, the meditative scene changed. Now I stood in front of a fish tank, looking at a dirty filter. Clean water emerged from underneath the tank, just like cleaning the filter in a fish tank. Then I found myself in front of a beach which I had been to, bending my back as I coughed and rubbed my throat, gagging out dead fish bones, fish tails, though some of the bones stuck in my throat. Ouch! Ouch! I yelled, pulling them out. They scraped my esophagus. It was like coughing out poison. Shiva showed up. He rubbed my back while I choked. A few more bones were inside my throat and lungs, unsure how to get them all out. He then dissolved the bones with golden energy, and immediately they were all gone. My throat felt swollen. I massaged it. He left. I opened my eyes. When the second memoir was completed and the final run-through was done, my energy churned as I became a bit nervous, as well as uncomfortable with changes happening. One morning, I got angry at the fan because it wasn't working right and threw it on the ground. This scared Santi. He cried. I apologized and cuddled him as he watched his TV shows, lying on the bed. Increasingly, I was no different than a vibration, frequency, and movement, without rhyme or reason. I talked without a reason and walked with no goal, just movement that had no beginning or ending, and nothing more. There was neither death or life in me. The changes were monumental, where I didn't know how to accept them. A couple days later, I looked up the meaning of fish bones and dead fish, though none of the interpretations fit. In addition, I read up on the meaning of Shiva's drum and moon to understand what was transpiring within me. After I understood more, according to the internet, the drums symbolized sound, creation, and moon as being beyond time or timeless. Then I researched throat chakra, not knowing much about energies or chakras. The throat chakra was associated with creation. While many changes took place inside, it also seemed I was going in circles, as though I had nothing to do and nothing to be, and there was nothing to me, as though I was completeness and stillness, but without the intenseness of energy like I had before. Whether I did or didn't do, I was complete. With anything I said or didn't say, I was absolute, as if I was just energy. One night, I discussed with Sean the inward transformations taking place after not talking to him about anything for some time. Have you seen the wall cave in when you inhale and pull out when you exhale, he asked. I'm not sure yet, but I think so. I get headaches when I observe this, I replied. That's when you are one with yourself. There's no difference between you and anything. Your vibrational energy. I know, I reply. I have to be this fully. I came to it about 7 to 8 months ago, and now I'm just beginning to be this. Similar to Nirvana, I came to it about 6 months ago around the same time, and now I'm just this. That's good that it takes you that long. For some people, it takes years and lifetimes, Sean commented. Tell your nephew that, the one who is a monk. He doesn't seem to be open. He has many memorized scriptures and texts in his head. Well, I also live over 7,000 years already, I added. In addition, I discussed throat chakras with him in recent meditations. You'll be communicating the absolute truth now, he said. Yeah, I responded. One hot, sweaty summer day, the heat was excessive and we had a heat advisory. It was 95 degrees Fahrenheit and the heat index was 108. Not many people were out, but I took Sean's car to get iced coffee around this time, with no air conditioning. The windows were rolled down. He had taken my car to his parents to pick up Santi to go to Santi's doctor appointment. Once I got my coffee, I drove back with no thoughts or memory of the fact that it was hot. Moreover, I didn't remember it was extremely hot until I sat in the car in the closed garage drinking my iced coffee. I walked out of the car and stood in the back deck. Wasn't it supposed to be really hot? Why didn't I feel hot? Chapter 2. In one meditation, I wore a warrior's clothes with brown boots, silver metal armor on both of my arms, and a golden crown on my head, looking like a queen as well as a warrior crossing a concrete bridge in the middle of the ocean. The atmosphere was dark. Everything was in gray air, including myself. The knights, held spears, stood alongside of the bridge on both sides as I crossed with my cape flowing. A gray stone throne was ahead. I reached it and sat on it. In my physical life, my father was in the hospital. Nonetheless, I didn't want to visit him. Going in and out the hospital was almost a normal occurrence for him due to his poor health. Even receiving a text from my sister about his circumstance, I ignored it and didn't plan to visit my father that day. However, when Santi was picked up by his grandmother for an outing, I went upstairs to wash my face and brush my teeth, getting ready for a mid-morning jog. With my eyes closed, applying lotion to my face, an image surfaced of my father in a wheelchair holding on to his life. It seemed he wanted to leave his body. He doesn't have much time, I said. He looked unusual. His face was sunken and pale, unlike other times when he was hospitalized. He asked me to help him change position because he was uncomfortable. I did. Then he asked numerous times to reposition him due to his comfort. Somehow he didn't find relief despite the nurse aide, and I assisted him a few times. By then, I was irritated. The situation reminded of how I had to help him continually with many things, especially his health, hospitalizations, aftercare, and so on. Every now and then, while I was there, I yelled at him even though he could hardly hear due to his diagnosis of profound hearing loss and refusal to wear his hearing aid. He fell asleep after he was given aspirin. I went home. Later in the evening, I complained to Sean about how incredibly tired I was of taking care and helping out with my dad, although I hadn't helped much after informing my brother-in-law and sister a year ago that I was done. Even so, I found myself coming back to this old agonizing resentment, inducing tremendous anger and aggression in me. "It's your last hurdle," Sean informed. "I know. The last load I need to put away, family and traditions," I said while burning energy of anger was creeping through. That night, I felt pure anger surging through to where I wasn't sure if I could handle the immense energy. It was to the point that I wanted to give up as I couldn't face it head on. It was almost like death, enduring pure strong emotion. Despite the fact that it was such a hard task to face, I allowed the enormous energy to go through my body. It was no different than allowing a bullet to go through my insides, which I resisted, and it was completely painful. "Oh my God," I yelled inside. The strong energy of my anger utterly overwhelmed me that I passed out until morning, waking up not remembering when I went to bed. Then I went downstairs to make coffee and hadn't planned to visit my dad that day, but chose to go see him later in the evening despite my lack of desire. Yet I followed what was taught, disregarding my own feelings as if they didn't matter. Again, I was angry and resentful toward him for relying on me, although I was mindful and aware of these residual feelings. Before I left, he said, "Let me go home and live with you. Please take me with you." "Dad, you have to stay and get better," I told him. His aide was aware of his situation. Following his discharge, I didn't go see him. He lived with my sister and brother-in-law. About a week later, though, I received another text from my sister at 11 p.m. saying my father was in the emergency room. He was in a bad shape from a fall. Despite his condition wasn't favorable, it didn't motivate me to go see how he was doing. Instead, I went downstairs and woke Sean up to talk. During our conversation, an image of my father putting his clothes in a brown suitcase, getting ready to leave, came. "I need to go to the hospital now," I said. Before leaving, I called my sister to find out what was truly going on. She couldn't really talk. She was crying. She informed he had fallen earlier in that day, and the bleeding in his brain was severe. She was told by a doctor to call the family. I was led by 2 security guards to an intensive care unit. A nurse took his pulse, put IV fluids into him, and spoke to my sister about his conditions while I sat and listened. Once she was done, I asked about his prognosis, which she couldn't tell. The doctor on the duty was the one who needed to provide the answer. When she left, I asked my sister for more information. However, she couldn't truly inform. I tried to find out about the bleeding in the brain on my smartphone, although I couldn't really read because the light bothered my eyes and it was late. Then I walked towards my dad. He wasn't able to talk and turned his head slowly back and forth when I spoke to him, as though he was confused, not knowing what was going on. "He's getting ready to leave in a couple, maybe 3 days. I almost blurted this information to my sister, but didn't. "I love you, Dad," I told him before leaving. It was something I rarely say to him, my sister, or my mom. Just about 5 minutes after waking up in the morning, my sister called, saying there was nothing they could do. The bleeding in the brain wasn't repairable. Sean left his job for the day to watch Santi. However, we all decided to go together. We saw my aunt, my cousin, and his wife arriving at the same time in the hospital parking lot. We parked next to each other. We headed up to see my dad together after our greetings. Only 2 people were allowed to see him at a time. My aunt and I went in wearing protective gowns. He was in special precaution room. He seemed to be scared. Right away, I said, "I will be there with you. I will see you off. Don't be scared. It's okay. I will see you off." A little later, we got a call while waiting in a cafeteria to go talk to the doctors who had just seen him. We were led into a room where all family members gathered to hear information about his prognosis and treatments. The lady doctor informed us we had to make a decision whether to let my dad go or let him live for a couple more months by doing dialysis. She further informed of the risks and outcomes. We were told he had only 2 weeks to live if he didn't do dialysis. If we chose to do it, it would be very draining to his body as he was already profoundly weak. It's time for my dad to go. He's been in and out of the hospital for the longest time. He never liked dialysis. He has suffered long enough. He needs to be in the comfort and warmth of his family and live out his days, I said immediately. Surprisingly, my sister agreed with my decision. Before walking out of the room, my aunt said, "Since you're not working, you can watch him often." I would do what I can, I told her, though in actuality I didn't want to do anything at all. In our culture, we were taught to always help out with family and care for our parents when they became old. If the children didn't follow what was taught, it was considered not rightful or dutiful. This was a burden, as I no longer believed in the traditional values, yet I was mindful and aware of this strong emotion, understanding its causes, and need to absorb residual effects of this completely. My dad was going to be discharged later that day. We decided to go home. Sean was going to put Santi down to nap while I went to my room to relax. When I closed my eyes, I saw myself and a couple of men carrying 3 dead bodies and tossing them in the hole. "Don't bury them. Burn them instead," I said. We burnt the bodies and watched them turn into ashes. I scanned the forest, then commanded, "Burn down this whole forest and uproot. Take out the roots of the trees now." Immediately, a strong forceful wind blew our way, and I flew up in the air, commanding the warriors to uproot the trees and torch them down. Red, gray, and dark clouds moved incredibly fast as I sat in a meditation pose, watching trees falling and uprooting. "Stronger!" I commanded the wind. The wind became exceptionally forceful to where I was a little shaken by it, afraid inside of my own force. "You're taking down everything, God," Shiva said when he came. "Yes," I replied, and as soon as he said it, this helped me to be less fearful, understanding what I was doing. "Uproot! Uproot!" I shouted. "We are, God!" one of the warriors shouted back. As I continued commanding and observing what was going on, the destroyed trees reappeared almost instantly. "Uproot! I told you guys to uproot! So uproot!" I shouted again, much louder this time. "We did, God!" one of the warriors yelled back. What the heck is going on? I opened my eyes for meditation. Later, when I closed them again, I was at the scene where I held Shiva's Trishula, wearing warrior's attire with a cape and standing in midair, observing the destruction of heaven, earth, and hell. They were in pieces, swirling around as one big twister. To lead the twister to the black hole, I traveled in fast speed to activate the machines. After the switches were triggered, I opened the machine door, similar to a vacuum hole. The destroyed pieces sailed inside it. The machine grinded at any destroyed pieces until nothing was left. It was clear air afterwards. A conveyor belt line appeared moving on my right, carrying statues of porcelain Buddha that came out on the other end of the machine. Numerous pure white Buddha figures were produced, taking the statue somewhere. Curious, I followed to observe. They were in another room, spinning around in some kind of circle. Sweet donuts were in the middle of it. I tipped it over until they were gone with no trace. Then I went to sit in the middle before I came out of meditation. After Sean woke up, I discussed this meditation with him. I told the warriors to uproot the trees and take them out, but they reappear immediately. I don't understand. Because you create and destroy at the same time, he said. That was the ultimate destruction. A friend saw me at preschool registration. She asked how I was doing after learning about my father's situation. Her daughter's nose bled. We didn't talk much. The registration was quite busy with many parents and children registering for school. I went to Santi's classroom and got booklets and lists of things to get for the year. Later, the friend called on the phone to talk. She said, "La, you look great. I thought you would be a mess since your father doesn't have long to live. It doesn't seem that you're affected by it. It's good that you understand life and death so you can handle it well." "Thanks," I told her. "What is happening now with your dad?" she asked. "He's remembering. Once he reaches nirvana, gains full remembrance, and returns to himself, he'll leave his body," I replied. I closed my eyes while talking to my friend. An image of my dad in his youth playing volleyball at the beach appeared. "Does everyone go to nirvana?" she asked. "Everyone is nirvana in self. You always return to yourself," I answered. He's going from a full-grown man to his 30s, 20s, teens, and so on until he's nothing more than pure clear of consciousness. "Is your dad going to take on another life?" she continued. "Yes, he'll be in Egypt. He wants to be strong because he believes he was weak in this lifetime. He'll probably become a soldier and protect his family. Actually, I took him on a journey about 7 or 8 months ago because he was scared and couldn't let go of this form, despite the fact he was suffering." Before we ended our conversation, I invited her to come to my sister's house where my dad lived and have dinner with friends and family. She was told not to feel obligated. The next 3 days, Dad was in the same shape. My sister wanted him to do dialysis, though I asked her to think of his condition. Many of our friends and family members from near and far came to visit. The following evening, while everyone was upstairs eating and visiting with one another, I came downstairs to see him. I closed my eyes and held his hand. "I'm God," he said. "Yes, you are," I said, realizing he didn't have much time left. The next evening, after I mingled with friends, I stepped up the stairs to have dinner, then came down a bit later while everyone was on the first floor to be alone with him. Now his breathing was differently, and his face had sunk even more. To see where he was, I shut my eyes. He stood on the side of a lighted door when I came, afraid to enter. "Go in, it's for you," I said. He stepped back. I walked towards the door and went in. "Follow me," I shouted. He entered, and I led him through the lit wormhole. "See? There's nothing to be scared of." We kept going until we came to a big silver machine in a room. I wasn't sure what it was. It wasn't the same machine as in the black hole. It had a point going round and round like a sharp needle. We both looked at it. "What is it?" I said. Then I became the machine itself, although I didn't get anything from it. I opened my eyes. That night, I couldn't sleep, tossing and turning until morning, and thought I should take myself to the machine to see what it really was. Again, I became the machine. Nonetheless, I couldn't figure it out. "I don't understand this," I shouted. Suddenly, I was in a room drawing a circle with a pencil, round and round until it broke. "End of life," I quickly said. Again, I drew it and it was the same. The pencil broke. The circle was done. Abruptly, I was inside my sister's house in the laundry room, watching my dad sew something on the sewing machine before the machine became out of control, going tremendously fast. I tried unplugging the cord. I couldn't. "What the fuck?" I came back, standing behind him, and instantly knew what he had to do. "Unplug! Switch off!" I shouted. He continued sewing as the machine went faster, as if it was going to break soon. "Unplug! Switch off!" I yelled. Slowly, he reached his hand to switch off the black button on his left side. then pulled the cord. The machine stopped. Suddenly we both stood side by side as he was transparent in his mid-40s, looking at his cold, unmoved physical body lying on the bed. Momentarily, he shot out of the house, and I followed. He flew higher, leaving. "With all my love," I said, with both of my arms hugging my chest. Although I realized he didn't have much time, I continued to lie in bed, tired, trying to go back to sleep, but wasn't able to, and thought about visiting him in the afternoon instead of in the evening. The entire morning, I reminded myself to go see my father before noon, yet forgot. It seemed I remember and forget at the same time instantly, unable to hold on to anything. After my morning jog, I took a shower and tried to nap. Despite my fatigue, I wasn't able to rest. The energy in me was low. Shortly, I got a phone call from my brother-in-law. "He's gone," he said. "Fuck," I said. I got dressed, left to go see him. While I was there, I cried this time. I was mad at myself for not showing up before he took his last breath, although I was stunned that I could cry. Little later, I walked out of the house to get fresh air, still angry with myself. However, when I headed back, the entire scene was different, although it was the same. It was as if I just arrived to it. I couldn't truly explain, and I wasn't feeling anything anymore, as it was gone, as I was air again, as if I felt and didn't feel at the same time. My inside was still undisturbed. At night before bed, I wondered how my dad was now, if he was all right. As quick as I shut my eyes, I saw myself walking inside a big room. Someone was having a baby in a huge beige bathtub. A few people were helping. When the baby came, a nurse cut the cord and washed the newborn before handing the precious little one to the mother. She held a baby boy in her arms, realizing that the moment it was birth of my father in his new life. Gently, I touched his mother's arms while she was in the bedroom. Many people were present, watching, admiring the mother and the new arrival. "She's loving and kind," I said. "You have a good mother, Dad." It looked as though he'll be growing up in a beautiful, middle-class family. I opened my eyes. In the morning when I woke, it felt like death had gone through me. I wanted to cry, but couldn't, grasping he was truly gone. For the whole week, my energy was completely low, as if I myself was going through death itself. About a week later, following his funeral, I visited his gravesite. It was kind of windy that day. To protect from the hot sun, I held a black umbrella. First, I visited my mother's grave before going to my father's, which wasn't too far from hers. I put my umbrella down, quietly wishing him well on his journey. Suddenly, the wind became very strong, blowing the umbrella forward. "Who's that?" I asked, startling. It was my dad. "I haven't had a chance to thank you yet for sending me off to my next journey." "Thank you," he said. "It's my pleasure," I said. I sat for a little bit before heading home, realizing I missed him, although he wasn't far, as he never left. Chapter 3. Daily, I also noticed I was more mindless than usual, not thinking about anything before or after. Despite the fact things could be right in front of me, I had no thoughts for it. I could be watching something for a long while without any labels. If I remembered something, I also didn't remember almost at once. If I did remember, but nothing was attached, as if it didn't matter, then it was gone quickly. One day, I kept walking back and forth to check my phone while I was out with my friend at children's indoor playground. When she saw this, she asked, "Why don't you bring your purse to our table so you won't have to walk back and forth?" "Oh, I didn't think about it," I replied. Similarly, on a different day when I was on the phone with my sister, she asked me to buy 2 items from the grocery store. However, knowing I wouldn't remember, therefore I asked her to text the list while I was there. "Are you having dementia symptoms? Because there are only 2 items," she asked. Her question made me laugh and told her not to worry, as she seemed concerned. "Everything is the same to me. There's no distinction. I am only one thing and nothing more," I told Sean one day. Great opposites, he said. Of course, I didn't remember how to do this. And even though there were opposites, it was the same. I was just one thing. In meditation, I found myself among the gods in golden tents somewhere, with only energy in the open space. There were Shiva, Krishna, Buddha, and others in their own shiny, shimmering tents, lying down and relaxing with one hand supporting their heads or just sitting. I was also in my own golden, gleaming tent as well. Just by gesturing my hand, I poured champagne for the gods. All the glasses would fill at once. Then I shot up high into the air. For a couple months, nothing much was different except I became more and more mindless and forgetful. In meditation, Shiva destroyed the doors as he was up in the air. Witnessing this, I flew to where he was, helping him until there were no more doors to destruct. Weeks later, during meditation, I treaded down a hallway before seeing a red door. Why is there a door? Nonetheless, I opened it, and instantly I was in a different place, on a bridge, walking as the sun shone. Every time I shut my eyes, I would find myself in front of this red door. When I opened it, I was in another location. This time I was on a cart with a big umbrella covering my body as I was observing my surrounding, filled with nothing except empty, light gray air. In my physical life, I had a cyst that gradually grew bigger over a period of times. Although I ignored the issue, hoping it would go away, since I was really wanted to have another baby, we decided to try. Regardless, I was in pain and needed to go see a doctor fast. That night, I had a dream that I was in India as a young, beautiful Indian woman married to a nice-looking young Indian man. We were an upper social class couple hanging out with our friends at a fine local restaurant. In the morning when I got up, I felt pounding pain from the cyst, which had gotten worse. After Santi was dropped off to school, I went to see a doctor. The nurse took my temperature and informed I have a low-grade fever. Once she took my information, I waited for a physician in the room. He came in and my jaw lowered, surprised to see that the doctor was the exact guy I had dreamt about the night before, whom I was married to in my dream. He asked questions and I was hardly able to provide answers, busy observing his hair, face, and the movements of his lips, skin, and so on. He recommended to go to an ER to get treated. The cyst was too big. He reassured my wait wouldn't be too long since I was referred by a physician and all. At ER, I waited at least 4 hours until I was taken to another room to wait in another waiting area before getting my own room. By this time, my pain levels was about 8 out of 10, and on top of that, I had a fever with cold chills and nausea. While waiting, I experienced an immense throbbing, burning pain, and people who waited in the same area watched as I suffered. Then, I covered my face with my black winter coat, wanting to go yell at the nurses and doctors following many hours of waiting and hadn't been treated. Not knowing when I was going to get a room, suddenly I said, I can help myself. Immediately, an image of Shiva surfaced when he placed his hand on my back to help dissolve the fish bones stuck in my lungs with his golden energy. With my eyes shut, I surrounded the golden air into the infected areas, allowing the energy to circulate for moments. Surprisingly, within seconds, my pain was down from a scale of 8 to 4. I was in disbelief. Then, I projected the golden energy around my forehead to reduce the fever. In the same way, briefly, my head became lighter and I was without chills or nausea. I uncovered myself, looking at people and smiling before I finally got a room, walking behind a nurse who came to get me without having to hold on to the wall. In the room, I changed into a hospital gown and asked the nurse to take my temperature. My fever was down to 99. A week before this, I was at the dentist's office waiting long hours to see the dentist, and now I was in ER doing the same achy thing. The lengthy wait became very excruciating to where I was getting really impatient, deeply angry and frustrated. Something was going on. There was a shift inside me and I felt I was at a breaking point. Even in my personal room, I had to wait to be seen again, So I listened to a Buddhist chant I'd been listening to, not knowing what it meant, despite the fact that I had chanted this before reaching the door to nirvana. I just listened. It was calming. Sean worked late that day because he was on a snow crew with his job at this particular hospital. After hearing numerous complaints about the wait, which was close to 8 hours long, and being in pain, he came in to hold my hand. "You can do it," he said, informing that I had created this situation to tell myself something that I could go deeper into the unknown more than I had ever been. What he said made sense, although I didn't know what it was. Yet I was open due to a big shift inside me, which I hadn't fully comprehended. Moreover, he shared that I was in hell, a place of people crying and screaming in pain, although I was neither heaven or hell, but understood it. Eventually, a doctor's helper came in to drain the cyst, letting me know it was going to be painful. It was, causing me to scream loudly, and Pari was the loudest screamer on that floor. In my dream, I dreamt of levitating, rotating in my room with everything around. The dressers, lamps, and blankets were also in mid-air, but soon I fell onto the floor. The room was back to the way it had been. I told Sean about it. He said, "Oh, a thought came in." "I don't know," I responded. In meditation, I held a silver key in my hand before a white door appeared. Using this very key, I unlocked the entrance and saw endless doors open at the same time before they all fell down simultaneously. However, when I turned the key counterclockwise, all doors came back. Surprisingly, afterwards, I swallowed the key after turning it clockwise, with all doors falling down. In another one of my dreams, I was at an unfamiliar place in an unoccupied area. While I was airborne, everything around was also raised above the ground, including trees, rocks, bushes, and so on. When I lifted my hand for them to go higher, they went higher. When I put my hand down, they all went down. Waking up in the morning astonished that I was able to do what I did. At night, I closed my eyes to rest, waiting for Santi to get done brushing his teeth. Immediately, I was on a bridge. Nothing was ahead. As I walked, the bridge kept laying itself out, though when I stopped, this stopped. "I create as I go," I said. When I opened my eyes, I uttered, "I create everything right here, right now, instantly. Nothing is here before it, but it is here now." Then, in meditation, I discovered myself strolling before suddenly I lifted my hand and everything around levitated. I waved my hand back and forth, everything moved back and forth. While I was standing in front of an ocean, I extended my arm out to elevate the water into the sky. When I put my hand down, everything was back to the way it was. Then I shrunk the vast sea into a glass ball with water in it. Before letting back out, it became an ocean again. In which way I wanted, I could wield the water. As I wanted to move sideways, it went sideways. When I closed my hand, the water shrunk into a ball with only sand left on the ground. And when I opened my arm, it turned into an ocean. Sometimes in my physical life, I would get headaches observing the wall because it was contracted as I inhaled and expanded as I exhaled. Not only the water, either. Now it was the whole house moved to the movement of my breath. One day, I wasn't sure what happened. After dropping Santi off to school, I came home and stood by the counter and suddenly said, I'm it. It's all me now, I decide. In meditation, I went back and forth in the air until seeing a big Bengal tiger coming towards my way. Behind it was the big symbol of Om. I never seen it in meditation before. The tiger jumped at me as I opened my arms wide, welcoming it. Then we headed west, with the symbol Om becoming as big in red, similar to a big sun. Afterwards, I looked up the meaning of Om, although I had heard and seen the symbol, yet didn't know what it truly was. There were many meanings when I searched on the internet and didn't quite fully understand. I asked Sean. It's God, he said. At times when Sean and I argue, he would say, Create, move on from destroying, Shiva. You're so good at destroying, you don't have to even lift your finger. Everyone is scared of you. And they also love you to death. I'm scared of you. You're Shiva. On one occasion, I wasn't sure what he and I were arguing about, but he was afraid and didn't want to come out from his bedroom. I'm scared of Shiva, he said. He had left the house a few times after he met me. I don't even know or where or remember I am destroying, I said. That's what is scary. You don't even know you're doing it, he said. I need to see it and know it, all of it, be it, I told him. In one of my meditations, I was with the tiger, but shockingly this time I killed the big creature, then peeled off its magnificent skin and sat on it, uncertain why I ended the large cat's life. One thing I always knew about a tiger was it represented my anger, my rage. Every time I saw it in the past, I would be furious about something, uncertain what the meditation meant. Had I now rose up above my anger? Was I now sitting on top of it? To find more understanding, I read the story of Shiva on the internet. He killed a tiger when he walked in the forest. The powerful saints sent a tiger Shiva's way to test his strength, or they were jealous of him since their wives couldn't keep their eyes off of him. The story was supposed to mean that Shiva was the powerful one. I reflected one day. I realized my veins, vessels, the flowing of my blood, and every particle of me was Shiva. However, unlike before, I accepted more of who I was. As days passed, I noticed more and more it seemed like I knew nothing. I texted Sean telling him I was retarded. Now I wasn't just mindless and didn't think much of anything, but I also didn't know anything. It was to where I completely, truly knew nothing at all. When Sean came home from work, I said to him, I'm retarded. He laughed a little. It's like I completely, deeply know nothing, worse than a child. It's like I wasn't even born yet, I elaborated. Something had been going on with me for some time, though I didn't know what it was and I couldn't really describe it. It looks like you have slowed yourself down and are going back all the way back to the beginning. You're paying attention to something. You're scared of the unknown, he said. Then I shared with him my meditation where I flown into the lightning, got struck, became disoriented, and had to recover in a black and white room for a few days due to severe dizziness and had to puke. After the recovery, a much bigger lightning appeared. I flew right into it and got struck by the powerful bolt. This time, however, the lightning pierced through my body, shocking me to where I could see the electricity running through my entire form, which almost made me throw up but didn't, just standing wobbly. Once I got a hold of myself under the lightning surface, which was even bigger. I soared right into it, got shocked and electrocuted, and the lightning shot through my whole body. Moments later, I became the lightning itself. This astonished me, although I was disoriented, but not as much. Later, I headed somewhere and saw a big rock not too far. Suddenly, I extended my hand, opened my palm, and the electricity shot from it, knocking down the entire tree instantly. Some smoke crept out of it. I better not do that again. I continued walking and came upon a lake and saw a fish swimming. Not thinking, I stretched my arm open, electrocuting the fish. It died. Then I shocked the fish again. It came back to life, healthier and stronger, with some golden energy in it. That's power, Sean said. Many changes occur like before. I didn't truly comprehend what was happening precisely, as though I was completely lost and didn't deeply have a clue as to what was transpiring. On top of this, I was non-minded and non-self, no distinctions, even more so than I had ever been. There was nothing to me, just what was right then and there. It was though there were no aspects left of La King Savan. Meanwhile, the second memoir, The Road to Nirvana, was coming to finish. Hence, I created a cover for it. Doubtlessly, I was nervous. Yet, this nervousness couldn't be described as an emotion. It was energy of it and not of it, instantly. When Sean and Santi was as well as with everything else, I would get short fuse as I was at a breaking point. I just want a big change, I told Sean. I can't do this anymore. although I didn't know what I was uttering at the same time. I couldn't reread the memoir over again. While rereading, I became blank as I wasn't attached to it, and reading the manuscript over many times became redundant to where I didn't even know what I was reading and had to reread the pages over again. In meditation, I walked on a dark road and a brown dog ran my way, a bit scared that it was going to attack. Yet, despite the fear, I opened my arms wide, welcoming it. Soon, Death appeared, carrying a big stick and then wearing all black with a hood without a face, heading towards us. The dog ran to Death, strolling and wagging its tail by its side. Even though I was ahead, I wasn't too far. Then I waited for them to get closer as I took gradual steps, realizing at the moment I was going to die and get killed off. Though I was afraid, I didn't run too high. Shortly, I stopped. "Okay, do it," I shouted. Death held up the sight. While I closed my eyes, he sliced my body in half. Momentarily, I stepped out of my corpse. Krishna, the divine god, came sitting on top of the roof. I flew to him. "Are you ready?" he asked. "Yes," I answered, not sure what he meant. I came out of meditation. Chapter 5. The following meditation, I unearthed myself wielding water again. Since I had been doing this for some time, I was getting too good at it, transforming it into a lake, making it fly, shrinking it, dividing the ocean in half, walking, and running on it. Similarly with rocks, I transmuted them into anything I wanted, sand, snow, for instance. Then I made a gray wood canoe appear to relax and row. When I didn't want to row anymore, I created more arms to do the job of rowing while I laid back, relaxing and eating grapes. "Krishna!" suddenly I heard loudly. "Yeah," I replied, and shot into the air quickly, finding myself behind Krishna riding on a black motorcycle, going somewhere. It was the same road I had been on when I was heading to the tent where I found him eating with the animals. It was where he told me to slow down, to enjoy life. "Let me take the lead," I said, then climbed to the front of him. "Do you know where you're going?" he asked. "No," I replied, "but every road I take leads me to myself." My skin turned blue. He vanished while I rode on, but now I was going in another direction. Why am I going this way? Shortly, another road appeared on my right. I took that route. Next, I stopped in front of a building in the middle of nowhere. It was similar to a cave or a hall. However, there was no physical structure, just air, everywhere making it look like a building. I entered and saw both sides. There were at least 10 baby Krishnas wearing peacock feathers on their heads, with blue skin, chubby cheeks, and jewelry on their arms and ankles. Walking down the hall in slow motion, with every step I took, I heard, "Krishna, Krishna, Krishna." I came into another area and saw Krishna himself sitting on the golden throne, wearing a golden outfit with gold crown on his head. "My love," I said with a bow. The figure was only his light. Thus, I went to sit on the golden throne and became him. The throne spun around facing a hallway. Then I was pushed down this hall. "Keep going," he shouted. Instead of adult Krishna, I now turned into a baby blue god with curly hair and chubby cheeks and legs with blue skin, wearing jewelry on my arms and ankles, traveling down the dim passage. A metal pole similar to a dancer's pole appeared. I climbed upon it, and it came to another floor, although I didn't stop, but kept going, passing many thereafter. Finally, I became curious, stopped to take a look, and saw Shiva. "This is Shiva's floor," I said, and got back on the metal thing, continuing until the pole ended. However, there wasn't anything to do to this level, except murky air. I found myself playing with a roll of toilet tissue that had 2 ends. Not knowing which way to roll to make it one, I kept trying to roll the tissue into a single unit, but the other end kept pulling it. However, later, as I proceeded, it became one despite whichever direction I rolled. A beautiful Indian woman appeared, wearing gold sari with a golden nose ring. She was elegant, beautiful, and perfect, and was doing something, although I wasn't sure what. I got up to explore the area. I came back to where she was. Your ultimate power is love, Krishna, she said. Yes, I said, and made a little bow acknowledging it. Shortly, an Indian boy showed up. He was very thin, with dark tan skin and matted hair, and was walking to another area that looked like a living room. Unsure who he was at first, I kept watching him. A tissue appeared in his hand. It was Shiva. He went to lie on the couch, watching something as he was watching TV, though there was no television, only energy. He lay on his side and ate grapes, which helped me realize what I had been doing lately in my life. I had been relaxing, not doing much except taking Santi to school, working on finished the memoir, and watching shows night after night. Instead of eating grapes, I ate plenty of raspberry and blueberries. Following my observation, I walked outside and was immediately up in the snow gases. Therefore, I sailed back and forth until Shiva came, sitting in meditation higher in midair. He was immense as the whole atmosphere was him. I soared to where he was and made a bow. My love, I said, I must go on and get all aspects of who I am so I can be my complete self. Yes, he responded, but take this with you. Suddenly, King headed my way, sat on my shoulder, and a tissue appeared in my hand. Thank you, I said with a bow, reluctantly accepted them and didn't understand why I needed King and the trident. I orbited around only to witness astonishing white snow-covered cherry blossom trees and bushes with a road in the middle. Although the road wasn't covered in snow, the scene was serene, tranquil, peaceful, and breathtaking. Only a few moments of walking, a Chinese warrior came, dressing in a gray villager's clothing from ancient China and wearing a bamboo hat. I wasn't sure if he held a sword or stick. Then I put cherry blossom flowers under the light, fluffy snow, making the scenery even more breathtaking. You create a beautiful journey for yourself, Krishna, said the warrior. I smiled. We reached the end of the road and I attempted to create a track for myself but by absorbing the trees with my hand, but couldn't. Despite my great effort to make them disappear, they didn't budge. Warrior saw this. He said, just wait a little. Shortly, the trees slowly vanished, though it wasn't all the way, as I could see there were some left, although the tops of those trees had turned into energy. Then I soared into the atmosphere to observe, noticing that most of it was gone. I made an effort to recreate by putting flowers on top of those trees. However, only some grew. The warrior clapped his hands slowly, like he was saying, nice try. Next, I put motivation into it by creating more flowers. Only some appear here and there. To see if there was more, I flew about. There wasn't much. This time the warrior didn't utter a word. I'm trying here, I shouted. Then went back to stand next to him, observing what I had done. I can do better, I said, then made a tree appear. It kept growing. King was asked to go check on how far it was rising because it didn't stop. There's no end. You better come and check yourself, King yelled. I climbed up and came across a cream-colored snake and thought it was King. My love, I said, putting my head close to its head. King shouted from the tree, I'm over here. Do you forget what I look like? I eat other snakes. Oops, I said and continued upward. There was no end to the tree. However, the meditation scene switched to where I was in an open, trying to shoot an army tank without missiles. The machine shot balls of energy that exploded like little fireworks. When I did so again, an image of myself popped out like a movie scene. I will give you everything, my love, I said, looking at myself. Then I entered the picture and watched myself from behind while I looked outside and saw the army tank and another version of myself watching us. She smiled before I entered her, realizing I was trying to create another baby, but couldn't exactly remember how I was doing it. A baby appeared, and I held it until the little one turned into a wooden baby toy. I opened my eyes, coming out of meditation. Increasingly, I wasn't sure what was going on, much more so than usual, as if I knew nothing. Nervous energy and fear now turned into one, which couldn't be distinguished as one or the other, as it flowed and swirled, causing me to be uptight. It was as though I was completely, truly lost and confused. It was to where I couldn't sit still, as if I was going to have a complete outburst. Nonetheless, I prepared to go jogging despite the fact that the weather was cold and the wind howled at 23 miles per hour and the temperature was 14 degrees Fahrenheit. Even so, I was going as I needed to deeply listen to what was transpiring inside. However, once I ran downstairs to get my jacket from a closet, I decided to go to the basement to work out on the elliptical machine instead. What the heck is going on? What the heck is going on? I said, walking towards the machine room on the brink of breaking down hard. My relationship with my son also changed, as if there was no relationship, only what was right then and there. It sort of scared me that I was losing all aspects of who I thought I was. I wasn't just unattached, but was completely and truly so. Nothing stuck with me. When I climbed into the workout equipment, I closed my eyes and thought I wasn't going to be able to exercise, as I was completely lost, and the energy had built up to such that at any moment I was going to crumble in loss and fear. I started moving, saying, "Oh my gosh, oh my gosh." Soon, though, I located myself traveling down a wormhole at a very fast speed. It was different. The energy was blue and much more powerful, which added to my fear. "Oh my gosh, I don't know if I can make it," I said as I continued. The wormhole was long, far, and faster than any other I had been in. As I kept going, I was ready to come out of meditation, mainly because it never ended and the energy was completely powerful, making me even more fearful. Finally, still scared and nervous, I came out to the other end if I was going out of a manhole. Before it was my turn, two apes appeared in front of me. "You're completely on the other side now. There's no going back," I heard. What side? It was a place I had been to numerous times with wooden and regular metal light poles, and fog was everywhere. This time there were only new light poles made of silver metal that was more enhanced, like communication towers. "Wow," I said, witnessing this, though suddenly they changed back. Now I became even more confused, lost, and a bit shaky, not knowing what the heck was going on. "Krishna!" I screamed in fear, looking around. Immediately, I was somewhere else, holding a silver tray with small wine glasses full of wine and walking into a room filled with indistinctive air. Krishna lay on his side, one hand supporting his head. He sat up when he saw me. "You have come to me, my love," he said. He reached for a glass. I handed it to him. There were at least 5 or 6 of him in the room. I went around serving a couple of them before gesturing with my hand, putting wine glasses in each of their hands at once. Wanting to cry, I looked at Krishna vulnerable. "What is this all about?" I asked, trembling inside. "Go through the tunnel," he said. When I crawled in, I had switched into a baby boy Krishna of about 7 or 8 years old with blue skin, a U symbol on my forehead, and a green peacock feather on my black hair, holding a flute. I kept on and came out through the same manhole, seeing wood and metal light poles again. What the heck? Lightning mixed with golden energy flashed on my left. I shot myself into it and got shocked all over before shifting back to my form, holding a small lighted candle with sparkles on the cupcake wrap paper. A magic wand appeared in my hand as I held a baby on my right hip. Nothing was there, only air. With the magic wand I created, making trees and skies exist as I walked. Momentarily, I was back at place where I was with the Chinese warrior, but now I was sitting next to Krishna, meditating. Shiva's Trishu immediately popped to my hand, helping me understand its purpose. Oh, this is what it's for. I stood up, then flew about using the trident to make the bushes smaller until they vanished, along with everything else at the scene. All became energy except one tree. I came to sit next to Krishna while his eyes were still closed in meditation. "Make the tree disappear," he said. I closed my eyes and moments later opened them, but the tree was still there. Again, I shut my eyes before opening them. The tree didn't go anywhere. "Wait a little," he said. "This only meant patience." "There's no tree. It's not there. It's only a thought," I said, observing it. Then I shut my eyes and a little later opened them. The tree was gone. "Now create," he shouted. Instantly, with just a blink, I put green grass, saw bushes, and trees back like they had just grown in springtime, fresh and new. I sailed around witnessing everything was filled with greenery. "Yes!" I exclaimed. "Not bad," he said before he vanished. I opened my eyes, coming out of meditation. While reflecting on it, I realized I was moving to creation. The fear and nervousness of the unknown subsided, and I continued exercising. Chapter 6. A few days later, while Santi was in school, I worked on finishing The Road to Nirvana. It was my last run through after working on it for some time. It was now to the point I couldn't do it anymore. Furthermore, I wasn't getting much out of it and needed to let go. In addition, I experienced tunnel vision reading over it numerous times, changing correct grammar to incorrect ones. After editing, I lay on the floor relaxing, wanting to meditate, to see Krishna. To see Krishna? Suddenly, it hit me like a big stone brick dropping on my chest, and I broke down, not knowing how I could miss him deeply, truly, and completely. From the deepest part of me, as I understood at that very moment, that he was all I ever wanted, the one I had searched for all along. All I ever deeply desired, longed for, yearned for, was him and nothing else. In disbelief and stunned, I continued lying on the floor. The realization nearly brought me tears. Later, I put on music about him, Hare Krishna, which I had never heard for over an hour as I was editing. However, this tune came in meditation almost a year ago, though I didn't truly know what it was, since I never heard it. Then, I read somewhere on the internet that he was the Supreme One, the Supreme Being, the Supreme Power. "I am willing to do anything to be with you, to reach you, Krishna," I said, but didn't know what to do. How could I get to him? Without knowing how, yet deeply and completely I wanted with my all. Somehow I realized there was still ways to go. Once finished with editing, I went for a jog. Many things changed. When I saw someone, I just wasn't seeing anyone but God. Things grow to be even more instant, as I just newly arrived, as if I just popped in the picture. After my exercise, I showered before lying in bed and closing my eyes. Immediately, I found myself walking in a deserted land, filled with nothing except sun shining. Suddenly, wild buffaloes ran my way. Unsure about what was going on, though I stepped aside, letting him go by until Krishna came. Happy to see him, I smiled this time. He was now in his late teens or early 20s. He shot paralysis needles from his flute to immobilize at least 10 buffaloes. They collapsed onto the ground. Before I had a chance to ask for reasons, he said, "Heal them." He paced to sit on the porch of a little white house that had just appeared, and I followed. When I came close, I went behind his back, putting my arms around his neck, then lay on his lap, looking at the buffaloes, not definite how I was going to revive them. Should I heal them as Shiva did, or should I shoot my electric light? From where I was, I gestured with my hand to take out all the needles. The sharp objects fell off immediately. Then I put my golden light into the buffalo as they lay unconscious. They moved by sticking their heads up, but they didn't get up, walk, or run. I shot my electric into one of them. The animal collapsed. I did it again. It sat up, but it didn't get up or move. I went to where the buffaloes were, examining the situation before going inside a couple of them, and saw dim light bulbs. By twisting the light bulbs, they became lighter. Now those ones got up and ran. However, the rest didn't have light bulbs, so I tried healing them using my jade energy, though it didn't do anything. This should be a piece of cake. I could do this easily with a blink of an eye. I headed back to Krishna, letting him know they wouldn't heal. "Try again, my love," he said, touching my chin. He vanished. This time when I assessed the animals, I projected my green light into them. Again, they didn't budge. Shortly, I paced to sit in meditation on the front porch. When I opened my eyes, the animals got up. When I closed my eyes a bit longer, then opened them, the buffaloes started running. I smiled. Then I made at least 10 buffaloes appear lying unconscious and healed them instantly by closing and opening my eyes. Krishna showed up in the atmosphere. He was proud. I beamed. At dinner time, it was different. Now I wasn't just missing the divine God, but I wanted to be with him in all aspects, in every single way possible, mentally, spiritually, and romantically, which of course, I couldn't believe it either. Once Santi was in bed for the night, I read more about the child god Krishna, the boy playing the flute, the mother lover, hero, and his supreme power. Although he had been my guide, I didn't know much about him, except that a couple of times Sean told me that Krishna was God and heard his name once through a client of mine. Whenever he showed up in my meditations, I thought nothing of who he was. I wonder if this was going on with me. I was a baby Krishna not long ago. Am I moving to a lover? However, not thinking anything of it, I read on. Despite what I read, immediately forget, as I didn't read it in the first place. Nothing stuck until I come to it and be it myself. It had to be in me as me. Afterwards, I viewed his pictures and saved them in my iPad folder, especially the pictures of him as the lover, not thinking. The only truth was I was becoming consumed and head over heels like a teenager in love, longing for him continuously as I breathe. In one of my meditations before this, I was trapped in a mirror where I couldn't see myself. It was truly enclosed where I had to sit and meditate in order to breathe. Images of Krishna emerged in every single mirror with a green peacock feather tied in his black hair with a headband, playing flute approximately in his mid to late teens or early 30s. In a separate meditation, I was surrounded by a full-length golden mirror and couldn't see myself. However, I was consciously there, unseen. At night, I wasn't able to sleep, pausing, turning, and falling completely insanely in love, so much so that I wanted to burst into tears, as the energy of being in love burned and churned relentlessly inside me. In the middle of the night, I woke up to use the restroom and couldn't fall back asleep because I yearned for him, missing and deeply desiring him as I was being completely taken by him. Every song I heard on the radio became about Krishna and I. When I closed my eyes to meditate the next day, I was in the deserted land where I had healed the buffaloes and where I had seen the Om symbol for the first time. Krishna walked my way. I excitedly ran to him. However, instead of waiting for him to guide, I opened my arms wide, hugging him and telling him how much I miss him, wanting to be with him completely, truly, and deeply. There was nothing else I wanted except for this. Then we walked toward the small white house and sat on the front porch. He took out his flute to play, but I grabbed it from his hand, lay on his lap, and played the flute. I gave it back to him. Though he was about to play, I snatched the flute away quickly. He tried to take the musical tool from me, but I placed it in my other hand. When he almost got it, I got up and ran. He chased me. We played around as though we were lovers. We headed inside the house and lay in bed. Afterwards, I watched him closely and touched his face, letting him know my love for him. I deeply, completely, truly in love with you, I said. All I ever wanted is you. I will go to the end of the earth for you. Later, he walked outside on the porch to meditate while I sat in the room. When I came out of meditation, I didn't know how I was going to have him around eternally. Now that he was with me, I didn't want to lose him. As days passed, I noticed I didn't eat or sleep much because I was overwhelmed by being in love and lost weight. For some time, I haven't been on social media since there wasn't much desire, though one night I decided to do so. However, a few of the posts were about Krishna with his pictures, and my heart dropped, beating faster. While being deeply consumed by this day and night, minute by minute, I wondered what was happening. wondering if he was Om. Often we were always where I walked toward the Om symbol. At night, in my dreams, I headed to the small one-story White House. Krishna waited. As soon as I saw him, I rushed toward him, hugged him, and then gently kissed him. We walked somewhere, holding hands, but there was nowhere to go. There wasn't anything except empty air. Hence, I made a blanket and picnic basket, and champagne bottle and glasses appeared in front of us and played my favorite love song. Is this the beginning of creation, since there's nothing and it's completely empty? He lit up the whole sky with shimmering stars. We sat down, gazing at bright, blinking stars, enjoying our romantic evening. Later, I leaned against him, and he put his arms around me. Gently, I tossed around and whispered, "Make love to me." We softly kissed, then made love under the nightly atmosphere full of shimmering stars. Suddenly, we were back at the petite White House. I lay in bed. He walked outside to sit. Then I woke up to use the restroom in the middle of the night. After I fell back asleep, I was right back where I was, in the bedroom inside Krishna's arms. He got up and turned his back to me. I was taken aback. Is he rejecting me? Unsettling inside as I couldn't bear to lose him. It would cause immense heartache and disappointment in me. While looking at his back, he seemed different. His body was a bit stern, with muscles. I stood up to observe. He walked to the porch to meditate. I followed and realized it was the god of destroyer. "Shiva," I said. Instantly, he and I were at the ocean shore that I had been to a couple times with him, making love and lying on the rock as Shiva held me in a white furry blanket. He was porcelain, white with big eyes, muscular and strong. He was no doubt handsome. The atmosphere was calm and quiet, with stars shining, reflecting the water in the evening. "I love you truly and completely, my cosmic love," I said as we made love. Afterwards, I saw a shiny, shimmering shell and lifted myself to pick it up to play. I blew on the front side of the shell, then realized what I was doing, so I turned it around to another end. He was about to show me, but I told him, "I remember." Once I was done playing, he kissed me and whispered, "Tell Krishna I say hi." Immediately I was in a room looking at Krishna from the back. Quickly I rushed to him and put my arms around his waist. "I completely, truly, deeply love you with my all," I said as I couldn't do anything else, as if all my senses and reasons were gone. Next, we walked somewhere and came by an ocean where lightning and storm formed. "Stop the storm," he said. Uncertain how I was going to perform, though I reached out my hand to stop it, that didn't work. I flew to the storm, got struck by lightning, and fell from midair. He flew to where I was and held me before I hit the ground. The thing was, I probably didn't have to get hurt, and after I was shocked, struck, and electrocuted by lightning on numerous occasions until I was this lightning itself. However, this time I allowed myself to get hurt, simply because I wanted him to take care of me. As he carried me back, I smiled, though I was a mess. My hair was wild and smoke smeared my face. When we got to the bedroom, he tucked me inside the blanket, touched my face, walked outside, and sat in meditation. As I recovered, I closed my eyes and went back to the ocean to stop the lightning and storm. I reached out my hand to absorb the tempest, shrinking it, and was able to grab it inside my palm. Then I made an effort to stop the lightning by reaching out my hand, although I couldn't. Again, I tried without success. I opened my eyes and saw the black-gray stormy energy in my hand. Krishna came in. I dissipated into nothing. "I stopped the storm, but I'm not able to stop the lightning," I told him. We walked, holding hands, while I was giddy, similar to a high school girl, to where the lightning was, which was now mixed with some sort of golden light. The ocean was gone when we arrived. "What are you going to do?" he asked. In a few seconds, I shot myself into the lightning, sat down and closed my eyes in meditation. The lightning strike pierced through my form as I sat unmoved until I was filled with Go energy. When it was done, I was exactly identical to Krishna, with blue skin, wearing golden bracelets on both of my arms and outfit. I was surprised. He smiled. However, I switched back to my own form because I was still wanted to be lovers, to be in a romantic relationship with him. Back in the room, he put his face and nose against mine. We rolled around in bed. He seemed to be proud. Waking up in the morning, unable to grasp, I had this dream. It seemed I encountered Krishna lately. Was this his territory? Was I in Krishna consciousness? Krishna is a lover. In the morning, I didn't feel like eating breakfast, although I chose to have a bite of something just so I could go jogging and not get sick later. No doubt I thought of Krishna, taken completely by the love, and had to slow down and walk, rubbing my chest because of the burning energy inside me. It was utterly strong and wondered when it was going to slow down despite the fact that I didn't want to. The song about letting go, saying goodbye popped into my head periodically. Silently as I walked, I sang along. Also, I wasn't sure why I call Shiva cosmic love. Is he a cosmic god? Sometimes I kept looking at the ground to see if there was one. Mostly I thought about how unbelievable it was to be in love with God, Krishna. How crazy I was. Never could I have imagined being in love with him like this. It never occurred to me. During shower, I was in deep disbelief that I was head over heels in cloud nine. Why am I in love with Krishna? God. Never in a million years had I thought this would happen. As I dry myself off, an answer emerged. Because you're God yourself. It had been a long time I cared about my looks, as I wasn't too attached to my appearance. Mainly I stayed active by exercising and sometimes ate healthy whenever I could. That day though, I wanted my stomach to be tighter. I did more sit-ups than normal despite my stomach hurting. Yet I kept at it and thought of maybe working on my buttocks and arms to tone them as well. After doing sit-ups, I thought, Krishna isn't interested in my form or appearance, but my energy and frequency, which is becoming in tune with his. In the afternoon, I had to pick up customized pictures of Krishna and Shiva, the prints I ordered a couple months ago as Christmas present for myself. My heart dropped beating very rapidly when they brought out his handsome picture. Since I was engulfed by this love, when I saw someone, I beamed. A couple of people were behind in line. With a smile on my face, I let them go in front of me. I came home with pictures of the gods. Santi was eating lunch with Sean. He happened to ask Sean about Shiva at the same time I walked in the door. No doubt he told our boy that I was the god of destruction, Shiva. Mommy is not Shiva. Shiva's far away, Santi said. No, Mommy is Shiva. You're looking straight at Shiva, Sean said. That night, I had to go see a movie with Sean, though I didn't want to because I wanted to meditate and be with Krishna. Maybe fantasize about him, as my whole system contained this romantic love. Moreover, I didn't want to tell Sean what was going on. I couldn't and wouldn't. He probably didn't care. In addition, I thought I must be crazy and out of my mind to be in love with God, and I was totally out of my mind. When Shanti drops asleep after the movies, I closed my eyes and was right back in the room at the White House. However, Krishna wasn't there, leaving me alone with a flute in my hand. I walked out the house disappointed and didn't know what was occurring since I yearned to see him. Shiva appeared in the sky with many others. Some of the people came with him were on the ground as though they were going to have a festival. What's going on? Is he going to cause trouble? Protesting? I flew to him, touched his face, and said, We said our goodbye. We already said our goodbye, my love. He and the rest momentarily vanished. I walked on with sun shining and nothing was around, only empty air. Am I going on my own now? I can't give up. I have to find him. Where will he be? He's probably with other gods. Quickly I went to where they were and discovered myself treading down the hall in slow motion, filled with energy. The gods must have heard my footsteps because one of them said, "She's coming." Upon entering the room, I witnessed the gods sat opposite sides of each other. Though I wasn't certain which gods were there, my sole focus was on Krishna sitting on the throne and looking at me as I approached. The other could be Hanuman, a Hindu deity, as I saw his face briefly, but I wasn't sure either. I got to the middle, wanting to cry because he had left. He said, "You have come." Since I missed him immensely and was so blindly in love to where I would do anything and go anywhere high or low for him, I flew right to him on the throne. It pushed us all the way back to another room. This time, Krishna took the initiative. He caressed my face before he kissed me as I gazed into his godly eyes, mesmerized and hopelessly, weakly taken by this affection with him. The room was different as well as Krishna himself. He was bluer. The room seemed luxurious with some decorations, but I couldn't remember what they were. "You are so much more beautiful," he said, holding me afterwards. Moments later, I strolled to the balcony wearing golden sari, golden bracelets on my arms, ears, nose, and my black hair neatly combed down to my back, looking no different than a princess. Then I heard one of the gods say from the other room, "He's making her his bride." Two beautiful women came by, dressed nicely in their outfits. I made a hand gesture for them to leave, not wanting anyone to be around Krishna except myself. They disappeared. After roaming the garden, I entered into another room. Krishna sat in meditation. I went to sit in front of him, witnessing his golden energy flowing through him, glowing bigger. A pure white cow came behind him. I closed my eyes to meditate. The golden energy suddenly traveled through me, glowing and becoming similar to his. He wasn't around when I opened my eyes, though he had gone anywhere. He was right behind, putting a golden crown on my head. "My queen," he said, which of course made me smile. He then sat directly across, transferring his golden energy. Our golden energies emerged as we were in a union, married, one. Suddenly we sat in front of the other deities, while I sat on the other throne next to him as his queen. It was late into the night. I opened my eyes for meditation to go use the restroom. When I returned to my bed, I couldn't sleep, then closed my eyes. In the room where all the gods were, I entered wearing the clothes I wore earlier in the day. Gray jacket, black and white colored flowery scarf, black tights with brown boots, and black messenger bag. I got to the middle and dropped down on my knees, confessing my deep, absolute, complete love to Krishna. With no past or future, my love was pure, untainted, and untouched. He vanished as well as other deities. Slowly I got up and went to sit on the throne. Next, I was in another chamber with him. He touched my face, but I turned away sad. My sadness was because I didn't deserve his love, although there was a little speck of it that was left after I had worked on this issue of undeserving love. He led me by the hand down the hallway and the staircase until we reached the top of the roof. We hopped onto the black helicopter. It didn't go far. Something held it in its place. To see what hindered the aircraft, I looked and saw a letter on the side of it. I pushed it down, although it appeared again. Shortly, I saw 2 strings. "Cut the strings!" I shouted. Strings were cut. Nonetheless, the helicopter wobbled as it was ascending. "Don't shake," he said. "Give me a little time, my love," I said, realizing I needed to understand, heal, and face what was inside of me. Moreover, I understood he was taking me higher, and I didn't want the romance to end. Things were going to change, and I still wanted to be lovers. Suddenly, I was at the beach, strolling with the understanding I was letting go any aspect of self, what I had known, and the reasons for my undeserving love. As the sun was setting, he came to walk along and hold my hand. Later, he left. After my reflective stroll, I played with the seashells alone in the sand. "Krishna, come and play with me," I said. Immediately, he showed up and brought along his seashell. We played for a while, making sandcastles and music with our shells as the sun lowered. Afterwards, we stood up. He hugged me. "Do you always come when I call?" I asked. "I would do anything for you, my love," he said. His affection touched me. I almost cried. Right then and there, I whispered, "I deserve it. I deserve his love." He held my hand. "I will be with you completely. Give me a moment to be with myself. There's nothing for me except to be with you," I told him. He vanished. I sat observing the wild ocean, and the song about saying goodbye and letting go popped up again, which helped me understand I needed to leave behind what I knew in order to be with Krishna completely. He appeared higher beyond the ocean with two ladies on either side of him. They were in a golden, shiny place. It made me smile, realizing he was tempting me, and knew I couldn't resist. I took myself to where he was. They were either painting or doing pottery, but I can't remember which. He wrapped his arms around me, and I sat in front of him. I opened my eyes. A few months ago, I was nearly in tears, unsure what was about because the energy built up. I kept saying to Sean, "I'm unsure if I can make it, going all the way to the end. I'm not sure if I deserve it. Maybe I don't deserve it." Sean asked what it was all about. I had no answer. It just came out. Now I understood. Chapter 7. The following day, the intense energy of being in love slowly waned. Until morning, I was able to sleep, not waking up periodically at night. Although I woke up early that morning, yearning for Krishna, I closed my eyes for meditation. We were in the same helicopter, trying to take off. The aircraft ascended from the roof, and it seemed it was going the distance, but the bottom parts ripped away. I'm taking off no matter what. It kept going, although its parts were torn off. Despite my effort to replace them, it didn't work. It was high up in mid-air, wobbly, as most parts were now gone. Then I was all over, checking to see if everything was fine. Even with the fact that I had replaced the parts by just making them appear, they didn't stick. Suddenly remember, Krishna had said, "Don't shake." Yet I did. "Krishna, do something," I said. He sat on the passenger side, not even distracted. Shortly, I just let go. If it was going to fall, I was going to let it be. I sat back as the bottom and now the side of the aircraft stripped away piece by piece into thin air. Although the helicopter kept going, heading somewhere, the bottom of it was now transparent. The helicopter didn't seem to need it. "You did do something," I said, smiling and turning to him, then climbed over to sit on his lap facing him, and we made love. Before long, we were somewhere else. It could be the Garden of the Gods, as Hanuman and other deities either walking on ground or gliding in the air. Green bushes, willow trees, and other plants surrounded the garden. Krishna and I was now a married couple. We went everywhere holding hands. He took me to another area in the garden. We sat watching a misty whirlpool or a pond. Sharks and other animals or something else, I'm unsure, were attacking each other. "What is this?" I asked, wanting to leave, unsure why he was showing me this. "Just watch," he suggested. I sat back down. Eventually, the sharks and the rest of the animals faded into thin air. Om symbols floated out of the hazy pool. In awe, as I sat watching, more and more emerging. The pond transformed into the energy as my mouth opened wide, captivated by Om symbols. One symbol was very close. I reached my hand to touch it. It seemed to fall, so I let it drift upward before I flew to sit on one. It carried me around. This has to be the center of Om. Everywhere I glanced, Om symbols filled the atmosphere while the gods sat and relaxed in the garden. I went back to Krishna, sitting on the cushion. "You have brought me here," I said to him. He seemed tired and sluggish, resting his head on the seat. Then we were in a white carriage decorated with gold themes going somewhere. "Why are we leaving Om, the garden of God, Krishna's world?" He put his head on my shoulder, resting during the ride. Shortly, we entered another place. It had willow trees on each side, white houses and other green trees just like Earth. God Krishna is coming, I heard. They even announced that he's here? No one was driving the carriage, so I went to the front seat, grabbed the ropes, and drove it. We stopped in front of a building that looked like a skyscraper with a couple of lush trees in front of it. I got out, headed towards the building, and rang the doorbell. "Who is this?" a voice from the intercom asked. "God Krishna," I answered instantly. The door opened. I entered, saw the stairs, and ascended them. After walking a few flights, Krishna came and held my hands. I grinned inside. He still knows what's going on. We went up on top of the roof, observing the sky before we were at the center of the universe, which I had been to many times. It was my station for me to view the galaxies, stars, planets, and so on. It was similar to an open studio with computers, telescopes, and a few other forms of technology inside the universe and looking at it. Krishna rested on a chair while I peered into a telescope, seeing nothing except him everywhere. He's the universe. Om. Santi was up. I opened my eyes. He watched his television shows, and I headed downstairs to prepare the aromatic coffee. While I was drinking my coffee morning, I wasn't sure why Krishna wasn't active. Was he letting me lead while he's by my side? The announcement wasn't for anyone but me. Why was there a shark? Was that I still have some aggression left, and once it's gone, I would be just Om? Moreover, I reflected on love stories, marriages, love songs, and movies all started from Om, Krishna. It seemed I was at the starting point, the beginning. On my drive back from Santi's school, it was no surprise I was head over heels in love. Every song I heard was about Krishna and I. The music sounded interesting than usual. Even songs I normally wasn't into, I was into. Once home, I meditated. This time I found myself taking a bath, pouring full cup of water over my head, wetting my hair and body. Krishna grabbed the cup from my hand and poured water on me. He put soap on my body, then shampoo on my hair and rinse. When I stepped out, I noticed I was younger, with soft skin, longer hair, shorter in height, and approximately I was about 15 years old. Once he finished drying me with a white towel, he gently combed my dark hair. We looked in the mirror, and I saw parts of his form before he became air. Majority of my physical aspects were gone as well. Then everything else vanished. We couldn't be seen, but we were there, consciously unseen. We are consciousness that can take shapes and forms any time. I opened my eyes for meditating, then work on finishing up the road to Nirvana. For sure, now the memoir had to be done, as I was no longer attached to it. It seemed I already had moved on. The overwhelming energy of being in love with Krishna like a teenager gradually subsided, shifting into complete love instead. That particular day, I planned to go jogging, but was too tired and had a short fuse with Sean and Santi from the lack of sleep for many nights. I hardly ate. Moreover, the romance had slowed down, and I didn't want to accept that and needed to come to face it, especially what was truly going on. When I shut my eyes again, I saw myself as an 11-year-old girl wearing all white, one-piece pajamas while Krishna shaved my head. He was in his late teens. My head was bald after it was shaved, which made me feel a bit shy, as I wasn't attractive without hair. But he held me in his arms before my body gradually faded, and soon I was formless, all energy. Then my energy intertwined with his, and it looked like we were making love, with no face, no body, without form, just consciousness energy itself. After I took a shower around dinner time, I almost passed out in bed from skipping dinner again, tired from little sleep. A song came on, made me sad, not knowing what was truly going on. When my eyes were closed, I found myself staring at sparkling water until Krishna showed up everywhere in the river, sky, and clouds. It started raining shortly. While I walked down an unpaved village road somewhere in the third world, he came holding an umbrella over my head to protect me from the rain. He was a teenager in light blue skin, with a peacock feather tied to his dark hair with a headband. I took an umbrella from his head and tossed it on the side of the road, letting myself drench as he sat inside a hut observing. Then I sat in meditation as the rain poured. However, quickly, golden energy flowed inside me. Little later, I went to sit next to him. "What do you want?" he asked me. "You, only you," I answered. "To be husband and wife in union and one through this eternity. There's nothing else I wanted except this. I will go to the end of the world for you." My love was completely deep and unshaken, where I would do anything, go through highs and lows, life and death for him, for this love. Suddenly the meditation scene changed. Walking down a dark hall, I witnessed a cobra inside a bowl, sticking out its head. "King, I miss you," I said, then leaned over to kiss its mouth and walked on. Not long, I marched into a room where Shiva sat in meditation with king cobras around his neck and on both of his arms. He didn't move as I stood observing. It seemed as it was only his stone statue. I was at ease, and it seemed like I really moved on from him. Outside, I saw a snake inside a tank. The firmament was dark. Is this my fear? Krishna came. He answered my question when I asked what it was about. However, I forgot his response. It turned into a big serpent like I never seen before, taking over the black sky once I released it. What the heck? The sky turned even darker, with lightning flashed far and wide. Am I supposed to destroy this? Then it would be like lightning. King came. "King!" I shouted. Can King just eat the snake? King enlarged almost as huge as the serpent, but it wasn't big enough to swallow it. However, before I could destroy the giant snake, I was somewhere else, walking toward a dark copper-toned Buddha statue with white lotus flowers that fell peacefully on it. Calmly, I stood watching. Then I was back with the gigantic black snake as I stood in the mid-air, transforming the storm into a twister and grabbing it in my hand and threw the dark and gray energy at the serpent. Nonetheless, the scaly reptile was still alive. Suddenly, I remembered. Didn't Krishna destroy a serpent before? "Krishna, help!" However, he looked up at me as though I could handle it. Again, I made the dark clouds into a twister, smashing the serpent with it while being up in the dim lit sky, before I cut off its head with a sword that readily appeared in my hand. It fell on the ground, though its stomach was still big and moving. Small snakes crawled out from its gut. I smiled at King. The sword felt like it was Vishnu's sword. Though I hadn't seen him in meditation for years and hadn't held his sword before. Was that to live out my last aggression? Curious to why a Buddha statue had appeared, and wondering if he wanted me to have mercy for the snake. Reflecting once I was out of meditation. If so, it was too late. I had killed it. The energy of being insanely in love gradually faded. Doubtlessly, I was sad and heartbroken in some ways, not wanting the romance to end. When I briefly closed my eyes, I found myself in a big room with Michelangelo's arts on the wall and ceiling. The bed also looked like it was from ancient Rome. It seemed to be the bed of a Roman emperor or an empress, with a very fine and exquisite pillows, blankets, and sheets. Krishna carried me to rest there. "Stay with me," I said, wanting him to be by my side. Since I continually saw him, breathed him, and a lot seemed to be going on, he was informed of my desire to have a little break. Then I fell asleep until morning. When I woke, I lay in bed, low in spirit, and trying to process what was happening. Was seeing Shiva's stone statue meant that it was done? Have I moved on from him completely? The young one woke up, wanting to watch his TV shows, and I let him. Finally, it was a nice thing to sleep in through the night and didn't wake up periodically during sleep. Lying in bed, I closed my eyes and immediately encountered Krishna. He showed up in his 20s by the ocean. The atmosphere was semi-dim. "My love," I said, and hugged him. Not seeing him for about 7 hours long, I missed him already, deeply. He walked away. I called his name, not wanting to lose him or his love. There was no question that I was still insecure, so I trailed him. We came into the room where I rested earlier, and I asked him not to walk away and stay with me. I climbed on top of the bed, resting and holding his hand. However, the meditative scene switched to where I destroyed the serpent and saw Buddha walking away. It was nighttime. There was nothing except empty air. He was in his monk yellow-orange outfit, with his black hair up in a bun. He wasn't like a regular Buddhist monk, but had a light golden glow. He kept heading away while I tried talking to him. Then I went in front of him to stop him, but he looked at me as I was in his way, so I moved aside. Why do these men walk away? It was disheartening. I went to the opposite direction from Buddha. A big tree appeared. I headed to sit under it. It was a tree similar to when he had found enlightenment. I closed my eyes and sat in silence until 3 Buddhas showed up. Then about 20 of them showed up to sit in front of me in meditation. Suddenly I lifted my hand, opened my palm, and smiled inside. "Thank you, my love. I'm all the way back at the beginning." The leaves gently dropped from the tree. Abruptly, I was up in the open nightly sky where I'd killed the serpent. The storm was in the midst of forming. A gigantic serpent emerged with 2 heads, then 3, with red glowing eyes and an army tank below its tail. What the heck? It kept getting bigger, taking over the dark air again. Krishna's flute appeared in my hand. I shot paralysis needles to stop the creature, though it didn't work. The needles couldn't get through its thick scales and fell off quickly. I flew on top of the giant snake and stomped on it. It threw me down to the ground hard. While looking at it for some time, I realized within me now there was no desire to fight or have battles or wars any longer. It was gone. Momentarily, I grinned, realized what I was going to do. The monstrous serpent waited for me to attack. I headed towards the massive snake, like David to Goliath, as it hovered over the entire atmosphere, my arms wide open because I was going to hug and kiss it like I did with King. Love was the only thing I was going to give it. I shot up, landing on top of it, hugged it, and kissed its head. The mighty serpent shrank smaller and smaller. "Come on, it's okay. We can still have fun. You can still throw me around, my love," I said. Soon it was gone, as well as the tank. While I wasn't meditating, I contemplated on how everything began, as I was all the way back at the starting. The love with Krishna, our love, the story, our matrimony, all started from this and never ended. It was no different than daily physical life. When I saw a commercial of a man hugging a woman behind her back on my smartphone, the loving words they exchanged made me beam as I remembered how everything came about, where it all began. I stepped downstairs to brew morning coffee. Then I called for Santi to come downstairs to write his name on Valentine's cards for Valentine's Day. He had always been hesitant to learn to write letters. It could take him 5 minutes to just write one letter because of fear of trying and making mistakes, which of course a lot like myself. Lately he had been going through a whiny, yelling, and screaming stage. The whining could go on periodically throughout the day. When he came down, he was encouraged to write his name on the cards so he could give them to his classmates. This was his class project. He didn't have a hard time writing the first and second cards, but then it took him a long time to do the rest. Every time he finished with one letter, he wanted me to hug him, hold his hand, rub his back, and then he whined. At the same time, visions kept surfacing and they were non-stop as I had opened the floodgate, which I had a few meditations ago. A vision of me dancing in a hall with Krishna surfaced. We wore masks at a masquerade party. He made other dancing couples appear in the room, dancing like us. They dressed as they were in the Great Gatsby era. We are just dancing with ourselves. There's no one else. Then I gestured with my hand, taking off masks of everyone. They all disappeared along with Krishna. Where is he? As I was completely in love and couldn't get enough of him, I made many Krishnas appear. Which one of me do you want? One of them asked. All of it. All of you, I answered. There's just one, he replied. All of it. In the clouds, land, water, I made Krishna appear before feeling him everywhere in the entire universe. Is this how it never ends? I can't get enough or have enough of Krishna, of Om. Love is in love with self. The lovers long for one another. The feminine and masculine divine energies intertwine to create. If this continues eternally, what is left? Expanding continually, non-stop? The 3-year-old kept asking about letters, and I showed him plus wrote out his name for the little guy to copy, though he wanted me by his side, holding his hands, which was fine. Nonetheless, he moaned continually, and visions consistently emerged, almost to the point I could hardly do anything. Now I was lying in bed again. Then I lifted myself up, touched Krishna's godly face, and lifted his soft chin. Show me your supreme power, I said. Are you ready? He asked. I was quiet for a bit. Almost completely, I answered. Again, I was interrupted. This time I got more furious, wanting to pay attention to what was going on, yet I couldn't do so fully. Continually, I was interrupted, as having even a second to myself was too much to ask for. Why can't you just write it down? I yelled loudly. This scared Santi. Thus, I walked to Sean's room, slammed the door, and sat down until I calmed. Santi sniffed, cried, and wailed as he tried finishing writing his name. He was praised for his efforts. We made up, though he still had a few cards left to go. He was encouraged to complete his task. He refused. I got mad again. He wanted to sit on my lap to do it, and I let him. But he whined, not wanting to do it, and it took 5 minutes to pen one letter. Just do it, I told him, and began to raise my voice once more. I can't, he yelled, and I became angry, telling him to go to his room. He screamed and cried as he headed up to his bedroom, saying I was mean. Rubbing my forehead with my eyes closed in frustration, realizing it was Valentine's Day, and astonished that it was the fact I helped Santi with Valentine's cards. Nonetheless, I thought nothing of this, and it wasn't even here, as there was no perception in me. Things could be directly in front of my face, and I had no thoughts or label for them. Maybe I can give Krishna a Valentine's card. Momentary, I stood under the sky at night. There was nothing in the air. It was completely empty. Krishna came. I have a surprise for you, I said, and lit up the whole atmosphere with blinking golden stars and heart shapes everywhere. He looked up, smiling, as I was giddy, turning my hip back and forth like a teenager, biting my lips, blushing, and hoping he really liked it, and wondered what he was going to give me. He lit up the entire universe. The ground and everywhere gleamed, glistened, shimmered, and shone with golden stars, big and small, as well as golden rings and love symbols flying and circling the whole atmosphere. My mouth dropped, speechless. I can't beat that. Suddenly, we were in a room with golden mirrors, similar to a dance room. Golden rings circling around about chest level as I admired them. How do you like that, Krishna? He asked. I love it, I replied, beaming. He then sat in meditation. I went to sit in front of him, meditating. Show me your ultimate power, I said again. Are you ready? He asked. I'm ready almost completely. Soon I glowed into a golden light, and as it kept growing bigger, my form gradually faded. My legs, hands, arms, and face disappeared into nothing as the golden energy expanded within me until my physical body completely vanished. Immediately, I became all golden light. Without form, I was there unseen and was conscious of everything and anything. In disbelief, I wanted to cry. stunned, while the complete, immaculate, and unspeakable energy of love flowed through my entirety. I'm consciousness itself. I'm no one else, nothing else, the source of all creation. As absolute, undefinable love pouring within me, I said, I never left. I never left. I'm always here. I never left. The source of everything. I'm always here. Afterwards, I was face down on the floor, ungrasped of who I was, despite the fact I knew, but now came to it. To be it was entirely different than knowing it. I crawled to the corner of the room, slouching as the completeness of love inside streaming through, not stopping. I sat shaking. Krishna walked in. He bent down, lifted my chin, then asked, Do you know the supreme power? He paused as I sat, speechless. It's you. It has always been you, all along. He got up, about to leave. I grabbed his hand. Don't leave, I pleaded. He lowered himself once more, touched my chin, and slowly said, I never left. Still surprised about what I came to, who I completely was once I came out of meditation, though more relieved. Eventually, I went upstairs to get the preschooler so he could eat breakfast before dropping him off to school, and hence I could apologize to him. Then I cheered him on, letting him know he could do it. He had done it many times. Once he finished, I commended him for it. While he ate his macaroni and cheese, I wondered if my romance with Krishna had truly subsided. Quietly, I walked to the living room and stared at his handsome picture hanging on my wall. My heart beat fast. He's handsome. I still want him. Dang. In the evening, I got ready to go jogging despite strong winds. Things were different. I'm unsure if I can explain, but the world I had known now became almost unknown. It seemed as if I just appeared into the scene, as if I just came. I kept looking at grounds, houses, and so on along the way. Furthermore, I mused about how Krishna appeared everywhere when I first saw him, in water, clouds, grounds, and skies. Was it because I put him here? Because I couldn't get enough? He was showing me what I did? After I took a warm shower, I lay in bed and closed my eyes for just a bit. Krishna was lying on the floor in the golden mirror room, unconscious. The room caved in. I dove in front of his body and covered it with mine, not wanting anything to harm him. This also helped me realize the segment was coming close. It broke my heart. Shortly, he and I walked on goal, holding hands. I opened my eyes. Chapter 8. I was able to sleep for a few hours, then got up to use the restroom. Not able to fall back asleep, I processed what was going on, realizing I was no one at all, no one of significance, just consciousness itself. As I lay unmoved, energy of pure love ran through my veins, vessels, and every inch of me, and I allowed this magnificence of undefilable love to overtake as I absorbed every bit of it. My effort to fall asleep didn't work. I was up until morning. Santi also got up early, needing to use the restroom. Okay, I replied, feeling sadness inside this time, and took him to the bathroom. He slept in my room because he was too scared to sleep by himself, although he slept on his own room until he woke up at night and come to mine. Sean slept downstairs because he had to get up for work. Also, he snored loudly, waking everyone up around him. As I listened, I felt deeply hollow. While the tiny boy watched his favorite television shows, I was in tears, which I hadn't had for a long time. The romance with Krishna had come down to complete love, and I cried over it. Not had I only needed to come to terms with this, but I also needed to come to accept with what I came to about myself and let go of what I used to know. I wanted to scream loudly, yet I couldn't and didn't. Then I closed my eyes and found myself strolling hopelessly through the street of Market in Bangkok. About 8 traditional Thai dancers appeared, dressed neatly in blue silk skirts and peach silk shirts with their hair up in buns. They each held a silver cup with white flowers in their hands. Not knowing where to go, I followed them through the crowded market. There was a festival, and many people were heading that way. The dancers were in a hurry. I lost them, but found my way to the festivities regardless. Fireworks shot off in the air, which made me miss Krishna deeply. Thus, I broke down in tears of sadness, broken-hearted and lost. On the cement sidewalk, I plopped down unmoving due to the severe emotional pain inside and crying tears of despair. Once the festival was over, many people started leaving, whilst I was flat on my face, saying, "All that I am is consciousness. I am nothing else, no one else." Now the relationship with Krishna was over, and there was nothing left but consciousness itself. Moments later, I slowly lifted my head as people strode by. They are just my consciousness. Slowly I crawled to the bench nearby, lying on it like a homeless person in a deep agony with nothing to go on. It felt that I had to accept myself completely. I didn't know how yet. Now Krishna was gone and our romance had ended. And I wasn't sure how to come to handle this since I was still completely in love, although the energy of being head over heels gradually dissipated. Afterward, Earth myself lay in the middle of an open area with a beautiful sun shining on the same bench. In short time, someone rode on a white horse, advanced towards my way. When she got closer, I saw she was me. "Do you want to go somewhere?" she asked. She didn't get an answer because I couldn't say. I was too heartbroken, helpless, and physically weak. She reached for my hand, and slowly I reached out mine. She grabbed it, holding me onto the horse. We rode. I put my arms around her, feeling a little comfort. "There's no ending to anything," she said. We arrived to a place of my childhood with a tall green grass and many big trees deep in the forest in Laos. We were in an open area in the middle of the two dense forests. The sun radiated softly. It was a place where I gathered cows and buffaloes before dark to get them home a couple times with older siblings and plenty of times by myself, a good distance from the village where I grew up. A couple of occasions, I got lost trying to find the animals when they scattered. However, I circled back to the clearing to track my way back. Sometimes I didn't get home until dark and would cry following the buffalo and scared of dangerous animals and kidnapping, but mainly of ghosts, since my grandpa and other siblings often liked to share ghosts and spirit stories. If I gathered the animals around 3 p.m., I wouldn't make it home until dark or later. One time, my older sister and brother waited by the cemetery near home as it was really late. Everyone was ready to go to bed. The animals dispersed and I couldn't hurt them all and had to search for them. The cemetery was the scariest place for me after I heard many stories about it, and my late newborn sister was buried there as well. Before passing it that night, I remember sobbing hard, holding on to one of the buffalo's tail. It was the night I stepped on a sharp thorn, not owning a pair of shoes, although the moon shone beautifully. One of them had to carry me back when they saw my foot bled. Despite being hurt, I didn't leave the animals behind and walked on my heel all the side of my foot. When I got home, my grandma washed me, crying, thinking I got lost or was hurt worse than my foot. She scolded my older siblings for leaving me alone. Oddly, I had been in the middle of the forest countless times, in meditation or when I closed my eyes periodically throughout my life. That I made a place to relax, although I wasn't sure why she had brought me here. Was it to cheer me up? Then I saw myself about 5 or 6 years old, wearing a red dirty shirt and face smeared with dirt, following the buffalo as we headed home and holding a stick in my hand to keep them in line. While watching myself, I realized my own bravery at that age and cried. "You have always been courageous since I could remember. You have a tremendous amount of courage," I said, observing my younger self as I wept. recalling my own fearlessness as I couldn't even fathom it. Look at you, taking buffalo home at such a young age on your own. It started with this. This was how it all started. At a bench appeared. I went to sit on it. What now? I asked as tears rolled down my face. Play the flute, Krishna said when he showed up in midair, transparent. A golden flute popped into my hand. I played despite I was still down. Abruptly, I stood on the side of a hut, watching my late frail grandpa sitting inside it, looking at the farm. I stopped playing and cried even more. Oh my God, it was inevitable. It was inevitable I would come to this. Concurrently, I saw the big lush tree not far from the dry farm hut. It was a tree under which I sheltered during a heavy storm with lightning one afternoon while taking care of farm animals, again by myself. Although I was afraid of the lightning strikes flashing everywhere, I stood erect. The lightning could have struck me. It slashed a green flute on the ground not too far in half, and I couldn't remember where to go to keep from getting struck. So I went to stand next to the tree, then by its branches, and then stood in the open, realizing I could get struck at that moment, as I wasn't safe from anywhere. This was without question one of the causes of my anxieties, especially driving home during severe storms. One late afternoon, I drove home from out of town, not knowing where to go to park my car to feel safe while the heaviest rain and windstorms was happening. Shivering and afraid, I sat inside the car, praying for safety. Even when I was home under my blanket, I trembled and felt fortunate I wasn't blown away by the strong wind. After watching the scene, I went to sit inside the windowless hut. My late grandfather vanished, and I played the wooden flute. Many Krishnas show up on the farm dancing and playing his instrument. The wind blew the trees, made me smile a bit inside, realizing he was always with me ever since. In a moment, I walked down to play. The wooden light poles emerged and were about to fall. I reached out my hand to lift them up before letting them go. Momentarily, a young Indian woman strolled by, wearing a silk sari with fine jewelry on her arms, wrists, and hair. She was attractive, possibly in her late teens. She carried a wooden jar over her head. Now it seemed that I had turned into Krishna. Within me was a masculine energy, even though I was in my own physical form. It brought a smile when I saw her and followed her to the well. Slowly, I began to remember she might be Radha, whom I didn't know but had heard of her once or twice. She was Krishna's consort when I looked up on the internet to learn more about who she was. Once we got to the well, she dropped a bucket to fetch water. I can get that for you, I told her, as I was Krishna. She smiled, watching me pour water into the jar. Thank you, she said, smiling. I would do anything for you, my love, I said, then touched her face. What I said to her was similar to what Krishna said to me. Then we were in a room when I became his wife. Everything was the same, the decorations and the garden outside. As I watched her, I reached out my hand to touch her face again and cry as I began to remember. I had done this. I had brought her here. I remember you. I remember me, I said. I don't know if I can handle this. Krishna had brought me here to help me remember that I was he, that I had done this, that I wasn't any different from him. Nonetheless, I wasn't sure if I could accept or handle such a huge remembrance of who I was. Abruptly, I was back at the hut, crying and shouting, I remember, I'm Krishna, I'm Krishna. A white cow appeared and I stroked its head, whispering, I remember. I opened my eyes and dried my tears in disbelief of what I had come to. Not wanting to get out of bed just yet, I shut my eyes again. I want to see Krishna, I said. A Caucasian man with a mustache appeared, eating a hot dog with the sun shining in an open area in the town where I live. No, the blue god Krishna, I said. Everyone there who was shopping, eating, walking, and sitting turned blue with golden crowns on their heads. Everyone is Krishna. I can just walk down the street and kiss a man at a gas station and it wouldn't make any difference. Eventually, I got out of bed, went downstairs, glanced at Krishna's pictures, and cried again, shaking, still in some sort of pain. I choose you. I will go to the end of the world for you. I choose you. I will gain full remembrance in this lifetime, I said, wiping my tears. Whereas drinking coffee, I contemplated on the meditation when I stopped the three-headed snake and remembered that Krishna had done this as well. Now I was led to the same thing he did, since I was he, though this time differently, which was unbelievable. Daily, I noticed within there was nothing except complete love, which was what also stopped the serpent. My ultimate power is love. The energy inside gradually gotten overwhelming that morning due to what I come to, that I wasn't anything but consciousness itself, and accepting more of who I was. I can handle it. I can handle it, I said, trembling a bit, then paced to sit at the corner of the kitchen holding my chest. A vision of myself as Krishna walked to where I sat in the golden mirror room, slouching in disbelief and filled with immense love. I, as Krishna, bent down to ask myself, "Do you know the supreme power now?" "Yes," I answered. He got up, heading out of the room. "You have no idea," he said. Once Santi was in school, I came home to relax, drained from the ongoing meditations and remembrances, as well as lack of sleep. I began working on finishing my second memoir. Chapter 9. Closing my eyes, I found myself in the ancient room where I lay on the bed with Krishna by my side. "I love you," he said, touching my face, which he never said before. "There's nothing I wouldn't do for you." "I love you too, my love," I said. He was in his late teens or early 20s. I took out a brown wooden flute and was about to play. He quickly grabbed the musical instrument from my hand and threw off the ceiling. I went right after, asking him to give it back and chase him around the clouds, playing. When I almost got it back, he got away again. "Get your own!" I shouted. I stopped chasing, lay on air, and got myself another flute. Immediately, once I played, I turned into the same form as he, possessing blue skin complexion and a green peacock feather tied with a hairband around my head. Gradually, I wasn't afraid to accept him as myself. He came, saw me in his form, and smiled, though I switched back to my own form. Then I made endless of golden flutes appear in different shapes and sizes. "For me?" he asked. "For you, my love," I said. An open door appeared in front of us. I walked in, and he closed it. It turned out to be a wooden box. I was locked inside the square wood. Someone picked it up, put it in the back of a moving truck, and drove off. Shortly, another version of myself appeared, standing next to him and watching as I was being driven away on a highway. "What happened?" she asked. "She's going away for a bit," he answered. "You can't do that to her," she shouted. "Go get her." "She'll be back," he said. "Her love is too strong." "How long will she be gone?" she continued. "Not long at all," he replied. After their conversations, I tried getting out of the wooden container. "Krishna, come and get me," I shouted. I waited for a bit. However, he didn't come, and the truck drove further and further. At this point, I couldn't believe what he was doing. "Krishna, don't do this! Does this make my love stronger?" I shouted, and broke out of the wooden box, flew out of the truck, and took myself to where he was. He was far up above the clouds, in a place where I had been. It was a garden, a sanctuary I made for myself, with a white gazebo, canopy bed, and white swing looking down at earth. However, he was on the swing with Radha, playing his flute for her. He wasn't young Krishna anymore. He was older, possibly in his mid to late 20s. He wore golden garments and a golden crown, and his skin wasn't blue but light. Radha wore her goddess golden shimmering sari with beautiful jewelry on her nose, arms, and wrists and hair, while I wore my gray pajama pants, a black sweatshirt over a white t-shirt. My hair was tied up in a messy bun, feeling jealous. "Don't do this," I told him. "You're already my supreme love." They glanced at me, then looked at each other, smiling fondly. Quickly, I went to sit in between them, trying to squeeze Radha out of the swing by scooting to her side so she could fall off. When she made room, I kept moving over until there wasn't any space for her. She finally got up and left. Otto went after her, which of course made me a bit sad, sitting on the swing alone. While touring the garden, I sighted him sitting on the throne while other gods stood looking at him. Similar to before, I confessed my unshaken, undying love to him in front of all the gods, telling him he was my supreme love and I would do anything for him. Supreme love? I realized that I had ascended higher since Krishna was now an adult. Afterwards, I flew to his throne. It fell backward. We were on the grass rolling around. Don't do this again, I told him before we kissed. Then we made love. Later, we sat on the swing looking at earth. We saw many of his devotees singing, praising, and praying to him. Aren't you going to help them? I asked. He made the wind blow, brushing against the trees. Some of the devotees saw it. They can leave themselves to me. Then I will guide, lead, and help them, he said. They are gods themselves. Take me higher, I said to him. This is the highest you can go, he answered. Highest I can go? I want limitless, until there is no point. Limitless is what I want, I said loudly, disappointed with his response. Can you handle it? He asked. Intently, I looked at him, touched his chin, and said, try me. After I opened my eyes and came out of meditation, it seemed my patience was tested, being exhausted and all. When Santi didn't listen, I would yell at him and at Sean. Many changes happened, and the visions were ongoing night and day, minute in and minute out. The energy inside me churned again. Once more, my world had been flipped upside down. Santi was watching his TV shows. I tried to nap and couldn't, although I hadn't slept much. I lay on my bed listening to music instead. Some of the lyrics from the songs fit perfectly with my situation. When the words of the songs were repeated, energy twisted even more, heavily churning as I was both scared, still hurt from the changes of the relationship with Krishna, and wasn't sure how to handle all the transformations occurring. It got overwhelming quickly. Therefore, I held myself, rocking back and forth as energy turned intensely. It seemed as though everything was coming to an end inside of me. The world I had known now transcended into something else I couldn't even describe. There was no doubt I was on the other side completely. Since I wasn't going to be able to sleep, no matter how hard I tried, instead I wrote in the evening near bedtime. It was harder to explain things in feelings and emotions because I felt and not felt them instantly at once, as they couldn't be distinguished from one another and couldn't be put into words. Even looking at my surroundings or what was in front of me, I didn't see them despite everything was there, as if I had no thoughts, perceptions, labels, or ideas. It was as they weren't there. If they were, it was nothing more than consciousness itself. Chapter 10. The little one woke up early again. He watched his shows while I pondered on my romance with Krishna that was now becoming into a mature relationship. Once I had accepted this more, I was better with it. Closing my eyes, I found myself walking into a big modern hotel lounge with contemporary square lamps, chairs, sofas, and windows. An older Indian man was there, sat by himself on a couch, wearing modern fine clothing. His dark gray hair was below his ears, neatly slicked back. No one was around. He was in his late 60s or early 70s. He observed me as I drew close, but I couldn't physically recognize him, even though I had a feeling he might be Krishna. It seemed he was waiting for me, but I was supposed to meet the younger him. I entered a room and saw the divine God. He was older too, in his 40s, and wore gold pants, with a golden crown on his head. This time I was comfortable and trusting of his love. We hugged and were about to kiss. However, I asked him to wait and walked out of the room to go tell the old man Krishna to give me a moment. It won't take long, I said. He was quiet. I went back to make love to Krishna. Then I sat observing the old man carefully by looking at his skin, hair, and clothing, as I wasn't yet comfortable with him. I had been with the younger Krishna for a long time now. "Krishna," I said. "You're here," he remarked. "Yes," I responded. Suddenly, the meditative scene switched to where I was with the younger Krishna in a separate room with a silver conveyor belt line moving. He took out a bag with a white salt or gemstones, I wasn't sure, and poured them on the conveyor belt. "What is it?" I asked. He didn't answer. I picked up one and tasted it, although I didn't know what it was. Then I strode to sit on the table on the other side, brought out a fruit and plate. The old man, Krishna, came, talking to Krishna on the other side. "You have brought her here," the old man said. "She's here. She made it," Krishna replied. "It's tremendous to be here," the old man went on. It felt as though I shouldn't be where I was. He wasn't fond or didn't think I deserved to be there. As I played my flute, I listened to their conversations. "Give her a chance," Krishna said. "Don't trick her and give her a chance." "It's a lot to be here," said the old man. "Give her a chance," Krishna repeated. "Is she in good hands?" "I will give her a chance," responded the old man. He paused, watching me. "After all, she's my one and only love." Slowly I stopped playing, touched by his affection, and glanced at him softly. Shortly, I sat in front of the old man at the lounge. We didn't say a word to each other, whereas I continued observing him, not yet relaxed in his presence. In a moment, I was with Krishna. In spite he was older, but he was still Krishna, so it just took a little bit to get comfortable. His hair was longer, curlier, and darker. His physique was manlier, not soft and lean like before, and he wore a bigger golden crown. We walked on the blue ocean, and our feet didn't get wet. I lifted water to splash it, though he absorbed the whole sea in his hand into the tiny crystal ball, then gave it to me. It made me smile inside. However, I let out the water. It reverted to being an ocean again. Momentarily, I made a garden of yellow flower exhibited on shore. He paced to pick those blossoms and gave them to me. We walked above the sea. Swiftly, I launched in the firmament and then raised the entire deep sea into the open sky and caused parts of water to shoot up like fountains from there. I beamed, witnessing this spectacular view, but Krishna brought it back to an ocean again. "Dude," I said. Suddenly, we were back to where we had traded Valentine's gifts. The entire universe shined and shimmered with stars when I lit it up, leaving the ground golden. It was as good as how he did it. He added white, silver stars in the galaxy, besides gold. Seconds later, I raised up in the air, making red and other colors of stars manifest, adding to what was there. "You're getting more powerful, my love," he said when I descended. I grinned amicably. Next, I was facing the old man. While he looked at me, he changed the hotel into a completely different style. The chairs, walls, ceilings, and everything else quickly transformed into silver. It was as though we were in another hotel once he finished. "It's my turn." Immediately, I transformed the hotel into almost how it had been before. The walls, ceilings, floors, chairs, and couches changed to modern-style wood, but the glass window wouldn't cooperate. It was stuck. I glanced at it and tried to break the glass while facing the old man, yet my attempt didn't work. What the heck? I was so good just now with Krishna. Now I couldn't even transform a hotel lounge? To examine what was going on, I got up, walking towards the window. Nonetheless, I couldn't decipher anything, then returned and sat in front of the old man. He leaned forward and said, "You know nothing." Again, I glanced at the clear glass and didn't understand why it didn't change. Did a thought come in? Suddenly, a plastic drape hung in front of it. I understood immediately. "Kill me," I told him. "To die and be reborn," he said. He was about to head out. I stood up and said, "You're right. I know nothing. It's why I'm all the way back at the beginning. Show me, guide me, lead me. I want to be with you completely." Unsure of how else I was going to convince him other than pleading, he kept walking away. My love, I said. He stopped a bit before he went through the window as there wasn't even one. Dang, that didn't work. It worked with younger Krishna though. I followed him out by going through the glass window. He sat on a plain wood bench. I went to sit next to him, looking at cafes, stores, and restaurants in the downtown street somewhere. Then silently I observed his old, wrinkly, aged hand with dark spots. I gently touched it and held it. I want to grow old with you, I said. He got up, walking away. Knowing what I had to do, I went back to the hotel lounge. Death! I yelled. Death showed up with 2 dogs, wearing his black outfit and carrying a stick. I was nailed to the wall. Kill me! I shouted. He sliced my form in halves. Briefly, I stepped out of my physical body, transparent, and headed towards the bench. Since the old man wasn't there, I walked the street, observing the surroundings before reaching out my hand to dissipate the whole town into nothing. The cafes, sidewalks, bookstores, and anything in the area vanished into thin air. Then I encountered the old man standing with nothing around us, just energy. You're determined, he said. I smiled inside. Tell me about it. I came out of meditation and went downstairs to brew coffee. While drinking the sweet, rich java and viewing the yard, everything changed, though I couldn't elaborate in such words. However, I noticed when I stared at the knobs on my dresser, they faded much longer. The thing was, I often sit idly, blankly, and mindlessly in my room, with no thoughts of pretty much anything. If there were thoughts, they didn't stick and were gone like air, as if they weren't even there. With just a few hours of sleep, I was more refreshed and didn't yell at Santi as much when he acted out. We played together with his cars and he was happy. As many changes occurred within me, as well as trying to understand them, process, and pay attention to the ongoing visions, I didn't give much one-on-one time to Santi, except to tell him what he needed to do before school. In addition, I just finished The Road to Nirvana. It was ready to be formatted into an ebook. In meditation, Krishna rode on the chariot like he was with Arjuna. According to the internet, Arjuna was one of the heroes, the great archer in an Indian epic, the Mahabharata, along with Krishna with 2 white horses. However, another scene of a bulldozer, dump trucks, and other construction vehicles surfaced at the same time. Wondering what was going on, I went into the scene at the construction site. Krishna came watching the construction with me. When you let go of all this, you'll be completely new, he said. I'm letting it all go, I said. The work truck started to dig, smashing down light poles. Then a big machine pulled dirt off to the side, creating a fresh area for new things. Then the meditation changed. I ascended steps inside a building. A deity appeared, however, I wasn't too sure who he was at first. Inside there were stone steps with green plants and fountains on both sides. His face was a bit silvery, with long black hair down to his neck. He was muscular and wore a blue silver cape. Despite the fact that he looked a bit familiar, yet I couldn't tell who he was. He was a handsome god indeed. He sat on a throne. Then a tissue appeared in his hand, as I already headed down a couple steps. Shiva, I said, turning back. He grabbed my hand and asked me to come back up, informing he was going to crown me. I hesitated. No, I told him, I don't need it. He put the crown on my head. It was too big, falling down my neck. It doesn't fit, I said, taking off. He then converted into a gray stone statue. As I walked out of the building, the whole place shortly collapsed. Subsequently, I was with a silver-haired old man, but it wasn't Krishna anymore. It was an author I knew and had read a couple of his books, though his name was Krishna. His hair was white and he was in his 70s. We were at a hall playing chess. He took out a cigar and smoked it. I grabbed a cigar from his man and took a puff. Suddenly we were on the road at night. However, he was dying and about to fall. Though I asked him to hang on and held his hands, brand new modern light poles appeared. However, before he left his form, he knocked down one light pole. It fell on other ones, causing all to collapse. No, I shouted, not understanding what was happening. Krishna showed up standing in the air. He was very muscular to the point I wasn't sure if it was him. He reassured that it was okay because new light poles would be bigger. Krishna, I yelled as the elderly was leaving his physical body. I'm not Krishna, he replied, then vanished. Sunset began. Not knowing what was going on, I headed toward that direction. Santi showed up, standing on a rug as the sun bounced off of him. Once I got to where he stood, I lifted him up to my shoulder, and we headed towards beautiful red-orange sundown. Sean came, carrying a radio flyer. I halted the meditation, confused since I was all over with the changes transpiring, causing me to feel down. Was the old man Krishna? Why didn't he show up? Does that mean I wasn't qualified? Now the energy began to uncomfortably twist inside much more as I couldn't truly comprehend what's happening while going through this. In the evening, I decided to exercise on an elliptical machine instead of going for a jog due to strong winds outside. Sean and Santi weren't home from running errands. Once I got out of a nice warm shower, I went to lie down on my bed and thought about how I completely wanted to be fully conscious, and wonder how many times and in how many ways would I have to come to myself in order to fully remember. It was truly in the depth of me to where I almost broke down in tears. Although I was close to Krishna, it felt there was still distance between us. All the songs played on the radio or CD became about him and I, even though I wasn't yet completely one with him and was unsure how much further I had left to go. While tossing and turning, a vision surfaced. A golden yellow light emerged. I made my way to it. It took me to a tent where Shiva sat in meditation. Golden force surrounded him. Tell me what you want from me, my love, I said, sitting in front of the god of destroyer in meditation. Do you want to go to Krishna, he asked. Yes, I answered. You have my blessings. Go to him, he said. His love touched me. I am, I replied. Thank you so deeply for your love. I could have never asked for such love as you have for me. I got up to leave. 3 deaths showed up with sticks in their hands. No, no, no! You can't kill him! No, he will turn to stone, I shouted. I can't allow them to kill him. Death took step towards Shiva. No, no, no! He will turn into stone, I kept saying. Shiva turned into gray stone. The death left. I walked out of the tent, heading elsewhere, and entered into a hall where there were many Krishnas in golden clothes with golden crowns on their heads. At least 10 of them stood on each side. Ahead was an empty stone throne. With my pajamas on and hair tied up in a bun, I approached to sit on it. Krishna marched into the room, taking steps my way. I smiled. Krishna, I shouted. Ask him to come to me. He got closer to the throne, yet he went to stand on the side like the rest before they bowed. Krishna, they all said together, which nearly put me in tears as I was deeply moved and in disbelief. Come to me, my love, I said. He came and sat briefly. Then they all disappeared, and I was by myself on the throne, moved by this. There's only one, I said. Later, I saw with Krishna in the atmosphere above people as they strolled at night. There were blue men, women, and children, beaming inside as I watched them. Chapter 11. In the next meditation, I was on a deserted land again. This time there were big bulls around. A few more appeared. Some of the bulls walked on 4 legs and others with 2 legs. A couple of them were at least 12 feet tall. What is this? This can't be hell. A building appeared. I headed towards that direction, opened the door, and went in. In front was a sliding door. It opened itself until many more doors opened, one after another, at least 1,000 doors. Since it was far, I flew ahead, then walked down a dim hall filled with energy flowing everywhere. On the right corners were statues of Shiva. What's going on? Unsure of why I saw Shiva after I thought I had moved on from him, a bit reluctant to continue, yet I kept going. to see the end of it. I came across a metal platinum tube hanging on my right. I stopped, uncovered it, and energy in platinum color sprung out. I was enchanted. The air floated upwards like lightning bugs, while I was captivated by it. Was this what I came here for? To release this? Continue down the hall. Somehow I realized it was the center of Om. Suddenly an entrance appeared. After I opened it, I entered into a big room where a rock concert was happening. People jumped up and down, dancing while their hands were up in the air and swinging their hair. Unsure where to go, I scanned the area and went behind the stage and saw a regular door. I opened it and went in. Another entryway stood in front of me. I opened it and another appeared. After opening at least 100 or more doors, I observed myself strolling down the hall again and sang what instantly emerged. Om, Om. I came upon an elevator. It took me lower before it let me out. It looked as though I was in deep level of my subconsciousness. Suddenly a wormhole emerged and I dove into the hole. It kept going lower. The energy of the portal was jade, dark green mixed with gold. As I delved deeper, like going down a well, I said, "Oh my gosh." At this point, I wasn't sure how much deeper I could go. I chanted Om a couple more times. A tinge of phrase as I traveled even lower. Finally, I came into a room where a green jade Buddha sat. It seemed alive. Om has to be here somewhere. Another rock concert was going on as I made my way to the brown idol. People jumped, danced, and swung their arms and hair as the band played. A big, gigantic astral ball walked in, stepping on some people, and then it faded. They got back up and went on dancing, hoping I might have answers as I got closer to the statue, but it switched to gray stone Buddha figure instead. What is this? I searched the statue's lap that was full of dead leaves and located about 1,000 keys in one chain, as well as long brown meditation bead. With the keys and the bead in my hand, I headed toward the back entrance behind the stage. Once I walked through, I was somewhere that looked like an underground subway train station. An elevator appeared. I stepped on it. It took me up to a hallway. "You'll never find the treasure," I heard. This made me realize that I come here for something precious. The passageway was lengthy and dark, and the ceiling was lower than normal, though I continued, wanting to know where the chest was, as I held 1,000 keys in my hand, arriving to the end but couldn't find the chest anywhere. It has to be here somewhere. This is a dead end. After a drawn-out search, I sighted something similar to a chest, secured inside the wall. Only a front part of it showed. It had camouflaged itself with the brown brick, which made it hard to see what it truly was. Fortunately, there was a keyhole. I began to use one of the many keys, and then another, and another, and another. "Maybe this one," I said, and tried using it, though it didn't work. "No, this one." On and on and on I kept trying. After a period of time of using almost every key and none worked, I was getting exhausted. Then I stuck my head up above the ground and saw Bowles walking, to see if I could get some sort of clue, a hint, something, anything, to unlock the chest. I went up. The big, giant bull stared at me and smiled mischievously. "You'll never find the treasure," it said. A big image of Shiva destroyer surfaced in the clouds. After I couldn't get any help, I dropped down and used other keys that maybe I hadn't yet tried. Without success, I searched the area and dug into the dirt using my hands, making holes here and there, and then everywhere, similar to a dog looking for a hidden bone. Momentary, I searched under dead leaves again and again. By that time, I got more exhausted. My face and shirt were smeared with dirt, and my hair was all over the place. My fingers were full of soil. It gotten to where I almost gave up. For a second time, I stuck my head upwards. Now I was at an elegant bar with dim lights, playing a piano, and wearing a sophisticated black dress with my hair up neatly. An older Caucasian gentleman with a white beard dressed in a white tuxedo in his late 60s watched, listened, and drank champagne. He was about to leave after he finished his drink. I asked, "Will she find it?" "She's close," he answered. He took a couple steps forward. "Will she find it?" I asked. "She needs to keep going," he replied. Keep going. Briefly, I was back, making attempts to go through more keys along with ones I had already tried a few times to get the chest unlocked. Once more, I became fatigued, lying flat on the floor, then searched to see if there were other keys in the area by digging into dirt and looking under dead brown leaves, and saw keys I had used. Again and again and again I tried. "Shiva, help!" I finally shouted. He immediately came. He wasn't porcelain white, but light brown clay skin tone. He found keys on the ground and handed them to me. They were of no good. He got another one in his hand. "Try this," he suggested. It was fruitless. "You need to keep going," he said when he witnessed me still, blank and sluggish, leaning against the wall as there was no point, truly drained from the endless efforts. On top of this, I probably had used those 1,000 keys numerous times. I decided to lay on the ground, stone face, before slowly stare at the ceiling where I saw a silver metal key taped to it and grab it. "There's a key. This has to be it. It has to be it," I said. Carefully, I pushed this key into the keyhole and the chest finally opened. There was a silver metal tube and a couple of other things I wasn't sure about. We came out to the top, to the open. I uncovered the tube. It was liquid gold. I poured it. "It's liquid money," I heard a voice of the old gentleman with the white beard. Once I drained it all out, I walked, not knowing what the heck was going on and getting a bit anxious. Together, I rubbed my hands with a long brown meditation bead. Oh my gosh, what's going on?" I said, pressing my hands and rubbing them faster, getting more anxiously uncomfortable. Then I chanted, "Om, Om," as it literally emerged. I proceeded walking in the deserted land. There were a couple of light posts and maybe a building somewhere in vicinity, although I wasn't sure. A Buddhist monk showed up and I made a bow. "Lord Buddha," I said. "Lord Buddha," he said with a bow. I stopped rubbing my hands. The monk walked with me, and I chanted again, "Om, Om." The monk joined in. We strolled, chanting. Shiva appeared sitting in front of us in meditation, posed high up in the clouds. He was big and almost took up the whole sky. I flew to sit next to him and sat in meditation. He disappeared, and now it was me sitting as Shiva the destroyer. "I'm Shiva," I whispered, accepting myself as he much more than before. I returned to join the monk, and we kept on chanting. Shortly, the meditation scene switched. Now I enter into the semi-dark room of a building and encounter Shiva sitting in a chair. "My love," I said and bowed. Despite I had accepted myself as he than before, yet there was still hesitancy to see him and wonder why he often showed up, as I figured I already moved on from him. The back of the room was lighted. I headed that way, saw stairs, and ascended them. While going upward, another scene appeared of myself admiring different paintings placed by the window in a modern high-rise tower. As I examined the arts, I arrived to where she was. "Hi," I greeted my other self. She grinned and went back up a condo to a big empty room with a big window. She came back. "Do you want to go higher?" she asked. "Yes," I responded with a smile. We walked around, but there were no stairs for us to ascend. "Okay," I commented as we circled, searching for a way up. Stairs shortly emerged. She immediately grabbed my hands and we headed up together. We made it to the rooftop. My physical form gradually faded until it was completely gone. Now I wasn't able to be seen anywhere. There was no trace of my physical body only clear, invisible energy expanding to where I was this whole cosmic consciousness itself. Immediately, nearly in tears, as I sat as the universe which couldn't be seen, as I was invisible, though everything was inside me. In disbelief, I said, I'm Om, I'm Om. I paused, wanting to cry. Om is me, all along. Om is me, all along. Om is me, all along. As I continued saying this over and over, I heard chants from the Buddhist monk and the other version of myself as they were on the ground, chanting, Om, Om, Om is me, all along. Om is me, all along. I said, Om, Om, they chanted. Om is me, all along. Om is me, all along. I said, Om, Om, they continued. Om is me, all along. Om is me, all along, I said. An airplane arrived, and steps appeared through the clouds. Resuming my physical form, I got up to walk the stairs to board. Baby Krishna appeared on my hip. I carry him in my arms. Inside, a couple of versions of myself as pilots greeted us while I let baby Krishna crawl in the aisle. Let's take off, I shouted. The pilot started plane and hit the gears. The aircraft wobbled as if something were wrong with it. As they checked, I waited. Here we go again, I remarked, grabbing the baby and went to a different airplane. No surprise. It didn't go anywhere. The baby vanished. Then I spied a jet and flew towards it. Danger, I heard. I boarded nonetheless. It got up to mid-air before exploding into pieces with smoke and fire as I shot out of it into the air. Dang, I said. Then I scanned the area and saw all the aircrafts parked, realizing at the moment that none were going to work. Suddenly, I witnessed gray wooden light poles and recognized I had been there before, where I called Brahma, the creator, when I was in similar situation. Brahma! Brahma! Let's go! I shouted and waited. He didn't show and thought he should be here by now. Brahma! Brahma! I yelled. A black helicopter came and landed. I got on. No one was there. I smiled at the nameless, the faceless, and the formless Brahma and was touched, wanting to sob when he showed up. The helicopter ascended. Yet again, similar to before, it was suspended in the air. Come on! Cut the strings! I shouted in frustration. There were no strings. Brahma! I yelled for him to take me up, but the helicopter was in the air and was slightly shaky. It wasn't going up or down. Stone stairs surfaced through the clouds. I went up them. They were higher than normal. Once I made it up, another god waited, reaching his hand to grab mine. He wore a golden crown, had light pale blue skin, and also wore fine golden garments. However, I wasn't sure who he was as I observed him. Abruptly, he had a golden disc spinning in his finger. I recognized him, sort of. Vishnu? I said. You made it, the god of maintainer said. Made it? It takes a lot to be here, he continued. Shiva has brought me here, I replied. He's a great helper, he commented. Very, I added. The truth was, I wouldn't have known it was Vishnu if I hadn't seen his pictures a few nights ago while I was searching for Krishna's photos to save them in my iPad folder. When I saw Vishnu's photographs, the first thing that came was, wow, he's handsome too. Although he didn't appear with 4 arms, his golden disc helped me remember him as the god of maintainer. As we walked on the meadow surface down a hall to the other end, I chose to trail behind, observing as I wasn't comfortable with him, like with Krishna. Vishnu had guided me when I went through the enlightenment process, but he wasn't in his godly form. He was a big giant with a golden sword at that time and had chopped off my head to help me be calmer, putting me in a meditative state so I could work on myself. Only a couple of minutes I caught up and walked next to him. Somehow, I wanted to hold his hand. I gently reached out to touch it before I held it, but didn't glance at his godly face. Then I slowly glanced to gain a glimpse of his celestial face, smiling inside. He switched to Krishna, then back to himself. It made me beam, and soon enough I became very comfortable. I went in front of him, smiling, and spun around as he walked as I was flirting. Then I held his hands before holding on to his arms. I opened my eyes for meditation and headed downstairs to prepare morning coffee. Santi didn't feel good that night and threw up close to morning. He slept in. We had plans to go to the park and meet up with friends so he could play at the playgrounds and ride his bike, although it was winter weather, 60 degrees Fahrenheit. While he played with his friend, I observed him and the people there. Now it seemed that they weren't human beings, but God. This is God's word, all that there is. A vision of storm emerged while I sat on a bench at a park. Vishnu and I kept walking ahead. He said not to worry because that segment was coming to an end. Santi called. I went to see what he needed. With a few minutes alone, a vision of folding hands in the clouds came. Lao Tzu, an ancient Chinese philosopher and founder of Taoism, showed up. His presence almost put me in tears as I was deeply happy to see him. God, he said, and bowed. My love, my beloved, I miss you, I said. Many of him surfaced, filling almost the entire open area. Then many Buddhas came, and they all bowed. God, God, they all sit together as I sat on big gray stone throne. I couldn't have done it without you. I couldn't have done it without you, my beloved. I couldn't have done it without you, my beloved, I said, truly touched. Then I got up and went to the aisle toward a golden throne on the other side. Once I sat on it, I came down to sit on a golden seat with red seams carried by a few men. Strangely, another version of myself above the clouds appeared, eating an apple and wearing a black and white colored sweater, handed me the fruit after she took a couple bites. Thanks, I said, and ate the green crunchy fruit. The scene switched to where I was up in the clouds, the place that was my sanctuary, lying and relaxing on a long seat, being fanned with a long fan. About 5 versions of Lao Tzu were present, and one of them watched as I relaxed. Vishnu showed up briefly and left. Krishna came, looking exactly like a picture on the wall ahead of him, completely godly handsome. My eyes were fixed on him, mesmerized, stared without blinking, and couldn't turn away for even a moment, despite the fact Lao Tzu was there, whom I hadn't seen for so long. Dang, I still want him. He left, and I was able to talk to Lao Tzu again. We sat on the edge of a mountain, and I asked the elderly philosopher, possessing a silver beard and hair, to help me write. A pen and paper came to my hand. Start from the beginning, he said. He didn't mean for me to write about my enlightenment again, does he? No, he meant something else. Then I wrote, the beginning. I glanced at what was written. I'm already at the beginning. Go deeper, he said as he was fading. Deeper? How deep can I possibly go? That means I need to find Vishnu. Yes, he responded, then completely vanished. Part 2. Om, the maintainer, the creator, romance with the gods, marriages, the Trinity, Buddha heart, the unborn. Chapter 12. A vision of Vishnu and I making love on a bed in a plain white room developed. In the midst of making love, green jade fused with gold energy flowed everywhere, filling the space. Being intimate with him was truly passionate and loving. I even blurted out that he was wonderful at this. Making love with Krishna was completely gentle, warm and romantic, completeness of utmost love and devotion. Quickly I sat, hopping outside the room, and threw up rice and water, nothing much. The god of maintainer and divine lover came to watch. The gods were utterly attractive, having pure white, holy aura encircled them. Vishnu informed I needed to throw up what I didn't want and leave nothing of it. He then told Krishna to take care of me and left. Krishna placed a clear glass of water on the table, then left. I drank it. It was refreshing and cleansing. I could see sparkling, pure, immaculate water making its way from my throat to my stomach. I headed back in the room, but entered into a big bathroom instead. I was asked to lie down on a table, and the god of maintainer began to dissect my body, similar to what had been done when I went through enlightenment. Blood dripped. Let her bleed out until she can't anymore, he told Krishna, who watched. Later, I was inside the tub. There was some blood in the water, and soon witnessed my body turn pale as my hair fell off. Parts of my head were already bald. In my hand, though, I held a doll with olive skin that had many layers. I peeled them off. The figurine kept getting smaller and thinner as I continued stripping away layers until nothing remained. This brought a realization what the gods were doing, although I was a bit anxious as the process continued. She's got to be as pure as possible, not just pure, but purest. It's the only way, he said to Krishna. The only way. The process was fast, unlike before. It had taken days and now just a couple of minutes, which meant the conditions weren't deep. There wasn't much work to do, only what was left. As Krishna washed me in the tub, I noticed I continued getting thinner, like I had been starved for months. My head had only few strands of hair. My body was sunken, as if there were no inner organs contained in it, to where a number of bones could be counted. Once I was completely without hair, and my body became completely tiny. They told me to take a shower. However, while I was showering, my body gradually looked different. My black hair grew back, lush and fresh. I became young and youthful, possibly in my late teens. Afterwards, we were in the same room. Vishnu walked out. After going through an ordeal which incurred some anxieties, I wanted Krishna's affection, although Vishnu told us to follow him. Our energies were in union with one another in the midst of making love. The energies were green jade mixed with gold and little tinge of blue. Then I got up on top of Krishna and went inside him as he turned sideways, curling up as he felt the intense energy. That's like me, I said. Whatever I endure, he too had gone through it as well. There was no difference. When you guys are ready, let's go, the maintainer shouted outside the room. Krishna hopped out from the bed, though I pulled him back down. Let's make love one more time, I said. It felt I was buying time, not completely ready, after we had just worked on me. He was a bit hesitant. Nonetheless, we became intimate again. Sometimes I would call Krishna. He was my god. Afterwards, we followed Vishnu. Since it was a non-stop process of remembering and continual transformation, I was getting fatigued and needed rest. Somehow these two wouldn't stop. Krishna and I trailed Vishnu, and no kidding, he let out a fart. What the fuck? I said loudly, as green energy swirling out from his butt. Oh my god, unbelievable. However, instantly I understood what was going on. I was back at the beginning, remembering how it all started. What it began here never ended. Next, I hopped on Krishna's back. Our love was more comfortable. He would fall for everything. What I did or didn't do, he would fall hopelessly. More and more, it looked as though he and I were becoming one. I went in front of him and hopped onto his arms. She's got you wrapped around her finger, Krishna, said Vishnu, as he was ahead of us. You're a fool, Krishna. We walked into space, the empty, dim universe. There wasn't anything except my station, looking at television screens with videos of singers I knew. We floated. Vishnu gave me an arrow to shoot through coin holes that lined up almost endlessly when we stood on air. My arrow hit almost all of them, but not quite, and the arrow ordered back with stringing coins that wrapped around me. What the heck? I came out of it by becoming clear and formless. Vishnu shot the arrow, hitting every single one, just like a blink of an eye, and on top of it, no string circled back to tie him around. Give me minutes, a few days off, I told them, because the process was continuous. I came out of meditation and got ready to go jogging. Similarly, when I observed the surroundings, there was nothing but God. The changes were rapid and quick. During my jog, I touched the trees. Its branches and grounds overfilled with love. My love, my beloved, I love you. Moreover, as I reflected on the relationships with Vishnu, Krishna, and Shiva, realizing they weren't any different from any our day-to-day lives. There's no difference at all, not one bit. It's one and the same. Eating, walking, farting, making love, talking, all is just God, nothing more. Now I wasn't just in God's word, but becoming this myself. Om. Once home, I look at the pictures hanging on the walls, sofas in the living room, chairs in the kitchen, and rugs underneath my feet, saying, I am all this. I am all this. It has been me all along. I remember. I'm this. Everything I did with the gods was the same in physical world. There was no distinction or disconnection. It was just God. More and more, when I inhaled, the room contracted, and when I exhaled, it expanded. Before going to bed, visions surfaced of myself calling for Vishnu, though he was nowhere near. A trail appeared at night. With the moon shining, I followed. She's coming to me, I heard him say. It must be the longest trek to walk before I sighted a small cottage, light shone inside. Krishna and Vishnu were talking as though they were having drinks when I arrived. Instead of going to Vishnu, I grabbed Krishna's hand, took him out of the cottage, and kissed him, rolling on the grass under the moonlight. She's your wife, Krishna, shouted Vishnu. I lay in Krishna's arms while Vishnu was inside, shaking the cottage. He was doing something, but I wasn't sure what. When I glanced at Krishna, he had tears. What's going on? I asked. I need to leave for some time, he replied. He didn't say of the reason, but I understood. He had brought me to Vishnu. You want me to go with him? I asked, as the god of maintainer shook the cottage uncontrollably. He stepped out, stretching his arms as though he just had a good workout, and the cottage was his punching bag. He seems brutal. You have to leave your wife for a while, Krishna, he said. Krishna left, and I found myself at the beach. Vishnu was in water. The boat sank, and many men drowned. He carried at least 4 of them to shore. They were unconscious and weak. The men choked on water as they were about to die. Shiva immediately showed up about 5 feet away. He didn't say a word and just watched. You can maintain them or destroy them by letting them die, he said. Not knowing what to do or how to preserve them, I said quietly as the men were near death. They die shortly. You just destroy them. You're good at that, he said. Sustain them. Moments later, I remember how Vishnu had sustained me while I was completely emotionally down to when I wanted to commit suicide because inside was only pure hurt and pain after I opened up repressed wounds from childhood I hadn't fully dealt with. He went inside my body, took out an old light bulb and replaced it with a new, shiny, fresh one. Immediately, I was revived. One by one, I went inside their bodies, took out old ones and switched them with new light bulbs, and polished ones that were still useful and lighting them up. Once I was done, the men started coughing, then lifted themselves. Krishna showed up in mid-air observing. Not bad, he said, walking away. You got a good one, Krishna. During my sleep, I dreamt that Vishnu showed me how to maintain. In the dream, I told him I wasn't going to remember it when I woke up. There was so much. Later, I searched for Krishna, though he wasn't anywhere to be seen. Shortly, I located him inside a room. He was sick, yet refused to take anything, even tonic water. His temperature rose and he shivered. To absorb his illness with golden light, I put my hand over his body. He was getting better. But when I put green energy on him, he got sicker. Just use the golden light, he said. Again, when the golden light, I absorbed his sickness, but the illness energy formed in my hand. Since I didn't know what to do with it, I just observed the energy swirled in my palm. Suddenly, I got ill by it, throwing up all over. Krishna sucked the illness from me, transforming it into golden light. Afterwards, we sat on the bed, realizing I had to go to the maintainer. I put my arms around him. Krishna had sacrificed so much, which deeply moved me. In the morning, I woke up, lying in bed, not wanting to get up. I closed my eyes and found myself looking for the divine God. This time, he was nowhere in sight. Maybe I should go to Vishnu, I said, then yelled for him a few times until stone stairs appeared in the clouds. It was way up, higher than usual. She's coming to me, I heard him say. The way to Vishnu was indeed magnificent in many respects. The stairs were in the clear white clouds amid the blue sky and soft sun shone. As I was walking up to heaven to see where God resided, he sat in a long lounging chair with soft green grass underneath it, relaxing, being fanned by two beautiful ladies like angels, while other gods sat in mid-air nearby. The place was way above everything. When I glanced downwards, I wasn't able to see mountains, valleys, or rivers. One of the angels was about to stop me. As I approached him, "Leave her be. She's God now," he told her. Among us sitting by him, a shiny shell appeared. I picked it up, then blew into it. Shortly, I was on my knees in front of him as he was standing. "Do you know now?" he asked. "Yes," I answered. "The Supreme One." Then I was on my knees again as he sat on a throne, realizing I was there to get all aspects of who I was, the destroyer, now the maintainer, and then the creator. I smiled looking at him. He smiled back, realizing what I understood. "I'm completely here," I said. Soon he and I were on Earth. No one could see us. We were on a crowded street full of people. It could be India. An elderly woman wearing a sari made of white flower rings I liked, placing them on the statue of a Hindu deity. I observed the flowers and what she was doing, in awe of how beautiful the flowers were on the statue's neck, hands, and arms. It was probably one of Vishnu's devotees, despite the fact that I didn't take a good look to see which god she was paying respect to. We ran the street, holding hands, laughing and smiling like we were visitors. Vishnu took human form. He was tall, with lighter skin and hair, and wore a white shirt. We kept running, laughing, enjoying the market scene. We bought a meatball stick and ate it as we ran. I pulled him along. "Is that good?" I asked. He didn't answer. Then it rained, wetting my body. Vishnu keenly observed, wanting to make love. We passionately kissed in our yard. He was on top. Unexpectedly, he took out a meatball stick, stabbed my neck with it, and blood gushed. I died, then stepped out my form, crystal clear. "Sorry about that," he said. We headed off, and I thought nothing of this. We kissed at an old temple. He wanted to marry. We fell in love. We got married as human beings. People came to put white, red garlands around our necks, congratulating us on our marriage. Next, we were back up in his abode. He was God Vishnu again, wearing golden, shiny garments with a golden crown and golden bracelets on his arms. Meanwhile, I wore a golden, shiny sari with gold bracelets on my wrists, hair, nose, and face like a bride. Many gods came while he and I held hands, standing in front of them. One of the guests was Krishna. He was with Radha, but somehow I wasn't jealous, nor did have feelings for him. I was clear, blank, and was in love with Vishnu. "Congratulations," they all said. Once the ceremony was over, the god maintainer and I sat on a seat together, smiling at each other affectionately. Krishna strolled over to congratulate us. Vishnu thanked him. "Thank you, my love," I said, looking at Krishna. Immediately at that moment, the love for him surged through quickly to where I almost choked in tears. He was the only god I had said this to consistently ever since I was head over heels in love with him. He was a bit shaken by it, too. He wiped a tear. "You have to leave her alone, Krishna, if you want your wife to remember herself," Vishnu said. As I was getting a hold of myself, I said, "That's all I ever wanted." Yes, Krishna responded, then vanished. Later, I found myself lying on a high rock, watching earth and enjoying the sun shining on my face. Vishnu, I heard suddenly. Yeah, I answered and shot up incredibly fast that my landing shook the whole entire place. Vishnu wobbled as he sat on his relaxing couch. Rocks were falling and a big gray stone the size of a small mountain was about to drop, which would hurt some fishermen on their boats and the people on earth. I reached my hand to grab the heavy giant stone and set it down gently. Shortly, the meditative scenario changed. We floated on air inside the universe, looking at nothing. Krishna was there as well. Vishnu's golden disc spun around in my index finger. However, an image of myself popped up like a movie screen. I was opening a white fridge to get a snack in an old, small, cramped apartment with Sean. I stared into the universe and saw Krishna and Vishnu and myself watching. I rolled my eyes. Sean sat at the table browsing through a magazine of some sort while I complained about finding a new apartment. Even the fridge was ancient, small, and rusty. The gods watched us, making comments like they were watching a movie at a theater. Sean made a hand gesture for them to disappear. Their forms did, however. They were there consciously as I sat in my form, watching Sean and I. Sean is powerful, but she controls him, one of them said. She's extraordinary, one of them added. After hearing their comment, I walked upstairs, unhappy, unsure how I could come to my own power and strength. When I tried to see where I was next to Sean, I wasn't even close. She heard us, one of them added. Yes, she knows, another added. She's aware, she's conscious, one of them continued. All she needs is to unleash. She's already on. How? I asked. Follow us, one of them suggested. I glanced into the vacant dark universe. They are just my consciousness, I said. Then I was with the god of maintainer. He gave a wooden arrow for me to shoot again. Unsure what I was shooting at this time, nonetheless, once I shot it, the arrow circled back with a string and wrapping me around very tightly. I can't breathe, I yelled. You don't need to breathe, he said. The thing was, I came to this before, when I went through black hole. As I struggled for air, he said, turn into the energy. Breathing is to be alive, and not breathing is to never be alive in the first place. I came out of my form as clear energy before we were at the ocean. Vishnu told Krishna to push my head into the water so I couldn't breathe. While my head was in, I absorbed the ocean with my hand and shrunk it into sand. Make the ocean to where she can't do that, he told Krishna. Fuck, I said. Krishna dipped my head down. I struggled, then absorbed the ocean again, but now my head was dipped in a big wooden bucket with some dirt and small plants floating in it. I blew the water away and tried to grasp for air. Shortly, I stopped resisting, curious to see what would happen, and stay unmoving. He let me up. To breathe is to be alive, and not to breathe is never to be alive in the first place, Vishnu said again. To remember and understand, I repeated this but thought about asking Sean. Was this what Lao Tzu meant by going deeper? When I peered outside drinking creamy jug coffee, I was one with everything even more. All was no other than myself, my own consciousness. As everything was here, I was here. Later in the morning, I made the grocery list for Sean before he went grocery shopping. If Vishnu wants me, he will have me, all of it, I said to myself. Immediately, a vision surfaced where I stood behind him. I'm here completely and truly, I said. You're divorced, Krishna, I heard from him. He's kidding, right? I can't divorce him. I could never divorce myself. I'm incomplete without him. He's me. I'm Krishna, just like I wouldn't be complete without you. Man, she's good, he said. Before going to bed, an image surfaced of myself in the room with Vishnu. We were making love. However, during it, he let me swallow a fish. It swam inside my stomach, eating little and tiny things. Let the fish eat out what's unnecessary, he said. I sat watching the fish swimming back and forth, gobbing on small things in my tummy, like watching fish swimming in a fish tank eating flakes. An old, short man, almost like a dwarf, with a white hair, wearing a loincloth, appeared. He had me open my mouth as he pulled out a fish bone that was long like chain. Then he went to talk to Vishnu in a different room, letting him know he gotten all out. She needs to be prepared, he told the old man. Hearing what he said brought an understanding with what was transpiring, although I wasn't certain what I was preparing myself for. Later, plenty of fish came out from my mouth, filling the floor. I had to take it to the lake to dump them all out so they could swim in water. Since fish was one of my favorite foods, I thought maybe I should cook them instead of watching big and small ones swimming away. Next, I went back to the room and witnessed hundreds of alligators crawling everywhere. He informed that something was haunting or was creeping up on me. Gather them and take them to the lake, he said. When I returned, he was gone. I went to where he resided. He was not there. It was vacant. Not a single soul lived there any longer. Not knowing what to do and unsure of what's going on, I sat on a tree watching the place, feeling sort of sad. I took out a flute to play. Radha showed up and came to sit on the tree with me. In some ways, it was like she wanted to be around so I wasn't alone with nowhere to go. It looked as though I was being tricked. Not too sure how to elaborate this. You don't have a home, she commented. I never had one in the first place, I responded. She climbed down from the tree and strolled. I trailed her. She held white lotus in her hand and dropped them. A couple of seconds of observing the flowers on the floor, I picked up a few and ate them. She disappeared. I went back to sit on a lush green tree, waiting for Vishnu, but he didn't show. I played my flute, waiting. I can take myself up. If he's not here, then I can do it myself. I'm Om, I shouted. A bow and arrows in a quiver appeared. I practiced shooting. The bow was longer and stronger than previous ones I had used. Steps emerged above the clouds. I walked up them. Soon, there was none. I sat on the stairs, looking at green grass with tall white pillars where he resided. It was done. Nothing was there any longer. Time to move on. However, during my sleep, I dreamt of myself as Shiva, Vishnu, and Krishna. The more I remember and conscious of who I truly was, the more comfortable and confident I became. In my dream, I took myself much higher, which made me smile. I woke in the middle of the night to use the restroom. Couldn't fall to snooze right away. I closed my eyes trying to fall asleep, though Vishnu showed up, reaching for my hand. Let's go higher, he said. Chapter 14. I held his hands. We ascended the stone stairs above white snowy vapors, going higher than before. As we continued, I observed the gentle sun shining brilliantly blended of golden light and soft clouds. It was breathtaking. As I was very close, within reach, looking at it, it seemed we were going to rest. There were no stairs to ascend. I kept observing how beautiful the sun, clouds, and sky were from where I was, sitting in front of them, as I never knew how magnificent it was to be up high, how calm and serene it truly was. Furthermore, I noticed in myself that I was much purer. There was completeness, as if there was nothing else but this itself. A bow, arrows, and a quiver appeared. I practiced shooting. They didn't go far. What? I said, truly surprised. This time I was terrible at it. However, it wasn't a wooden bow and arrow like before, although I couldn't explain its looks. Nonetheless, I kept performing. The arrow flew about 10 feet in the distance on the second try. I continued, not stopping. Vishnu came and showed how to use the bow and arrow after watching. Even though I did what he demonstrated, but wasn't making any progress. I picked up another arrow to shoot. He stopped me. My hand swelled. He held it and gently put white gauze around it. Watching him care for my wound softened me. However, I went right back, picked up an arrow and bow, then shot. Again, the arrow didn't fly anywhere. When I was about to grab another, he took my hand and led me away. He knew I would keep on until I made some sort of headway. He laid me down on his chest. I affectionately gazed into his eyes while he touched my face before we kissed. Our love now was changing. While immersing my energy into his as we made love, I realized the completeness within myself. As it seemed, I was getting even purer as we ascended higher. Lying in his arms, I noticed his love was pure and complete. It was as if I had never come across this kind of love before. I absorbed and melted myself in this unfathomable pure affection. A little later, I got up, went back to shooting arrows. He marched over and took my hand. "Let's go higher," he said. We ascended. Now I was above the sun, observing its infinite rays reflecting far and wide in awe. As I lay on my side with my hand supporting my head, I never truly realized how brilliant and absolute it was. Inside, I was pure and almost at my purest. A Buddha statue emerged in a dark copper tone through sun's rays. I closed my eyes in deep, complete love. My beloved, my heart," I said, then opened my eyes. The statue faded, but not too sure why I said "my heart" to express what was inside of me. "Everyone is your beloved," Vishnu commented when he came. "Everyone is my beloved," I said, sitting calmly in utmost peace and serenity. "Krishna has brought you here," he shared, although I thought nothing of what he said, gazing at the brilliant, magnificent sun below. He led me up more flights of stairs. Now I wasn't sure how we could go any higher. At the next level, I practiced shooting some more. Again, the god of maintainer showed how to hold the bow correctly. The arrow flew a further distance when released. Then I shot another. It flew much further as I held the bow sternly with more confidence, though the arrow hit an eagle. "Oh my gosh," I remarked, then sailed up to get the wounded bird, took out the arrow, and absorbed its pain. The bleeding stopped right away. However, the eagle's feet were tied together. I untied them. The bird was in a better shape. I let it fly into the air, yet it fell back. "Let it heal a little bit before letting it go. It takes a little time," he informed. "Okay," I replied. Moments later, he released the bird and it glided away. Stairs appeared. We went up them. We were way beyond where I couldn't see the sun, just soft white clouds. If I wanted to see Earth, I would have to travel far distance. "What if there's an animal out there? I will hurt it," I said, about to shoot. "If you say there won't be one, then there won't be one," he said. "There's none," I said, and shot it. The arrow traveled very far. We even waited to see if it was going to hit anything. It didn't, yet it circled back faster than anything with the string tied to the back of it, almost hit me in the face. I wondered why. Afterwards, we rested, then made love. Even more than ever, the love was at its purest and sincerest. Truly, I couldn't even begin to describe lying calmly, quietly, in the deepest and utmost indescribable silence. "My love, Krishna is your love. I'm your lover," I said, touching my face. He had mentioned this before. However, what he said was true. Krishna couldn't be anything but my one true love. We ascended higher. I began to feel a bit anxious, since I wasn't sure how we could possibly go any higher. There wasn't anything around except soft clouds and translucent air. Shiva appeared, sitting in meditation nearby. Shortly he left. Even at the point, I was still somewhat reluctant to see the god of destroyer. Once we moved up another level, we stood observing only the clearest light, full of calmness, peacefulness, and serenity. We sat on its soft white sofa, enjoying ourselves. A big Bengal tiger came walking in front of us. It seemed to be hurt from the arrow. The gorgeous creature lay on its side. I sucked the arrow out from its stomach with my golden energy. Then it sat up, but it didn't get up. I placed my hand gently on the wound, allowing my energy to heal it. However, when the big cat got up, it turned into green energy and ate it. Interested to know what was happening, I glanced at Vishnu, though he didn't say anything. We ascended more flights of stairs, uncertain of how high we would go. It seemed this was the highest, to where it felt like it was limitless. My strong desire to know and be myself completely was gone. It was as though I was completeness at my purest, the absolute love that was incomprehensible. Then I noticed I had turned into Vishnu when I observed the golden garment on my body and golden crown on my head, sporting 4 arms. My upper right arm held a spinning, the upper left held a shell, the lower right carried a golden mace, and my lower left held a lotus flower. "We are almost identical," he said, even though I was very similar to him, yet not quite exact. He was brilliantly enhanced, radiating golden shimmering force. We moved onto another level. This time I watched him softly, realizing the depthless of his love. It softened my whole. I never realized the deepest, sincerest, and purest love you have for me. I never knew. I could have never imagined of such love, I said, filled with deep calmness. I could never have imagined of coming to this kind of love. I could have never imagined it in myself. Then I gently tossed around and viewed soft white clouds, generally touched by such affection that I never knew of. Within myself contained deepest peace and utmost stillness. "After all, you're my one and only love," I heard. It made me pause for a moment, taken aback. What? Krishna? I twirled around and saw the old man Krishna sitting in meditation. I rushed to hug him. "Krishna, you have brought me here," I said over what he had done. He tricked me. He faded. Vishnu took my hand, and now we were on a bucket lift, going higher and higher, causing a bit of anxiety in me. It was getting very far up. Shortly, we arrived at a place comprised of only soft, vibrant clouds, clear light, and atmosphere. There was no ground except clearness, nothing. "This is God's home, abode, ship," he said. Buddha walked towards where Vishnu and I stood. Human descended from the sky. For Krishna, Shiva, and others I couldn't remember exactly, since I was in awe. "This is your home, your abode, your ship, where God resides," one of them said. I looked around, soared in the air to tour the area in astonishment before coming to stand by Vishnu. We came in a circle, then all disappeared one by one, including the god of maintainer. "There's only one," he said. Afterwards, I went to sit on a white puff cloud in a meditation till Kuan Yin, the Chinese goddess of compassion and mercy. Sitting as she, wearing the ancient Chinese white outfit, my hair in peacock style, realizing how gentle, harmless, and completely pure she was, as if I embodied her. Switching back to my form, recalling I had seen this place in my dreams many years ago. When I opened my eyes for meditation, I was deeply peaceful with pureness inside. I stepped downstairs to make coffee. Sean and Santi weren't up yet. Now I was truly on the other side of who I was, the side of love that was purest and most absolute. Everything had changed even more within me. I was here and now as I came to with a remembrance of who I truly was. I was just God, consciousness itself. Everything and everyone were my own consciousness, my eternal beloved. No matter what faces, names, nationality, or creeds, I could never forget who I truly was. Everyone and everything was me. Chapter 15. When Sean woke up, I chose to discuss with him the meaning behind Vishnu's message. You don't need to breathe. What is breathing? Being alive? For some people it's shopping, traveling, and emotions. Being alive is physical. It's a vehicle, he clarified. I got it, I told him. The physical is a vehicle to get to your higher self, and once you're there, he interrupted. I didn't finish. Then you don't need it anymore, he added. This, of course, didn't mean I should go end my physical form. He meant I needed to go beyond what I had been taught by unlearning, facing and confronting, understanding the causes, be mindful and aware of my conditions, perceptions, thoughts, attachments, and so forth, until there was nothing left, emptying myself out completely. Around dinner time, the purest love I came to and never knew grew a little overwhelming, as though I didn't know what to do with it while its energy flowed, circulating inside me. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do with this? I can handle it. I can handle it, I said, walking around. Even though I wanted to cry, I couldn't. While lying on my comfortable bed, I closed my eyes and suddenly saw myself lying flat at the center of the dimly lit, empty universe, saying, what do I do? Krishna as the universe in an image like my print ahead of him, and took out his flute to play. The sound was deeply calming and soothing, filled with absolute peace and quietness. Thank you, my love, I said, and continued listening until I dozed off. Then I was at the new abode with not much to do. Either I walked about or sat in meditation. Many white horses headed my way. I rubbed their heads. Other times I twirled white energy around, then added a purple aura into it. It was beautiful. I came back to sit in meditation again, realizing I had to go unleash something. Quickly, I was in a deserted land watching a twister spinning in my direction. Something was in it. I stopped the windstorm and picked this thing up, unsure what it was, like a top. What the heck is it? I spun it on a table. It fell. Though I kept at spinning it, it was the same. It fell backwards. I must go deeper, I suddenly said. A wormhole appeared. I dove in as I was diving into a well. Sometimes the hole wasn't straight downward, but most of the time it was. Once I arrived, I opened a small outer door similar to one in ancient times, where you had to pull on the ring. I crawled in. The place resembled a library, with little wooden drawers, big and small, in the middle of the room and along the walls. The first one I undid was on the wall. A tube was in it. I uncovered it, releasing what seemed like energy. I'm unleashing everything. I'm tired of hiding. I'm unleashing all of it, I said, and opened nearly every drawer. Some held blank white papers, and others had different things which I couldn't precisely recall. Vishnu stopped over to help undo the drawers that were left. Human bodies shone, filled with different colors of energies from head to abdomen. What is this? Why is it here? He informed it was my chakra energy. Unleash it, I said, though I released all the chakras myself, watching various color of energies floated out from the body. By the time we were done, the whole place was similar to a tornado had gone by. Despite unleashing everything there, I wasn't clear what it all suggests until I came to be that in full. Then I would remember and understand, because it would be in me as self. Back to the abode, I sat around and then tried to fly up higher. I got hit by a clear glass that was akin to a roof. Ouch, I said. A white warehouse was in the area, but never went to investigate it. Vishnu came. He lifted up the roof of the warehouse and went inside it. We found empty boxes and a suitcase full of money. I smiled, although I wasn't sure why it was there. A statue of a pregnant woman sat on a table. It touched me seeing it, since I wanted to be pregnant again. The Road to Nirvana manuscript was among the items. Turn it into a book, he suggested. Afterwards, he made the place vanish. We lay in bed in the open. I immediately made a tree appear behind us. It seemed that now our love had evolved into more like husband and wife instead of lovers. I want to be married and be eternally with you, I said, truly taken by the affection of him and I. We are married, remember? He said. It brought a loving smile to my face. It looked at this point I had completely fallen for him, where I would go the distance for our love. Since I always wanted him around, to gaze in his eyes and touch his celestial face, he would consistently be around. Shortly, a brown chariot with 2 big white horses came and stopped to let us in. Someone was driving it. The chariot was taller and the seat was smaller. I put my head on Vishnu's shoulder. We arrived in front of a brownstone one-level building. We walked in holding hands. Inside was golden, shiny, and shimmering, no different than entering into a magnificent golden palace. I remember being here before in meditation. However, the inside wasn't radiant gold then. Vishnu opened a door, going into a room. I followed. He sat in meditation, turning into complete, brilliant gold energy like I never had seen before. I paced to sit in front of him, while his golden energy engulfed my entirety, flowing and radiating through. My energy was like his, all gold, no difference. We returned to the abode. He sat relaxing. I made a golf club and a white golf ball appear. The ball sailed far when I swung at it, but it speeded back and hit me. Ouch, I said. Why does everything come back to me? I asked. The arrow I shot before, and now a golf ball. Everything comes back to you. Let it go through you, he said. Once more, I took a swing. No exception. The ball sped back quickly, hitting my chest. Dang, I said. This round, before it had a chance to speed back, I turned transparent. The white ball went through my body just a bit, yet not all the way. It fell in my stomach. I could see clearly. It was like in a gumball machine. Whether I should sit and crouch down to let the ball out or stick my hand to get it out, I wasn't sure what to do, and suppose I did neither. Then I kept making myself even more transparent by leaving my form several times. Following the meditation, I took the lovely boy and his cousins to playgrounds. It was cold and windy that day, although the temperature was higher than normal in winter. No matter where I was or what I was doing, sleeping, eating, walking, or talking, visions consistently surfaced. The flood didn't stop. After the kids had their lunch when we got home, I lay low, exhausted from what I was going through and from lack of sleep. Now I miss Vishnu. When I encounter him, I immediately let him know I couldn't be without him, wanted to be married eternally. We will and we are, my love, he shared. We walk around our home for strong lions, and then Bengal tigers show up. They stroll along with us. He asked if I wanted to ride on a big white bird. I agreed. The bird was indeed enormous, looking similar to a giant white eagle. We soar freely about in the limitless skies. Later in the night, though, I was very tired from taking the kids to a couple of playgrounds for a few hours during the day. I tried to fall asleep, but a vision of the maintainer showed up in cosmic form, standing, shining, and glowing as the Godhead. Endless forms and arms appeared on both sides of him. His universal self got me speechless, in awe, filled with utmost and purest love. You're so magnificent, my love. You are completely indescribable, truly magnificent and immeasurable, I said, not realize I was on my knees saying all this in front of him. He came to lift me. Chapter 16. At night, I dreamt of Vishnu, but couldn't remember what the dream was all about. However, in the morning when I woke up, I meditated, trying to find him. He was nowhere to be seen. I flew back and forth at the abode. Nonetheless, he wasn't anywhere nearby. Then I shot up, though a clear glass blocked me. I couldn't get through. Shortly, I turned into energy and got past the glass roof. However, another was above. Regardless, I continued, but there were more and more. Succumbed to my exhaustion, I dropped downward and missing Vishnu. Incalculable times, I yelled for the maintainer. He was nowhere. Maybe I can go see Krishna. I visited my station, calling for Krishna. He didn't show either. Momentarily, I lay flat on my face, not knowing where Vishnu was, regardless of how much effort I put into trying to find him. Go to Vishnu, I heard. Back at the abode, I shouted for the god maintainer. He didn't show. No doubt I began to miss him completely. Couldn't be without him. Suddenly a deity showed, walking from far away, although I wasn't sure who he was. He wore a silk pink garment, resembling Vishnu. Deeply eager to see him, I ran toward him, only to find out it was Ganesh, the removal of obstacles. Even though I was happy to see Ganesh, but deep down I wanted to see Vishnu. Ganesh and I held hands walking. He was like a little kid, a little brother. Do you want to play? I asked. A soccer ball immediately appeared. He flew in the air. I tossed it to him, and he kicked the ball at the fastest speed. My mouth dropped, didn't get a chance to even blink, and didn't know where the ball had gone as I stood speechless. Ah! I yelled. Didn't know where the ball was as I went surging for it. We found ourselves on earth inside a gym playing catch. However, this round I could catch the ball effortlessly. We played for some time until we returned to my abode. Many Ganesh show up, though I wonder where Vishnu was, as Ganesh was my company. He asked me to go somewhere with him. I was a bit hesitant, wanting to look for Vishnu. However, I went strolling hand in hand with him. He put flower rings around my neck as they appeared in his hand. He also had some on him as well. We came in front of a door he opened. We entered. Straight ahead was Vishnu, sitting on a gray stone throne. I approached him smiling, but he instantly left. Vishnu! I yelled. Since I stood in front of a throne, I decided to sit on it. Vishnu came, standing alongside Ganesh as both made a bow and calling me Vishnu. Quickly he was gone, without even a chance to see him. I felt distraught. Do you want to help me go find Vishnu? I asked Ganesh, feeling sad. He agreed to come along. However, everywhere we went, there was no trace. Sometimes I thought I saw him, but they were his statues, as I mistook them for him. One of the statues, without a doubt, was him. So I hugged it, closing my eyes and smiling cheerfully. That's not it, Ganesh said. When I closely observed, it was only a statue. Oh, I said, disappointed. We returned to the abode. There wasn't much to do. I asked Ganesh if he wanted to play. We played kickball again. This brought a realization about something. Vishnu wasn't going to show up and the glass roof wasn't going to open if I didn't get something out of this. When Ganesh kicked the ball back to where it almost hit me, I let it go past. Then I threw a knife. It came right back to cut through me. There was no blood. Then I kept stretching myself bigger, turning clear as I came out of my physical form. I was sheer. Everything could pass me. This brought a smile to my face as my flesh had gotten smaller, just a bit more to go. Ganesh left. I sat alone until Vishnu showed. He reached for my hand, taking me somewhere far. We soared over the clouds until we reached many-headed serpent, though it wasn't alive. We sat, then lay down on the serpent before we made love. Moments later, I let him know I was deeply, completely, and truly in love with him. This affection was unfathomably pure. It was love which I myself couldn't even comprehend or describe. Truly, deeply inside me, taking over from every tiny vein, bone, muscle, and fiber of my entirety. However, I was back at the boat afterwards. Since there wasn't anything to do, thus I have a computer with me to write and made a sun appear, adding to what was there. Vishnu informed I could do whatever I pleased. Beyond pure white clouds, I made a comfortable bed exist. Next, I headed down all the way to earth and saw Jesus sitting by a bamboo hut, gesturing with his hand at something like he was touching children's cheeks, but there were no children. By motioning my hand, about 10 third world children appear in unwashed clothes with dirt smear on their faces. He made a stethoscope appear and listened to their hearts. "What are you doing all the way down to earth?" he asked. "To see you. I miss you," I told him. "Do you need help?" Once a few of the youngsters were examined, I took a couple of them to wash and gave them baths with soap, then dried their kids while Jesus continued caring for the rest. Once done, I jumped up to hug him, letting him know how much I loved and missed him. "I want to show you my new place. Come with me," I said. Jesus was instantly there. Meanwhile, I flew down to him. "Look around," I said. He toured for a bit and came back. "How do you like it?" I asked. "It's nice," he replied. "That's not much," I commented. "Not much at all," he added. We smiled at each other. I made water appear. We sank our feet in it. We splashed and kicked water for brief moments. Then I got up and went to wash his feet, showing my deep love and devotion. "I deeply love you, my love," I told him, and walked over to hug him, wanting to cry. He left. I ascended to sit on cotton clouds. There were no visitors. Vishnu was nowhere to be seen. Again, I opened my eyes, headed downstairs to brew coffee. In many ways, it seemed as if I was on top of the world, enjoying myself in it. Everyone and everything were no stranger. Increasingly, I was much more in the here and now, the moment, the awareness and consciousness itself, as if I just arrived or appeared. It was as though I had to build myself up to what I came to when I first reached nirvana. Within me was absolute pure love. Despite this, there were conditions that needed to be faced. Following dropping off the little one to preschool, I was unsure which to do first, finish the cover page for the memoir or meditate. I decided to meditate and learn of myself going up the stairs in the clouds, much higher than where I had been. The stairs were smaller in size, with sets of clouds next to each other on both sides. Momentarily, I saw gods and goddesses on each side sitting, and ahead was Vishnu on a golden throne. The whole place gleamed with gold, as well as the gods and goddesses. Immediately, I dropped on my knees, completely in love as the energy of it streamed through, inside every particle of my hull. The gods and goddesses watched. Soon I was flat on the floor, crawling to where he was, deeply, truly in love, to where no words to speak of. Utmost affection overwhelmingly take my completeness entirely. If I tried, I couldn't even walk. Slowly, I pushed myself forward using my elbows. He became my one true love, and I wanted to be married to him forever, through eternity. I was incomplete without him. He was my God. "There is nothing else I wanted except for this," I said, "to be in union eternally." The confession of my love was similar to the confession of my love to Krishna, but now this love was utterly pure within me, as I never known or came to it before. Once I made it to him, he lifted me up, touched my face, and looked into my eyes. "Be one with me," he said. "That's all I ever wanted." "I called for you across the whole universe so many times," I said. "I'm always here," he replied. I stood up to sit on his lap, facing him as he turned into total golden light and immersed into mine until our energies became one. Amidst uniting our energies, I fell on the floor near his throne. Immensely, fully, I was engulfed by the immersion of our union and oneness. Gently, I lifted myself up, trying to grasp what had just happened before sitting on the golden throne as I was now in golden brilliant force. Shortly, I saw him and another god ride on a chariot, though I wasn't sure who that was. Maybe Krishna going somewhere, with their bows and arrows with quivers on their shoulders. She's completely devoted to you, Vishnu. There's nothing she wants except you, I heard. I know. I could never forget her. She'll come to me again, he said. They rode off. I opened my eyes. Moments later, I worked on the cover page for the memoir. The more I remembered, as well as this pure love inside, being who I truly was, the more everything and everyone became close. There was nothing else except who I was everywhere. Not only I was coming to it, but I was this itself even more. I remember what this whole thing is all about, I said to myself plenty of times. This was why everything was here. Love of divine self. Songs, movies, and music were about this eternal love. Around dinner time, I asked Sean if he knew chakras. I'm not into that stuff, he said, even though I wasn't either, yet wanted to understand why I released chakra energies. Abruptly, a vision of Vishnu surfaced, with chakras spun around his finger, then they turned into a disc. Vishnu's disc? According to the internet, the disc meant vision of which is auspicious or divine weapon of destruction of enemies. Then I looked at the maintainer's pictures, saving ones I liked to a picture gallery on the iPad. Pictures with him and Lakshmi, who was supposed to be his consort, whom I just learned about. I skipped over it quickly and browsed to find different pictures of Vishnu by himself. I began to feel jealous. Chapter 17. At night, after Santi fell asleep and I was done writing for the day, I lay around waiting for him to come to my bed. He didn't until much later, so I meditated. Since Vishnu had left, I searched for him. He was at a battlefield on earth. Many things were happening. He was directing others. While deities flew in the dimly atmosphere, some men rested and some marched around. I walked in, calling for him. "What are you doing here in such place?" he asked. "To see you," I said. "I miss you." I wanted to make love to him. He caused a brown tent and a cozy bed to manifest. While we made out, another deity came forth, informing him it was his turn. He made at least 5 copies of himself appear to take his place. As I was into making love with Vishnu, closing my eyes and calling out his name, completely taken by our intimacy, he sat on his white horse in the air, watching. Stunned seeing him, didn't realize I was making love to this elderly, thin man, having long white beard like a wizard, whom I never knew or met until then. Abruptly, the old man ran to Vishnu, begging for his life, while I was utterly in shock, unable to believe I had made love to someone else. My entire system flipped upside down in devastation as I watched the old man pleading for his dear life. How could this be? I thought he was Vishnu. Could he take Vishnu's form and do this? The god of maintainer was about to end the old man's existence with his golden mace, but I ran to block it, asking him to have mercy. "Please," I pleaded. "I didn't know. Don't hurt him. Don't hurt yourself." Vishnu quickly vanished. I was left broken in pieces and started to cry. The old man tried to console me, yet no one could. I was in a state of numbness, shaken by it all. Don't hurt yourself. Realizing at the moment it was Vishnu's doing. If he wanted to cut ties, why go to such measures? His action took something away, putting a shudder deep into the whole of me. Then I heard him telling Krishna to take me out of that place as I cried, holding my knees and rocking back and forth, staring off into the distance, not caring where I was. Krishna came and carried me away. "Krishna, don't take me back to him. Stay with me. Just you and me. Let's go somewhere else far. Krishna, please don't take me back to him. Please." "You're his now," he said, and shortly we reached Vishnu. Krishna placed me in front of the maintainer while I was in tears, yelling for Krishna not to leave as he headed off. "You never leave me, Krishna! Please stay! Please don't go!" I screamed after him. When he departed and didn't look back, I crumbled even more in bits and pieces, deeply hurt. I tossed around, walking away. What Vishnu had done was unheard of. "Let's go," he said. I stopped. "I'm on my own now. I go alone," I yelled. I walked off, crying until I was at the sea, in tears, in the dark, and in disbelief and in pain. Shortly I was at the boat, although it now switched to an earthly ground with dust everywhere in an open area with 2 warehouses on right and left side. It seemed Vishnu had taken my home away. No one was there except an old man who arrived presently. We looked at what was in both houses and threw things away that weren't useful. "You're not going to him?" he asked when he saw my tears in an emotional mess. "No, the only one I go to is myself, no one else," I sternly stated. "What he did wasn't good," the old man added. While we sorted things, I noticed Vishnu watched us from the above the whole time. "She still has a lot to let go," he said. His comment made me pause to reflect. What do I have to let go? After arranging things in the warehouses, I made a shower appear and washed myself, completely naked in the open. Vishnu keenly watched. When the dusty wind blew my way, he made a gesture for the wind to go in a different direction. Then he saw my clear, pure white light energy. This was the very first time I had ever witnessed this myself as well. "She's so pure," he said, before calling for me to go to him, although I ignored him. "Come to me, my love." It was hard to resist, but I now declared independence and was on my own. After not responding, he descended, asking to go with him, and when I didn't, he grabbed my waist and flew us to his place in a building above the clouds in a modern room. We made love. He turned into an old man during it, showing it was him who I had made love to at the battlefield. "You tricked me," I said, crying. The situation was a big slap in my face, a turning point for me to be on my own. While I cried, he put a glass tube under my cheek to catch my teardrops. He got a glass full. "Your tears are so pure. They will help many things. God's teardrop is like rain," he said. He wanted to show how my tears could be of use. Immediately, we stood in front of a sea. He poured some teardrops into it. The water was purified somehow. We sailed to a lake that was polluted. The water was green. "Your tears will help refresh the water. The fish could live," he said. He poured some into the lake, and within minutes, the water changed from dark green to fresh water. The fish swam happily. Then we went back to his room. He lay on the floor with his arms supporting his head. "Your tears are useful. The crying wasn't a waste," he said, tapping his fingers on the floor. "Wasn't a waste?" Since I was still recovering from what happened, making love didn't change anything. And on top of this, how could my tears purify anything? Is it true that someone who is pure can heal and touch things deeply? Maybe this is what I had to let go, not completely believing in myself. As I was about to leave, he wanted to know where I was heading. "To the sea," I responded. It was dark. I stood on a rock in front of the ocean, looking at the water. He came. "You're not coming with me?" "No. The only one I will go to is myself. I go to self. I stand on my own. I belong to no one but me. I am the only one I answer to," I yelled. We were quiet for a bit, as it seemed our relationship had come down to this. "Are we still married?" he implored. Although what had happened changed everything, I answered softly, "Through this eternity." "Where are you going?" he asked, seeing me treading off. "I don't know. I will figure it out," I replied, and walked on. He wanted me to go with him, saying he couldn't forget that I was still his love. He called after. I stopped. "Vishnu, if you want me, "Come and get me," I shouted. Now I was on my own, standing alone. If I was lost, I was going to be lost. Along the way, I became dependent on Krishna and Vishnu, especially Krishna. If I wanted something, Krishna was there. After being married to Vishnu, I was dependent on him as well in some ways, though he was tough and would trick me. Fortunately, this was for me to be independent, believe in myself, and become stronger. Momentarily, I was back at the warehouses, looking at tools and whatever was there. Many things were old and rusty, pretty much useless, so I poured gasoline on both. The elderly man came by. 2 torches were lit, and I gave him one. He burned the other warehouse. We stood watching amid the warehouses were incinerated to ashes. Chapter 18. I located myself on earth, carrying a toolbox, walking toward the work trucks. The workmen seemed to have problems, had no useful equipment to fix them with. "I can help," I said, taking out my tools, and went down the drain to replace old bulbs with new ones. I sealed them, then wiped the rusty pipes, making them shiny and new. Afterwards, I headed by a lake and saw a kid drowning. His mother became hysterical, crying and screaming. She wasn't able to swim. The boy gasped for air as he sank. I dove down to pull him to the surface, gave him CPR, and let him cough up water. By placing my hand on his back and putting golden energy on him, helped gain his strength. Subsequently, I walked on. The boy was surprised he hadn't died and didn't even get hurt. "Thank you," they both said. Suddenly, I was in an old building, renovating it. It wasn't old enough to destroy. Thus, I revived it by putting new things inside it, replacing old walls, ceilings, and floors before adding pictures and new furniture. This helped me understand Vishnu more. He sustained and maintained life. As I was doing this, he and Krishna watched from beyond earth, making comments on how good of a job I was doing. Shortly, I came to a very old, abandoned building. It didn't seem like it could be repaired. "Destroy it," I said, "then rebuild it into a new whole building." The workmen demolished the ruined place and rebuilt it into something else. Next, I found myself at a hospital, trying to revive a patient who was unconscious. He was flatlining, so I used the defibrillator a couple times, yet it didn't do anything. "He isn't going to make it," one of the nurses commented. I stood with a defibrillator in my hand. It seemed he was done. "Go to the heart," I heard. I reached my hand into his heart, putting my golden energy around it. Momentarily, his heart warmed up. I took out my hand. His eyes moved, fingers twitched, and quickly he became conscious, waking up and staring at our uniforms, gloves, mask, and the defibrillator in my hand. "What the fuck are you guys doing?" he asked. He quickly walked out, throwing his hospital gown on the floor. We looked at each other. One of the nurses said, "We just saved him." Then I was at a desert land with one small tree, not big enough to cover one person with its leaves. Since I had no home now, it completely switched to this. There wasn't anywhere to go. I tried to make my way to the abode by walking upstairs of an apartment building. However, people lived in every room I entered. It didn't matter how high I went. It was the same. There were people occupying every unit. "What is she doing?" Krishna asked Vishnu as they watched. "Trying to find her way back," he said. Momentarily, I unearthed myself at a village in India, in someone's yard. The porch was open. I approached. A man was about to have his morning meditation. With a smile, I paced to sit in front of him. He lit incense and put in a silver cup between us. He had a dot, either red or another color, on his forehead, though I can't recall precisely. He closed his eyes. We chanted, "Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa." Buddha showed up. I grinned. "My love," he said, making a bow when he saw me. "My beloved," I said with a bow. "I need to meditate." By now, every god in the universe knew of the quarrel between Vishnu and I. Buddha understood I needed to find a place of solitude to reflect. We came upon a temple surrounded by green trees and sat in the front yard meditating. You're all the way back where everything begins, when it all starts, how it all happens. The beginning, he said. His reminders centered me more, giving a clear understanding of what was happening. The marriage quarrels, disputes, and arguments between husbands and wives all started here. This was the beginning of it all. What had started here was always here, ongoing, eternally. This was no different than daily normal physical life. I wasn't just in the relationships. I was this, myself. Back to the dusty land, I sat under the small tree for a bit until Bose headed my way. The 2 warehouses were still there despite the fact that they had burned down, although nothing was in them this time. Shortly, more and more Bose came, almost filling up the whole area. I got up to see what was going on. Many more arrived. Some were big, reaching the clouds, and there was nowhere to sit. I went to one of the warehouses, although the big bulls just walked on my head as they pleased. Now they started running. I tried to dodge them, though there was little room to move. One threw me forward, and when I hopped on its back, unfortunately, while I was down, they stepped on my tiny body. My face was pushed into the ground a couple more times. I shot myself up to the firmament to sit for a bit. Nonetheless, I couldn't even for a second. The big bulls came. When I stepped on their backs, I got thrown off quickly. The only thing I could do was run, search for room, and jump on them, trying to get away, but couldn't. What do I do? What do I do? It was no doubt of Vishnu's actions. He appeared wearing all golden exquisite outfits, watching with another deity. Isn't she your wife? He asked Vishnu. Yeah, and the husband is trying to run over the wife with bowls, I said. When I saw just a little space before the animals came, I meditated and sang Om a few times, turning myself formless to expand. My clear energy spread far, where bowls could go through. It made me smile inside. Then I lifted myself to sit on the soft clouds, but the big bowls headed my way, knocking me down while my flesh was almost down to nothing. Dang, I said, then chanted Om again, trying to form strong winds to chase away the animals, but it didn't work. They just kept coming. Here I hadn't fully made up with him, and this is what he was doing. Vishnu! I yelled, realizing I could ask for his help, but there was no desire. It was gone. The only one I could depend on now was me. If I was going to get run over by bulls down in the deep, let it be. After jumping on their backs, dodging and running, I was tired. What do? I said. Shiva showed up kneeling next to me. Shiva, don't interfere! Vishnu shouted as soon as he saw the god of destruction. Shiva laughed immediately. As I kept going without any progress, I made Vishnu's disc appear. It spun around my index finger before I threw it. The weapon chased some animals off. However, many kept coming. The disc became heavy. My finger was swollen, not quite sure how to use it yet. Only Shiva could save me, I said. Vishnu heard this. Immediately, he shouted loudly like thunder and lightning had just hit. Only you can save yourself! Thus, I continued running, stepping on both backs and dodging them. Still, I got run over many times and was thrown into the air before hitting the ground. At this point, I looked no different than a dirt girl, running with my clothes covered with dust and soil all over my hair, my face, and the rest of me. When I saw a small area, I ran there and quickly sat in meditation, turning into Shiva about 15 feet tall and holding a tissue. This will do it, I said, smiling inside, lifting the weapon only a small bit, just an inch above the ground, and let it down. The ground shook, cracked, split open, and wobbled, causing an earthquake. The bowls couldn't stand steady and fell in between the big cracks, killing at least 10. Oh no, I said, witnessing this. Vishnu disappeared immediately. I'm sorry, Vishnu. I'm sorry. Let's start over, all the way back at the beginning. Send bowls, please. I attempted to rescue some that were still alive. The ground was how it was beforehand when I came up. Bowls ran my way, with giant ones that reached the clouds and small ones that ran on ground, leaving hardly any room for me to rest. I hid under the ground, though many managed to step on my head, pushing my face deeper into the dirt. In a while, I saw a small area, went to it, and meditated. Suddenly, a golden platinum flute came to my hand, and I played. As I kept on, surprisingly, the ground switched to a different type of soil, from dust to regular dirt. The warehouses were gone. The whole atmosphere changed. Instead of white clouds, the sky was now turning clear blue, and the sun had changed to a big golden beam. As I continued, the whole scene was transformed. All the bowls were gone. When I finished, I threw the flute. Never knew the instrument could be such an amazing tool. At that moment, I also realized Vishnu was trying to help me be resilient, full of endurance, bringing out the strengths in me. What happened to the animals? Were they lost because I switched it to a new place almost completely? Suddenly, I was directly from Vishnu. He complimented me. The flute is powerful, he said. Yes, I responded in agreement, although I'm not quite sure how to use the disc. It's when you have no fingers, he said, which meant when I completely become formless and see-through. However, he didn't say anything about the tissue. I'm sorry about the bowls, I said. I saved them all, he told me. I was touched by his immeasurable compassion. Vishnu was that which saves and preserves. I leaned over, touching his face. We kissed, then shared our deep affection. Later, we lay around until a mermaid appeared in the side bathtub with see-through curtains. Although I didn't go take a look, momentarily 2 more came, splashing in separate bathtubs. Curious, I went to see, but thought nothing of this. I put my clothes on, getting ready to leave. Where are you going? He asked. Somewhere, I'm not sure. I need to find out what I need to let go, I replied. When I was about to take off, he asked me not to. His love was sincerely true. Tell me, how deep is your love? I asked, staring out the window. It's the purest, he responded. Will you go to the end of the earth for me? I already have, he answered. Do it again, I said, then fell backwards from sky-high building. He reached out his hand to hold me to prevent from falling. I fall not to be saved. I can do that myself. This is not what I meant, by the way, I yelled. He let go. I fell on a wooden stake on someone's roof. She just killed herself, he said. My body slid through. There was no blood. I stepped out of my form. It went more transparent. Who the heck would put a wooden stake on their roof? Then, a village in India where I met Buddha. I had a little house of my own and wore house shorts and white t-shirt, watering the garden and living my day-to-day. When the bucket was empty, I went to the well in front of the house, fetching more water to shower the rest of the garden. Once I was close to being done, I picked fruits that were ripened in a straw basket. I walked to the stairs but stepped on a nail. The grass was tall and hadn't been mowed. Ouch! I yelled loudly. Vishnu quickly came, took out the nail, absorbed the pain, and healed it. Then he washed my feet in a bucket and dried them. I'm here for you, he said. I was quiet and didn't respond. Then let him know I was busy. I still have more plants to water, I said, looking away. He made sprinkles appear, watering all the plants again. Later I was sick, with a high temperature, shaken and shivering. He came quickly, lifted me, and absorbed the illness in his hands, turning it into golden energy. Then he handed the clear, sparkling glass of tonic water to replenish my weak body. Gradually, I was getting back to normal, regaining my strength. Then I put my shoes on, about to leave. Please come with me, he said. I'm on my own, I replied. I'm here for you, going to the end for you, he yelled after me. Okay, I said and walked off. Before long, I found myself at the ocean, watching the water at night. He came, dropping on his knees and professing his undying love, that he wanted to be with me eternally as one, and would do anything. Sure, I said, treading off. I'm on my knees, he yelled. Yeah, I was on the floor, flat on my face. I was at the dirt land. The warehouses were still there. There were a couple of boxes, yet there wasn't anything worthwhile to keep. He showed up, trying to convince of his love and devotion. Meanwhile, I browsed through the things in the warehouse. All this can be thrown away. In the midst of this, Vishnu, in his brilliant golden light surpassing the white clouds, watched as his other form was pleading. When I saw this, I yelled so the other Vishnu could hear as well. If you want me, come with your all. Instead of sending his avatars and other forms, he needs to come himself. In a moment, an airplane landed in the area. I headed to investigate. The god of maintainer walked out of the airplane in his fine golden garments, a golden crown on his head, shiny and shimmering in his golden energy, nearly without form. Suddenly, I was weak on my knees again. The purest and sincerest love he and I shared emerged completely, taking over. Once more, I was overcome with utmost, purest love and affection, where I couldn't even imagine myself without him, as if I wouldn't be complete, and where I would go to the end, anywhere and everywhere, high or low. Can you handle all of me? He asked when he came close. Yes, I answered. It's all I ever wanted. He touched my face, then kissed me, told one another we were the love, the only one for each other. He asked me to get on the plane with him. You're God now, he said when I got on. Chapter 19. The plane took off. I was afraid something was going to stop it from ascending. Nothing did. We passed my abode, looking exactly like how it was when I first went there. Salt clouds, light, and sun. He was taking me back, I thought, but said we were going higher. Shortly we were let out in front of steps. We walked up them and entered a room filled with energy, and an Om symbol surfaced from its center. In the room were Krishna, Shiva, Buddha, Jesus, and others I can't remember. I was speechless. All of them had the Om symbol. Vishnu, you have brought her here, one of the gods said. They were all in deep meditation. I observed everyone, seeing how glowing and shiny they were as I sat next to Vishnu. Thank you, my love, I whispered, and said something else, but he gestured for me to be quiet. At that, I sat calmly in meditation. Om symbol directly came and stayed around my chest, just like the others. Then, I found myself in the white clouds with goddesses, chatting, smiling, and gliding in the air. They were in their gleaming golden outfits, while I was in my purple checker shorts, white t-shirt, and flip-flops. In love with Vishnu, couldn't focus on anything else except this pure love of him and I. Guan Yin wore soft, elegant white attire from ancient China and had a peacock hairstyle. We dipped our feet in spring water, kicking and making small splashes. Guan Yin made her way to a bathhouse. I followed. Inside were wooden buckets and tub filled with water. I sat down to soak my feet. You and Vishnu have a strong relationship, she commented. Yes, I respond with a big smile. In cloud nine, head over heels in love. As she was talking, he watched from the cloudless sky. I beamed inside. Your husband watches you, she said. I glanced at him, smiling big. Moments later, he disappeared. After hearing her, I realized what she was going to say. We just made up. I don't want to leave him yet. I want to enjoy our relationship, I said. It was inevitable I was going to meet Brahma. When I'm ready, I will go to Brahma. Brahma is waiting, she informed, then left. I went to see Vishnu, letting him know I wasn't going to depart that quick. At this point, I couldn't. My love for him was completely strong and unable to leave it now. I wouldn't be complete. He lay quiet, didn't say much. It only meant he was going to let me go. Almost immediately, I found myself outside a Buddhist temple made of white cement. with gold edges surrounded by coconut trees. Someone was becoming a monk. From the temple entrance, I stood watching. He let down his long black hair, and a monk came with a razor blade, shaving off until it was completely gone. "Vishnu?" I said, not fully recognizing him. His appearance had changed a little, smaller in size, wearing a monk's outfit and holding a meditation bead. But after observing him closely, he was Vishnu. "If you want me to go to Brahma, then I will," I yelled. "But you don't have to do this." Chapter 20. Soon I was in a tuk-tuk full of people somewhere in India. The green rice fields grew nicely on both sides of the unpaved road. People sold foods on the side of the streets while others walked their cows and buffalo alongside. Our vehicle made a stop for people to get foods and drinks. An Indian man with a mustache sat just a bit distance from us, wearing a white shirt with a beard eye, but I didn't take a good look. However, I had a feeling he was going to rob this beautiful Indian girl who wore a pink sari with beautiful jewelry, looking like a goddess, and myself. We stood far from others as they ate and purchased foods. He came by to give a message. "Go to Brahma," he said. "I got it," I told him. Yet when I turned around, he pulled a knife on the girl. Vishnu showed up on the clouds, watching. "I got it, my love," I said, so he wouldn't interfere. "What do you want? Money?" I asked. Therefore, he could direct the blade my way instead. Despite being scared, I stood unmoved, looking at him directly, whereas my heart was beating fast and palm lightly sweated. Quickly, he pointed in my direction. He was going to attack. Nonetheless, I didn't budge, and realizing at the very moment I could get stabbed, he shortly put the knife down without saying a word and left quietly. We got back on the tuk-tuk, and I was let out at an airport. Doubtlessly, I missed Vishnu. He was the only air inside of me. A black helicopter parked in an open area. I made my way to it. No one operated it, though it ascended, and as soon as I stepped in, and nothing held it back unlike before. We got up high, passing soft white clouds, and came to a city with many high-rise buildings. People walked through a big, clear plastic tube to get to the other side. The helicopter stopped on the roof of a skyscraper. "We are going a bit higher," I heard as I was about to get off. I sat back down. The helicopter ascended. It stopped in mid-air this time. "Cut the strings," I commanded. Beige ropes held it back. Although they weren't cut, we ascended regardless. Why are there still ropes? "They are your fears, but they don't hold you back. You still keep going," Brahma replied. We landed on a high-rise light blue glass tower. It was breathtaking to watch other skyscrapers from where I was. No one was there except Brahma and myself. However, he didn't have form. I went to sit in front of a building that had a water fountain that wasn't turned on all the way. "Do something!" he shouted. "Like what? You want me to lift up the water?" I asked. I got up, walked around, and thought that maybe I could put water holes in the middle, corners, and sides, adding on. Then I raised the water. It shot up nicely in every corner, reaching to about the middle of the skyscraper. Brahma, however, elevated it all the way as high as the skyscrapers. "Wow," I said, stunned. He made the buildings even higher than they were, almost touching the limitless atmosphere. I shot up and caused the height of the other skyscrapers taller than they were, reaching the white clouds. "Create from pure thought," he said. "Pure thought?" I still cuss, I said, smiling myself. "Your thoughts are pure. You have no future, no past, no condition, and no attachments to anything. You just are. Your thoughts are of the purest. That's why Vishnu got a hold of you. One of the strongest and the purest ones who can stand alone can be here. It's tremendous to be here," he said. "Thank you," I said. "Brahma, let me go find Vishnu and I'll be back. I need some time. Give me a bit." "If you're here, then be here completely. Go back to Vishnu when you're done," he shouted. "Show me your form," I said. A white man with sandy brown hair walked by, admiring the water fountain Then a woman with a child came, observing. In a little while, they all vanished. Since you don't have form, you can take many forms endlessly, infinitely, he added. So you don't have form and can take form any time, then you just have a sound? Yes, he responded. I got it. I will be back, I said, then came out of meditation. Now it seemed I was left with this pure love for Vishnu, realizing he wouldn't appear if I called for him. He wanted me to go see Brahma. It was the Creator's turn to help me remember myself as the Creator. While listening to love songs on radio, I wanted to break down and cry, missing the God of Maintainer completely as I prepared breakfast for Santi. Vishnu, Vishnu. With a couple minutes to myself, I closed my eyes. Santi waited for his food, playing in the playroom. I found myself at the center of the universe with nothing, just empty space in my station, lying flat on my front and sad. Vishnu showed up, similar to Krishna, as the universe. As I lay quiet, he made pink lotus flowers fall everywhere and placed one big pink lotus under my body. The beautiful flower floated me around the empty dark space. Oh my gosh, I said, wanting to be with him completely. He then reminded me to see Brahma. I will, I said. Once the tiny boy ate, we drove to a store to use up some time until dropping him off at preschool. It seemed that now I appreciated everything even more and wasn't a stranger to nothing. Remembering how this existence came about, how it all started, and why it was there instead of seeing it there. The love I had for self could only continue eternally and could never end. In my dreams, I went back to see Brahma in front of the fountain. Instead of creating a helicopter parked in the vicinity, I headed towards the aircraft. Momentarily, a man with a mustache, light brown hair, and a light complexion came over. Brahma, you took form. Oh, you have many forms, but this is the first you've showed me. Can you make yourself a bit attractive? What's with the one eye rotating? Geez, why not be one of my favorite movie stars or something, I said. He switched to one of my preferred actors. No, too familiar, I said. He turned into one of my adored Hollywood celebrities. No, that's familiar too. He's transformed to one more. No, that's the same. Well, what do you want? He asked. Just the way you are is fine, my love. No need for anything else, I said. A few moments of watching him, he reminded of the man who tried to attack the beautiful girl and myself. Wait, aren't you that guy who gave me a message to come to you, then tried to rob me and this other girl? I asked. Yeah, that was me, he answered. Nice. A brown leather briefcase was on the seat. I picked it up, placed it on my lap, and opened it. Bunch of papers flew off. The helicopter ascended. Why open the window when I opened the briefcase? I shouted. Why open the briefcase while ascending? He asked back. The papers went off in different directions, but I collected them all just by putting my hand out and placed them back in the suitcase. My curiosity led me to unlock the leather case again. Once more, the papers scattered everywhere in the sky. Brahma had rolled down the window. Dang, I said. The papers pretty much blank. The top of it had little blurry writings, though mostly blank. The middle ones were completely clear, although the bottom ones seemed to have some writings, but mainly untouched. I'm blank! I'm totally unwritten, I shouted, tossing out the papers of the helicopter. They dispersed far and wide. The helicopter kept going beyond the porcelain clouds. Vishnu came through, transparent. He's making it harder for me. No matter how high we ascended, he was there. Head over heels in love, I was about to leave to go to him, getting off the Airbus, but sat back down. I can't. It will be the same. I still have to be back here. Soon we landed. Let's go fishing, Brahma suggested. Suddenly, we were on a small boat. No water. There was only air underneath, same as everywhere else. There was nothing. It needs water, he said. What do you want? Pond, lake, or ocean? Do you want clear skies with sun, A bit breezy? I asked, then stopped. Remembrance emerged. This wasn't any different than the physical world. You remember, he commented. I remember, I said. At the bottom of the wooden boat, I made water appear. It started to come in. Then I transformed it into a lake with soft sun reflecting, cool breeze, and nice temperature for fishing. However, the water rapidly dried up. To put the water back, I just dipped my finger, although this turn the water converted to green. No, I said, this isn't good for fish. My effort to transform the water to be sparkly and clear didn't produce results. Purest thought, should it be clear instead of green? Then I tried making myself cry, to get my tears to purify the water. However, I couldn't. Once more, I attempted to force out my tears by squeezing my eyes together. There was none. Brahma watched. What are you doing? He asked. Trying to make myself cry so I have tears to purify the water, I said. Give it a rest, he told me. He sat down in front of the lake, and now it was nighttime. We rested, though I got up to touch the water, trying to make it clearer, yet it didn't change. Come on, my purest thought, I said, dropping my finger in the water. Again, nothing transformed. What's my purest thought? I said, pacing back and forth, wanting to understand something. Brahma lay down with 2 hands supported his head, observing the nightly sky. My purest thought is a baby. Then what is my impure thought? Murders, rapists. As I continued to ponder, I said, if my thoughts are already pure, then anything I touch or create is from purity. Looks like you got it, Brahma. Everything you do is complete, he said. To assess the water closely, I bent down and noticed that the side of the lake was green because of green plants. Many fish like that, I said. I marched further into the lake. The water gradually became normal, fresh, regular water. I headed to lie down next to Brahma. We gazed at the calming atmosphere. I added more twinkling stars. These are just my consciousness, my thoughts. Creation is my power thought, I said. Krishna and Shiva, he asked. Extremely powerful, I mumbled, unable to fathom it. And Vishnu, he continued. My skin shivered just thinking about him. He was truly all-powerful. I need to be at my strongest to return to him. You're a very powerful thought, he said. Sometimes I would see myself with Vishnu by the sea during working with Brahma in the daytime. He asked if I was coming back to him. Yes, but I stand alone, I said. He also gave his golden mace, though didn't think I needed it for creation, and gave it back to him. She's a good match, he said when I flew away. When Santi ran into my room later that night, I woke up. It wasn't until morning I was able to meditate again. I was at my station, sitting on our bench. Brahma entered. I greeted him. He appeared to have 3 heads, but was still in the same form, with one eye rotating. He toured the station before he destroyed it. TV, telescope, and whatever there were all shattered. With a broom and a dustpan in my hand, I swept the messy floor. Is there more? He asked. Yeah, I replied with hesitance. Is he going to destroy that one too? We went up another level. He demolished it. The station wasn't completely ruined. However, a big green Earth planet appeared. He created many more in my station and in space. The station was filled with green globes. Wow, I said. We headed downward to first level, though he seemed fatigued. To help him walk steadily, I held his arms. As we descended the steps, he tossed my way, surprised. I thought he was going to kiss me. Instead, he disappeared inside my stomach. The man with one eye rotating inside my gut made it look like an anaconda just ate a cow. Despite making several attempts to vomit, I couldn't get him out. Oh my gosh! At this point, I was truly grossed out, seeing his 3 heads inside my abdominal. Suddenly, I turned smaller and smaller and departed my physical shape, like energy shooting out of a hole. I became completely formless and clear and couldn't be seen anywhere. I was this whole universe itself, looking at everything. Wow, I marveled. It's like I can see all. I can see everything in one look at the entire universe, living and non living. All seeing, I heard, as I continued watching, realizing I knew everything at that moment. All knowing, I heard. All knowing. I completely knew nothing for months now. Don't tell me it's going to be all existing and then all powerful, ever present, I was hearing. It was astonishing as I took a tour in awe, watching all from lakes, trees, ground, birds, and more. I could see everything, anything, yet I couldn't be seen. Is this what it's like being Brahma? It was liberating and free, unlike my stressful relationships with the gods. I kept going, making up to the clouds in disbelief, amazed by the skies, galaxies, sun, moon, stars, and so on, the whole creation. I went higher, passing my abode, and saw myself writing, using the computer. She myself looked at me as I headed upward. She realized I'm here? She's good. Why isn't she going up to live there yet? I'm just wrapping things up and I will be up, she myself replied. The place where Vishnu had taken me last time, where I was Om like other gods, much higher up than the abode. Making my way upward, I came across Krishna and Shiva meditating. Vishnu lay on his serpent and my love for him overcame unspeakably strong, where I had to stop and watch. I'll just be here a bit, looking at Vishnu, just a bit. They know I'm here. Okay, get over yourself. After taking a couple deep breaths, I continue before seeing a lake and wonder what it would like to be the water. So I kicked water, making big splashes with no form. Ha! I said. Wanting to see my sister, I zoomed to where she lived, watching her while she cooked. She couldn't see me. It's me! It's me! I yelled. She didn't respond. However, my young nephew knew I was there. He smiled. Then I made my way to where I resided and saw Sean. He knew I was there but didn't care. He was making dinner of macaroni and cheese for our boy. This is what it's like to be Brahma? Amazing. Unseen. Santi woke up early. Following breakfast, I came to a kid toy store to use up time before taking him to school. We had an hour. He played with train sets. I observed what was there. There's nowhere to go except here and now, eternally. It never ends. Head over heels with Vishnu. Similarly, every song I heard was about him and I. Not just the storylines of the music, but truly about us, the masculine and feminine energy that continued through eternity. In the past, the songs were about the singer stories. Now, as I came to remember, it was about love of self and for self, individually as well as a whole. When I reached home, I meditated and hoping during meditation that I could nap or see Vishnu. Instead, I strolled down the dark streets somewhere in the city, heading into a building. A door opened. I entered. The room was dark. Buddha statues were everywhere and on every floor as I rode inside the glass elevator, witnessing them. Buddha, 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 I said. I came into another floor. An elevator door opened ahead, but this time I took the stairs. Buddha statues sat at the corner of nearly every stair steps. Then I took an elevator. The building started to look familiar. Once I was at the top, I recognized it was the building where I had been with Brahma, with the water fountain station in front of it, though now the high-rises were golden platinum, shiny and sparkly, filled with porcelain Buddha statues. One idol was exceeding the clouds beyond a shiny city. Then I added more pure white Buddha figurines on the ground and at every turn. Brahma! I yelled so he could come see what I had done. There are a lot of Buddhas, he commented. Yeah, I responded with a smile. Everything I created would be with compassion and heart. Chapter 21. An image of myself walking into a modern room like a hotel suite surface. Krishna sat in meditation. I approached, then met my forehead against his. Suddenly, a tube mixed with red and orange color energy appeared, and I traveled down it. It sped fast, taking many sharp and deep turns, looking as I was being flushed through. Liquid held inside it, and it shot me upwards. I popped out at the other end and saw Jesus waiting. He wore a purple sash draped on one shoulder over a white robe. "I'm here for something. I'm not sure what it is," I said. It seemed we were under a metal ground, people banging on it loudly, like they were banging on a piece of steel. A deep, dark hole emerged in energy. "I have to go down there," I said to Jesus. I dove in, just like diving off a swimming board, traveling headfirst and witnessing ivy lines with tiny beads inside of. Within seconds, I noticed I was hooked to approximately 30 of these lines of nearly 1,000 or more feet long in a vacant, dim space, except that I was on a bed similar to those at the hospital. Vishnu kept appearing all over, big and small, as well as sitting next to my side. "Oh my gosh," I said, lying erect, watching little beads making their ways through the ivy lines. It felt like this was the last flushing. Meanwhile, a scene of myself walking up steps over the puffy clouds emerged. I was done wrapping things up from the home. Vishnu stood by the steps. "I want to show you something," he said. We entered into a golden shiny place with a big golden sun emitting directly at it. "It's beautiful! I love it!" I said excitedly. Then I made a bed and a lamp appear and a table for a computer. He left. I toured my new residence. However, his place was only one level up from mine. "He's not far." The meditation scene changed to where I lay with ivy lines, but there were fewer of them. And instead of little beads passing, now it was clear liquid. "Just a bit more," I heard. Suddenly, I stood on a dark road, watching people carrying a statue of brown stone Shiva statue into town. He seemed alive more than a statue, and I was somewhat reluctant to completely accept myself as he. Wasn't too enthusiastic to see him. "It's only a statue." Back to where I was lying down, and now the lines were less and less. After a long time, I got up to walk, then returned to sit before I lay down, and got up again. 3 long lines to go. Next, I was in my new abode, in bed typing while Vishnu watched. Finally, I smiled. "Come down if you want," I said. It was no different than he lived on the upper floor of an apartment. I was one level down. I reached my hand to grab his, pulling him to where I was. We kissed, then made love. We were intimate very, very often. Only 1 line's left. I stood up, walking and glancing at every corner, even though there was nothing to see, just indistinctive air. Vishnu showed all over. Shortly, a diamond shiny ring floated my direction. "I don't want it," I said, pushing it away. It floated back, but I pushed the sparkly band from me. However, the round glossy thing returned. "Is this a proposal? We are already married." The meditation scene switched to where I was sitting in a meditation posture in a room. Once I was finished ivy lines. Vishnu, Shiva, and another deity, possibly Krishna, placed their hands on my body as I sat in the middle, filling me with their golden energy as they were transferring their forces. The room glowed in brilliant golden light as they continued. Afterwards, I got up and left the room. "She's a very powerful force now," I heard one of them say. Afterwards, I toured my new place before trying to fly up, but was blocked by clear glass. With another attempt to go through transparently, it was similar to the last abode. I was unable to get by. I dropped downward, wanted to show Jesus my new place, so I called for him. He immediately came toward it, then walked towards me. "You have really ascended," he said, as he was proud and in some way touched. Then he left. Lying in my room, relaxing, Vishnu keenly, lovingly watched me from his place. This is a really good arrangement, Vishnu. Men on top, women at the bottom. Very nice, I said. This brought remembrance. Everything happening here was the same as the physical world itself. There was no difference. Curious, I stuck my head up to his residence and witnessed a breathtaking view. He saw this and pulled me up. His residence was stunning, not too different from mine, but his had radiance, luminous golden suns beaming in both directions. After we were intimate, I didn't go back to my unit. Soon I was there regularly. We confessed our love to one another. Do you want me to move in? Are you ready? I asked. Can you handle all of me? He asked. Yes, it's all I ever wanted. It's why I'm here. He and I lay in bed chatting, completely in love, and truly I was taken by our affection. Another version of him talked to Krishna, sitting on a tree limb over the clouds, watching us, and making comments like watching a movie. Can she handle him? Vishnu asked Krishna. Immediately, I appeared sitting next to Krishna. She can handle him just like the back of her hand, I said, flipping my hand to show it. We sat observing Vishnu and I, lying in bed discussing about moving in together. Vishnu reached his hand over to touch mine behind Krishna's back. The divine God left. The God of maintainer and I gazed at how beautiful, all breathtaking the lights of the suns were, right in front of us, before we made love. Afterwards, I couldn't stop letting Vishnu know how completely, unendingly I was in love with him. I would say I love you eternally. It will not ever end. In endless ways I will express my love to you, I said. Once more, this added my remembrance that divine love, which never ends or begins, continues through eternity, and how men and women express love to one another in limitless ways. This love can never stop. Chapter 22. Once our love became comfortable, he wanted to start a family and have 3 kids. He wanted 2 boys and a girl. What about 2 girls and 1 boy, I asked. No, 2 boys and 1 girl, he said. Let me go see Brahma first. When I come back, we'll have a family, I said. I searched for Brahma and found him on top of a building, viewing a metropolis. Remind me, what else do I need to remember, I asked. Look at yourself as Brahma and take yourself there. You're Brahma, he said. I still need to remember, I responded. Take yourself there, he insisted. Momentarily, I found myself under dark skies, dressed in a red skirt and a white hugging t-shirt, holding a white fabric with my black long hair middle to my back. I was thin, toned, and athletic. Many gods were present, up in the air watching as I got ready to do something. Shortly, I performed some sort of a dance with a fabric. Wild bow ran my way, and I tried to make the animal follow my cloth. What is she doing? Krishna asked Vishnu. They observed as I tried taming the animal with my dancing performance. My dancing skills were exceptional, able to arch my back, bending it gently with the fabric in my hand, and leading the bow behind as it followed the cloth to the front. Then it went back to its turf, and I would do the same dances under dark skies. This time, when the bow approached, I sat in meditation, held out my hand, and touched the bow's face with my utmost love. It was able to feel my deepest, sincerest care. It stopped moving. Then it knelt. My love, I said. It shortly vanished. Vishnu reached down his hand to pull me up to where he was. He leaned me onto his chest. You have just touched it with your purest love, he said. We rolled around. He was deeply moved by what I did. In a moment, he and I were back at our place. We already had 2 boys. We changed our home to a gold platinum building. Outside, we put slides for kids to play, and the 2 magnificent suns still shimmered from both sides. Inside, the kids had bunk beds upstairs. He and I had our own room downstairs. Now I address him as honey. We lived our lives as husband and wife with kids. Later, I tried piloting an airplane, taking the family higher or to another place for a vacation. Vishnu and the kids were in the back seats, watching my attempt to operate the aircraft. "Can Mommy do it?" he asked the kids. "Come on, Mommy!" the kids shouted. Something kept the plane from going up. Similar to before, I continued checking it again and again. It wasn't flying. "Do you need help, honey?" he asked. "Let me check again," I said. The airplane seemed to be stuck. I couldn't loosen it. Vishnu lifted his finger, sitting where he was. The plane ascended. The kids cheered. "I told you I can do it," I said to him. We reached an area where laundry hung, drying over a city, although there wasn't much. I still do laundry? Later, I found myself at my station at night, a couple of levels up from where I was, observing at completely different galaxies than previous. The station was all rebuilt, much bigger, though only a couple of telescopes to view. The galaxies were mixed with green jade color and innumerable twinkling stars covering the entire space. It was breathtaking. Vishnu showed up as the entire universe. "Hi, honey," I said. "Are the kids in bed?" "I'll be up soon." He kept watching tenderly. "Unless you want to come in," I said. He came over. We shared our affections, then went back to our resident lying in our bed. "You're such a wonderful husband and father," I shared, touching his face. In a while, I saw myself about 9 months pregnant, full term. It was tough to get around. He would rub my back, get the kids ready for school, prepare dinner, and put them to bed. When we lay in bed at night, I suggested for him to go and have a guy's night out with Krishna. "Go and have fun. I can handle it. The kids are in bed now," I said. He left to see Krishna, yet still watched me and the kids from where he was. "Have fun, honey," I said when I saw this. Not long, I gave birth to a baby girl. "It's a princess," I said. "Yes, it is," he said. He invited all the gods to welcome our newborn. Krishna came, serenading the baby with his fruit. Hanuman, Ganesh, and many others attended, all dressed in their godly outfits. I felt a bit left out. They were all gods. Among them was Jesus. I was deeply happy to see him. We tore as I held his hand, showing him what we had done for the kids. Then we stood, looking calmly at the metropolis. "Thank you for coming. I can't believe you came. It means a lot," I said. "I wouldn't miss it for the world. You did a nice job," he complimented. "Thank you," I said. "It's a beautiful creation," he said. "Beautiful creation? He doesn't mean..." I paused. When I turned around, everything was gone in a blink. Hurriedly, I ran to where they all had been. No one was there. Everyone had vanished, including Jesus. The kids were gone too. They weren't inside the house. The play was over, instantly. Don't tell me I'm the only one standing here. Glancing around, I saw Vishnu lying on his side in midair, with his hands supporting his head. "Vishnu!" I said, looking at him in disbelief. There was no more family. It was over for him too. Shortly, I found myself sitting on a pink lotus flower, floating in the air. Since this was over, was the love still there with us? I closed my eyes to listen. It's still there. "I'm going to visit Guanyin," I said, flying through the clouds. Chapter 23. I strode into a misty lotus garden full of white lotus flowers with white swans swimming in a quiet, calming pond. She touched the lotus flower growing above water. Once I greeted her, I observed, then touched the flowers. "Beautiful abode," I told her. "Thank you. How is Vishnu?" she asked. "He's fine. We are a normal couple," I said. We strode about the peaceful garden. She said, "You still need to go see Brahma." "What? That formless guy told me to take myself there." "Okay," I said. I left and sought out Brahma. He waited on the roof inside a black helicopter. "I'm here," I said as soon as I sat. He was shapeless, and the helicopter took off. We came into a collapsing city. Buildings were crushed in pieces as they were being demolished entirely. Some of the buildings fell fast, and some were in the midst of falling. What part of me is crumbling to make space to create? "You're getting it quickly," he commended when he heard me. We toured for a bit before finding myself elsewhere. I was among people who sat around a bonfire in the dark. As the flames of the fire lit, a woman emerged out of it, wearing a golden outfit and a crown. I felt scared. She performed a little dance in the flames. "Goddess of death?" I said. A sword appeared in her hand. She raised it up. A blindfolded man was brought in front of her as a sacrifice by two people. He was pushed down to his knees. He wore an off-white t-shirt and had brown hair down to his neck. The goddess of death was about to strike him with a sword, but I interrupted her by reaching my arm through the crowd, stopping the sword from touching him. "Oh," I heard from the crowd. They were surprised. Despite my fear, trembling a bit within, I stepped forward. "Who are you?" the goddess asked. "The sustainer of life," I answered instantly. "What's going on?" "He's too much in pain and wants to end his life," she responded. That was why she was going to kill him? To unfold him, I crouched lower and looked at him intently, then said, "You cannot escape pain through death. You'll be back doing this again. You need to face it. Death doesn't give an escape." He pondered and slowly stood up, telling the goddess he wanted to live. "Let him live so he can give himself a chance to see how strong he could be," I said to the goddess. She let him go. I made a bow, thanking her. After departing the place, I discovered myself at a little creek surrounded by green lush trees, with gentle sky, sparkling water flowing easefully through the rocks. The soft clouds moved in the sky and the sun shone gently. It was a perfect place for peaceful relaxation. I lay relaxing. Even though I hadn't seen Vishnu for some time, there was a desire in me to find him. It was an insight to travel the universe searching for him like I did. Krishna showed in the sky. It brought a smile to my face to see the divine God. He descended to lie nearby. We greeted each other before I lay in his arms lovingly. Momentarily, the god of maintainer appeared. He came down and lay on my left side. I rolled into his arms. Krishna laughed. The love was there. However, we weren't all over each other like we did. It switched to just complete love. He, of course, was the love of my life. I couldn't be without him. Afterwards, I was back with the Creator. The city was all destroyed, nothing left. "Make your grand design," he said. "Grand design?" He laughed. I got a big white paper out on the table inside a building where I worked as an architect, drawing what I wanted to create. Since I didn't know how to proceed, I just put whatever in the empty space. Big and small building, another metropolis. Nevertheless, too many buildings were next to each other. Only little room in between. There needs to be space. Pacing back and forth, I glanced outside again. Now the buildings had spaces between them. I smiled. Krishna showed up, transparent over the city. Krishna. He came to visit. "Keep me company?" I said. "It's why I'm here," he said. Not too long, we were in bed talking, joking, and laughing. Can I make love to him? However, I couldn't. Vishnu occupied my system completely inside my core that was nearly impossible at this point to be without him. "Take me higher," I said. The maintainer stopped over, and three of us hung out. When Krishna wasn't around, I was in Vishnu's arms, but we didn't make love, only held each other. Shortly, we found ourselves sitting on the puffy clouds at night, watching Krishna holding my hand, another version of myself walking up the stairs. "Krishna is taking me higher," I said. "Once you're there, I'll do what is necessary," he responded. The city I just created has to be about Krishna, the divine love. "Is it okay if Krishna is around when you're not?" I asked. I still had work to do here. He agreed. Krishna would show up often, watching the newly created city with me. Chapter 24. I entered a dimly dark room and thought Krishna was Vishnu. Couldn't tell the difference between them. Krishna or Vishnu sat in meditation, wearing a golden crown and outfit. "Vishnu?" I said. "No, it's Krishna," he responded. No, it's Vishnu, I said, beginning to feel distraught and hoping it was him. Inside my hole was the god of maintainer, the only air I breathed. Slowly I was collapsing, wanting to weep. Vishnu and I aren't too different, he replied. Then there's no more Vishnu? I'm back with Krishna? Give me a moment, Krishna. I'm just taken aback, I said, realizing that after Vishnu, I would be back with Krishna as I knew before, but now I was deeply in love where I couldn't even take myself back. Not knowing how to let go of this love that was deeply infiltrated my whole, I grew emotional. Vishnu and I were profoundly, completely in love, the purest love I never knew, love I couldn't even speak of. For all of me, I didn't know how to return to Krishna, the first husband, holding myself in deep distress. As the agony seeping through, I rolled on the floor full of pain. If I was to be back with Krishna, I needed time to heal, yet I couldn't fathom myself without Vishnu. It was if I would die, buried in hurt and pain. Krishna got up, carrying me into a room, and sat me on a white chair like one in a doctor's office, while I was emotionally distraught. Immediately, I understood what he was about to do. He put on a gargle and held a scalpel in his hand, ready to cut me open. Gosh, I said, maybe I need to get a surgery to heal, get over Vishnu. He took my shirt off, cutting from my chest down to my abdomen. Vishnu walked in briefly to hold my hand and told Krishna to take care of it. Make her completely formless so she can be my wife completely, he said. Wait, wasn't I already? I said. Inside me was a clear bag containing my inner organs, my intestines, lungs, kidney, liver, and so on. He took out the bag, about to throw it in the garbage, but I took a scalpel from his hand and poked through the clear plastic. Blood dripped. My insides fell into the can. I watched. The thing was, I didn't want to turn away from anything. I would see it, watch it, and face it. Momentary, I observed my transparent form. No face, no hands, no eyes, no ears, only clear outlines to show that it was me. We walked out of the room. Vishnu stood in a brilliant golden light reflecting far and wide as Godhead, endless forms on both sides. I wasn't sure if I saw a multi-headed serpent because I was astonished, falling on my knees, watching the indescribable manifestation. Being in the presence of his universal form was unspeakable. Thereafter, I stood wearing a scarf and blue striped shirt, whatever I wore that day, standing as the Godhead in limitless forms in the ultra-brilliant golden light beaming through the area. I'm the God of the universe. I'm the God of the universe. The God of the universe, I repeated. Following it, a golden light display similar to a wormhole, though it was bigger. I walked towards it, dove, and traveling through. She has no fear, one of them said. I popped out somewhere in a cold winter as I, Krishna, Vishnu, and a couple of other deities waited. A brown wooden cottage was nearby. She's now completely the unborn, one of them said. I opened my eyes, stopping the meditation, lying on my sister's beige leather sofa. The kids were a bit loud, running back and forth. Several visions occurred while I was there, yet couldn't focus and got distracted. Many hours of visiting my sister, I left. Once home, I went upstairs, closed my eyes, and saw myself formless, walking to Vishnu, who was sitting on a chair. You could tell it was me, but without my body. However, he had form. He was blue, with a bigger golden crown on his head. We hugged each other, but suddenly he became dazed and staring off into the distance. Oh no! Does this mean he's going to die and have to move on from here? I said. In distraught, he became very blank, not in the right state of mind. I sat watching. We were on Earth, living in a small cramped apartment with an old refrigerator, table and chairs, only a little room to move around. I will be with you no matter what. I can't let you go. I'm here for you, my love. I will never let you go, I said. He stared lifelessly. Whether he was the supreme God Vishnu, the maintainer and sustainer of the universe, or a helpless being, my love for him didn't change a bit. It was the same, pure, untouched, and untainted. There was no difference. Later, I took him for a leisure stroll, pointing to beautiful blue atmosphere, birds and trees nearby. Then we sat on the bench, enjoying the evening as I held his hand. He didn't say much. We returned to the complex. He lay in bed. I was next to him until he unexpectedly died. No, no! I screamed, horrified. Suddenly, I was stood in front of his body on a pyre, holding a torch at sunset, somewhere in countryside before burning his corpse. The two gods watched from way up, surpassing the earth. Look at her godly love, Vishnu said. After that, I took his ashes to the water and tossed them in the air, observing as they fell into streams. I ascended to where he stayed, reclining in his multi-headed serpent as the god of maintainer. He was crystal clear. I walked to embrace him, but passed through him, as I was see-through myself without form. He made himself to where I could lay on him. You shall be with me through this eternity, he said. At night, after reflecting on my meditations, it seemed as though I didn't know how to accept that I was this universe itself, that it was me all along, and didn't know what to do with the incomprehensible, complete love inside me. As I gained remembrance and came to who I was, the relationship would change and unsure how to deal with it, let alone accept it. How do I accept all of this? How do I do it? How do I accept all of this? Not for certain. I cried, wiping my tears in my room before closing my eyes. It was though I couldn't end it and didn't know how to let go of Vishnu, getting over this love inside me with him. Chapter 25. I strolled in the field full of tall green grass at sunset. He appeared in his brilliant golden light as Godhead, endless forms emitting and shimmering in every direction. My love, I said, crying, then dropped on my knees. What do I do? What do I do? How do I accept this and move on? It was if I couldn't, and at that point I would die with this love inside me. A glistening shell or cork happened to be lying on the grass. I picked it up and blew into the cork a couple times. He was gone, leaving me with this. On one hand, I held Vishnu's cork, and on the other, holding Krishna's flute, walking and sobbing in lush fields of green grass. Water was up to my ankles. I located more shells in water and gathered them in a silver bucket. These shells weren't like the first one, not as big and white or shiny, nor did they have rims of gold like the one I held. How can I forget him if he's everywhere? I cried. Later on, I was at a village, standing on the side of the road, giving out shells to whoever wanted them, with someone helping. We had a full table, asking whoever passed by if they wanted one. Once they were gone near evening, I was by myself again with the golden cork and the golden platinum flute. I sat facing sunset, filled with hurt, realizing I needed to accept it, although I didn't know how or if I could. I lay down weeping and holding myself, not knowing what to do, as if I couldn't carry on with such agony inside, spreading all over. It seemed that I could only live and die in this love. Along the way, I was absorbed in this purest and incomprehensible love that I now became. However, Vishnu and Krishna show up in midair, watching me lying on the grass, full of tears, gazing blankly at the sky. Vishnu made lotus flowers fall while Krishna played his flute. The calming sound on his music and the lotus flowers covering me was breathtaking, despite experiencing deep agony. Abruptly, noticed I wasn't on grass anymore, but above it on clear energy as the gods serenaded, trying to lift my spirits. This made it impossible to go on and seeing Vishnu. His presence added to my pain, and I curled up even more as painful energy creeping through, looking at him in tears and wanting him to be close. He came and held me. I don't know how to accept it. I don't know how to accept this. The dream is over for me. I can't let you go. Why can't we have family? Why did it end so quickly? I don't know how to let you go, my love. I can't, I said, sobbing hard. Then I put my head on his shoulder. The love with him was truly strong, immeasurable, and pure, where it knew no ending. It could never stop what was inside of me, realizing how powerful this love was, or I would die. This love could only go on eternally. He said something uplifting amidst his arm wrapped around me. We can have a family, endless through this eternity, endless and never stop, you and me, he said, stroking my hair, consoling. Do you mean it? Do you mean it? Do you promise? Promise me, I said in tears and hugged him tighter. There's nothing I couldn't or wouldn't do for you. There's nothing. I will go to the end for you, he said. While hugging him, I cried even more, touched by his deep love. I remember this. I remember us. I can never forget. I have been here before. I have done this before, I said as remembrance came. Why didn't I remember this before? Why? I was dreaming. I was dreaming while this union was always here all along. I remember. It seemed I had to delve to the deepest part of myself to regain consciousness of who I was and how I came about, what all this love, life, and existence was all about, having families and children, marriages and unions, love words and praises, the romance in movies, people holding hands, kissing and making love, families taking walks in woods, and so on. All this was us. The whole universe was the expression of this love, this union, this marriage, this oneness of the divine feminine and masculine energies that knew no end. It never stopped because I didn't want it to. I couldn't and wouldn't, as I didn't know how. Hence, I never ended. Where it started was where it never stopped. There was never anything else. I dreamed. I dream of love, of relationships, of marriages, of unions. I dream of love and live in love. All this was my dream, this whole universe. Vishnu started kissing me and touched my face. Here, in this open area, I asked, as we were about to be intimate, as I wasn't too comfortable yet making love in the open. Following this meditation, sometimes I found myself in different dimensions with him. Once we traveled to where people rode their horses in parades, and their skins were blue as if they were cartoons. We were among the crowd. A couple of times I was at the place where I was surrounded by elevated high grass, paddling on a wooden raft as the sun was setting, and recognized I was in the outskirts of Buddha land, where I've dumped the last load of conditions in a black plastic bag, then entered in the shiny land. With a smile, I shot upwards and watching the golden gleaming Buddha statues free and joyful. She's back, I heard. Krishna, Buddha, and other few deities were around on the long cushion-like, soft and fluffy clouds. Vishnu and I played catch. Our love was solid and everyone knew of it. We rolled around laughing. Can't they get enough of each other? One of the gods asked. I doubted, another responded. Next, I stood in the front yard in the evening looking at someone through a window in India. An Indian man with black mustache watched TV in a living room. I kept observing before recognizing him. Brahma, what have you been up to? I asked as I entered. The wife of mine keeps piling up responsibilities on me, taking care of the house, the kids, and who knows what, he vented. Sounds stressful, I said, smiling. Brahma was funny, blinking his eyes as he shared. We walked outside to talk. I want to show you something, I said. Vishnu watched us from above. Does your husband always watch you? He asked. Yes, he does, I replied with a big grin. We visited my station, which was expanded and rebuilt, having plenty of room and few telescopes and TV. We looked out into the universe, but didn't see planets or globes like before, but spinning green orbits or atoms and molecules surrounded by jade energy. Nice, he said. What about the metropolis? It's done. I named it the City of Divine Love, Krishna. And the other one before that, he continued, that's also done. I call it the Heart, City of Love and Compassion, Buddha. He glanced my way, almost in tears. He was proud. I get it now. I get it, I told him. He vanished, and I proceeded to peer into space, enjoying the universe. While I was drinking my morning coffee, I reflected on the deepest, powerful love inside with much understanding that love couldn't die. It could only live on. Now I understood why and how it all happened. Because I couldn't stop. It was impossible. I went to Vishnu conscious of why I was there, but hopelessly and blindly fell in the sincerest love and became it myself. I was this all along. Now I remembered. Later in meditation, I stood observing the magnificent golden sunset in the same place where I hugged Vishnu. The sun gently lowered calmly over green fields of grass. This life, this beingness, this universe, this dream never stops. What perfection, such perfection. This is the grand design. My grand design, I said. Did you get it now? Brahma asked when he arrived. I get it now. I remember, I replied. Then squeezed him. I love you. He and I were best of friends. We could have conversations about anything, staying up all night talking. On top of that, he was comical and made me laugh. Chapter 26. Santi acquired a long weekend. We made plans to meet up with my friend and her daughter for fun activities. First, we stopped at the local mall. Seeing a lady with 3 kids hanging around her put a smile on my face. The more I reflected on what I remembered through meditations, the more I came to accept what was going on, though it was hard because once I accepted, as well as understood and remembered it, I would move on and the segment would come to close, which meant that the garden maintainer wouldn't appear as much. Afterwards, we ventured to an outdoor playground, not too far from the shopping place. The strong wind howled, causing the climate to get colder. Santi and his gal pal played. Meanwhile, I reminisced about my romantic relationship with Vishnu, how we first met, when we got married, our quarrel, his love for me and my love for him. The more I pondered over how truly impossible I was to be separated from him, the more I came to accept that I was he and couldn't be separated from myself. He pervaded deeply inside the breath I breathed. Next, we hauled ourselves to another place so the kids could play more, an indoor playground since it was bitterly cold and windy outside. When I saw a woman who was pregnant chasing after her child, I beamed. Love never stops. As the day drifted by, I began feeling a bit sad. It felt I was now grieving over the relationship, as if I was moving on. As I came to accept and remember, things would change, which no doubt induced sadness and hurt. Throughout the day, a vision of myself sitting forlorn on a balcony with a room next to it, beyond earthly atmosphere, playing flute, surfaced. Shiva appeared, watching. My love, I said, touching his face, then leaned on him, distressed inside. Then told him that I had moved on with Vishnu, and he was happy for me. By dinner time, I was physically exhausted from the ongoing meditations and remembrances and lack of sleep. In addition, I tried to let go, thinking it was going to end with Vishnu. Once I showered, I went to lie down in bed, needing time alone, amid Sean spending time with Santi. It was though I was now on my own. When I closed my eyes, I learned of myself sitting on the balcony, feeling down. However, a lady appeared, sitting with one leg down and one up inside the room in the air. She might be a goddess, although I wasn't sure. She almost seemed like a statue of a copper tone color. She didn't say anything, and I continued playing the lovely tune. Before playing it again, I keenly observed the musical tool. The instrument was completely golden. Her image moved about in the ceiling. I watched. Energy seeped forth like flames in circles. I flew up, immersed myself in it. Afterwards, I wasn't sure what it was all about. I continued playing the instrument and grieving. Krishna showed up. He had something in his hand, long like a feather. Curious, I grabbed it from him. What is this? I asked. He didn't answer. It looked like a pen. A few white papers appeared. Rewrite, he suggested. Rewrite what? My whole book? Over? No, that's not what he meant. holding the feather pen in my hand with a grin because, like a high school girl, I was going to pen "I love Vishnu" in a big bold letter. I wrote "I" in blank ink and drew a heart. Another attempt. "I" followed by a heart shaped and couldn't write anything else. Then I wrote again "I," then a heart sign, and once more nothing else emerged. Suddenly, I almost burst into tears, understanding I couldn't write anything else, all because this was who I was now. Before, I didn't have a description or detail and didn't really have the words to describe, just an empty air. Now I narrowed to just "I heart" and nothing more. "I can't write anything else but this," I said. "That's enough," he responded. Since I was downcast, Krishna would show up consistently, spending time to lift my low mood by playing his beloved flute. I began to notice his love again and wanted to ask how deep his love was. But how could I even question his love? There was no doubt that it was. "How deep is your love for me?" I asked nonetheless. "It's bottomless," he replied. "Bottomless?" Abruptly, we were above the clouds, the abode where Vishnu and I had a family, with long, soft, fluffy vapors and light. There were no suns, platinum buildings, or slides for kids. I easily lay against Krishna's chest knitting, starting to be comfortable with his love, where I would be open to be with him again. It was going to be him, so let it be. It could be I was on a rebound from Vishnu, finding comfort in Krishna. However, I wasn't sure why I was knitting, but it was relaxing. "Take me higher," I said. "Are you ready?" he asked. "Yes," I replied. At this point, there was nothing to lose. The only thing I had was grieving over my relationship with the gutter maintainer. Once I finished, I suddenly said, "This is our baby's blanket, Krishna. I want to have a girl." "You should have whatever you wish," he said. His comment brightened my spirit just a shade. A baby appeared, wrapped in a blanket I just made in a crib. After holding the baby briefly, I placed the newborn back into the crib. Soon, though, there was no baby. It was clear. There was nothing. Maybe it's in a clear energy that can't be seen. "Are you ready?" Krishna asked. No one is taking care of the baby. I can't just leave it," I said. Momentarily, Hiruman and Ganesh came. "They will take care of the baby," he said. We walked up the steps, holding hands. Krishna was full-blown Krishna in golden garments and wearing his golden crown. He made golden energy rings circling around us to cheer me up. We came to a metal bridge where the three of us, Vishnu, Krishna, and myself, had crossed. Then entered into my station and saw Vishnu. Right away, I burst into tears, realizing how deeply I missed him. However, it seemed our relationship was done. The only thing I had to do was get over it. To see if he still loved and missed me, I tried gazing into his eyes, but he swiftly took Krishna to the other's room, not giving me any chance. "We must do what is necessary," he said. They were up to something. Whatever they were going to do, I had no qualms, nothing to lose. Grieving was the only thing that remained. They spun my naked body around before dipping me into hot water, like they were frying food. They pulled me up, chopped my body into parts, and dumped them into the boiling pan. Not long, I came out and walked inside my station. They followed, putting a plastic curtain on the wall. It looked like I was going to get murdered. "Throw a knife at her. Get her out of her flesh completely," he said to Krishna as I was tied to the wall. Krishna threw the blade at me, though only little blood oozed. "Looks like she's already out," he said. I was already transparent, formless, and limitless as the universe see-through. "Yes, I am," I said. They turned around and saw another version of myself sitting in the air transparent, while I was also the whole planet unseen. Vishnu couldn't keep his eyes away. "You still love her," Krishna said to him. Vishnu stared, unblinking. "How could I ever forget?" he mumbled. I got up, strolling into the street, formless, towering over the entire city. I couldn't be seen, yet nowhere and everywhere. Vishnu came to hold my hand. I'm on my own. I stand alone, I said. He let go, and I continued. No one could see me, though I could see everyone and everything clearly. People step out of restaurants, cafes, going to taxis, and waiting in lines. It must just stop raining because the streets were wet. Then I was away from the city and found myself where I had been, in the area containing light poles. This time I grinned, instead of wondering what was going on, where sitting in meditation. Brahma, I heard. Continued sitting. I saw heads bow. Brahma, Brahma, they all said together. Sitting calmly as the creator, I smiled, grasping what Vishnu and Krishna had done. Those two guys. My broken heart over the relationship was clear. Momentarily, I walked to the abode and saw a side profile of Vishnu. He was playing a flute. Quietly, I stood watching him. The love we shared emerged like how it had been. He turned my way. You're here, he said. Unable to believe he was there, I rushed over to lean on him. I love you so much, I said, deeply touched by his love. We kissed. Then I stopped and touched his face, realizing he didn't show up because he wanted me to focus in order to come to who I was. It was such a great love, what he did. Thank you so much, my love, I said. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you, he shared. Krishna showed up, standing a distance away while Vishnu and I kissed. I will be back. There's something I must do, I said, even though it was hard to get away from the affection. Go to him, he said. I walked towards Krishna, looking at him as if I was at loss for words to express how deeply I appreciated him and what he had done, as well as his love. In tears, I dropped down on my knees. Your love is bottomless, my love. Nothing can compare. It is so absolute, Krishna. I thank you. He turned into brilliant golden energy, shiny and glimmering. It was deeply breathtaking that I couldn't keep my eyes off of it, and stood erect, staring at glowing golden light as if I couldn't even move or make a sound. Suddenly, in a flash, he vanished. My mouth dropped. Krishna! 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 I yelled. Immediately, I was deeply incomplete. My heart fell into the abyss of pain, like death took over. Oh my gosh, I said, rubbing my chest. I can't live without him either. I can't be without him. Slowly, I tossed around, about to let Vishnu know, but saw the two gods sat laughing, eating apples. She thought you were gone, Vishnu said, and they just kept on smiling and chuckling while I was in disbelief. I ran to them. You guys tricked me again, I shouted. I chased them all over, throwing pillows at them. Vishnu got a hold of my hand and held me close. Krishna left. We have to visit Krishna sometimes. We aren't complete without him, I said. Neither is he without us, he said. Now, where were we? Chapter 27. In the morning, when I woke up, I missed Krishna. The little guy was allowed to watch his favorite show. My eyes were shut, searching for the divine God. Krishna! Krishna! I went to where he would be, at my station, before heading to the sea at night, but couldn't find him. A multi-headed serpent was there. It didn't know where Krishna was either, though the big snake followed wherever I went. Where can he be? Usually he would show up by now. Back at the abode, now the buildings and the skyscrapers were high and glossy, reaching all the way up, touching the skies. When I sat down, the many-headed serpent slithered behind, covering me like an umbrella. Then I reclined on my side, my hand supporting my head. Krishna appeared. I can take it from here, I told the serpent. I look everywhere for you. I miss you so much, I said. He leaned forward. We kissed, touching each other's faces. Make love to me, I whispered. I wanted to show you my creation, I said afterwards, leading him by the hand, pointing to each building I have created. A metropolis up in heaven, clear clouds situated everywhere, every corner, and brilliant light reflecting, making it look sparkling. It had no bottom. Amidst showing him, I added more to blue glass awesome towers. You create now, he said. Yes, I responded. A lightning strike flashed not far. Lord only knew why. I quickly sped to it and sat until the lightning stopped, and walked out of it looked like I had seen a ghost. My hair puffed up all over, and my face smeared with smokes. A plastic beige tube suddenly emerged. Go through it, he said. Another version of myself appeared to watch with Krishna. However, the gray coat I had been wearing was going through the tube too. It stuck in front, blocking me from sliding. Despite making many attempts to push it forward, I couldn't. The version of me with Krishna saw this and stood up. She was concerned. I had a hard time. Do you trust me? Krishna asked. There's no doubt, she answered, and said, they watched as I struggled to get past. The winter jacket wouldn't budge. Bit by bit, I pushed. It gradually moved just enough each time. Once, nearing the top, another copy of myself, who had been electrocuted by lightning, her face smeared, pulled the jacket out, then grabbed my hand, helping me up. Once I got out, about 100 versions of me that was struck by lightning showed up on the roof, standing in rows, while Krishna and another copy of myself, who wasn't electrocuted, observed. Moments later, the Incredible Hulk appeared in his biggest form, taking over the city and smashing down buildings and skyscrapers. Pretty much everything I have created. My mouth fell in disbelief. I was going to stop him, but Krishna held me back. Hulk was incredibly enormous. Unsure how I was going to hold him off. Nonetheless, I was going to try. Yet Krishna asked me to wait. By the time the green giant man was about done and I couldn't hold any longer, I charged in front of him, shouting for him to halt. Now the entire city was fully destroyed. I grew highly upset that I turned completely formless and immense, where Hulk could only look like an ant in my pocket. No one destroy my creation, I yelled. I grabbed Hulk. He was frightened. You're in my palm now, I said, putting him in my pocket. The buildings were rebuilt, although they weren't how they had been, bottomless, reaching the clouds and skies. Instead, they were very similar to many structures on ground. Momentary, Vishnu showed up in mid-air, rode on a white horse holding a trishul. The sky turned dark, lightning flashed far and wide as it was a battleground. Vishnu, my love, why does he have a trishul? Is this war? But there's no war inside me. What's going on? Show me what you got, he shouted, pointing the trishul at me. What? My love, I said. How could I fight him, since I love him so completely? Show me what you got, he shouted again. He's training her, Krishna said to my other version. I understood immediately and smiled, flying up to where he was. Come and get me, I yelled. I flew back to the home, standing on the vibrant vapors, waiting to see what he was going to do. He stood a far distance, a golden disc spinning on his index finger. I have that too, I said. The disc spun around my finger. However, mine was golden platinum, and it was bigger. It spun slower. I noticed my finger was now plastic, which was okay. It wouldn't become sore from the spinning weapon like last time. He threw the disc my way. I released mine to stop his. Although my disc wasn't shiny gold and it didn't spin as fast, it stopped his for a long time. A bit pumped, I started laughing. Ha! While my pushed on his, stopping it, I shouted loudly, Vishnu, if you want me, come and get me. I flew elsewhere, but witnessed Krishna with another version of myself next to him. She immediately vanished. Then he and Vishnu were together on white horses on land. They teamed up. What? I said. When I saw this, I turned formless again, making myself enormous, towering over the entire atmosphere. She's getting very powerful. She's turning into Brahma, Krishna said. Immediately, I made an ocean appear to create monstrous waves to wipe them out. They fell off their horses onto the ground. Absorb the ocean, Vishnu told Krishna. Krishna stuck out his hand to diminish it, but I kept pushing his energy back, stopping him from dissipating it. The ocean is hers, he said afterwards. The deep sea was still intact. Shiva came holding his tissue. The three of them stood next to each other. Quickly, I pounded on the ground. The entire place shook. The ground split, causing a major earthquake. They couldn't stand steady and charged into the air. I laughed loudly again. Shiva, Krishna, Vishnu, come to me at once, I shouted, laughing, tilting my head back. Suddenly, they were gone. Not knowing where they had gone, I looked around. Just moments later, they transformed into one force. There was no ground, no sky, no clouds, except for a force as big as the whole universe itself, in gray energy, as if the entire planet was moving and coming towards me. Oh, shit! What did I just ask for? They're going to absorb me, I said, a bit concerned. I kept expanding even bigger, but the whole universe was heading my direction. You could say I was the size of a country, a speck going against the whole planet itself. What do I do? What do I do? What's Vishnu's weakness? What is Vishnu's weakness? It's me. I can't make waves or create lightnings or earthquakes. They won't do anything. They came closer, and I plunged forward, giving all I had, crashing against the power force as if I was running into a Great Wall of China. Just as quickly, I was knocked backwards, switching back to my form, falling from high up all the way down, though it was bottomless. However, I wasn't going to stop myself, wanting to see what Vishnu was going to do. If a ground appeared, I was going to let it be. She's falling, he said. She can handle herself, Krishna told him as they sat on the white horses. She's falling, he yelled again and got off his horse quickly, flying to where I was and holding me in his arms. Were you going to let me fall? I asked. Never, he said. He flew us back to our boat, laid me down on the cloud. I love you so much, I said. You did so well, he said, touching my face. We kissed and rolled around. Looks like the training is over, I heard from either Shiva or Krishna. After we made love, I wasn't feeling as great. The three of them really came at me, even though I asked them to. The training is to bring out the strengths you never knew unimaginable, the god of maintainer explained. Just like how I came to love that is bottomless and purest. Exactly, he agreed. We came to you at once because you have no fear. When there's no fear, there's no limit. When you are surrounded, you either can surrender or unleash. I can only unleash. I would do it, but I don't want you to be involved. It will only distract me. Send someone else to take your place, I said. Send all of them. Wait, I'm not ready for that yet. I will send Rama, he replied. Who's that? I don't know him. Send someone else, I said. Hanuman? He said. Okay, but we're buddies, I replied. He'll do what's necessary, he said. Now it was me going head to head with Krishna, Shiva, and Hanuman. Then I kept seeing another version of myself standing next to Krishna. Vishnu saw this and said, You're not complete without Krishna, and neither is he. When I'm with him, I asked. You're with him completely, he said. And when I'm with you, I continued. You're with me completely, he answered. To get ready for the training, I got my bow and arrows in a quiver and a tissue, golden platinum disc shell and golden flute ready in a cloth bag. By now, I obtained almost all of the god's weapons. The ones I knew how to use most were the tissue, flute, king cobra, but he wasn't fit for this situation. I marched to where we were beforehand in the sky with some dark clouds. They waited. What's Krishna's weakness? What's Krishna's weakness? I beamed and said, It's me. Even so, I wouldn't use this because I wouldn't get anything out of it. I'm ready, I said when I arrived. Hanuman was about to shoot his arrows, but Krishna held up his hand to halt him. She's planning, he said, watching me walk back and forth, coming up with methods to handle them. As soon as I heard him, I understood it. Though the thing was, I couldn't remember anything from my plans, as I couldn't remember them to begin with. There was no attachment to my thoughts, as they were wind brushing on my skin. The only thing that was me was what purely and instantly came at that moment. Hanuman, shot at least 10 wooden arrows quickly, one by one, as if they were coming at once, while I sat in meditation, transforming into formless Buddha. Didn't realize I had turned into Buddha until I lifted my palm, changing the arrows into white flowers. Another 10 came. Similarly, I held up my hand and transforming them into red hearts with some sparkles as though they were Valentine's hearts. He released more arrows. This time I stopped them in midair and made little yellow birds appear to stand on those arrows until they fell onto the ground. It was Shiva's turn. He stood with a trishu in his hand. I transformed myself into Shiva, standing tall and muscular with a white crescent moon on my matted hair. King cobras wrapped around my neck and both of my arms and wore tiger skin. When he was about to lift his trishu, I was about to lift mine. When he let his trident down, I let mine down at the same time, causing earthquakes. He flew up in midair. I did the same. Hanuman reported to Vishnu on what happened. She turned my arrows into something else. Flowers, hearts, spring birds standing on them. And Shiva? Vishnu asked. They were identical. Nothing was done. Whatever he did, she did. She's Shiva, all right. Put forth your strongest weapon, said Vishnu. His comment invoked something inside me. He was trying to tell me something. However, I can't elaborate precisely. Yet, surprised he called or saw me as Shiva. At your wife's, sir? Asked Hanuman. The maintainer fell quiet. Hanuman returned, shooting his strongest golden arrow, launched at incredibly fast speed. I can't stop it with my purest love, I said, sitting as Buddha. When it drew closer, I stopped the sharp golden object with my untouched affection. It dropped on the ground. Another came. I let it go through as I sat calmly, becoming clear and transparent. It's no use, sir. You need to go see it, Hanuman told Vishnu afterwards. She asked me not to interfere, he said. And Krishna? It's his turn now, Hanuman answered. Send Rama to Krishna, he told Hanuman. Sir, these two are superpower. Let's see what she does, he said. Rama, the seventh avatar of Vishnu, came riding on a white horse and looking similar to Krishna or Vishnu, having his arrows in a quiver, holding a bow. He seemed a bit younger. After Hanuman mentioned they were powerful, I began to have doubts. Krishna took out his flute to play. I took out mine and played. His golden energy made its way. My energy met his halfway. Nonetheless, his energy kept pushing mine towards my way, while I kept playing relentlessly, trying to push his toward him, but his power of energy kept coming closer. In a moment, I was getting weary, playing the instrument slowly. She's getting tired, Rama said. Is there such a thing? Krishna said. That reminder was all that was needed. There's no such thing, I shouted, bouncing back and making a golden flute bigger. The sound was strong now, pushing Krishna's energy back. That's it, he said. Quickly, Rama stepped in. It caught me off guard. He shot his arrow at the fastest speed, hitting me in the chest, and I fell backwards like a bird from the sky. I stepped out from my form, transparent and see-through. Turn into golden energy and immerse into mine. Combine our forces as one, Krishna shouted. I sat in meditation, turning myself into golden energy. Once I expanded, I went inside Krishna's brilliant, luminous, immaculate force. Wow, he's complete pure power. Rama energy was the same, but I wasn't sure how to immerse myself in it. Wasn't too comfortable with him yet. While I was sitting in this golden, untouched light, Krishna entered. Lovingly, I smiled. Now we sat face to face as our energies merged as one. He gazed at me for a bit before leaning over to kiss my lips. My love, I said. Krishna, come out of there, Rama yelled. Krishna didn't respond. The training is over. Thank you for your help, I said, lying in his arms afterwards. You did well, he said. He then vanished. When I stood up, Vishnu plus his avatars were on their white horses in the sky, standing a good distance away. I looked at him softly, wanting to cry. My love, I'm not sure I'm ready for this. Vishnu was my complete and utmost love and was ready to come at me. It wasn't just that he was my husband, but going head to head with him was another thing. He was supreme power as well. You need to try. You never know your own strength if you don't try, he said. This time, instead of becoming clear and formless, I transformed into golden energy bigger than previous. Vishnu avatars shot their weapons, but I blocked them using the golden energy as a shield. Some of the weapons went through it, but this didn't hurt me as I sat untouched. Then I made it much stronger to where nothing could get through and continue expanding. She's getting bigger. She's getting quickly, one of the avatars said. As my energy spread, Vishnu appeared inside it while I sat in meditation. He had his golden disc with him, spinning around his finger. I brought out mine, but it became brown cloth. Instead, spun flat on my finger. He let go of the disc. It instantly chopped my head off. I don't have a head. There's no me, I shouted, seeing my head fell off as I grew transparent, coming out from my body. He took out his golden sword and cut my body in half. There's no body, I shouted. He left the golden circle. When you're ready, you can turn everything into golden energy. Combine yours with mine. Turn this whole universe into one. Nothing can stop you then. All is on your side. When you're ready, it's when you're ready, he shouted. I'm ready now, I yelled. I continued growing, transmuted everything into golden light and combining my energy with Vishnu's. As I kept growing bigger before I was everywhere, I became a bit anxious. Wasn't sure if I could expand anymore and took some deep breaths. There's no limit. There's no limit. There's no limit to anything, I said, taking deep breaths as I continued and repeating as I got more anxious and uncomfortable. There's no limit. There's no limit. During the process, I sighted 2 golden nuclear planets and flew right into one of them, then sat still until both exploded, blasting golden light everywhere. Momentary, Vishnu walked in as I lay sideways in this radiant golden air. You did well, he said, leaning forward for a kiss. We made love too. Chapter 28. Every day and every minute of my life, I was very consumed by this love I came to, the love for Vishnu and Krishna, that I hardly had any relationships outside of this. Everything changed, which I couldn't truly define in language. Now, when I saw people, they weren't people anymore, but conscious energy with nowhere to go except here, now, eternally. There didn't seem to be anything else but consciousness itself. There was no death or dying or even sorrow. Sometimes I didn't know how to accept the energy of pure love that transpired. Periodically, I would say, I can only accept it. There's nothing else. I can only accept it. This love could only continue eternally. I couldn't be separated from Vishnu and Krishna because I was who they were and they were who I was. In meditation, I was in the cottony clouds in the abode kissing Vishnu. Can we go make love in our serpent? I asked. He held me by the waist, flying us there. Our energies intertwined, immersing together as one. I want to be with you completely, I said. At this point, my veins, vessels, blood, and my energy belonged to Vishnu, unable to fathom being without him. It was love that paralyzed me down to my knees, as though I could only die in it, hopelessly. However, he left afterwards and couldn't be found anywhere. Shortly, I strolled along the beach, not doing much before ending up in my residence and not doing anything either. Sitting, walking around, I made a computer appear to write, then took a shower, did little gardening, and then made a bed exist. The buildings I created, I made room inside them, comparable to hotel suites. Then I put few people there, enjoying themselves out in their balconies. They waved when they saw me. The 2 gods watched up somewhere. Krishna urged Vishnu to go to me. She needs to be with herself for a while, he told Krishna. Do you want to be down on your knees again? Krishna asked, which I couldn't say any better. It brought a smile to my face hearing it. Then I made a brown dog appear, walking it around the clouds. We sat and I petted its head. Later, I found myself walking along the beach again, where Vishnu told me to heal drowning men. I went for a swim, then sat on the rock before seeing myself turning into a mermaid and flipping my tail. I dove into the ocean, then came back to sit on the rock, turning over so Vishnu could see how toned and tight my butt was, since he was watching beyond Earth plane. Somehow, this didn't do anything to provoke his interest. Maybe I should make myself look sexy. In a second, I grew out my black hair. It was lengthy, passing my shoulders, with an athletic body, toned and gorgeous, flawless complexion, strolling as my soft skirt flowed by the breeze. With a white tank top on to enhance my tan, radiant skin, he didn't care. Looking physically beautiful didn't mean much to him, which I already knew, though I still tried. I stripped off my clothes and headed for a swim in the ocean naked, under the moonlight. Nonetheless, this didn't entice him. However, when I walked out of the water, my energy showed. It was completely clear, shiny, and sparkling like diamond this time. He came in a split second. We kissed passionately and made love above the sea. "I want you completely," I said afterwards. Once more, he walked away. "I want you all completely." An image of father sitting in a wheelchair surfaced in my sister's house, and I walked toward him to let him know how I truly appreciated him with my all. He helped me see who I truly was, the good, the bad, and everything in between. Deeply, I appreciated his great love. Not believing in myself was something I had learned, and now I needed to face it again, accepting it, so I could unlearn it and let it go. Now I understood why Vishnu left me alone. A few times he took me to visit my deceased father in his new life, since I was concerned about how he was doing after he died. "Enjoy your new adventure. Best wishes," I said when I saw my late father in his new life, still a baby. Then I was back on the beach, strolling, reflecting, and throwing rocks into the ocean. My dad passed not too long ago, yet I hadn't fully allowed myself to accept that he was gone. At least, not entirely. I need to visit his gravesite. Shortly, I found myself sitting between my late mom and dad's graves. They weren't too far apart. I played my flute, especially to my father, completely wishing him farewell and thanking him for everything. From the smallest to the biggest things, I could never forget his love. He shall be in my heart through this eternity, and I realized how beautiful and amazing he was for playing his part as my father, as I couldn't have asked for a better dad. Then I returned, walking along the beach again. This round, I made a hammock appear and relaxed in it. The beach was surrounded by green trees. A pen and paper popped into my hand, and I wrote, "I," followed by a heart sign, putting it in a bottle and tossing it into the sea. Vishnu saw it. He picked it up from his abode and read it. He smiled. He wrote something, placed it in a bottle, and sent it back. There were blank straight lines in bold and black ink. When I opened it, "What is this?" I said. "I don't know how to get to her," he said to Krishna. He wrote again and sent it. It was the same. "What the heck?" I said. "Maybe I should wet it in the water and see." The lines faded. A big heart emerged. It made me smile. No eye, just heart. Chapter 29. Lying around with nothing to do, I built sand castles, threw rocks until I heard, "La!" "Yeah," I responded, shooting up to the resident. No one was there. I sat on a beach chair, understanding I was now on my own. I wasn't called Vishnu, Krishna, Brahman, or Shiva, but now, La. It was a bit awkward. But that was the name I took. While sitting on the chair, Vishnu and Krishna headed my way. They dressed in Indian menswear, fancy and elegant, as if they were going to weddings. I got up and went to greet the gods. A brown carriage with gold seams arrived. We all got on. I sat in the middle of them. Am I going to marry them both? I already married them already. Suddenly, I was in an Indian traditional red sari wedding dress with golden earrings on my ears, nose and arm, and gold bracelets on my wrists. Krishna left, just Vishnu and I arriving to the wedding in a big room decorated with red and white, short and long flower necklaces on the walls. Many guests attended, although I didn't know any of them. We were on Earth having a normal wedding. He went around shaking the hands of those who came before we sat next to each other as guests threw flowers at us, saying, "Congratulations!" We stood facing each other in front of the guests. He said, "I will marry you over and over for you to be with me." I leaned over to hug him, accepting his deep affection in disbelief of how immeasurable his love was. On our way back, I had my head on his shoulder the entire time, melting deeply into this love as my whole entirety was taken over by it, as if I could only live and die in it. We were in a normal apartment room, which was supposed to be where we resided, although it's stationed way beyond Earth. After we made love, he walked out. The honeymoon seemed to be over. He sat on his throne watching earthly beings. Didn't even notice when I sat by him. No different from when the husbands watched football games and forgot they had wives. Moments later, I went back to the old abode, sat in a chair, admired the buildings, and thought maybe I should create more. So I added extra rooms, stairs, and balconies. "How about that one? Do you want our kid to look like that one?" he shouted. That's what he was doing? "I want to create my own, make our own kids," I said when he arrived. Not much later, I was pregnant. My stomach wasn't big right away, gradually gotten bigger. "Should we call Krishna?" I asked, basking in the sun. He agreed. Krishna came, talking to me as I lay on a chair pregnant. I held his hand and gazed at him, missing him deeply and realizing I was still truly in love with him. But now I was having a family with Vishnu. "You'll always be my love," I said, about to cry, trying to get a hold of myself. "What about being a godfather to our child?" I gave birth to a boy and was breastfeeding the baby. Somehow the garden maintainer found it to be beautiful, the way I care for our child. He was very attentive to the baby and myself. Once the baby grew a bit bigger, I became pregnant again. The pregnancy progressed naturally, just like the first. I stopped the meditation to put Santi to bed. Waiting for him to fall asleep, I reflected. Had I stretched out time now? Since the first family was like a blink of an eye and it was gone? Now it seems like it was going slower. Do I do this to make life last longer? In the physical life, there was time when we went back to Earth to get married. In heaven, there was no time. Things happened instantly. In the next meditation, I was with Vishnu. However, our kids weren't with us. We were in a room where Krishna and I had been a couple times, although the chamber had changed to just a regular mirror room. Unsure why I was there, and then I was in another room with a few people, one of which was one of my favorite singers. Vishnu was present, but he looked a bit different. He wore an outfit that was fused of red and some gold. It could be Lakshmi, though I wasn't completely sure, and on top of this, I couldn't accept that at the moment, if it was she, because I would be jealous in some way. The singer headed somewhere. I followed him. He kept going down the stairs. Instantly, I understood. I was going down to my subconscious. We continued downward until we entered a room and saw a multi-headed serpent. "Unleash it," I said. We released the serpent. It shot out of the room into the atmosphere. I undid whatever else was there. "I want no more hiding. Everything needs to come out." I kept open boxes, drawers, and whatever was around despite all the boxes were already uncovered. Then I saw a room where Vishnu and I had unlocked drawers, unleashing everything, including the chakras. I entered. It was in the same shape, messy, like how we had left it. Vishnu or Lakshmi was there, but I kept calling her Vishnu because I couldn't truly tell the difference, or didn't want to accept that she was Lakshmi. There wasn't anything which needed to undo. I thanked her, made a bow, acknowledging who she was. "Goddess," I said, about to leave. But an image of her and Vishnu getting married and feeding each other food came. Many emotions surfaced abruptly, as I just had a huge slap in the face that she was his wife, not me. Highly and deeply disturbed I became. "No, no, no, it's me. I am. It's me. I I am! I am! I screamed, rushed out of the room, and ran up the stairs. No, 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 I am! I am! I am! I continued saying this about 100 times, walking the street, petrified at night, crying and holding my chest, saying, I am, it's me, I am. Went into the street, staggering, dropping down in the middle of the road and weeping in pain. Cars and trucks drove over, but they didn't hit me as I lay in the middle, facing up. Krishna appeared over the city. I yelled out his name, asked him to come and get me, but he didn't show. I'm alone. I'm alone. I'm on my own. I'm alone. I'm alone. After the cars were gone, I picked myself up and strolled on the sidewalk in tears. People threaded by watching me, hurt, lost, and in despair, wearing my purple, black, and white checker shorts and t-shirt. Slowly I was saying, I am, it's me, I'm on my own, I'm alone. It started raining. I headed into an alley by garbage cans, trying to play the flute in my hand, sobbing uncontrollably that I couldn't even play. Krishna, Krishna, come and get me, please. I sat in the downpour saying, I am, it's me, I am. I wasn't in the right functionality and proceeded staring off in the distance. Now there wasn't any association to why I said I am. I just said it repetitively, almost unable to stop. It wasn't relating to being Vishnu's wife. It seemed to be something else entirely, though I thought nothing of it, as if I had let myself go and was completely out of it, in a state of disturbance, holding myself and repeating the same thing over and over. Then I got up and strolled along the streets, repeating, I am, I'm on my own, I'm alone, I stand alone, it's me, I am, like a mantra, and went into an alley, falling on wet dirt. Vishnu and Krishna saw this where they were. She's in shock, Vishnu said as he was unsettled, pacing back and forth. I didn't pick myself up this time, but curled into a fetal position saying the same thing, similar to a patient at a psych hospital. By now, my face, hair, and clothes were covered with dirt and rain. Many people walked by, seeing me, lying down and saying redundantly. Then I heard Krishna told Vishnu to leave me alone. Vishnu wanted to come and get me. Shortly, the maintainer came and took me into a room. He gave me a bath, wetting my hair and entire body as I sat staring lifelessly into the distance, saying, I am, it's me, I am. He lifted me from the bathtub, dried my body, and combed my black hair. He had me face a mirror. I couldn't see myself, but saw his image, though it was just air. When I was about to touch him, I couldn't. He was gone. Then I touched my body, realizing I was still in my physical form, although I was very thin, almost down to nothing. I broke down in tears, lying on the floor. How am I supposed to be here when he's already gone? How? I am. I'm alone. I stand alone. I am. I continue repeating this nonstop. Stone-faced in the bathroom, he came, lifted me, and put me in bed, stroking my hair. It didn't matter if he was there. I was in a state of shock, and his presence didn't pacify the wreckage in me. Krishna told him to leave me alone. He left. After repeating expressionlessly for some time, I left the room and into the street. I'm on my own. There's no one else. Nothing else. I'm alone. There's no one else. Nothing else. I am. Soon I was where I sat as Brahma, but it wasn't the same. All in the past, as well as the abode. Looking at the buildings I created, I said, I don't want to be in the same places anymore. This brought more heartache and ruins. Abruptly, I was back on earth in the alley. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and I wanted to create storms and earthquakes to distract what was inside, yet didn't have the strength or the will. Maybe I should transcend the whole universe. I started this, and things began to turn clear, though there was no strength or will. Stairs suddenly appeared. I walked up them. Then a light green Incredible Hulk was about to destroy the city, not the abode, however. When he saw me, he stopped. It seemed he needed my permission. I flew to him, witnessing that the city was already dead. I nodded my head for him to demolish it. Once he started it, I yelled, "I will help you! I will help! I will help!" We smashed the metropolis together, and when dark clouds rolled by, I screamed loudly, "I can destroy this! I can take this down to pieces!" It looked like I had nothing to lose. Stairs surfaced. I went up and saw the side of my abode, but kept going. Before long, though, a clear spiral tube appeared, and I slid through it. It was in the same place where Jesus had helped me to slide through, though there were more tubes, and longer ones with many lids. As I traveled, I heard Vishnu telling Krishna to open the lids for me. Krishna opened them all, but I shouted, "No, no, I can open them on my own. I can do it myself. I stand alone. I stand alone." I closed the lids just by reaching out my hand amidst sliding, uncovering them all. I came out at the top roof, repeating, "I am alone. I stand alone. There's no one else. There's just me. I am. I am. I am." Stairs appeared. I walked up them. At this point, I couldn't say Vishnu's name. It seemed he wasn't even there. I was numb and broken, as well as having cried my last tears. Once I got to the rooftop, a black helicopter was there. I approached it. There was no one. No sight. No trace. "Brahma! Let's go higher. The city is crumbling down. Rebuild it," he said. He started the engine. We ascended. Crumbling? I'm crumbling. Rebuild? As we were ascending, the city I built collapsed. Yet, I stretched out my hand to hold one of them to see if it could be saved, but it couldn't. It was completely damaged. Hence, I let it drop. A brown briefcase was nearby, so I opened it. Inside were beige blank papers instead of clear white. I'm still unwritten. Blank. I tossed the papers out of the helicopter, watching them scattered in the air. "How's your husband, Vishnu?" he asked. I said quietly, with no desire to answer, staring out. "I don't know. I'm on my own. I stand alone," I replied, motionless. We hit a plastic roof. I got out of the helicopter to cut the plastic so the aircraft could get through and land. Men were working, wrapping plastic around the front of the building that was destroyed. I walked across the bridge and headed up the stairs. Now I was in the clouds, then witnessed the stairs where I had walked up to Vishnu. No, I create my own. I create my own," I said. A magic wand instantly came to my hand. I put more clouds in the sky. With gold stars, they shimmered in the clouds. Stairs appeared as clouds this time. I climbed up, came to another level that was translucent mixed in with white, gentle clouds, beginning to feel distraught, similar to before. Did I not get married and have family? Wasn't I married to Vishnu and Krishna? Did I not? I yelled loudly. Did I not once marry them both? An image of Vishnu and I with our family emerged and instantly gone. I became distressed, once again in pain, because I had to come and accept this. Krishna and Vishnu, you're my consciousness. You're just my consciousness. You're just my consciousness. I screamed, flopping on the floor, crying, broken, and more accepting of what was going on as the truth hurt. Images of my relationship with Krishna surfaced, and I cried, Krishna, Krishna. Cloud stairs appeared. Pushing myself to get up, I slowly approached. Heaviness increased much inside as I was emotionally drained and fatigued, still in a state of shock and numbness as if I was wounded. Walking up, I create new buildings, replacing the old with soft white puffy clouds in the sky. When I was on another level, witnessing the airy clouds and clear light, I shouted, I'm independent. I'm La King Savan. I stand alone. I'm all alone. There's no one else. I'm alone. I can be alone in self. There's no one else. There's no one else. I can be alone in me. I stand alone. I'm independent. That's what makes you God, I heard. Cloud stairs appeared. I approached them, then ascended. Higher above the clouds, I yelled again. I go to no one. I am a thought. I'm a thought. Woohoo! Then I sail about free and liberated. That means I can do anything. I'm a thought. A very powerful thought, I heard. Stair surface. Again, I headed up them. It was getting harder. The energy around my chest intensified. What happened and coming to accept what was going on made things tense. This time, I heard Krishna say to Vishnu, she's going to reach us soon. I arrived to another level. It held bright, clear light and bigger clouds. A thought of Krishna's surface. I became emotional and screamed for him. Krishna! 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 Where are you? Wasn't I once your one and only love? Weren't we once married? Wasn't I your complete love? Weren't we once married? Krishna! Krishna! Then I lay flat on the floor, crying in pain. I love you so much, Krishna, I said, and closed my eyes, holding myself in distress. Yes, my love, we are still married. You are still my one and only love, I heard momentary. I opened my eyes and saw him dressed all in gold with golden crown on his head. He was a bit different, thinner. He lifted me, took my hand, and led me to sit on his throne with my outfit changed from shorts and white t-shirt to a golden sari with fine jewelry. Sitting next to him, I began to feel at ease. However, when I got up to observe this surrounding, he said, "Come to me, my love." I paused. "No, I go to no one. I don't go to you or Vishnu. I go to self. I go to self. I stand alone. I'm on my own. I answer to no one." I took off the crown, the outfit, and slowly heading up the steps, crying and holding on to the railing made of white clouds, coming to another floor. I am independent. I am alone. There's no one else. I am God. I am God. There's no one else. I'm alone. It's me. I am. I am. I am. I shouted. I dropped down on my knees. The energy inside became even heavier. I rubbed my chest. Why is this so hard? Why is it so hard? I crawled to the steps and slowly climbed up them with such heaviness. In this level, there were people. I gently treaded on clear energy and saw an empress outfit from ancient China on the wall. A silk red dress with gold designs and black peacock hairstyle wig hanging on next to it. The maids, dressed in soft ivory clothes with their hair up in buns, came to put the dress and the hairpiece on me. Once I was done, they bowed and said, "Your Highness." A white swing was ahead. I went to it and sit. The maids followed, holding the train. One of the maids smiled mischievously. I looked at her, then at the swing, and got off. The swing was white, exactly like the one set on my porch. "Your Highness, this is the highest," they said. No, I go all the way. Limitless," I said, took off the outfit and hairpiece, and walked up the steps. Now I was observing the magnificent sun and white cotton clouds directly. It seemed peaceful. "Were you once married? Do you once have a family?" The voice of someone else asked from somewhere. The question somehow had me kneel on the floor. Streams of emotion surfaced. I started crying. Yes, I still am. I still am. I am. I am. I am. Were you once with Krishna? And were you once with Vishnu? Were you once Brahma? Yes, I still am. I still am. I am. I am. I still am. I'm all of it. I'm all of it. I'm everything. I'm everything. And I paused for a bit and yelled again. La King Swan is everything. I am everything. Moments later, I wiped my tears and got up, staring out at the sun. Stairs appeared. This time, it was if I couldn't even go towards the steps, though, regardless, I headed towards them, gradually, truly depleted. On this floor, the clouds were much whiter, and the sky was lighter, and the sun much shinier, gleaming gold. I stood calmly, watching and more at ease. The scene switched to where I was standing outside a building on a balcony observing the city on earth. A couple of men came, handing over a pen and a box of blank paper. Please write something, they said. I took the pen and paper, smiling inside, remembering Krishna and Brahma's words, rewrite, rebuild. Though I didn't know exactly what, didn't think about it, and just wrote God, then threw heart shape, taking up the whole paper. Then I tossed it into the air off the balcony and wrote more. God, then a heart, and threw off of the balcony. Please write more, ma'am. God, heart. I kept writing the same, using up all the paper they gave. Before, all I got was I and heart. Then Vishnu gave a message and just threw a heart. Now it was God, heart. They picked up the ones that fell on the floor, running down the stairs with them. This is all she wrote, sir, they said. She got it. She did it, I heard. It was Vishnu's voice talking to Krishna. She did it. She really did it, Krishna added. After hearing this, any residual pains and shock were instantly gone, and my love for Vishnu returned in full. I can't believe it. He came over and hugged from behind. You got it. You did it. You're the strongest one I know, he said. I spun around facing him and said, your love is not just great, but the greatest, my love. This turn, what they'd done was pretty rough to bring out my strengths. He touched his nose with mine. We smiled. We looked out the city for a bit until I asked, where's Krishna? He's getting married. We are to attend his wedding, he answered. Suddenly, my chest was heavy. Images of Krishna getting married intruded. I tried shutting them out by closing my eyes and shook my head a couple times. No, I'm not going. I'm done watching that. I'm done. I'm not going, I said, then shot into the air, distraught. I'm not going. No, I'm done, flew to my side, trying to console by cuddling me. We don't have to go. We won't go. We will sit on the roof looking at the city until the sun rises. Just you and me, my love. Just you and me, he said. Chapter 31. Up on the roof of the tallest building, we observed the city quietly at night. It was getting cold. I made a tent and a blanket appear. I still have some physical, I told him. We have to do something about it, he said. After what I just went through? Not yet. I appreciate the physical and experiences of it. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for it, I shared. No doubt, he replied. He had asked a couple times to leave the physical completely and be with him. Each time he mentioned it, I let him know I was ready. We camped out. The sun is going to shine on my face when I wake up tomorrow, I said. There won't be any sun tomorrow morning, he added, about to shut the sun off. Do you want to sleep in? I asked. Something like that, he answered. I want it to shine on my face so I can get up early and go get coffee down the street. They have fine coffee there. I put it there, I shared. What's that? He asked. It's a caffeine drink. It's bitter with no sugar or cream. I put lots of cream and sugar on mine. Want to try it? I asked. We'll see, he said. Are you going to take human form? Yeah. Which one? The one we got married on Earth? I continued. You like that one? He asked. It's not bad. How about surprise me? I'll be there at the shop waiting for you to walk in. In the morning, I went inside a small cafe and ordered coffee. One for Vishnu and another one for myself, though I didn't put cream or sugar on his. He entered, my mouth open wide. Oh my God! He had black hair down to his neck, shaved on both sides, with a round short mustache, looking no different than Hitler, wearing a green long shirt and blue jeans. I dragged him to the corner. "Come here," I said, and pulled off his mustache. "What are you doing?" he asked. "You look like Hitler," I said. "I am he too, you know," he replied. Once he said it, I wanted to put the mustache back on, but it was too late. "I know. That's why I love you so much. You're everyone," I responded. "You love yourself," he said. "Yes, of course I do. There's no one else," I said. We strode on the sidewalk, enjoying the morning. Whereas the sun shimmered, people were out walking their dogs, drinking coffee, and having breakfast. Vishnu gave me his coffee, and I had 2 cups in my hand. I placed his in the corner of a window shop. "I will overdose with 2, I told him. We went to sit on the grass, watching the blue, calming ocean while I finished my coffee. "Do you want to go walk on the beach before we go up?" I asked. He didn't say anything. "We can watch the sunset too later. You know, they even have sex on the beach here. They have a drink named after that as well." "What's that?" he asked. "It's liquor, sort of mixed drink, alcohol. I never had it," I said. "No, the first one," he said. "It's where a man and woman make love on the sand," I said. "Probably need a blanket." "I'd like to try that," he said. I burst out laughing. We strolled along the beach before chasing each other. I flew up in the air and splashed water on him a few times. Then we returned to our abode, though I wanted a new one. We moved up another level instead of watching the buildings. Now we were above them. We had clouds, golden sunshine, and 2 multi-headed serpents that became our beds. When I was about to go relax on my own serpent, he suggested combining them as one, so I did. "Why didn't you tell me we have serpents?" I asked. "You have to come to it yourself," he responded. We lay on our serpents, kissing and making love. Chickens or some animals appeared during it, but I didn't bother to go check, as I couldn't leave his embrace. The whole world could fall. I wasn't getting up. When Vishnu was on top, kissing me, touching my face, and other animals showed up, I stopped to see if he was going to check on them. He shook his head. During sleep, I kept seeing myself staring at swings. Suddenly, I was in the park at night, watching its swing move. No one was riding on it. It felt eerie. I went back to the abode. A swing appeared with a dark blue flower in a beige-colored cushion, which helped me remember this white swing like one I had at home. And while I was an empress, the one in front was swinging before going back and forth pretty fast. I went to hold it steady, then letting it go. It swung gently, more like movement. I came back to bed. "It's the swing?" he asked. "Yes," I responded. "It's okay now." "It's okay for it to swing a little," he said. "The swing, the pendulum, balance." I smiled with a realization I had slowed myself down almost completely. Before, the swing from nothingness to everythingness, like swings at the park, completely high up, going back and forth to where I almost took my own life, enduring the purest pain unimaginable. We dropped back to bed, although a vision of black round pumpkin or the head of a statue painted in a white decorated with a long stick nose appeared. The image was frightening, a bit unnerving actually. Despite I tried to shut it off, yet it kept recurring. Thus I sat up and told Vishnu, "I have to go somewhere." "Do you want me to come with?" he asked. "Yes, but I can do it alone," I responded, even though I was scared. Instantly, I was at a farm. Dark clouds moved fast in the middle of nowhere and in the middle of the night. I stood in front of a pumpkin and saw a small white church with a cross on top, just a distance away. I approached, opened the door. No one was there. I walked towards the altar. Podium stood on a center stage and black piano off to the side, and rests on small tables. Immediately, about 5 or 6 people emerged, down on their knees and hanging on to me, pulling on my arms, coat, and legs from my back and both sides. I struggled to stand up. They kept dragging. Is this hell? Should I come out of my form? They kept on until I became exhausted. Shortly, they disappeared. I took a couple of deep breaths and headed out the back door. Vishnu sat on the tree waiting. I soared to sit next to him. The sun was rising. "What was that about?" I asked. "Religious beliefs," he responded. religious beliefs, they can pull you down and bound you, he commented. When there are no beliefs, I asked. You can say boundless. Religious beliefs can bring harm to self and other mankind, he went on. Living in separation, segregation, religious wars. This is not just the religious beliefs, culture, race, disharmony with oneself. Let's see what Buddha thinks about this. Buddha! I yelled. Buddha came. He was transparent, sitting in midair in a meditation pose and wearing a dark maroon monk outfit. What are your thoughts? Be open and not get too attached, he answered. I bowed and said before he vanished, Thank you, beloved. Vishnu shot up in the air. Do you want me to chase you? I asked, glancing at him. La King Swan, if you want me, come and get me, he shouted. Afterwards, we were home. I need to go see Krishna. Next, I was on earth, walking towards a red stone house in India at evening time. From what I could see through the window, they were having a nice dinner gathering, celebrating a recent wedding. The bride wore a fine red sari with seams of gold and shiny jewelry on her ears, nose, arms, and wrists. I entered, asking to speak to Krishna. We walked outside to talk. I informed him I was there to see if he was happy, but we got interrupted by his wife. She invited me to join them for dinner. Everyone wore their nice outfits, whereas I was in my black, white, and purple checkered pajamas, shorts, and a white t-shirt again, though no dirt was on it. I sat way in the corner near other guests. They rearranged the table, bringing foods and drinks, although I didn't want to stay. After I congratulated them, I headed out. Krishna followed to the back of the house. I spun around asking, Are you happy? Are you happy, Krishna? Suddenly, I became emotional. Are you happy? I want to know if you're happy. Krishna, are you happy? Did you miss me at all? He didn't say, but then this love for him, just like before, rushed through my veins, taking my entirety completely. There wasn't any way to contain it. Once more, I was overwhelmed by deep affection, so blindly and hopelessly. I still love you so completely. You're still my ultimate love, I said. The rain poured while I sobbed. Soaking wet, I dropped down on my knees, professing unyielding love to him. I love you so deeply, Krishna. Then I got up, walked away, and found myself on the roof of another house, sobbing incessantly, leaning against an air filter. I still love you so completely. Are you happy? Are you happy without me? Are you happy, Krishna? You're still my eternal love. And I continued weeping, but was now on the floor, holding myself and crying as if there was no tomorrow. He wiped a tear, standing next to his wife on the higher roof, watching me. She turned to him. You can't forget her. You can't let her go. She's with Vishnu, she said. Shortly, she came down to speak to me. It was more like yelling. Why did you come? Why did you even come? I come for me. I come for self, for love, I shouted. She laughed while I was on the roof about to leave. He came with a new flute in his hand. It was bigger than his other one, more gold and golden decorations in it. We sat down, playing our flutes together. Then I asked to see his new flute and gave him my golden flat one without any decoration. I'll keep yours since you let me touch it. It's mine now, I joked, though I was hurt inside. I handed the flute back to him and took mine before getting up to leave, despite the fact that I wasn't sure if I could. He got up, watching me walk away. I stopped and said, with my back towards him, You move on. It took him moments to say, I never did. You got married, I said. I never moved on, he repeated. I never once let you go. I turned back and went to hug him. I love you so much, I said. We put our foreheads together, then kissed, touched each other's faces before we made love. The meditation scenes switched, where I sat by Vishnu's side observing the city. They are happy now, I commented. They are happy now, he said. They are united again. We are united, I said. Yes, we are, my love, he said. Hanging out with the preschooler in the morning, I couldn't focus because of this love inside and couldn't wait until I had alone time. Although being hopelessly in love made my relationship with Santi and others feel calmer, Sean and Santi left to run errands for the day. I went upstairs to meditate, hoping to nap during it since I had a good workout in the morning and was a bit tired. Chapter 32. Once I closed my eyes, immediately I was at the abode with Vishnu. Though this time he had 4 arms instead of 2, it didn't matter. I loved him regardless and thought nothing of this. Leaning over to kiss him, I noticed my skin was also blue. A leopard came. "It's your animal," he said. "Thank you," I remarked. A shower was nearby. I approached it and showered. Once I did, no kidding. I had to use the bathroom where there was an empty silver bowl, and I pooped in it. "Oh my gosh," I said, not believing what I had just done in front of him, though he didn't seem to care, as it wasn't anything. "Let everything out," he said. Right away, I understood. It appeared I was letting go of or flushing things out of my system. I did it a couple times, then transcended into something else, a golden energy. The feces seemed gross. Not too long, though, I pooped again. However, this time the poop became diamonds. No matter how often I crouched down to poop, only sparkly, shiny diamonds slipped out. I took another shower. My energy was light gold. It wasn't clear, pure white, or sparkly like diamonds before. I paced over to sit next to him. He leaned forward for a kiss and said, "You're truly beautiful." In a moment, I was on earth, entering a building and entered into a changing room with many ballet dancers getting ready for their dance. They were thin and wore pink dancing outfits with hair neatly up in buns. They headed to the stage. I followed and stood on the side watching. It was a big event. Many people filled lower and upper seats. Then I saw Vishnu and Lakshmi sitting among the audience. The god and maintainer looked more human, glancing my way. Once more, I became disturbed and hurt and ran out, crying, "No, no, not again, not again." At the same street, I hurried away, weeping and broken-hearted. It was dark outside. "Not again, not again. I'm complete on my own, alone." He didn't follow me. On the window displays were mannequins wearing ballet outfits. I headed back into the building, but Vishnu and Lakshmi were gone. As before, I came out feeling hurt. Suddenly, I was at the home, but Vishnu wasn't around. Yet in my hand, I held his golden mace. With it, I pounded on the golden shield that hadn't been there, blocking me from flying up. More and more, I could see it was breaking, just a bit as I continued. However, he was higher, surpassing the clouds with another version of myself who was talking. She, myself, asked if I was going to be up where they were. "Very soon," he answered. Immediately, I showed up holding a golden mace. My other self vanished. Vishnu looked at me a little surprised as he reclined. "Here's my wife," he said. "How'd you get here so fast?" "I just banged on the shield a couple times. Stairs appears and I walk up here," I answered. A few men came with a wagon pulled by 2 white horses. "Go with them," he said. One was an elderly man having a white beard, had a loin cloth on, and shirtless. He had a tan skin. Even though I didn't want to leave Vishnu, they helped me get on the wagon by carrying both of my arms and drove off. During the ride, I kept looking at Vishnu as I was being driven away from him. A baby appeared in my arms, and he told me to take good care of it. Then the little one disappeared. As we rode through the fields, the old man said, "You're entering a realm of no return. There's no going back." I just want all aspects of who I am. As we neared, he said, "You're entering a land of no way back." Soon I heard, "Open the gate." The big, tall, black doors decorated with white metal that looked like diamond shapes in rows open. White energy was around them. We marched into a wide open atmosphere that had gray light energy. Vishnu's universal form shone brightly in gold in the air on both sides of the stone bridge. The golden brilliant air reflected everywhere. "Vishnu's wife is here," I heard the announcement. Wife? I stand alone. We crossed a stone bridge. I noticed the water and recognized that it was the same bridge I had crossed a couple times before reaching Nirvana, but without Vishnu's cosmic form standing as the Godhead and golden light beaming in all directions. It was indeed another dimension, Vishnu's consciousness. Shiva showed way up in the air, but he wasn't standing or sitting in meditation like I had always seen him. It was only upper part of his body looking my way. A white crescent moon set on his matted hair, an Om symbol on his chest. Shortly, a golden Om symbol sprung out of the water into the air, sparkly similar to a yellow star with golden pixie dust around it. Don't worry, you'll get your own. You're in Godland, the completion of God, said the old man, seeing my eyes fixed on the symbol in awe. Once we crossed, they brought me into a room with a dark round black seat, like where you get transported into another dimension. Lights shone. The same two men grabbed my arms and set me down in the middle of it. Almost straight away, I turned into clear, light white energy. However, another version of myself came, going up the stairs watching. Release all her energy, Vishnu shouted, telling his men from somewhere while they watched me in the process of transforming. As I proceeded upwards, I noticed my other self was almost down to nothing as the physical form faded into clearest, untouched, pure white energy. Once this was done, I discovered myself surpassing the sky. I hadn't been to this place before. Again, two men approached and supported by both of my arms and took me into an area full of white clouds with golden pillars on four sides. Your wife, Vishnu, they said, dropping me in front of him. Vishnu, dressed in all gold, and his crown was very golden, as if I didn't know him. He had goddesses around fanning him as he stood. This place was so much higher up than I had ever been. Let's see if she remembers herself, said the god of maintainer. The men took me to sit on a white rectangular stone. Amidst sitting in meditation, I noticed gradually I was turning into Vishnu, but with light skin, to where I was pure porcelain. This is Vishnu's consciousness. In me was a masculine energy. While sitting as the god of maintainer, he reclined on his golden throne in blue skin, observing myself as he. Then I saw myself on earth, crying, walking away from the building after witnessing Vishnu with Lakshmi. As Vishnu, I said, I have to get all of her up here. We'll go to the end for her to be with me. I can't be without her. Gosh, that sounds like me saying it to him. In him, all he had was me, and in me was only him. It was if we couldn't be separated, or I would die. My love was truly indescribable, changeless, with him and for him. The meditation scene switched to where I was on earth, heading up flight of stairs next to the sides of brick buildings. After a bit, I reached Vishnu. He observed me when I arrived, but it felt like the love we shared wasn't there. He was the god Vishnu, but I held his golden mace. I walked about the abode and saw the porcelain white Vishnu, or me, sitting in meditation with golden bracelets, crown, and shoes unmoving. Briefly, a few versions of myself and I fanned him as he reclined. When he stood up to walk, we followed, fanning. I was idle, blank, and without emotion or hardly had any thoughts. When he sat, all of us sat too, fanning him with golden fans. After a bit, a thought came, why am I fanning him? However, I continued doing this because the thought was quickly gone. There was nothing to it. Empty, like thin, invisible air. Momentary, I got up, dropping the fan on him to get a closer look at something that was a distance away, a bow and her arrows in a quiver. Then I came back to fan him, idly, blankly, and absent-mindedly. Shortly, the old man appeared with 2 white horses, a wagon, and about 2 or 4 men with him. Come with us, he said. I stood up and dropped the fan, walking towards them. Riding on the wagon, the elderly man again said, You're on the road of no return. We were on the same path. In the carriage were a bow and arrows. I picked them up to shoot. The arrow flew completely straight at the quickest, fastest speed I have ever seen. Even the old man's mouth dropped open. You could say it was at God's speed, and the arrow never rerouted, unlike before. It returned to nearly hit me in the face. We stopped in the open. I pick up another arrow, but an image of Vishnu and I chasing each other on the beach and making love intruded. Again, I couldn't be without this love, as if I would die. This absolute, complete, and purest love I came to deeply in me, that I was it myself. Just want to get back with him. Very quick, I was blank, empty, and kept shooting without any thought, although I noticed I had a golden mace, golden sword, shiny golden shell, and a bow and arrows, all of his weapons lying on the wagon. Amidst shooting, I turned clear, formless and unseen as Brahma, expanding to where I was the entire universe looking at it. Then I witnessed Sean and Santi playing in the yard. I smiled, though inside was only Vishnu. Shortly, Vishnu was chasing Santi around. Shiva showed up in the air, whereas I was shooting arrows. I made a little bow. Shiva. The meditative scene changed now, shooting arrows and stopping for a bit because I missed the god of maintainers so deeply. I can only live and die in this love. You will! The old man yelled loudly. He heard my thought. A white bullhorn with gold around it appeared. I picked it up and blew into it, making a loud sound. She's ready! The old man shouted. We rode a little bit more, taking me out into the field. You're about to do something you'll never be able to return from. There's no going back, the old man shouted. The thing was, I didn't even know what I was about to do or had thoughts about it. I was just there. There was nothing before or behind. The carriage went further, and now we were in the open completely, and Shiva was in midair. You can never return, he yelled, as I flew up in the sky. If I don't return, then I don't return. If there's no going back, then there's no going back, I shouted, a bit pumped. Suddenly, I was divided into endless forms like Vishnu, and the golden light blasting out of me, reflecting everywhere on ground and nearby vicinity. The men on the carriage looked up as they were hit by the brilliant golden light. Far and wide was shiny golden reflection, beaming in all directions, while I stood as the Godhead in universal form. Then I sat down in meditation posture. Shiva sat just a little below on my right, and Brahma in clearest energy, unseen as on my left, as we were in a triangle. I shouted loudly with what came instantly and readily. I'm the God of the universe, the destroyer, the maintainer, and the creator. I'm the God of the universe, the destroyer, the maintainer, and the creator. I'm the God of the universe, the destroyer, the maintainer, and the creator. Then I shouted much louder as my energy raised like I couldn't stop. My whole system unanimously, in union, completely was saying it. I'm the God of the universe, the destroyer, the maintainer, and the creator. I'm the God of the universe, the destroyer, the creator, and the maintainer. I'm the God of the universe, the destroyer, the maintainer, and the creator. Then it switched to, I'm the universe, I'm the universe, I'm the universe, I'm the universe. I'm the God of this universe, the destroyer, the maintainer, and the creator. I'm the God of this universe, the destroyer, the maintainer, and the creator. I'm the God of this universe, the destroyer, the maintainer, and the creator. I'm the universe, I'm the universe. Then, I am God, I'm God, I'm God, I'm God, the Almighty, the All-Powerful, the All-Knowing, and the All-Existing. I'm God, the Almighty, the All-Powerful, the All-Knowing, and the All-Existing. I'm God, the Almighty, the All-Powerful, the All-Knowing, and the All-Existing. The Almighty, the All-Powerful, the All-Knowing, the All-Existing. The Almighty, the All-Powerful, the All-Knowing, and the All-Existing. The energy slowed down, and I could say no more. Once it was done, I burst out crying, lying in my bed, my eyes closed, turning back and forth, holding myself, saying, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Oh my God, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. God conscious, I heard. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. My entirety was in disturbance, speechless. Then I opened my eyes. It seemed like my room wasn't even a room, as if I was somewhere else. It appeared as things changed almost immediately. I wasn't the same. I kept looking straight, staring blankly for some time, thinking of nothing as my whole mechanism was in great disruption. I closed my eyes again and looked as I had been dropped off or fell off at the beach at night. Then I remember Vishnu and I had been at this beach when he first told me to heal the 4 drowning men, and I began to sob uncontrollably. The love I could only live and die in emerged, and what was going on inside turned into waves of dysfunction, as if I was dying and being flushed out, while the energy intensely, immensely churned. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Shiva appeared sitting in the sand, glancing my way. Shiva! 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 What do I do? What do I do? Shiva! I yelled, wanting his help. However, he shrank into an older man, almost like a dwarf, with a leopard skin cloth on. His hair was matted and wore big white oval earrings. Meanwhile, I rolled in the sand crying, saying, What do I do? What do I do? Vishnu! 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 Another version of myself and a couple of men riding on white horses with a carriage stopped at where I was. Come with us, they said. I was carried inside the carriage. I yelled for Vishnu. I'm here, my love. I'm here. I'm with you, he said moments later. Gently, I leaned my head on his shoulder. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Then it switched to Buddha. Vishnu was gone. I glanced at Buddha and frantically yelled, Buddha, 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 what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I rested my crown on his shoulder as I was out of control, freaking out as my inside was turned upside down, inside out. Buddha emerged through clouds, water, sand, and air. Soon we were up at where I was before, in pure white clouds where Vishnu resided, but he wasn't around. Instead of golden pillars, now they had changed to all porcelain white. Buddha's statues were all over, lying down, sitting, and in meditation, in purest, clearest white. Buddha sat in meditation. I walked around to take a closer observation at Buddha's figures, unable to believe how completely pure they were, before walking to sit on the stairs where I saw a guitar, picked it up, and strummed. I began to sob hard. The love for Vishnu returned in full strength, as well as missing the physical world. I held myself. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. What do I do? What do I do? In just a bit, I slowed down and just cried. Your work is done up here, Buddha said. I can go back to the physical, I asked. You'll be invisible and can travel through all realms, he answered. Afterwards, I unearthed myself sitting on a bench, staring at the streets at night as lights switched to red, green, and yellow. People walked by and cars traveled back and forth. It was the identical street where I wept from a broken heart, wearing a black sweater instead of a white shirt, but with the same checker shorts, still in pain over missing Vishnu in a state of disturbance. It felt my whole system was scraped out and nothing was left besides energy that was profoundly twisting and turning. Invisible, huh? Invisible, you say? Let's see how invisible I am. I headed toward the street. A car speedily came and almost hit me. I stepped back, but the vehicle didn't hit despite coming very close. I went to stand in the middle of the road, and cars went through me as I became clear, formless, and unseen. Brahma, I heard. Chapter 33. A small Chinese restaurant located at the corner. I made my way to it and ordered a noodle dish from a Chinese lady, short black hair and apron wrapped around her waist. When she brought out the food, I said, Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, my beloved. 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 Hysterically, I sobbed and holding my chest. The lady who had taken my order said to another, Is she okay? Once I sobered up and didn't eat my food, I stood up and about to leave. The people in the restaurant, plus the workers, all stood and bowed at the same time. I looked for Vishnu back at the old abode. It wasn't the same everywhere I went. Nothing was how it was. The old man was right. There was no way back. Everything had changed. Of course, I wept and broke down, rolling on the floor in hurt and pain until hearing Krishna ask Vishnu to go see me. I'm getting ready to marry her again. This time as God, he said to Krishna. Momentary, I saw them talking in the kitchen I used to go during many of my meditations in the city somewhere, with a breathtaking view of high-rises, lights, and people walking the streets. What are you guys up to? I asked when I came. Vishnu didn't look at me, busy getting things ready for the wedding. They didn't look like the same. Vishnu was a bit younger and bluer. I went into a room to lie in bed. Can we afford this? I asked, referring to the financial aspect of it. Suddenly, I was back at the new abode where Buddha and I were. Buddha, a few versions of myself, and a couple of goddesses were present, though I wasn't sure who they were. I heard there's a wedding, I said upon my arrival. Yes, they responded. However, I wasn't enthusiastic about it. Something was off. Krishna brought Vishnu in as the groom, and other deities came along with them. Vishnu was in a golden outfit, garlands around his neck. I walked towards them. No, 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 this isn't Vishnu. This isn't Vishnu, I screamed. It isn't him. And it wasn't Krishna either. Many Vishnus appeared. None of them was him. No, 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 I said, and started bawling. Everyone vanished, alone holding myself, broken-hearted, still in a whirlwind of disruption. The old man is right. I will get a chance to live and die in this love. Vishnu never showed. Hoping he would see, I made a golden heart display in the universe, shiny and shimmering, and waited for him to respond. Then I made more gold hearts in the sky, receiving no reply from him. I will turn this whole universe into golden heart then, I said, screaming and crying. Blank white paper and a pen appeared in a box. I tried sketching a picture of him, but couldn't, so I drew a heart. You show me heart. Here's heart right back at you. Heart, 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 I said, and kept throwing hearts out in the sky. I have no doubt of this love. I have no doubt of this love, I yelled, crying. More blank white papers appeared. I continued drawing and throwing the heart shapes into the sky and on the floor. As I was doing this, suddenly I heard Sandy yell, Mom, come downstairs. Okay, buddy, Mommy will be there. I just need to finish this. All around was filled with drawings of hearts. Once done, I sat for a bit, then opened my eyes from meditation, lying in my bed, staring out the window and wiping my tears. The thing was, I hadn't been this emotional for over a year. Even when my father died, I could only cry just a bit and was surprised I could at all. Back then, I couldn't label any of my emotions, unsure if there were any since they were mixed with energy and I couldn't distinguish the difference between feeling something or not. I was, the here and the now, without much distinction, empty, with nothing before or behind, air. But now some of the emotions had returned. The garage door opened. Sean and Santi returned from doing errands. I wiped my tears some more. Mom, come down here. Come downstairs. Come see my new haircut, the little one called. Okay, buddy, I said. Then I walked down the stairs, aware of how immediate my conscience was. Very nice. I love it. It seemed they gave him bangs. I hugged and kissed him. Santi took off his coat, hung it on the closet, and went into Sean's room to admire his new hairstyle in the mirror. Sean brought in the groceries. I helped him. He saw my puppy eyes. Have you been crying? He asked. Yeah, it's a meditation, I replied, trying to get a hold of myself, then paced to sit on the sofa, staring off into the space while he put the groceries away. Santi played with his train set. I need some time, I said, and ran upstairs. Mainly, I didn't know if Vishnu would come back, and my whole system was in a state of disorganization, a great disruption I couldn't truly define in words. Quickly, I rushed to the bathroom, shut the door, and broke down. Then came to my room and lay in bed, staring lifelessly for a very long time. Just moments later, I closed my eyes and found myself sitting in the new abode, alone, covering my face with my hands. Vishnu came, and it was him. Vishnu, I said, and tried to hug him, but I couldn't. He was clear and transparent. Your system is in shock. Give it some time, he said as he was leaving. I opened my eyes, bursting into tears, and stared blankly into space, lying in my bed in one position for 1 hour. In the evening, I was supposed to go see a movie with my sister, but I had no desire to go. Sean entered into my room when he was upstairs getting Santi's change of clothes. He saw me lying unmoved. Are you going to be able to go see a movie tonight? He asked, although he didn't know the details of my meditation. I don't know, I answered. I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight either. I'll go. I put on music and lay quietly, motionless, Almost every song that played made me want to weep. One of the songs reminded of my childhood and teenage years. Images of when I was young playing in the rice field surfaced. Then those of my teenage years when I was trying on different clothes and styling my hair until seeing myself on a college campus walking to classes. Upon reflecting on my upbringing, I realized how beautiful it was, how beautiful my dreams were. Who I was just a dream. This whole universe is my dream. I can't believe it. I created it. The songs, the music, and movies are about this very love. The lyrics came through from the love songs were words from Vishnu to me, which of course led me to sob even more in disbelief as I was just waking up to this when all the while it had been going on. The love was completely deep, pure, and the most absolute I come to of the divine masculine and feminine energies. Only when I was completely back at the beginning, when it all started and how it all came. This life, this universe, this dream, the grand design, this love itself, was I able to remember that I was all this. Waiting at the theater in line, I observed everyone and everything without much thought. This changed faster than expected, although this had been coming all along and the changes were gradual before. All there was just God. It appeared as we were in empty space, which could only mean the physical was maybe fading. With each movie preview, I turned to my sister's friend, who I wasn't fully acquainted with and who was sitting next to me, but I was comfortable with everyone. I'll go see that one. What do you think? I asked her. She nodded with a smile. Another preview show. What about this one? Rental, what do you think? She smiled and nodded. During the movie, I could hardly focus. My system was rewiring, reorganizing. Chapter 34. Once home and in bed, I broke down, moving from everything was okay to being broken-hearted to where I could only live and die in this love. Then, deadness and in disbelief. At 3 a.m. in the morning, I was wide awake listening to what was going on inside me. At times, I just abruptly burst out crying, telling myself, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it, as different energies strongly surged through my entirety. I have done it before, I can do it, I can do it, I have done it before. Then there was this deadness as I lay unmoving, realizing I wasn't just dying, but I was already dead. The thing about death was it couldn't live or die. When it switched to the love with Vishnu, my heart immensely ached, filled with purest pain. Closing my eyes, I couldn't cover myself, sitting in the abode weeping, holding a blank paper and a pen in my hand, wanting to write. I miss Vishnu, but I couldn't get farther. And so I threw a heart again. However, this time I put an arrow through it. My heart is broken. My heart is broken. I tossed the drawing into the air, made a heart in the clouds with big arrow going through before I searched for him without success. Everywhere I went was the same. It was if I could only live and die in this love by myself, on my own. Subsequently, I stood on the tallest rock looking at the vast blue ocean. Yeah, I would die in it alone. From the highest cliff, I let myself fall forward and face planted into the sea. My body slowly sank deep and deeper and deeper to the bottom. But I was breathing under the water as though it was air. Another version of myself appeared, sitting and watching. Yet she wasn't breathing, which I understood immediately. After the shedding away all the physical aspects of myself, I would be formless completely. Next, I stood on the peak of a mountain. The bottom of it was filled with gray rocks, big and small. Some were similar to spears, which of course would end me completely. This should do it. I would die with this love. I jumped forward, dropping way down, hitting the spear-like rock. The sharp edge pierced through my flesh. However, a few seconds later, I came out with my form much more transparent. Even the form I had was close to being very transparent, although there were minimal blood stains like I had just bad scratch from a thorny bush. I still have some flesh. The thing was, I couldn't die since I already dead. The love inside couldn't die either, and I had to go on with it. There was no escape. Later, I found myself sitting on the street during the day, where I went to get coffee with Vishnu. People were out strolling, exercising, and walking their dogs. A guy pulled up in the parking lot in an old Mustang. As soon as he got out, I recognized him instantly. He was Vishnu in the same form when he was with me, exactly identical, except he was smoking. Did he take a human form and become unconscious? He wouldn't recognize me then. He took things out of his car. I approached. "Hi," I said. "Can you give me a ride?" He looked at me for a bit and said, "Sure." We drove for some time. Then he asked, "Where is your home?" "I don't have a home," I responded, burst out in tears. "Can you just drive?" "I don't have a destination either. Not at all." I wiped away my cries. Subsequently, I was somewhere sitting on the top of the roof, watching the city at night with only pain inside. In the morning, I walked into the coffee shop, got coffee, and strolled to sit on the bench, watching the magnificent sunrise until I saw Vishnu walking his dog, holding a coffee cup with a woman in a red hair. He kept looking my way, then stopped over to greet. "Want to go walk on the beach?" I asked. "Okay," he replied, and told me to wait. He left to inform the woman he was with. At the beach, I asked him to chase me. We chased each other and hung out until dark. "Want to go look over the city on the roof?" I asked. He agreed. We arrived. He was about to open the door to go up the steps to get to the rooftop. "There's no need," I told him. "Hang on tight." I put my arms around his waist and flew us up. "How did you do that?" he asked in surprise. "I don't know. I just do," I replied. We sat admiring the city, pointing to different buildings and lights, and gazed at the stars and the moon. I added more glistening bright stars in the sky. He was astonished. We sat quietly, then I asked, nearly choked in tears after the question, "Do you remember me at all? Do you remember us?" He replied he didn't and had to leave. We stood up. I flew him back down. "You have the mustache," I commented. "Yes, my wife loves it," he said. Of course, this comment hurt deeply. I wept and quickly turned away. "I'm sorry I didn't like it before. I'm so sorry." "Thank you for hanging out. Good luck with your wife. Much happiness," I said, about to leave in a hurry. Not wanting to go back to the boat, I headed to the beach and found him sitting on the grass, observing the calming ocean. "You didn't go home?" I asked. He turned to me with tears in his eyes. I sat down next to him. "I can't. Everything changed after I met you. I can't be the same," he responded. "That makes two of us." "You don't remember me?" I asked again. He shook his head. "Once you want to remember us, I will be here, my love. You'll remember we were completely in love. We were in a marriage and had families through this eternity." "I must go now," I told him, about to become emotional. I returned to the same place, sobbing alone. "You visited me in the physical realm," I heard. "Vishnu?" I said. "You were conscious about it?" "Yes," he replied, approaching us. I was tearing. "You're reversing everything." He vanished. I was by myself, doing nothing. Maybe I should visit hell. When I walked in, a few men with black horns and red skins resembling human bulls hung out playing cards. "Hi guys, what's up?" I said. "We're on breaks," one of them said. I went around giving high fives and saw a Buddha statue on the wall. The place was big, with graded walls. The floor was almost like a cement, a clear plastic, hard to explain. It had changed from the last time I was here, about a decade ago. The last time I was there, people were hung on poles, screaming in distress, and were buried underground with only their heads showing while others got tortured. Jesus stood on the stairs with lights shining. He came to get me after I finished touring the netherworld. Afterwards, I was unable to sleep, switched on every light in my room, including TV, and listened to Christian music. Moreover, I asked my late father to sleep on the sofa instead in his room for at least a couple of nights. Now there was no suffering. "I'm going by the boat," I told them. The sky was dim. It was the underworld. While I was sitting down and riding on the small boat, I played flute. This was calming. I witnessed the Buddha statue carved into the stone of a river wall. My love, I said, making a bow. I felt relaxed and napped later. When I opened my eyes, I saw dark clouds moving. Maybe I should transform all this into gold, I said. As I was about to do it, I heard, "Leave it as it is," from Buddha. Leave it as is? It must have been around 5 a.m. in the morning when I opened my eyes for meditation. Similarly, I endured the emotional roller coaster from staring off into the distance. Things were fine as I was able to accept everything, to heartache, deadness, and in shock before I broke down. Then I cussed at Vishnu, calling him different names, saying I was a fool for him while he didn't even bother showing up. Santi woke up early and ran into my room. He watched his TV shows for a bit. I stepped downstairs to make coffee. "There's no Vishnu, Krishna. All is just me," I said. It burned to hear myself, and doubtlessly I still had ways to go until gaining full remembrance. Upon my reflection, I realized what Vishnu was doing to me as was the same what I was doing to him when he took human form. He wanted to help me to remember us, just as I wanted to help him. How great and deep was this love. Once he guided to a grand remembrance, this could be the end of our relationship, and I needed to come to terms with this. Yet I still couldn't and didn't want to. Even spending time playing with Santi, I tried not to have outbursts. Nonetheless, at times I couldn't manage to hold things together. After going through the motion of morning and afternoon routines, I finally got a chance to be alone and went upstairs weeping. Then there was deadness. I left to fill up gas, although I wanted to visit my parents' gravesites to find some comfort. I didn't. Going through the transformations was no doubt hard. However, unlike in the past, I didn't want to take my physical life, despite the fact that my whole system was in deep shock. At night before bed, I wrote all this transformation process down so I could remember the details, since I didn't have much of memory, and sobbed at times during it. Chapter 35. In my dreams, I walked in this stone bridge over a wide, endless river. The sky was immeasurably clear. The bridge was very long without end. It must have taken all night to cross, but I did it. However, when I got up in the morning, there was deadness once again, almost in some ways like non-being, but not quite. Santi watched his TV shows while I closed my eyes for meditation. However, I found myself crossing the same never-ending bridge. Vishnu came, although it wasn't fully him, and there wasn't connection between us romantically, just complete love and acceptance. He wore a gold-orange outfit and walked next to me as he was there as a friend. We treaded slowly, taking tiny steps, though we kept going. It seemed we were making headway, but the bridge was far in distance, and I saw no ending to it. I will cross it. I did it in my dreams. We kept on, despite the fact that it seemed we were at a starting point. Then I pulled him to go faster, although he calmly took small steps. "I'm gonna fly all the way over there. If you want, come," I said, then soared far ahead. Nonetheless, the bridge was undoubtedly endless. Regardless, I continued and flew again, seeing some parts of the bridge were underwater and other parts were above it. "Come! Give me something!" I shouted. Instantly, a big golden wrench came to my hand. "Give me something!" I yelled again. Momentarily, the light shone and golden lightning struck the water. "Yes, this is something." I shot up high above the clouds and kept going even further up, landing on more white, gentle, fluffy clouds. I continued upward, then sat on the clouds. A golden mirror appeared. It looked as though I had turned into Buddha, wearing an orange monk outfit with my hair up in a bun. "Lord Buddha," Buddha said when he emerged through the mirror looking exactly like myself as he. "Lord Buddha," I said, and soared upward only to see more Buddhas, filling the entire atmosphere. Once more I shot up, plenty more Buddha idols displayed everywhere. in the entire sky. All around, far and wide, were Buddha figures. Buddha, 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 Buddha heart, Buddha heart. Then my heart is Buddha. My heart shall be Buddha. Buddha is my heart. I yelled loudly through skies and clouds, walking around. No doubt I was still in a state of shock. I soared to another level, putting more Buddha statues all over before an image of him intruded from when I had come into my dream or meditation about a year ago with monks to tell I was Bodhisattva. A year ago, in meditation or a dream, I stood in front of a Buddhist temple at night, observing monks discussing among themselves if I was a Bodhisattva, though I wasn't sure why it had significance, or if I was or wasn't one, despite the fact I had no clue of what Bodhisattva was. She has to be a Bodhisattva with what she's doing, one of the monks said. She is, another said. There originated a way to tell whether I was one by asking me to pick out the real Buddha. About 10 Buddhas walked out of the temple's porch, looking identical in every possible way, all wearing saffron with their hair up in buns, my mouth open wide, unable to identify which one was the one. After observing for just a bit, despite not having confidence on which was Buddha, I just picked one, and he turned out to be the Buddha. She picks the right one. She picks the real Buddha. She's a Bodhisattva, one of the monks said. Buddha walked toward me. You're a Bodhisattva, just like ones before you, he said. The monks watched, although I wasn't sure what he meant. On top of it, it didn't matter to me much, but I was curious and read about it later, although I couldn't recall what I was reading, as if I hadn't read it in the first place. What is Bodhisattva? What is Bodhisattva? What is it? What is it? What is Bodhisattva? What is Bodhisattva? I shouted in the air. Then it emerged naturally. Love and compassion. Love and compassion. I walk around yelling, since I am so dead, I will replace it with love and compassion. All of me will be Buddha. 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 Love and compassion. Love and compassion. I shot up another level, putting Buddha statues in all places. Everywhere shall be Buddha. My heart. Only love and compassion. I yelled. I need to put this on earth too, everywhere. I flew down to earth, placing Buddha figures in the sky and on top and in the corners of buildings, saying, love and compassion, love and compassion, love and compassion. Once done, I sat on a bench and thought, I should visit hell and see how my helly brothers are doing. I entered inside hell. The guys were perfecting their weapons, polishing and wiping them. Hi, guys, I said. She's back, one of them said. I just wanted to come and tell you I love you guys, I said, and went about giving hugs. We know, one of them said. Immediately, I dropped down on my knees, wanting to cry. Do you really know? Do you really know this immeasurable love in me? Could you even fathom this love that is bottomless and purest? Then I yelled, Krishna, Vishnu! It seemed as though the bottomless and pure love was now in me and was me. I was now it. I got up. Let's have a group hug, I said. We need to hug and say I love you to each other. Come on. They came. We circled around, then gave each other hugs and said we love each other. Then the devil himself came forward. He had been in the wall watching the entire time. He was completely tall with big horns and red skin. My love, I said with a bow. Sir, the man said. We walked outside, observing the river with rocks underneath our feet. I come to let you know I completely love you, my beloved, I said. There's no love here, he said. No, there is. I know it now. If there's no hell, earth, or heaven, I wouldn't be right here now. Without all the experiences for all aspects of myself, I wouldn't be me. All of it is me. If there's no you, there's no me. My love is all the same. There's no difference. Earth, hell, heaven. You are also my eternal beloved. I can never forget and deny myself, I said. I held his hands. We viewed the river some more. He made a canoe appear. That's bigger than the one I had last time. Thank you, my love, I said, smiling happily like a teenager, still holding his hand. My love, he said, looking at me, and made a bow. I'm going to enjoy the river and nap, I said, getting on the canoe. Afterwards, I soared to where I converted everything into Buddha. This time I had taken things to a new level. Since everything was white and soft cotton clouds, I added sparkling golden light and strolled around. Momentarily, I heard a conversation between two men. A girl has done it again. She really did, add another. I strode to check and saw Krishna and Vishnu eating, talking, and smiling. Any residual pain, deadness, and shock gradually subsided. Again, my mouth dropped. Oh my God, I yelled. Here she comes, dodge, Vishnu said as I ran to them to jump on both. They all flew off. Vishnu no longer had 4 arms, but sported at least 10. He was showing more and more of who I was or who he was. I ran towards Vishnu, though he didn't dodge, but hugged me. I miss you so much, I said. We kissed. I leaned on him. Krishna flew away, and although it was truly hard to get away from Vishnu's arms, I said, I will be back, my love. The thing was, I missed Krishna deeply as well. He stopped. I hugged and then kissed him. The deep love and romance came back. I couldn't leave. Let's make love, I said. He took us somewhere far, but it was a place I had been to. We played our fruits, replacing the entire area with trees, quiet streams, salt grass, and glistening stars at night. A perfect scene, I said. We lovingly kissed and said we love each other. Just then, my love for Vishnu interrupted. I tried to shut it out by closing my eyes, but he said, go to him. Oh my gosh, please wait for me, my love. Please wait, I'm sorry. Please wait. Vishnu sat waiting. Immediately, the indescribable completeness and purest affection returned in full bloom. Once again, I plummeted on my knees and shortly dropped flat on my face. I couldn't walk to him, paralyzed by this powerful, absorbing every bit and piece of me. I will come get you, he said. Can you handle all of me, he asked, carrying me. I have so far, I replied. After we made love, I slept in his arms, then woke up and remembered the divine God, Krishna, play his flute as I headed toward the quiet stream, now lighting bugs, filling the nightly air. Tears rolled down my face. I was touched. He had waited. I tumbled on my knees in front of him, apologizing. His love was unimaginable and indescribable. He moved my core so deeply. I'm sorry, I said. We looked into each other's eyes, caressed each other's faces, and kissed softly, then immersed ourselves into one another as there wasn't anything else besides this great love of he and I. After our intimacy, I spent the night with him. Let's put more stars in the sky, I said as he held me. Vishnu is sleeping, he said. Damn. The next morning, I went back to Vishnu. He was nowhere in sight. I made my way to our own abode. He was there with all his avatars. All his avatars are here too? He made a counter and chopping board appear. He was about to kill a fish, lifting a knife. No, no, no! Please no, please no, please no, please don't kill it. I ran in front of him, yelling, dropping down on my knees quickly to plead, begging if I was doing it for someone's life. With my hands pressed together, compassion, he said. I have to kill it to cook it. Please, 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 my love, please, please don't. Please. He finally let go of the fish. To release it, I took the fish to the river and watched it swim away. Was that a test? He reclined, relaxing when I returned. It seemed that Vishnu would do anything to help me realize the purest compassion in myself. We have been here before. Let's turn it to something else. So I transformed the area into shiny black buildings, creating a new metropolis. Ready for more of me, he asked. Give me some time. I just went through a shock in the last 2 days. Just give me a couple more days to replenish, I answered. He took off into the air. I called his name. He was now up in the clouds somewhere. We just made up and he was ready to take it further. He just wants to be with you completely, Krishna said when he stopped by. I understand, Krishna, but I just need a little time. Just a couple more days, I responded. He didn't have to just fly off because I needed a little bit of time. In one of my meditations, while my sister was in shock, the god of maintainer asked if I was still his wife. He was informed he was my love and that I stood alone. He's situated in the sky watching. I flew to him. I just need some time, I said. Take as much time as you need. We started kissing, holding each other. It must have been my habit from making love in the physical world. I took my shirt off. There's no need for that, he commented. I put it back on. My energy suddenly showed. It was clear and pure white, fused of sparkling diamond and gold together. He couldn't keep his eyes off of me. My love, I said. You're so beautiful. I don't have words. I'm speechless, he said. Okay, now what are you going to do? I asked, grinning. Come here, he said. We kissed tenderly, but he soared away. I chased, though I couldn't get a hold of him. His form shrunk. He expanded bigger, formless in his blue skin as the entire universe. It made me smile inside, understood what I needed to do. Sitting in meditation, I transformed myself clear, see-through, as big and limitless as he, before we became intimate. Now when we make love, the whole universe is making love. The universe, he said. Even making love was taking it to another height. We immersed into one another as our energy became one, in union, with only the completeness of love, romance, and passion blending in together as one. Chapter 36. Afterwards, I let him know I was open to do training instead of getting into an immense transformation immediately, and advised him to at least wait until I recover a bit more. He agreed. Swiftly, I was by the ocean, and a mermaid arrived. She had long black hair down to the middle of her back. We swam in water briefly, then clear glass blocked us from swimming farther. I tried to find ways to get us out, unsuccessfully at first. I made a golden mace appear in my hand and smashed it on the grass. It was no use. Come on, I said after smashing it a couple times. A glass similar to tube emerged. Come on, let's go, I said. We slid through the tube, coming out of the other side. Now we were on land at a nice town with a creek, bridge, many trees and houses. People relishing nice breezy summer day. The mermaid now had normal legs, and we went to get something to eat from a vendor, hanging out as though we were best friends. We watched people eating our ice cream cones, sitting on a bench and smiling. Want to go by the sea? I asked. Sure, she replied. It was her favorite place, she informed me. We strolled along the beach at nighttime, enjoying ourselves until suddenly she choked from a long fishbone like a chain. Despite the fact that I continued pulling it out, it was endless, it seemed. At this point, I was getting tired. It never stopped. So I cut it, yet the other half was still inside her. I absorbed it with my golden light, and it turned into energy. However, a small part of the fishbone was stuck in her skin. Again, I tried turning it into energy. It didn't do anything this time. I will pull it out, then heal you, I said. It will hurt a bit. She closed her eye as I dragged the sharp bone through her flesh. Once I got it out, I healed her. Unfortunately, now the fishbones turned into metal brown chains and quickly wrapped her around. She couldn't break through. Oh my gosh, I said, watching her struggling to break free. I zapped the cups with my electric farm just like one of those superheroes, though there was no result from this. I can burn it. I put my hand on the chain to melt it with fire. It was no use. I can break it with Vishnu's sword. The sword instantly appeared in my hand. I chopped the chain off. She was released. However, it put itself back together and got a young boy who just appeared. People came and stood around watching. He kept running. Nonetheless, the metal link caught him. He fell, and it hauled him off. I jumped to grab the boy's leg, trying to break the chain that cuffed his ankle. After pulling apart many times, the shackle finally unlocked. Run! I yelled. The metal thing wrapped itself around my body, dragging me down to the bottom of the ocean. I smirked. Like it's going to do anything. At the bottom of the sea, I struggled to break loose. When I couldn't, I came out of my form and swam up the surface. The chains grew many arms like an octopus and quickly grabbed the mermaid. She fought in midair. Vishnu's sword appeared in my hand and I flew up to cut the metal links. They broke, but they turned into a real octopus. "Leave!" I yelled to the people, the boy and the mermaids, as I was in the air. They all ran off, terrified. Immediately, the creature lashed one of its many arms to both of my legs before wrapping its arms all over me like a mummy. To break away, I wrestled just a bit. Then I stepped out of my form and zapped the octopus with electricity. It shrunk, turning into energy. "Oh my gosh," I said, because at the moment I was tired with some anxiety since this was happening non-stop. Vishnu was in the mid-air on his white horse. "Let's see what else you got," he shouted. By now I was much stronger to where I could take on the maintainer himself. But my love for him kind of held me back. My love. "Come on! You and me! I will take you on!" I yelled after a bit. He made a big twister heading my way. Though this was nothing. In midair, I stretched out my arm to absorb the storm, shrinking it bit by bit, but I didn't know how to turn it into different energy as fast as I could when it was in my hand. The storm went inside my body, swirling around like it was in a deep pit. "Ah!" I yelled. It came out through my mouth, similar to a bunch of wasps leaving their nests. Then I spat a few times. There was dirt, sand, and whatever else in it. Yet nothing was done. The windstorm came out, was still around. "There's still a storm," he shouted. Quickly, I took out the flute and played. Gradually, the twister transcended into energy until it all became regular air. I glanced at Vishnu and flew up to him because I was going to get him. I flew him down to the ground, but we locked eyes. Chapter 37. As I continued my day, I wasn't sure how to deal with what was going on inside me. It was alive and well, as if I was in another dimension. The world I had known didn't seem to exist anymore. It appeared my whole system had been rewired and reversed, not knowing what to do. I can only surrender to it. I can't fight or run from it. I can only surrender to myself. Sometimes it seems I couldn't tell what was going on, making me want to cry. Truly, it was as though I was dead, as if there was no trace of the physical left. My weight reduced even more, unable to eat, deeply consumed by transformations of self-remembrance. In my dreams, I was by myself in the abode, sitting until two deities flew by, male and female, just like in the paintings. Maybe I should follow them. We arrived, standing in the air, watching people going somewhere. They dressed in fine, exquisite golden outfits, in carriages, riding along on the side road that had green trees with streams on one side. Krishna was in a carriage. I went to sit next to him. "You came with them?" he asked. "Yes, I followed them," I replied. He wore nice golden silk, Indian garments, including his turban. "Where are you going?" I asked. "Vishnu's wedding," he responded. Suddenly, pain returned to learn Vishnu was getting married to someone else. Maybe I should leave. I just follow them. I don't need to go see this. Who's he marrying? Lakshmi? "Are you coming?" Krishna asked, seeing me sad, wanting to leave. Maybe I should go see exactly what's going on. Who's he marrying? When we got closer, I made a golden sari dress appear on my body with delicate jewelry on my arms, nose, and wrists in place of my usual checker shorts and partially ripped white t-shirt. We reached an area in ancient times. Many deities were present, dressed nicely with elegantly made turbans, crowns, and golden silk outfits. Krishna made a hand gesture for me to get off the carriage with him, since I was reluctant to get out to witness Vishnu's marriage. No, I said. "I will go sit over there." To hide from the maintainer, I hurried to the stone wall near a creek, sitting behind a bush. A few seconds later, I peeked to see who his bride was. Hence, I could leave. He descended from mid-air, possessing multiple arms, as God Vishnu, at the center of a circle made of stones high up to about hip level. People congratulated him, smiling and bowing. "Krishna, where's my bride?" he asked. Sitting over there, he said, pointing his finger my way. A couple of men came, lifted by my arms again, and took me to sit in the middle of the circle. She's his bride? People and deity asked, looking at each other stunned, seeing me as the god of maintainer's wife. Quietly I sat, scanning around, as if I shouldn't be there, feeling insecure and understood immediately. It was a condition I needed to face. However, I stayed put, not leaving, then transformed into a golden clear energy. My body lifted up in the air, where I became almost formless. My light golden aura radiated in the atmosphere far and wide. God, 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 they said, dropping down on their knees and bowing. I descended, took off the golden sari outfit and jewelry, and walked away in my checkered shorts and ripped white t-shirt. Vishnu rushed after me. Let's get married, my love, he said. We have done that. There's no need anymore. I don't want to, I said, but thought maybe I should. So I put my wedding outfit back on and went to sit in the room waiting for him to come and get me, even though inside I deeply held no desire for it. Then I left the room, took myself somewhere away from the place and sat on the white clouds, making a tree and hammock appear to relax in it. He came. You don't want to get married? He asked. There's no need. I'm yours. Completely and truly, I'm yours, I shouted. Krishna came. I'm completely truly yours with my all, I said, pointing to both of them. When Vishnu said he was going to marry as God, he meant it. Looks like there won't be a wedding, Krishna commented. You got a tough one, Vishnu. The guest waited. One of a kind, he replied, glancing my way. Okay, if you don't want to, then we won't. We are each other's love. I'll do whatever you want, my love. He leaned over for a kiss, then we made love. We lay on the clouds later, admiring the stars. Want to camp out here until morning and you get your coffee? He asked, which brought a smile. While lying on his chest and overcoming with complete love, I said, I can only live and die in this love. Your energy that is love. Love cannot die, he responded, nor live. Love is just love. It neither dies or lives. Pureness. I want some pastries, I said. There are sweets. I will show you. Going to take human form? Yes, he replied. Oh boy. Surprise me, I said. In the morning, at a bakery shop, I got 2 Danish pastries and juice. When heading out, Vishnu stood across the street leaning against an old convertible with a long, light brown hair similar to a surfer, tall with a bit of lean muscles. His jeans were folded over his socks, with his long sleeve pink shirt rolled past his elbow and a beige belt leather secured tightly around his waist, the 80s style. Oh my God, oh my God. Okay, I'm going to love it. We sat watching the serene, calming ocean, similar to last time, at the same place. He said he wanted to make love on the beach, since we didn't get to when he took human form. He was told to wait until the evening, although he made a black cloud or something like it to block the sun. Everything became dark. It's nighttime now, he said. No, not yet, I said, taking away the dark clouds. We went back and forth until we agreed to set the sun in the afternoon. Later, we made love in the sand and then we went back to our boat. Vishnu wiped his tears as he sat formless as the universe. I was in front of him, also formless. His tears came from how deeply my love had touched him, as I would do anything, sacrificing myself for love. Then we made love in Vishnu's white bed, now a room adorned with delicate golden curtains. Next, he gave his shell decorated with gold and red rubies. He also gave his golden disc, sword, bow, and arrows in quiver, whatever he had. What's mine is yours, my love, he said. I thought I already had them. Nonetheless, I sincerely thanked him. Do you want to do some training? I asked. Thus, I sailed back to the old abode and waited. He was in the air on a white horse with his avatars, and he had multiple arms. Krishna was next to him. I transformed myself into Vishnu, procuring many arms and with all the avatars just like him, almost identical. Krishna was also on my side. However, Vishnu's energy was more brilliant than mine. The thing is, my love, I'm just like you. Husband and wife become one and the same after a while. they can finish each other's sentences. "Whenever you're ready, give me what you got," I yelled. He let go of his disc and I released mine. My disc was now golden, big, and spun faster than before, unlike Vishnu's. His spun fast, smaller, and in brilliant gold. "She still has some flesh in her," he said, which meant I still couldn't use the disc as well as I would like, until I was completely formless and crystal clear. My disc once more stopped his, but his was pushing mine towards me and my avatars. I reached my hand to electrify the weapon, pushing it back, but it came through my way anyways, flying nearly everywhere as we all tried to dodge the weapon. The round disc circled the avatars, and they couldn't stop it. I electrocuted it. Again, it didn't do much. Now was no longer around. Quickly, in a blink, his divine discus cut all the heads of my avatars. One by one, they became headless. When I saw this, I fell from the air, switching back to my form, completely disheartened and in disbelief. He killed all my avatars. He killed all my avatars. He chopped their heads off, I said, in shock. I was on my knees, facing the ground, stunned with what just happened. He asked Krishna to go assess. "He killed all my avatars. He chopped their heads off," I said, staring off. "You killed all her avatars," Krishna shouted to him. He dismounted. "It's not over yet. It's not over yet. I'm not going to let him hold me and say the training's over." He stood in front of me. I smiled and said, "It's not over yet, my love." I made all the avatars return even more golden, and quickly I transformed into golden energy and immersed in Vishnu's, Krishna's, and all of the avatars, then transformed the whole universe into one golden energy. Abruptly, I blasted into a gleaming golden light far and wide. "This is what I'm talking about! This is what I'm talking about!" he shouted. He marched over to where I was, and after, we became intimate. "You're getting stronger and purer," he said, touching my face. Chapter 38. In another meditation, I entered into a room. A tube was there, and I slid through it, then walked into a dark room and saw a small pool surrounded by misty air. Om symbol sprung out from it. Speechless, I watched the Om floating. Shiva came. I made a bow, acknowledging him. We observed the symbol glided in the atmosphere. Vishnu stopped over and immediately told his men to capture Shiva. "Take him away for a while," he said. "What are you doing? Let him go!" I shouted, surprised by his action. His men took Shiva into empty air and left without a trace. "Shiva! Shiva! Shiva!" I screamed across the universe, searching for him. He was gone. At that moment, I realized a big part of myself was absent. I have to find him. High and low, I sought, screaming and yelling everywhere. There was no sign. I went back to Vishnu's room, asked him what he had done to Shiva. He informed that the god of destruction had to leave for some time. He didn't say what he was doing. At this point, I looked upon Vishnu, my own husband, as a bad guy. He was very powerful, with all his avatars near him. Tell me, what did you do to Shiva? He's me. You can't get rid of me," I cried. "Yes, you are Shiva. Do you know how much of you is Shiva? Then I didn't take him anywhere at all, did I?" he said. "He's right. I'm here. I'm Shiva. What is this all about? Why did he do this?" I returned to my residence, the one I turned into black, glossy, shimmering buildings, putting a clear shell over it so Vishnu wouldn't get in. Again, his actions aroused some sort of frustration. Shiva showed up. We hung out. He was now in a metallic copper-toned skin. We talked for some time. Then I heard Vishnu asking his men about what I was doing and how I was doing. He wanted to come by. Oh, they told him to wait. "It's not a good time, sir," they said, since he asked them to watch me. "She put up a shield, sir." "Want to go by the ocean?" Shiva asked. I nodded. We stood observing the vast blue calming sea. "Did you feel bad I destroyed things?" he asked. As soon as he mentioned this, I understood right away because inside I hadn't fully accepted myself as he completely. Parts of me still felt awful about my rage and the destruction that came along with it. Whenever he showed up, I wanted to ignore him, scared, but nonetheless, I accepted him or myself as he more and more. Vishnu was helping me to face whatever was left, anything of myself that I denied or afraid. Not at all. No, I replied, understanding much more deeply. I destroy to recreate and bring renewal, he explained. His clarification softened me, adding to my acceptance even more than I had. Somehow the explanations from him were immensely helpful and healing. His love was also great and bottomless. I know. If there's no destruction, there are no creation and no maintaining, I added. You understand so well, he said. Want to go collect seashells? I asked. We walked on sand, putting shells in the silver bucket. I destroyed this sea many times, he commented. Look at how beautiful it is now, I shared and smiled as it had been renewed and refined. Vishnu kept watching from the above as Shiva and I spent time together. He was hard to resist. It was difficult not to go by his side. Go see him, Shiva said. I'm sorry, I will be back, I remarked and sailed to see Vishnu and made love to him. I love you so deeply, I said, touching his face, and immediately returned to pick seashells with the destroyer. I love him completely, I said to Shiva about my affections for Vishnu. Let him know that I moved on. Once more he shared his happiness for me. Sometimes going through this not stopping could be a bit challenging because of caring for Santi. The road to Nirvana was released, and processing and facing my emotions as well as what's going on became tough. Delivery boy wanted more of my attention to where I hardly had time for myself to breathe, which caused us to fight and yell at one another. Chapter 39. After picking him up from school, we ventured to a children's museum. While I was there, visions wouldn't stop surfacing and I couldn't pay attention to either Santi or the visions. There were many things going on. Santi acted up and had to be disciplined for his behavior. It took a very long time for him to calm down. With only a second to myself, a vision of blood dripping inside my body surfaced. Even my urine became bloody, as well as the clouds in the sky. They all turned bloody. I went by the ocean. It was a bloody sea. An image of me crying surfaced, and my tears were of red liquid. What the heck is going on? Then I was interrupted again, led me to pay attention to what was there. However, once I got a moment, I was in a room with Vishnu and Krishna. Vishnu told Krishna to drain out all of my blood. Everything and anything inside had to come out altogether. Shortly, I understood. Krishna put another version of myself on the table, like one at a hospital bed, to cut me open. However, I sat on the counter with Vishnu, forehead on mine as he was trying to help me not be disturbed. When Krishna took out my eyeballs, Vishnu would kiss my lips, although I took a peek. Moments later, my body was white like an alien or fetus, very fragile with just veins, clear skin, and darkened eyes. Vishnu once again kissed me. It's okay, he said, seeing my discomfort. She's ready, Krishna said. Vishnu went to lie on another bed next to mine and put his arm out as he was going to get an IV. Shortly, his blood was transfused into my body as I lay still in my sheer see-through white skin. Blood transfusion. Now I wasn't just Vishnu's wife. I would have his DNA as well as his entirety. All of me, my love, he said during the process. Meanwhile, this going on. He and I couldn't keep our hands to ourselves. We kissed and made out. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you, he said. Being by my side all night, he fell asleep. Another Vishnu watched beyond the clouds. Immediately, I made a gesture for him to do something with his other self, who dozed off. Later, I gradually recovered and he pushed me around in the wheelchair. As things settled and I gained my strength back, I asked him if we could start a family. He didn't answer. Let's have a family, I insisted. After refusing to marry him previously, I married him again. Instead of wearing cultural Indian traditional wear, we were in modern outfits. I wore a white bridal strapless gown with my hair up in a bun, and he was in a black and white tuxedo. My daily life, of course, wasn't the same, rather hard to explain. It was challenging even to perform daily routines. It felt like if I became a monk or a nun in a monastery, going through this would help. There would be plenty of time to reflect, process, understand, and meditate without on and off or constant disruption. Once the small fella hopped into the classroom the next day, I came home to nap because at 3 or 4 in the morning I hadn't fallen asleep after using restroom and from the meditation. Following my nap, I meditated. This time I found myself flirting with Krishna. We chased each other at the beach. He was about to play his musical flute. I would take it up from him and he would run after me. When we made out, Vishnu watched us higher from his residence. However, I couldn't leave to go to him because I was really into Krishna. He disappeared shortly. Krishna and I made love on the beach, touching each other's faces and lips and hair. Subsequently, I sat at my abode looking at buildings. They had reverted back to normal glass skyscrapers, but I switched them just by blinking, making them golden platinum. I blinked again, changing them to shining black glass high-rises before putting coconut trees on top of the roof just by blinking. With another blink, a sandy beach appeared. I went to soak in the sun, lounging in a long white chair. One more flash, a few people show up to enjoy together. Vishnu watched. I sailed to where he stayed. We kissed. However, he turned formless, and I did as well, to make love to him as the whole universe transparent. Krishna saw this. He walked away holding a beer bottle in his hand, as if he wasn't fond to witness this. What the heck is going on? Chapter 40. Next, I located myself underground, secure by stone walls, but they were collapsing all over, although parts of the wall weren't breaking. To crash it down, I got a big hammer. A statue of Buddha was in the wall. Then the whole ground shook quickly. Dirt, stones, and rocks fell on my head. I tried to get up from under, yet I was blocked by hard, clear glass. It wouldn't move even though I pushed it open. To get through, I turned transparent, but another glass was right above. When I got past one, another was directly overhead. I pushed it to open, but couldn't get by this time, so I went back down. The Buddha statue was still in the wall. Then the whole ground crumbled and stones crashed, hitting my head and body. I was covered with dirt and dust. No one locks me down here, I shouted in frustration and flew up, breaking through all the glass, and came into a room like a museum. Vishnu was there. What did I do? What did I do? I asked him. Was he jealous about Krishna? No, that's not it. He didn't answer. What are you doing? What are you doing right now? I yelled, asking him loudly. Again, there was no answer. I grabbed his hand only to touch him just a bit because he vanished quickly. I was back among stones, dirt, and rocks, which kept falling. Same as last. I tried to get out, and the stubborn glass blocked my way each time. Despite my endless efforts, I had no success. I grew tired, letting whatever wanted to crash on me. Out of nowhere, Santi appeared in his teens. He swept me out, passing through every glass. No one does this to my mom, he shouted. He took me to a room where Vishnu washed me and gave me a shower. After I was cleaned, we walked out to the same street where I had been. We sat on the... It's okay, I can take it from here, I said. He laughed. In a while, I found myself walking up the stairs. A black helicopter parked on the roof. I approached. Vishnu came. He looked more human and wore a white suit and green turban, plus a garland around his neck. He was jovial, smiling and laughing. He hopped in the helicopter too. I was the pilot. He pressed some buttons as we ascended. I smacked his hand. He stopped. I landed on the roof of a building. A bucket lift appeared. I got on. The human Vishnu walked away. The bucket raised very high, then dropped me off at the highest rooftop. God Vishnu, the maintainer! God Vishnu, the maintainer! God Vishnu, the maintainer! I screamed as soon as I got out, wanting to ask about what he had done. He didn't show. As I yelled, I thought to myself, I'm God Vishnu, the maintainer. I'm God Vishnu, the maintainer. God Vishnu, the maintainer! God Vishnu, the maintainer! I shouted again. He showed up as the universe, ultra clear and see-through. Do you see me? Do you see me? Do you see me? He shouted. Yes, I see you. Yes, I see you. I see you. I see you. I see you. I see it now. I'm the God of the universe. I see it now. I'm the God of the universe. I see it now. I'm the God of the universe. I see it now. I'm the God of the universe. I see it now. I'm the God of the universe. I see it now. I'm the God of the universe. I see it now. I'm the God of the universe. I see it now. I'm the God of the universe. I kept on and on as I couldn't stop saying it. It ended to be a mantra where I must repeat it 100 times. Afterwards, I found myself in the underground hall where I looked for a treasure and saw a key with a briefcase. I unlocked it. As I was doing this, I heard the mantra from different versions of myself in the universe. I see it now. I'm the God of the universe. This was continuous as I unjarred the chest. It was energy. I released it. Afterwards, I said, I see it now. I'm the God of the universe. I see it now. I'm the God of the universe. I see it now. I'm the God of the universe. A black helicopter parked on land. No one was operating. I hopped on. It ascended as I repeated a mantra, non-stopping. By now, I must have said it in another 100 times more, as if I couldn't do anything else. Then I was blank if I was not in the right functionality, similar to before. I landed on the roof and ceaselessly recited this while looking at the city, which was now clear and transparent. Everywhere were statues of white Buddha. It was breathtaking scenery to be witnessing this, yet I stared off idly, repeating and sitting with my feet hanging on the edge of the roof. There was no way of slowing it down. Vishnu stopped over and held me. Everything is quite okay now, my love, he said as I kept on and on, staring off into the distance. He took me back to his room and laid me on his bed. She is in shock, he says to his avatars as they observed. He gathered his belongings, informing them he was going to take me back to my abode, where he would be staying. I'll be wherever you are, my love, he said. He flew us to my place. If you want to have a family again, we'll have a family again, my love. I would do anything for you, my love, he said. He sat me down on a chair when we arrived, though I slowly strode to sit on a swing that had a cushion and at the top of it was designed with flowers. I tried swinging during repeating the phrase, staring off blankly. However, the swing didn't really move, only making slight movements, though it slowed down again. Vishnu dropped on his knees as he was truly proud of me and my love. Even though I was in disruption and shock, I was touched by his unexpected action. Couldn't believe he was doing. My love. How deep is your love? He asked. Limitless. I got up slowly, walking to him, knelt down and hugged him and whispered, It's limitless, my love. I love you completely with no limits. My love has no limits, Vishnu. I opened my eyes and stared off in the distance, still repeating just like I had in meditation in my room. Once more I was in disbelief and somewhat in shock. However, it wasn't nearly like it had been, though I lay in my bed blank, saying it non-stop until I got a headache and needed to take an aspirin. Daily, things were harder in my physical life. Everything that was taking place inside was continuous and converted to be my living and breathing. It was tough to give Santi the attention he desired. Most of the time, I wanted to be alone to process what was going on. A couple of times, I talked to Sean about becoming a monk in order to have time to meditate with no family obligations. Monks absorb themselves in Buddhist scriptures. They don't go through this, he said. Please, I need time. You need to be with Santi as much as possible, I told him. He probably didn't truly know what was going on as far as my romance with Krishna and Vishnu, but he knew I was remembering. On top of it, he probably didn't care. Often I had to repeat myself with Santi. I would yell at him as if I couldn't catch a break. I realized I created all this for myself and needed to accept this. Close to bedtime, I shut my eyes and unearthed myself with Vishnu watching over the city. Momentarily, I was up in the cloudless sky turning into Buddha. Shortly, I descended and stood next to him. My long black hair was chopped down to my shoulders, and I wore a white monk outfit, but now in my own form. My heart is Buddha, I said. You put it back, he commented. After reaching nirvana, I had been empty to where I wasn't even mind, body, or even soul. I had glimpses of experiences here and there, but they were like wind, as I didn't have any to begin with. Now I put my heart back, containing nothing except for love and compassion. Buddha. It seemed as though we were standing in front of a big hotel high in the clouds somewhere, and an airplane arrived. The steps lowered to let us in. We passed many planes as we ascended. Our aircraft got wobbly, yet it kept going. A beige rope was hung on the side of it. I pulled on it. The rope was long. However, it all dropped. It's done, Krishna said, who was above us. Burn it, I said, with the rope fell into a basket. She's free, I heard. Suddenly, I was tied in a wagon, lying down, heading elsewhere as a couple of men pulled it into an unfamiliar city. She'll be fine, Krishna said to Vishnu, watching in the air. The men released me. I soared into the firmament and sat in meditation posture on a pink lotus seat that immediately appeared and glowing. Goddess, goddess, people said, looking up. Abruptly, I was inside the empty universe, drifting on a pink lotus seat. Sometimes I would lay down with one hand supporting my head or cross my legs, relaxing. The god of maintainer showed himself. We became intimate as the lotus flower floated. He vanished later. In a flash, many pink lotus seeds soared around me in the empty, dark universe. Only light shone in the middle. Next, I walked on the rooftop toward Krishna and Vishnu. Both were transparent. God, when I reached them, I said. Goddess, they both said. Then I made love to Vishnu in midair. Nothing around us except energy. Amid making love, he turned into Krishna. Krishna, I love you so much, I said. Krishna transformed into Vishnu. I love you, my love, I said. It looked as I was making love to two gods as one, or one as two. Lately, instead of finding myself with Vishnu, I would be with Krishna. We would be chasing each other around in the sand, making love and playing our fruits. Please don't leave, I said when he got up, went to dive in the ocean, and brought back blue-white flower in his hand. Thank you, my love, I said, smelling the flower. Sometimes I would find myself with Vishnu and would voice the same. Please don't leave, I would say while we held each other after making love. Then I was with both of them, getting on the white airplane. It headed upwards, passing many levels, but it never landed. When it finally did, we got off and walked on gold. The plane disappeared. Everything was gleaming, radiant gold. A golden, luminous sun was ahead of us. We headed that direction. The golden land, I heard. Chapter 41. Subsequently, I sat among other goddesses right on our pink lotus flower seats in the air, smiling and chatting. What are you going to wear? Asked one of the goddesses, since now I don my gray underwear, a Brazilian style that says, Love Pink, and had a black and white flowery bra on. However, if I wasn't asked, I wouldn't have noticed I was in my undergarments, as if they weren't even there. There was no thought about it. They all wore their golden shiny outfits except for Kuan Yin, who was wearing her soft white ancient Chinese style dress. I made a gold attire appear on my body, yet it wasn't me. Then changed to a red sari with gold around it, though that wasn't me either. It has to be white. I put on a white blouse with white pants, looking like a karate student, with my hair up in a ponytail and a white belt tied around my waist. although I made the outfit softer in texture. First, we glided about the garden surrounded by willow trees. Then we walked towards the pond to soak our feet in the running spring water. The gods show up to watch, admiring the goddesses beyond downy clouds. The husbands adored their wives. Krishna lovingly watched Radha, while Vishnu observed Lakshmi, and Rama was captivated by his wife. I had no one. Suddenly, my whole system grew heavy. I rubbed my chest, as if I just had another dose of emotional shock. Quickly, I left the garden crying uncontrollably, once again broken-hearted. Krishna returned to his wife, as did Vishnu. As I just arrived to this plain, I had no place. I went to create one somewhere far away from everyone. I made lotus ponds, spring water, and green grass appear in the clouds, weeping by myself. Oh my gosh, I can be alone. I can be alone. In me are masculine and feminine energies. I need no one. I kept sobbing, feeling left out, soaking my feet in the pond, lying on my torn in pieces and bits. I need to go somewhere. Maybe I can go to Kuan Yin. She has no one. This thought left as quick as it came, though I just wanted to be alone. Then I was on Earth, standing next to a waterfall in an unknown forest. My energy was now glowing clear, light pure white. A few hitchhikers saw me crying. "Aren't you a goddess?" one of them asked. I didn't reply and took myself to the beach, sobbing and drawing a heart shape once more in emotional devastation. The gods and goddesses watched as they were up past the clouds. "I can do this. I can be alone. I have no one but me," I whispered, continuing drawing hearts in the sand. "Isn't she new?" one of the gods asked. The gods and goddesses' energies were clear gold when I looked up at them watching me crying. I made a hand gesture, asking them for privacy as I sobbed, holding myself and rolling on the beach. Just moments later, Krishna headed to where I was. He was still far away, so I ran to hide behind a tree full of tears. When he came, he stopped. "I'm here for you," he said. Yet I didn't respond and kept on crying with my hands covering my mouth. "Going to the end for you," he yelled. That sounds like Vishnu's words. His love made me cry harder. "I can go to the end for myself, my love," I said softly. "How deep is your love?" "It's bottomless," he answered. "Still bottomless?" Slowly I came out from behind the tree. "It's not like I can't see you," he said, hugging me. "I can't be without you. You're my one and only love." Soon I was back in his arms, talking, smiling, and kissing. We were together again like we had been, just us. "Is Vishnu letting him go back with Krishna?" one of the gods asked. The gods and goddesses stroll along the quiet ocean at night, enjoying their evening. When Lakshmi and Vishnu strode by, it didn't invoke anything in me because Krishna and I were back together again. Then the god of maintainer turned around, looking my way as if he couldn't forget me. I became uneasy. Just one glance from him shook my whole. Oh my God. My love for him returned. Tears streamed down my face. "Give me time, my love. Give me time," I said to Krishna, then flew away from his arms, went back to my garden and wet my feet covered in tears. However, Vishnu and Lakshmi strode in. She had her arms around his waist. I lifted myself, sobbing. He stopped, bent down, and made a bowl of water appear, then put my feet in it and washed and dried them. "Vishnu, what are you doing?" she asked. He didn't respond. When he finished, he stood up. They left. Quickly, I found myself in the clouds, just a little above my new abode, trying to tame a white tiger. The creature kept pacing back and forth, gritting its teeth, as it was going to attack. It's okay, my love, it's okay," I said, reaching out my hand. There were other animals around, including elephants, Bengal tigers, and more. In a little while, I tamed the gorgeous white beast. It came to sit next to me, and I massaged his head. However, the elephants ran my way. I dodged them, ran over thorns, and fell. "Ouch!" I yelled. Krishna came speedily, lifted me up, and took out the thorns from my feet. Similarly, he absorbed the pain and healed it. before making a bowl of water appear. He put my feet in it, then washed and dried them. Vishnu saw this. He shouted from above us, "She is your wife, Krishna." This only meant he was letting me go back to the divine God, which was fine. Krishna and I were almost like how we had been, even though I wasn't sure how I was going to move on from Vishnu. I put my head against Krishna's. "Give me some time, my love," I said again. Moments later, I was by myself in my place. The gods and goddesses watch as I play my guitar up in the atmosphere, it making white flowers fall from the sky. Even by myself without partner, I was fine with it this time. They clapped their hands. One of the goddesses commented, "She's a beautiful goddess, completely beautiful." As they watched in admiration, Vishnu couldn't keep his eyes away. "Go to her," Lakshmi said. He took me to his serpent. We kissed and made love. I lay against his chest afterwards. A very long rope bridge appeared. "Cross the bridge, go see Brahma," he said. Unsure why, since I already met Creator and worked with him, although I was open to this. I stood up to cross the bridge. "Krishna will go with you," he said. Krishna came, walking along the bridge, holding my hand, while he walked on one above mine, which was made of wood boards instead of a rope, like one I walked on. We flirted, scratching each other's hand and crossing. When I became wobbly, he held my hand steady, smiling and gazing at each other. "Wow! One husband doesn't come, another comes instead. How nice," said Brahma from nowhere. The bridge was indeed long. "Want to camp out?" I asked. He made a tent appear. I walked up to his bridge and spent the night. We made love there. During the day when I wasn't meditating, I was hung over Vishnu as I couldn't go on. With Santi, I still had short fuse if I had to repeat myself numerous times. Nonetheless, that day was better. His cousins came over and played with him, but they were loud. At times, I just wanted to break down. Everything changed. I wasn't the same now that I come to remember and was conscious of what was going on. This time I was going all the way no matter what. It looked as though I was ready to go at it again after a couple of days of recuperating from the shock. At night, after putting my tiny guy to bed, I crossed the bridge. Krishna wasn't there. The rope bridge was very lengthy. I soared to the end of it. Then I walked on the stone bridge, the same one where Vishnu was in cosmic form. Shiva sat ahead, holding his Trishu, with men around him. Immediately, I wanted to open my eyes and come out of meditation. Wasn't too enthusiastic about seeing him despite the fact that I was accepting much more. Since I thought I had moved on from him, I wasn't unsure why he would show up, although I was curious to see what was truly going on. We were on Earth. The place was dim with glimpses of light. He lifted a cup, pouring a tea into it, and handed it to me when I sat. I drank it. "Goddess," he said, and bowed. I bowed back. His men left. It was just he and I alone. Quickly, he leaned towards me. I began to feel this love for him, as if I was in love. We kissed. He lifted me up, carrying me inside his room that was similar to a big cave with some stone wall. He had white fur on the bed, as well as other things hanging on the wall, which I couldn't be sure of. A tiger skin was on the floor. Somebody entered and said, "Your wife is pregnant." Shiva and I were overjoyed. A baby appeared in my arms, and I held it for a bit before putting the precious little one inside the crib. It looked as I had fallen for him like I had for Vishnu and Krishna. We romantically kissed on his bed and were about to make love, but a thought of Vishnu interrupted. I tried tuning it out by shutting my eyes and shaking my head a couple of times. Even so, an image of the maintainer kept intruding. I couldn't make love to Shiva. "My love, let me go find out what's going on." "I'm sorry, please wait," I said, then left. However, when I flew upwards, the god of Destroyer and his men stood in front of the building. This surprised me. He showed in the sky, clouds and everywhere. Suddenly, I was a bit afraid he wouldn't let me leave. "I want to know what's going on," I inquired, standing there. "You're my wife as well," he replied. Immediately, I understood and became soft. "Yes, I know, my love, I am," I responded and sailed upward landing on the rooftop of a building in the vicinity where Vishnu and I had been. They headed my direction. Shiva came behind them. "What's going on?" I asked. "You are Shiva as much as you are Vishnu, as much as you are Brahma," Krishna said. 3 in 1. 3 is 1. Shiva and Vishnu left. Only Krishna and I stood, viewing the city, holding each other by the waist. Chapter 42. Later, I stood on another rooftop. A helicopter descended. I got on. Brahma was taking me higher. There wasn't a briefcase this time. He left me off somewhere and a clear tube suddenly emerged. I slid through it. The tube was extensive and swirly. It shot me upwards and more appeared. I slipped through one again. It pushed me upwards with another right in front of me. Along the way, I saw goldfish in a fishbowl. Then there were many more fishbowls with goldfish. I tipped a couple of them. This went on for a while. The tube was endless. As I continued, I became tired, wanting to rest. "She can do it," Vishnu said from somewhere. Before long, I found myself lying in a hospital bed without physical structure in the bottomless universe. Krishna showed himself and lay by my side. It was another transfusion. Krishna was transferring his DNA, himself, his all, everything to me. It wasn't like blood with Vishnu, but a clear, sparkly liquid similar to saline. Vishnu was in charge of the transfusion, lying in Krishna's arms, unable to fathom how bottomless his love was. The only thing I could do was lay calmly and speechless, not uttering a word, accepting the completeness of this true affection. "She's your wife," Vishnu said after the process was completed. From then on, it was Krishna and I together, like we had been, inseparable. "Want to go to the Golden Land?" he asked. "Yes, my love, but I want to create my own," I answered. He again became my one true love and would show up everywhere by my side instead of Vishnu. He and I lay around smiling, looking at each other, kissing and holding each other. Swiftly, someone in a white horse who wore black and white clothes arrived. I couldn't see his or her face. She or he had a long hood on, and I was picked up onto a horse. "Krishna!" I yelled. "I'll be there, my love," he said. I had a feeling I was taken to do a training. We reached the old abode where Vishnu and I stayed. Vishnu was on his white horse with all his avatars and more with Krishna. Krishna showed up. The event started suddenly. Vishnu released his golden disc, and I released mine, but it wasn't doing anything. My disc was now silver instead of gold platinum. "Vishnu, heaven and earth, this whole universe, come to me at once," I shouted, turning my transparent, see-through as the whole universe itself. They charged at me, but things looked no different than making a splash inside the vast, limitless world. "You guys are inside me," I said, laughing. "Ha! Krishna, take down your wife," Vishnu shouted. "Krishna," I was soft, not because I was afraid, but he was my love. "There doesn't seem to be a need," Krishna replied. He gradually faded into big golden energy. "Husband, do you remember that once you told me I can neither be created nor destroyed?" I said. "You can't be destroyed," he said. We were up in the air, crystal clear and lovingly kissing. "I don't think he's going to take her down," said one of the gods. An hour later, I woke up. I must have fallen asleep during meditation, but dropped right back to sleep, deeply fatigued, though when I woke up to use the restroom, I wasn't able to fall asleep. I meditated. However, I wasn't in good spirits, wanting to cry, possibly still going through shock. It was wearing off, yet my system was still reversing. I discovered myself lying on translucent air until it contained water. This could have been my tears, because I was sobbing and rolling, feeling deadness and pain. Unsure what else was happening. Everything seemed to be all jumbled together. It could be the major changes that continually taken place. My station wasn't identical when I visited. Then I left to my new abode, the garden, and cried. To cheer myself up, I put stars in the sky, then made trees and more ponds with white swans and lotus flowers appeared. The sadness of what appeared to be something similar, since it was mixed with other emotions and energy, I shed more tears. Abruptly, I was on clear air, nothing around except lying in the pool of my cries. I made lotus petals fall, covering my body, yet this didn't do anything. Gently, I sat up to play the flute, though this didn't put a happy face on me. The flute acquired more decorations, but I truly didn't understand what those meant at the time. "Let's go get our wife," Vishnu said to Krishna. He was about to come, although Krishna stopped him. "She has all the strength to get to us," he said. He didn't come by. Both just watched. A baby appeared in my arms, though it soon vanished. A glass of tomato juice or something like it appeared. Despite the fact I wasn't sure what it was, I drank the liquid. A clear plastic tube suddenly emerged. I crawled towards it. Similarly, it was long and swirly. Regardless, I slid through again and again, traveling the never-ending tube. I was getting exhausted and had to take breaks along the way by lying down before sliding past another one. Then, finally, I was shot up to the rooftop. "Brahma!" I yelled. A small black helicopter came to my hand, similar to a kid's toy. It became a full-size helicopter when I stretched it out, and then I hopped on. "Take me higher," I said to the creator. As we ascended, I saw a briefcase and opened it. The papers were once again blank and white. Children's notebooks were on the seat with crayons and wide spaces between the lines for youngsters to learn to write. With a black crayon, I drew a heart on the kid's book. While observing my drawing, I flipped to another clean page, then wrote, "I love," and paused to listen. I love so deeply, so truly, and so completely. I love so deeply, so truly, and so completely. I love so deeply, so truly, and so completely, I said, and began to cry, unable to believe who I came to be. Is this who I am now? I didn't write anymore, though continued saying this over and over until an indescribable, overwhelming love for Krishna arose. I love you, Krishna, so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love you, Krishna, so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love Krishna, so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love Krishna, so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love Krishna, so deeply, so completely, and so truly. It became another mantra that I couldn't stop saying. Brahma dropped me off in front of a building that looked like a hotel. "Go get your wife," Vishnu told Krishna. By now, I was staring off in the distance again, repeating the same thing, non-stopping. Krishna quickly came and held me, took me to an elevator. He pushed a button, but I wasn't sure which level we were going. Well, he held me as I idly kept on saying how truly I love him. However, the elevator didn't go far, coming out on the same floor. He took me into it again. This time he pushed the button down. He was behind, sitting and holding me as I sat on the floor, reciting blankly, non-stopping. We entered into a bright room that held one big Buddha statue in the middle and other things in it. As I was in daze, continually repeating, I wasn't sure what else was around. Krishna left as I sat in meditation posture. I love Krishna so deeply, so truly, and so completely. I love Krishna so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love Krishna so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love Krishna so deeply, so completely, so truly. I love Krishna so truly, so deeply, so truly. Light energy seeped out from my body. Gradually, I turned into Krishna. Krishna, seeing myself as he softened me. Yet I continue repeating and turning more and more into him. Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Then this love energy engulfed my whole entirety, while Krishna watched Vishnu in midair calling me, Krishna, Krishna. Moments later, the chant switched to, I love so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I fell onto the floor, reciting it as I couldn't stop. My head began to hurt. It was if I was going insane, unable to halt. My head got tense, feeling like I was going to uncontrollably repeat until I collapsed. Go get your wife, Krishna, Vishnu shouted. She's not done yet, Krishna replied. Now I lay on the floor flat, saying continuously, stone-faced, as if I was about to go crazy. Gently, I picked myself up. The mantra slowly faded before it finally stopped altogether. I dug into the dirt and found a key, golden, then more keys, almost 100. One of these again. Drawers and chests appeared on the walls and all around the room. I unlocked some. There were plenty of keys and drawers. To unlock them all at once, I tossed the keys to every drawer. Unleash all my powers, I shouted. There wasn't anything useful, but I uncovered one, releasing something I couldn't exactly remember. Come on, there must be something else. Even looking in the Buddha's statue's palm, there wasn't anything. After examining the room, I glanced at the statue again, made my way to it, and broke the stone in half with my hand. Energy sprung out, floating upward while I lifted myself up alongside, watching. The jade light energy turned into a transparent Buddha. Buddha, 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 I love you so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love you so truly, so deeply, and so completely, Buddha. Afterwards, I stood in front of Vishnu on the balcony of an older building. I love you so truly, so deeply, and so completely, I said. Green apples appeared, since he and Krishna had eaten at one time. I picked up the fruit to take a bite. Anyhow, not sure what it was for, but it was rotten. I spat it out before smashing the whole apple on the floor. A long spiral green leaf grew out from it, turning into a grapevine. You can't destroy anymore. It creates something else, he said. Later, I grew apple seeds on the deck. Vishnu left. Krishna came as I planted the seeds. He and I were like husband and wife again. Suddenly, 3 blue baby Krishnas with loose curly hair, wearing little pants would go around their necks and peacock feathers tied to their hair with a hairband, crawled around. I lifted one up and held him in my arms. At least 20 more appeared. Is this our family now? I wasn't even pregnant. We never had a family before. Is this making up for it? I asked. He didn't say anything. However, I accepted it. The babies were everywhere, on the roof, balcony, all over the floor, and one was about to bite an extension cord. Krishna, please get him down! He reached up to get one, crawling on the rope in midair. Once it was nighttime, and the children were asleep, I said, I'm going to see Brahma. It was no doubt stressful with all the kids and needed time alone with my friend. Brahma sat on a balcony, smoking, still had the mustache. How are the husbands and the kids? He asked. You smoke now? I asked. Is there even a cigarette? Am I even smoking? He said. We sat, looking at the city. You have to go away for a bit. Go tell your husbands, he said. There's no need. They already know, I replied. You still need to go tell them, he insisted. Krishna was sleeping when I got home, but he woke when I crawled into the bed. You're going away with Brahma? He said, holding me as I touched his face. Yes, just for a bit, I responded. I will miss you. It might be hard. Then we made love, though I would say this was the longest lovemaking session we ever had. Wow. The next day, I went to see Brahma. He insisted to let the Manteno know as well, despite there was no need. Vishnu was watering plants while I made pauses when speaking, adding a lot of filling words. There wasn't much to say now I was back with Krishna. I'm going away, for a bit, I said, and rested before saying, um, just a bit, with Brahma. Yeah, just for a bit, and stopped, then went on. Then I'll be back. I cleared my throat. You don't even need to tell me. You already told your first husband, he replied, pausing for momentary. I just can't stay around waiting for you. You wait for me? I asked, a bit soft, waiting for him to say more. He didn't. I laughed. Why did he say that? Waiting for me. The creator waited on the balcony smoking. Give me that cigarette, I said, taking it from him and inhaling it a couple times. The husbands, he asked. It seemed I needed to relax from the relationships with those two gods. I'm ready, I said. A big white swan flew to us. We hopped on its back. I was behind Brahma with my arms around his waist. You fly on a swan? I asked with wide eyes. Do something, he said when we arrived to a cave. The cave had an opening with light shining on it, with orange and white stripes of clay dirt around it. For the light and sun to shine through completely, I took out the dirt roof. Then I put a fountain in the middle of it, making the water shoot up high, as well as adding green plants to a few spots to enhance the stone cave. Then I made shiny glass and golden platinum buildings appear, turning it into a city, as well as putting all trees in the area that became very scenic, similar to a park in the city. At night, I lit up the entire galaxy with shiny, shimmering, golden bright stars. While sitting under a tree, I said, Gosh, I miss Krishna. Maybe he can visit, then leave. Immediately, he showed up in the sky. It made me smile, so I pulled him to where I was. We made a tent over us, then we made love. We camped out and gazed at the coming nightly sky with more sparkly stars I just put in. Like before, I must have fallen asleep during meditation and dreamt of creating many things with Brahma. For instance, I turned 3 hot air balloons into one, making it bigger and creating more space so it could hold more people, and using a small boat instead of a breakfast or a romantic atmosphere for lovers and friends to enjoy champagne or eat as they witness the spectacular view. Then we were somewhere else. He told me to expand the sea without making a flood. Once I stretched out the ocean, I added a big stone statue of Zeus, a supreme deity of ancient Greeks, looking at the water. It was a nice creation. Krishna was invited to see it afterwards. In my daily life, at times everything was okay, and at times I wanted to burst out crying. It seemed as if I was still going through the energies of reversing everything. My love with Vishnu and Krishna was constant. They became my breath, minute in and minute out, as if there wasn't anything else besides this. When I got a chance alone, I would process the meditations and missing and longing for those two gods. They show up all the time, occupying my whole completely. Chapter 43. When I woke up at night to use the restroom, I wasn't able to fall back asleep, tossing and turning, missing Vishnu completely. Once I shut my eyes, I discovered myself searching all over for him, even shouting across the whole universe until locating him reclining in his serpent with Lakshmi. He wore an orange golden outfit with a gold crown and a few garlands around his neck. She wore a similar outfit, a red golden sari with garlands around her neck like they had just gotten married. I walked in and knelt in front of him. Lakshmi sat just below his serpent, feeding the chickens while I professed my unending love to him, saying that I couldn't be without him, despite Lakshmi being there. I'm here for you, going to the end for you, I said. He didn't say a word. I was on my knees, soft, deeply vulnerable, watching him nearly reduced to tears. Then I observed Lakshmi feeding chickens. I fed them too. Just moments later, I glanced at him in tears, saying, I love you so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love you so truly, so deeply, and so completely. Going to the end for you. However, he didn't say much. I got up and went to the room, holding my flute. I wept, rolling on the floor and professing my endless love. I can't forget you, Vishnu. As I was in tears, he and Lakshmi stood on another roof watching me sobbing and holding myself. You can't let her go, she said, seeing him sob. He came. Slowly I picked myself up. How deep is your love? This time he didn't answer. As I was about to walk away, he said, You've moved on. I closed my eyes briefly because it was true. Krishna and I were completely back together. In spite of it, I still longed for Vishnu. I'm here! I'm here for you! I shouted and wept. He didn't say a word. Wanting to be alone, I flew away and headed to sit on Flora's energy in the vacant, unlit universe. He came and sat by my side, not saying much. I turned away. He went to the other side of me, watching. He didn't seem like full Vishnu, so I made a big bubble around him and blew it away. Another version of him appeared. I did the same. Look, she just blows me away, he said to another deity, observing all the way in midair. Was that really him? Then he really came, lifted me up, and put me on a return tray line he just made exist in a cafeteria with the dirty dishes. What the heck? My curiosity led me to find out what exactly was going on as I was about to jump off. Plenty of dirty, unwashed dishes, broth, and food that fell off the trays covered my body. The line passed a bathroom with showers. I got off and showered, washing myself with soap, then shampooed my dirty hair, which was covered with food. My white t-shirt was brown and tainted all over like it had been dyed. Once finished and looking very clean, I dried my hair. It was healthier and lush. Vishnu entered and had me face the mirror. I couldn't see myself, but straight away the mirror melted. He turned me towards another one. It too faded. There's no mirror. He carried me out to the universe. We fondly kissed, touching each other's faces, missing each other deeply. My purest, he said, about to make love to me. Vishnu, leave my wife alone, I heard Krishna shout from somewhere. Immediately, I stopped kissing Vishnu, unsure why Krishna would do this, since he knew I couldn't be complete without Vishnu either. I'm sorry, Vishnu. Let me go see what's going on. I'm sorry, said. Krishna has his back toward me. What's going on? You know I can't be complete without both of you, I said. He walked away. I sat by myself, didn't return to the maintainer. Later, I met stars covering the nightly sky. Krishna arrived. I leaned on his shoulders. He turned around, looking at me, touched my chin, and asked, Am I not enough? His question nearly brought me down to my knees. I was stunned. Got up, pacing back and forth. How could he even ask such a question? How could he? You're more than enough. I can't even say how much you mean to me. You're limitless to me, Krishna. The question truly was disheartening, tearing me up inside. How could he even ask such a question? We sat quietly, then we made love. In the midst of making love to him, I said, I love you so truly, so deeply, and so completely. From then on, we were together inseparably. Our love was at a turning point. It became very complete, more than we first married. We made love often. Even how we made love changed. Our energies floated upwards, intertwining and blending into one another as we were both formless, making love in the air above the ground. Wow. Afterwards, I lay on his chest, melting into him with utmost love that was so sincere, deep, so true and so complete. I could only live and die in him and couldn't do anything else. He's my supreme love, my supreme power. You're my God, Krishna, I said, lying there, fading into the godly affection as if nothing else existed besides this. The meditation scene quickly changed to the golden mirror room where he and I were. After changing Valentine's Day's gifts, it became a regular room with no mirrors. My face was buried in my arms and my knees. I was sitting against the mirror as I just dreamt all this. I saw myself wearing a black sweater with long beige white sweater wrapped around my waist. Krishna entered, reaching for my hand. Now we located in the white puffy gases, somewhere I had never been. It looked as I was pregnant. My stomach had grown, but still in the early months. I lay on our bed as he drained fish out of me with a clear long tube. First, he let out big ones into the ocean, then the tiny ones. He worked with some people on the rooftop, watching fish going down the tube. Another version of myself suddenly showed up, washing and cleaning the bathroom floor. Your husband is making everything possible for you. He's a good husband, she informed. Yes, he is, I said, agreeing with her, and realizing he wasn't just my husband. Krishna was deeply ingrained and flowing inside as one DNA that couldn't be apart. He's like me in every way. We are the same. I can't be without him. We are one. Lying on the bed with a couple of pillows to support my back, suddenly I turned into my mom just a tiny bit, not full-blown. Another copy of myself appeared. You're already gone, she yelled. Mother vanished. It was no doubt something I hadn't fully faced, probably residual insecurity. To see what Krishna was up to, I stepped up towards the rooftop. He had just finished draining, yet he wasn't around. A clear, big, empty fishbowl with sparkly water in it sat nearby. I approached it. Someone threw a rock at the bowl and broke it. Another appeared. About 3 kids show up to help put small rocks inside the big, giant fishbowl. My pregnancy progressed, and soon I gave birth to a girl. Krishna wasn't around, but images of him were everywhere in the atmosphere as I lived a normal life. When the baby was about 1 year old and able to walk, I took her to the park, then a museum, showing her different pictures on the wall. I came out of meditation. Is this the end of us? I burst into tears, missing Krishna, didn't want our relationship to end. After he helped me remember myself, it would end. During the day when I wasn't meditating, I would miss Vishnu and the relationship we had. The songs on the radio reminded us of our relationship. Santi and I often went for car rides. He would wake up early in the morning with plenty of time to spare. This also gave me time to process. The Road to Nirvana was uploaded to an ebook, and I tried to find resources to advertise the memoir, despite there weren't much desire in me to do so. Once, Santi was dropped off at school. I thought about going to the library to obtain lists of media release addresses and websites. An image of the same librarian who helped me last year occurred. Fuck. She was there when I strode into the local library. All this time I hardly have seen her despite going to the library often to get books for Santi to read. She was wearing the same outfit as I'd seen her in my vision. However, no one sought her aid, and I was okay asking for her help. It wasn't as awkward as before, yet she yawned frequently. That turned out to be cute. In the evening, I headed downstairs to work out. Santi was with his grandparents. Once finished with my exercise, I came upstairs and cried before stepping into the shower. Everything had definitely changed inside. I was on the other side of the spectrum, for certain. At times, when the heavy, unbearable energy crept through, despite it was deeply challenging, I kept telling myself I can do it, not realizing how hard this journey had been. While Santi and Sean ate their dinners in the evening, I was upstairs browsing for pictures of Krishna. Most of the pictures were of him with Radha, thus I skipped over them, feeling jealous, similar to when I had seen pictures of Vishnu with Lakshmi. Maybe I need to continue working with Brahma. Sitting in my room before going to bed, a vision of Krishna wanting to make love surfaced. Since I missed him completely, we kissed and made love by immersing our energies together as one. I love you so truly, so deeply, and so completely, I said. I will be with Brahma for a bit. Chapter 44. But when I closed my eyes for meditation, I didn't see Krishna, but found myself walking into a room. Vishnu sat on a recliner eating meatballs on a stick. An elderly maid brought him more. After observing her closely, I recognized she was myself in my 60s with wrinkles and partially gray hair. The room was completely golden, almost a yellow gold. He wore a golden outfit and eating quite a lot of the meatballs, asking if I wanted. I declined. She then brought him water, looked at me, then said, "For your husband." I took the tall, clear glass and placed it on the table. Abruptly, he became sick. As his temperature rose, I held him close and about to absorb his illness, but he said, "No, let it be." He wanted to get up to use the restroom. I assisted him. To help him feel better, I gave him a bath, wiped him, and changed him into clean clothes. Another Vishnu saw us in his golden energy beyond the heavens, with few of his avatars nearby. "How can I let her go? She truly is devoted to me," he said. Gave him water, which turned out to be tonic water to refresh his system. Shortly, he was fine again. However, it didn't seem like the romance just there. It was just complete love, as though we were an older couple taking care of each other. We often stayed home, so I made a suggestion for us to go for a stroll and enjoy the sunset before turning in for the evening. We went for a quiet walk around the path at the town where I live, then came back, ordered food for the night, and we would watch a movie. "I don't want to watch a movie," he said, and flipping through the television channels instead. "There's nothing to watch." He turned off the TV. We both read books. There was no difference between this, our daily lives, from what he showed. He fell asleep. I turned the lamp off, made myself comfortable about to sleep. However, Krishna came asking me to go with him. We sat down playing our fruits and admiring the gleaming stars at night. He suddenly fell asleep on my shoulder, yet when I looked closely, he had actually died. "Krishna! Krishna! Oh no, I screamed. Momentary, I took his corpse in a wagon to burn in the countryside, then took his ashes and tossed them into the river. A little boy in a blue skin, a hairband wrapped around his head, with a peacock feather showed up. He ran and skipped ahead. I followed. He was, indeed, a boy, climbing trees, playing with cows, playing planks on others, and he was fearless. Then he grew to almost where he was now, the age he was with me, and became a lover, making a sweater for a girl. He was more mature in love, sincere, kind, and gentle. He took the sweater to a young lady who was standing by the pond waiting for him. When she turned around, I saw my own face, though my skin was blue. He put the sweater on her, asking if she liked it. She smiled lovingly. Later, I went up to see Vishnu. He was playing ball in the open area under the semi-dark sky. He was loud, just like any man when he got into his game. Shiva came. They played together loudly. I looked for Brahma. He sat on the tree limb, not smoking this time. I sat next to him, but Krishna came and stood a distance from us. "I'll be right back," I told Brahma. Divine God said he missed me, so we made out, then made love. "I love you so truly, so deeply, and so completely," I said, as if I could only live and die in him, lying on his chest and melting in this completeness of love. Brahma and I went to a canyon. He asked if I wanted to change it. I glanced at it. It seemed like the orange clay gorge was good as it was. Nonetheless, I went to get a closer observation. Into a dry valley, I put enough water to create flowing streams. From where the canyon started, I added a little pond and then put fish, frogs, and turtles in it. In addition, a fish with two heads was going opposite directions. Is this why they are conjoined twins? It had a hard time moving, therefore I made it into three-headed fish instead. To enhance the pond, I put green grass around it, plus a small tree standing in the middle on the top of a stump and gray rocks big enough for turtles to soak in the sun. Afterwards, I put my golden light to the entire canyon, keep it fresh and healthy, then walk along it, watching the water flow. The fish swam and crickets jumped on the banks. The canyon came alive. You put life where there's deadness, he said when I climbed out. However, another version of myself appeared, walking further away. She didn't seem well, kept on as she walked looking my way. Soon, though, she fell deeply ill. I ran to her, about to heal her, but she told me not to. I'm letting it all go, she said. I stepped back and watched her faded. She's giving you a very important message, Brahma said when I came back, although I wasn't sure what I truly had to let go. Until then, I could only understand the message. We came into a forest. It was windy. Branches of the trees moved and clay that wasn't there before just surfaced, spun. Stop it, Brahma said. Just by slowly reaching out my hand, everything stopped, unmoving and froze, while it took a second longer for the clay tray to completely halt. My mouth dropped open. Let it go, he told me. Everything moved again when I put my hand back. I did one more time, and similarly, everything paused except the gray pot took a bit more before it became stationary. When I let it go, everything moved. Wow, does this mean I have control over everything? An image of me stopping the waves in the ocean appeared. The whole ocean became completely silent when I reached out my hand to stop the waves. The waves symbolized my emotions. I could stop them, let them be, increase them, decrease them, or just put them away altogether. It was my choice. This same as the swing? Now I sat on it instead of swinging it on its own? Yes, Brahma answered. When you're conscious, you have the power. And when you're not, I asked. Your unconscious does everything. You don't know what's what, he shared. Yeah, like how my rage controlled me before. You practically destroy everything, he added. Krishna appeared over the atmosphere. I smiled. The husbands? He asked. I only stay with one now, I replied. However, he hung out with Shiva and Vishnu. They were a bit noisy beyond the soft white vapors. It was similar to being downstairs when the men were watching football or something upstairs. Being loud, you couldn't hear them yelling or shouting, but something was moving or shaking. Brahma and I carry on. We came into a land which had nothing in it. I created a new city overlooking a big river. I wasn't done. These men became noisy, distracting me. Now the clouds shook like they were rumbling around. Oh my God, I said, looking up to where they were. But when I turned around, the whole city was almost built. You create continuously, whether you're aware of it or not, he said. There must be creation, destruction, and maintenance. This is also continuous, which means you can't blame anyone since everything is your creation, I added. Exactly, he said. Gosh, I still blame sometimes. She was in charge of destruction and transformation. Vishnu is in charge of maintaining this universe, and I'm for creation, he continued. Krishna, I asked. He's all three, full God, who you choose to be with. Your husband, he responded. Briefly, I stared at Brahma. Oh my God, that means I'll make love to him too, since Krishna is all three? Aren't they all three? I asked. Yes, but they have functions, he responded. Vishnu is the maintainer. That is his capital function. He's such a powerful force, I said. You're a very powerful force, he informed me. They became completely rowdy. It was hard to hear Brahma. I need a feminine energy, a friend besides them. Ganesh is male too. And you, do you have a wife I can hang out with? I'm with these guys and they are rough. Maybe I can hang out with Guan Yin. Sometimes I wasn't sure how I survived relationships with them all. Their energies were strongly powerful. Wait, Brahma, I said as he was about to continue. I was going to yell, asking them to quiet down. He told me not to because that would be loud, so I soared up to where they were. A bow was there, too. Who brought the bow? I asked. No one answered. Please, please, I can't hear Brahma because you guys are so loud. Just lower it down a notch. The thing was, they didn't want or like it if I was mad or upset. Yet I can't elaborate on why I went back to see Brahma. We better shut up, Shiva commented as I was leaving. They became boisterous again, and once more I couldn't pay attention to what Brahma was saying. Change your thought, Brahma said, although I understood right away, but chose to change it this way instead. I shot up to them. Krishna, Shiva, Vishnu, come to me at once, I shouted. They turned into a force, not big like previous, yet strong and powerful, coming my way at full speed. I didn't dodge. They pushed me straight. I got out of their way. They dove forward. However, Krishna circled right back, flying me down on the clouds. He wouldn't get off me and was about to give me a kiss, but Shiva yelled, Krishna, get off your wife! Then they carried on playing. I decided to call Guan Yin. She came. Can you help me with them? I asked. She saw me in my purple checker shorts and white t-shirt. She asked, where's your goddess outfit? This seems to be okay, I said, observing it, then switched back to my white karate wear. Help me with these men. They're obnoxious. You have all the strength to do it yourself, she said. I want to do it with a friend, I told her. She drew an invisible rope around 3 of them, tying them all together. They struggled to break free. Your rope is powerful, I said. What do you want me to do? Electric shock them, she said. I grinned. Yes, I said, reaching out my hand, electrocuting them like lightning. You could see the shock waves traveling through, shocking them all. Your husband is out, she said. Quickly, the rest broke free. Can you guys just play cards, please, please, I pleaded. Guan Yin and I went to her abode. It was like before, although she switched it around a bit. She had another pond carrying light blue swans swimming in it. Do you want it to turn it around? I asked. She got out her fruit. It surprised me she had that one too. I took out mine and replayed. The whole scene transformed from willow trees to regular green lush trees, 2 sparkly ponds with white and pink swans swimming, then 1 white and big lotus ponds and more. It was another world afterwards. Wow, incredible, I mumbled. We admired our transformation together. Can we hang out sometimes? I don't have many friends up here except the men. I just want to have a friend to chat with. She would reply she would be delighted. She asked about Krishna and the rest. Lately, I have been bringing out some emotions which I hadn't experienced for a while to help me remember. Emotions are beautiful, she commented. Yes, they are. They are part of me too, so I like to experience fully and embrace them all, I added. Once I'm done, I put them away, but when I need them, I bring them out. They help you remember, she reminded. Yes, pain as well, I said, then bowed. I will be back to visit again. Would you like to be around other goddesses? She asked. It took a moment of reflection to respond, since I was insecure. I'm still not ready. I still get jealous, I told her. She was sure this was normal as I was new to the relationships with the gods and being on this god plane. Thank you for your understanding, I said. Then she complimented my creation, especially the canyon. You really bring life to deadness. She further informed to create from no thought, which was somewhat confusing since I was a thought but didn't question further. However, later I understood somewhat. Why Osanti and I built Legos? He asked what I was building. I don't know, I'm just building, I replied, realizing there was no thought behind or before with what I did or didn't do. I just did. Chapter 45. Shortly, I was back at the street where I'd gone to pieces, My Broken Heart by Vishnu. The street was dead and empty, no one was there. Every building, restaurant, and store was vacant, a ghost town. After my observation, I was about to leave, yet thought maybe I should demolish the old. Hence, I stripped the old streets and crashed down the buildings, stores, and restaurants, then added green grass, big trees, and benches to create a whole new town, although everything reverted back to the way it was momentary. What the heck? A spaceship came from out of nowhere and landed. I made my way to it. It held a green big monster with 1 eye, with slime all over it. You can't do that, it said. Don't tell me what I can or cannot do, I shouted, then headed away briefly, but came back. Okay, I'm open, tell me. The town is old and not ready for destruction. Renovate. The creature was right. The place was maintainable. Sounded like a message from Vishnu. So I added colors to old buildings by painting them, changed the rugs and carpets inside, and put up new roofs, replacing the old ones. Buildings that were completely old, I demolished them and rebuilt them into something else. For instance, the old Chinese restaurant became a flower shop. Following the renovation, I put a big lake around it before putting a park near the lake, then a sidewalk. A white bridge was built over the water to get to the other side of the town. It became a very flourishing urban afterwards. The spaceship was about to depart. I walked toward it. The green monster had turned into a small alien with 2 antennas. "Thank you. Please take this lamp with you," I said, amused. Then I found myself up in a building in the exact room where Vishnu and I had been, in a high-rise where I jumped. Everything was exactly identical except that the mermaids weren't there. To restore it, I took out the carpet, the curtains, bathtubs, and bed, and redecorated them with new designs. I added new hardwood flooring, painted the walls, and put an area carpet in the middle of the room. When the work was done, the room was completely different. It became my temporary place to stay, and I admired the calming view at night. To welcome the new town, I lit up the whole sky with golden, shiny stars. Later, I left to the park with a small dog. People were out enjoying the evening, watching the bright, lively stars. Let's put in some shooting stars too. Many were in awe witnessing them as I strolled with the dog near the river. Sometimes I try changing my outfit to all white like the ones in ancient China similar to Guan Yin's, and style my black hair with black hairpins, clipping both sides back. That was nice, though I switched to a one-shoulder white dress similar to those worn by Greek goddesses. It fit. Nevertheless, I changed back to shorts and a white t-shirt. Krishna came, wearing a gray trench coat covering his blue skin. I laughed. "Let's go home. Let's go up," he said. "I will. Let me enjoy this new town. I will be up. I just created this," I told him. No doubt I miss him dearly, but I just built, renovated, and preserved a whole new town. Kissed, saying that we miss each other and love each other deeply, and made love on grass. Immersing into his energy was magnificent and indescribable. It was love which held such pureness, completeness, romance, passion, and devotion, the whole complete package as one. When it happened, there seemed to be nothing else besides this union of him. After getting my morning coffee, I walked to the river with my puppy. Ganesh came and I showed him around. He said it was beautiful creation, praising my work. He was my company for some time, playing catch, shopping, even walking the dog together. "Someone really misses you up there," he said. "Did Krishna send you?" I asked. "Something like that," he replied. When Krishna left, I did stay a bit longer. Maybe I can create something up there since there are only clouds, clear light, and golden sun. It seemed I was getting bored in the upper plains with nothing to do. "Ganesh, I'm going to name this city after you," I said. He was my buddy. It would be my honor. Ganesh was excited about it. "What would I call it?" "He's the god of wealth, remover of obstacles. Once obstacles are removed, only happiness remains." "City of Happiness!" "City of Happiness," I told him. "That's what I'm going to name it. Do you like it?" "That's a good name," he replied. His statue was built in shiny silver metal, standing in front of a river with fountains surrounding it. It was big, about 12 or more feet tall, looking at the water on a cement floor. A couple of wooden benches were put nearby so that people could sit. "I'll be looking at water," he commented. "Yeah," I replied, smiling. We left. I marched on clouds where Krishna was and was about to give him a kiss. "You have a visitor," he said. Jesus stood next to a big white airplane. "Jesus," I said, and became excited, running towards him. Despite Jesus and I hadn't seen one another for some time, yet I truly wanted to be with Krishna. "What are you doing here?" He looked around, though there wasn't much to see. Nevertheless, he commented, "This is very high up." "I just built a city. I would love to show you, but I just returned from it." "Want to play catch?" I asked. A baseball appeared in my hand. When I was about to throw it, Krishna played his flute. The melody was truly enchanting, without words to interpret, where I had to stop to listen to his indescribable tune. How beautiful! It echoed everywhere, very gently and softly, as if I never heard it. The tune was completely captivating. Jesus and I stood quietly listening to this godly sound. As he continued playing, I threw the ball to Jesus at the fastest speed, quicker than anything unimaginable. However, he caught it like I tossed it to him. He threw the same way to me quickly that I couldn't even blink, though I caught it just the same as he did. Then what are we going to play? What I can do, you can do, he said when I came over. Yes, what you can do, I can do, I said. I made water appear where we could soak our feet. We made small splashes. Jesus then went put his hands on my feet and began washing them. Oh my gosh, my beloved. Touched by his action, I put my forehead on his and told him, I love you so truly, so deeply and so completely. There's nothing else but love inside me. When he finished, he wiped them. Let's go higher, he said. Higher? We got inside the airplane. What about Krishna, I asked. He's everywhere, Jesus replied. We went about 3 or more planes up until we stopped somewhere that looked similar to an airport, but not quite like one, passing the clouds. Since I never been here, although many planes were similar, I examined the area. About big 3 airplanes parked and a few passengers came out of them. What are they going to see? There's nothing here I can create. Golden platinum high-rises, big and small, with light blue glass buildings and tall skyscrapers, shining and shimmering around the whole ocean, were created. Then, sidewalks were added on the clouds. Food vendors were stationed alongside walkways so that passengers could have something to eat. A few big green trees full of leaves were built behind food booths. Later, I showed Jesus what I had done and added more buildings, sidewalks, benches, and so on during the tour. I'm going to name this after you, I told him, to see what name would fit him the best. I slowly paced back and forth, pondering. Jesus, 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 he's God of love. The city of godly love. Yes, the city of godly love, I said with a big smile. He nodded with a smile. Krishna emerged over the new city. I beamed, watching him and missing him completely. In my dreams, I told Krishna I was love. God is love. Love is God. I'm love, I said. Also, during this particular dream, I headed up another plane, which contained nothing but pure clouds and light. Therefore, I made a station there. It was completely bare, only one telescope. Then I created another city. However, I named it after myself. The only thing that birthed purely within me was Goddess of love and compassion. Following, I was with Guan Yin at the Lotus Gardens, informing her of the name of my city. She softly smiled. That makes 2 of us, she said. Or just one of us, my love, I replied. We are never apart. I love you so truly, so completely, and so deeply. Thank you for being my friend. I must go. I will visit again. To the husbands? She asked. No, 1 is enough, I replied. Chapter 46. Near morning, I woke to use the restroom and couldn't fall back to sleep as usual. Krishna wasn't around when I sailed to the abode. This led me to look for him everywhere, though he was nowhere. However, he came following a long search, but he died. His corpse was burnt and his ashes were tossed into a quiet river. When I observed myself afterwards, I was transparent and my skin had turned blue. Wearing one shoulder white dress, both sides of my hair clipped back. Later, he showed himself and we hung out, though he was abruptly gone. Not much difference. I searched for him across the empty universe once more. During the day when I wasn't meditating, I would miss Vishnu. When he showed up in meditation, all I wanted was Krishna. After I didn't find Krishna, I would sit alone, playing the flute. Then he came. We played our flutes together, but it seemed he didn't want to make love when I wanted to. He kept either walking away or turned his head to the opposite end when I tried to give him my affection. No doubt this was bothersome, unsure what was going on. Are we still married? I asked. He didn't answer. We sat staring at empty semi-dim air while he leaned against the tree as I leaned on him, playing with the rubber band in my hand. He held a small pouch. Curious of what was inside it, I grabbed the bag. It held marbles. I let them out onto the floor, which was just energy. He stood up. We walked on those marbles. It was comparable to walking on cement. I didn't fall or wobble. A balance beam appeared. I hopped on it and did different gymnastic moves. Unbelievably, I was really good on them. I could jump high, twirl, land perfectly. Even landing on the floor, I was straight and not wobbly like I was a professional athlete. An uneven bar appeared. I jumped on it and did many different moves exceptionally well. This could only mean that I was balanced, or was becoming even more so. Afterwards, I stood in an outdoor sports arena with a pole vault jump. With the long stick in my hand, I ran towards the pole and jumped, trying not to hit the bar, but did so every time, plus hit lower ones after the high ones. I tried again. No surprise. I jumped over the bar, but touched it with my shirt. It fell. When making an effort to hurdle over the small ones, I knocked them down too. I kept going, yet despite how high I lifted myself into the air, with numerous attempts and much effort put into it, I always knocked down the bar somehow. Now things were to the point that I could possibly do it after countless times of tremendous effort. I tipped off the bar again and again. I can't do it, I said in frustration, anxious inside. Yes, you can, Krishna said when he came. However, he wasn't really Krishna, at least not completely. As I rested until my next try, a white silver watch came in my hand. It wasn't working. Nevertheless, I put it in my pocket instead of throwing it away. Then I took the wristwatch out to look at it. The hand spun like it was out of control. It spun even quicker when I tried to stop it by holding the needle still for quick seconds. Krishna came wearing an off-shoulder outfit like myself. We were almost identical, as I was now in light blue skin. You stop it, I said, handing the watch to him. He handed back without doing anything. Let it spin then? The hand slowed down before it was dead. Regardless, I wasn't sure why I kept it. Suddenly, I was in a room with clocks. Some still worked, though it wasn't long. All had stopped functioning. Krishna came telling me to throw the clocks away as well as the watches I possessed. He observed me putting every single one into a bucket and headed to the river. I tossed all the way in front of Ganesh's statue. Next, I was back at the arena, about to do another high pole vault jump with middle ones after, and then lower ones. This time, I put enormous energy into this effort, taking deep breaths before running fast towards the pole with a long stick and jumping very high, but it seemed that the bar rose even higher as I went completely up in the air. Again, I was able to jump above it, yet somehow, in some way, I knocked down the bar. Then, I jumped over the ones in front and barely made it. Ganesh showed up, observing from behind the fence. Are you coming to cheer me on? I asked. Something like that, he answered. Since we're best friends, why don't you jump for me? I suggested. You gotta do that yourself. No one can do it for you, he said. At this point, I wasn't sure if I had the strength to do it, and it felt discouraged in some way. You sound like Krishna. Did he send you? I haven't seen him for a while, I said. Krishna showed up here and there, but it wasn't really him, not completely at least. I grew a bit distraught because even my best friend wasn't going to help when I became hopeless. The great effort I put in didn't do much. Ganesh saw my disappointment. Is there even a bar? He said. Of course, this boosted my vitalities instantly. This was a reminder was truly needed. Oh, I still have a buddy to go shopping with. Heading back in as fast as I could, I ran and jumped as high as I was able. The bar didn't fall, and I didn't even touch it. As I jumped over the low ones next to other ones, they didn't fall either. Now I had the reminder to push me on. I did it a few more times successfully. I marched over to thank Ganesh. He shortly left. A helicopter arrived and parked in the vicinity. Let's go higher, Brahma said. There was no briefcase during the ride this time. Will Krishna show up? I asked. He said something, though I can't remember what. I love him so completely, so truly and so deeply, I said. After all, this was what's inside of me. Hence, I shouted out of the helicopter as we ascended and making heart symbols in the air. There are no words to this love, Krishna. There are no words. There are no words. The helicopter landed in front of the hotel building. I entered. Krishna was there, and again, it wasn't truly him. We wore the same outfit, though he didn't say anything. He promptly grabbed my hand, letting us up the elevator. He pressed the button to a high level, although there were more levels after it. I came into a dusty room like an attic. Should I clean this? I wasn't sure if I cleaned it beforehand, but I ascended the stairs, coming out to the rooftop. It didn't seem I was going anywhere different. Brahma asked me to go higher. Again, things were the same. He dropped me off on the same roof. This happened a few times. We passed my abode way up in the clouds, yet landed on the same roof. What the heck is going on? He came, about to say the same thing. No, I said, then froze the scene, and walking down some cloudy steps, which immediately appeared. As I continued upward to what looked like to be endless stairs, I arrived to where there were airplanes parked, the levels I had been to. Then I shot up as everything was unmoving. Shortly, I landed in my city. Kuan Yin was cooking barbecue. Jesus, Vishnu, Shiva, and the rest were there eating and preparing a cookout. We waited, Kuan Yin said. There was no Krishna except for the transparent Krishna who wore the same outfit as I was. Everyone was also transparent. Vishnu came to see me, but because of where I was, I just wanted Krishna. Then I excused myself to go stand far in the clouds, sulking and scream for Krishna a few times. Many copies of him showed up, wearing the same outfit as I did, with blue skin. Everyone was Krishna when I returned to the barbecue. I get the message. Everyone is Krishna. I just want the masculine Krishna that is my husband. Sad and crying a bit, I left the party and found myself somewhere on the streets of a country in Europe with Gothic, Renaissance-looking buildings, older cars, and a fashion style possibly from the 1930s or later. After crossing the street, I was immediately looking at numerous dead bodies on muddy ground. It had just stopped raining, and I realized it was a concentration camp. Hitler walked in. Why kill so many? I asked. It's their choice, he answered. Abruptly, the energies of the dead sprung out of their bodies, departing in the air. Next, I found myself sitting across from Hitler in a conference room with a long, glossy wood table. Blank white paper and a pen appeared. I threw a red heart, then slid across the table to him. He observed my drawing and pushed it back across the table. Then I wrote God with a heart symbol and slid it across. He observed it and wrote God high side back. It brought a genuine smile to my face. Then I walked on the table to him. I put my forehead on his. I love you so completely, so truly, and so deeply, my eternal beloved. I love with no conditions, no boundaries, no limits. I love all so deeply, so truly, and so completely. Then I repeated, leaving the room. I love all so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love all so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love all so truly, so deeply, and so completely. As I continue reciting this, I heard the whole universe in tune, joining in unanimously in accord, together, as well as the gods saying, I love all so deeply, so truly, and so completely. I love all so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love all so deeply, so truly, and so completely. I love all so deeply, so truly, and so completely. Then I was back to the abode. Everyone was present except Krishna. I was still sullen. Vishnu came holding my hand. He was proud. My love for him returned. I miss you, he said. And of course, I miss him dearly as well. We affectionately put our foreheads together. Then we kissed. We rolled around in the clouds, kissing and looking at each other's faces. Then we made love. Afterwards, I easily sat leaning on him, playing my flute. He stroked my dark, lengthy hair. If Krishna wasn't around, it wouldn't matter now. I was deeply happy with Vishnu again. Shortly, though, he showed. I'm here, he said, though his appearance didn't do much. However, I went to see him regardless. I'll be back, I told Vishnu. The guy with the flute didn't turn around, but immediately vanished. I can be with any gods I want. However, this wasn't true anymore. Even 10 gods could show up. It wouldn't do anything. The only god I absolutely wanted was Krishna, then Vishnu. 47. Later, I located myself at the garden playing a banjo in the air, this time wearing a one-shoulder soft white cotton dress secured by a white bell around my waist and my hair braided on the sides, tying them back together behind my head, while the rest hung to my shoulders. Gradually, I took the part of a goddess. The gods and goddesses watched, admiring and clapping their hands. Guan Yin came to join in, and we played our flutes together, making music that was completely in tune with one another. If Krishna didn't come, I would be fine on my own. Later, all the goddesses left to wet their feet in fresh spring water. The gods watched their wives up in the clouds. Vishnu admired Lakshmi, bothered me a little, but I was okay with it until Krishna came to observe Radha. I became unsettled, managed to stay put for a few seconds before excusing myself to a different area. Guan Yin followed, saying that I was doing much better with jealousy. I stood erect, thinking about putting the jealousy emotion away altogether, which I did. Even glancing back to watch Krishna, admiring Radha didn't invoke any jealousy. I was blank, as clear as it were nothing. If I were to return to drench my feet, I wouldn't think anything of this. Am I cheating myself, taking an easy way out? I placed jealousy back on. Immediately, I was in the emotional state of being jealous and broken-hearted, shaking and trembling inside, provoking me to cry uncontrollably because Krishna was my husband. Seeing him with someone else induced profound pain. Then I told myself if I was jealous, I was going to experience it all the way in totality, leaving nothing left of this emotion. I need to go somewhere, Guan Yin. I'm so deeply, completely, and truly jealous. I'm jealous. So jealous. At the beach, I wholeheartedly wept and rolling on the sand, feeling lonely and dismayed. Another version of myself, riding on a white horse, headed my path and lifted me up. As we rode, I saw my great-grandfather and mother sitting on the beach. "Grandpa! Grandma!" I yelled, crying. We stopped. I ran toward them, bowing my head. "Thank you so much. Thank you for raising me and loving me. I'm so deeply grateful, so completely grateful," I said, full of tears, realizing how much I missed them. They turned into Krishna, transparent, with the off-shoulder outfit on. Oh my God, I'm still jealous. In fast speed, I soared to the city of happiness and sobbed on the bench, emotionally distraught and torn apart. An image of Krishna watching Radha intruded. I screamed and moaned. I am so jealous, so freaking jealous. I'm so jealous. I'm jealous, God. I'm so jealous, so completely jealous. I got up from the bench and walking towards a flowing river. I am so freaking jealous. Krishna came. Instantly, I put my hand up, telling him to stay a distance away from me because I was jealous. So deeply jealous. Very, very jealous, I yelled. He hugged me from behind, regardless. "What will it take for you to know I'm always with you? What will it take?" he asked. All of me, because I'm God. All the goddesses and gods in me. The God strengths in me, I yelled. "Then that's what it will take," he said, twirling me around and wiping away my tears. I opened my eyes for meditation, drying off my tears, using my shirt lying bed. If that's what it's going to take, then I will do it. Santi watched his morning TV shows. I headed downstairs to brew aromatic, creamy coffee. The transformation slowed down just a bit, where I was able to focus on Santi more, though I found myself missing Vishnu during the day and what we went through. More often than not, I went for a drive to have time to process while the little cutie sat in the car, listening to music and looking at whatever we passed during the ride. And sometimes he would sing along loudly with the tunes and ask countless questions where I could hardly breathe, just to have a little break, time alone. Once he rushed into the classroom. I came home to finish uploading the second memoir to another major distributor. Letting go of this memoir was a relief, though I felt a bit nervous. More and more each day, I noticed that no one was a stranger, as I knew them all. They were me, like one big family, one love. Once my tiny guy was in bed for the night, I took an opportunity to meditate. At once, I was in a semi-dark room beside Krishna, a hotel, a birthday cake placed on top of the fridge. All its candle was blown out. He came back to the bed after looking at it. I was about to fall asleep. However, another Krishna showed up, wearing a golden outfit with a golden crown and playing a flute in the midair as his other self was asleep, facing the wall on the other side of the bed. I sat up watching him, then turned around. The Krishna next to my side had died. I shook him to wake him up. There was no point. This time, unlike other times, I felt highly distraught, yelling after him. A paper and pen suddenly appeared in my hand. I kept drawing a circle until the pencil broke. What? Once more I drew, but it was the same. End of circle, death. This was the same message I got before my dad died. His corpse altered into gray air, faded away without trace while I watched, alarmingly disturbed. I grew utterly emotional, sobbing undeniably. The other Krishna came to lift me up, but it was no use. However, my skin had changed into blue tone. Amid weeping, I spat out blood. My ears and eyes were full of red blood. Then I scratched my skin and slashed myself with a knife. She's hurting herself, Vishnu said when he saw this, standing next to Krishna and watching me, and I was in a state of utter despair. They took me to a hospital. I was put on an IV and a breathing tube to stay alive. There were wounds around my mouth, scars on my face and arms. I lay low, weak and profoundly hurt. She won't make it, Vishnu said, then laughed. Won't make it. Meaning I wasn't strong enough, which added salt to my open wounds. Inside, I was emotionally fragmented and disfigured, as though my whole was being pulled out, piece by piece, like I couldn't even be put back together. After I was discharged, I flew to my city and then Ganesh's, though it didn't relieve the unspeakable agony disrupting my whole. No matter where I went, nothing uplifted me. Inside was deadness. I was broken, hollowed, and in deep pain, such as I couldn't even describe. A chant instantly surfaced. Meanwhile, I walked in the empty universe, aimless, like a hopeless person, a dead corpse who had nowhere to go and nothing to go on with. Continuously, I chanted to calm myself down. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Immediately I was on earth somewhere in third world, reciting without rest. Then I sighted a Buddhist temple. I can only find solitude in myself. In a bathroom, I shaved my head completely bald and put on a light green gown and outfit with a meditation bead around my neck. Krishna and Vishnu watched up passing the clouds. Uncertain where I was going to see them again, it seemed that we were worlds apart. As I continued chanting the mantra, it helped me calm down a bit. It was what I needed to put the broken pieces together inside. My energy settled just a little bit more. Then to sit at the center of the temple room, chanting unceasingly with other nuns as people kept coming in to listen, though they looked like spirits. However, I kept on until I was calm, and continued until I was calmer. When I wasn't reciting, I swept inside and outside of the temple and did chores such as washing dishes and clothes, which became my regular routine staying with other nuns. The temple was surrounded by papaya and mango trees outside a village, uncertain of which specific country it was. I stayed until I was more at ease and clearer within. After regaining my strength, I went back to my city, releasing fish from fish bowls and sending down the in pipe into the ocean, still in none. There were many fish bowls. Nonetheless, I kept with it, dumping the fish bowl down the pipe, Big bowls, medium bowls, and smaller bowls were all poured out. Some were completely big. I had to find the stools to stand on to tilt them from the table. It took a very long time to complete. She's really letting go, Vishnu said to Krishna. Very brave. Once finished, blank white paper and pen appeared in my hand, and I drew it hard a couple of times. However, I became tired of drawing the same thing. The wind blew away the papers that were left. Then I found myself walking in my sister's old house and saw my late father. He was a bit younger than before he had died. He said something like, "I won't make it." His comment suddenly hit my hole. This was similar to me completely not believing in myself. What I had learned, I must unlearn, and would face it here. He tripped on a rock walking outside, broke his toenail, and blood came out. Abruptly I cried, realizing how much I missed him. When he passed away, I didn't really weep for him because I didn't have emotions, though I cried just a bit and was surprised that I could. This helped me face the guilt, hurt, and pain of never having grieved over his death. I'm sorry, Dad. I'm so sorry. I miss you dearly. Was the renouncing for this? Even though I wasn't Buddhist, but it was part of Laos Buddhist ritual for the dead, where family members would shave their heads, usually males. I would stay in temples for a few days. The severe emotional pain I felt was for my late father, although it must have been for other family members too. Many spirits came in during the chant. My late parents, grandparents, uncle, brothers, niece, and nephew passed away many years ago. This could explain the sudden psychological state I was in, not fully grieving these losses. Moreover, I was letting go of whatever was, insecurity, guilt, and so on, coming out to the open, not living in a fishbowl. It was, without a thought, a challenging to do indeed, as I had to let go by facing those buried emotions. At countryside, I held a torch, about to cremate my late father lying in the coffin. The fire burned his corpse. I stood watching. Once done, I gathered his ashes, took them to the river, and released them into the air. It's my honor to have you as my dad. Truly an honor. I felt much relieved and healed. I went back to my abode, goddess of love and compassion. It was free, admiring the metropolis from where I was, able to see high-rises, shiny, glassy buildings. Then I went to Kuan Yin. My outfit now had gold on the seams, and its shoulder was also gold. That was an emotional one, she said. Yes, it was, I agreed. Want to practice music? We took out our flutes and played. We both had banjos. Readily we practiced with them as well. She brought out music notes that really had writings in them and were not blank. I couldn't believe my eyes. The sound and the tune were harmonious, although we hadn't played this song. Afterwards, I left and went to look over the city by myself. As my station was also there, I used a telescope to view the metropolitan. I saw myself wearing a purple checkered shorts and a white t-shirt looking my way. I smiled. "Come up here and play," I said. She came and complimented how I looked the part of a goddess. We peered into the telescope, seeing many of the same versions of ourselves. "So many of us," I said. "Endless," she replied. "Let's put different faces, hairs, and body types into them. Let's create opposites," I said. We saw myself about to kiss a boyfriend. I put long, light brown hair on her with high heels and jeans on. "What about designer clothes?" she asked. "No," I replied. "Kmart? No." "Vintage?" I asked. She agreed. "What about that one?" she asked. "Let's make her strawberry blonde hair with freckles, of average height and medium build," I said. She agreed. "How about that one?" she inquired. "Let's make her a Spanish-looking Asian exotic," I replied. "And that one?" she continued. "A short man with black hair," I said. We turned the whole town into different versions of ourselves. Blonde hair, blue eyes, brown hair, Caucasian, Asian, Hispanic, Irish, Italian, males and females, children, and so on. Endless differences. "Wow," she said. "I know, a whole new world," I said. "What if we don't remember each other?" she questioned. "So, it's still us. We'll have fun," I said. She was about to leave, but I suggested for her to come again, since I hardly had any female friends around besides Guan Yin. She was asked to try on my outfits that hung on the rail, all looking the same. She wanted to know if I wanted to go down to the city with her. This time I declined. I was getting more comfortable being up where I was. She left. Krishna showed up and hugged me. That was a tough one, he said, about what I undergone. He wore a golden crown with a golden outfit similar when he came to the hotel room. "You are my one and only love," he said. "And you are my only God," I said. We kissed and made love. Melting in this complete, absolute, and pure love was nothing more than ungraspable. It was if I could only live and die in him. Subsequently, he shared he was going to hang out with Vishnu and Shiva. He was reminded to keep it down, not be so loud. Not having many friends, Ganesh didn't visit often, so I was going to see Guan Yin, then Brahma. At Guan Yin's, soak up feet, then wash each other's feet before cutting our toenails and filing them. Shortly, a soccer ball was kicked into her abode, and Krishna came to get it. My mouth dropped open. "I'll be back," I told her. I marched quickly over to talk to Krishna, reminding him to have courtesy. "You guys kicked the ball into her house," I said in frustration. However, when he walked away and placing the black and white ball against his waist, somehow he was adorable. It made me beam inside. "I apologize about that," I said, letting her know that they were still obnoxious and often were when men get together. "He's a good husband to you," she commented. "Yes, the best," I said. "No words can describe it." "You're my best friends, a sister to me. I'm deeply grateful." I leaned over to hug her. As fast as I arrived to see Brahma, he said, "You went through a lot. You dealt with it. Now it's all good." "Okay, thank you." "No work?" I asked, smiling. Brahma was such a good friend with little sarcasm. Nonetheless, he was funny and was truly my dearest friend. "How about a day off?" he suggested. Of course, I was excited, then asked him to come to see the abode. "I'm going to create a home for Krishna and I said, and made a canopy bed with gold railings, white blankets and pillows, and a big green lush tree behind it. In addition, I put a fountain off to the side of a long white sofa equipped up here." "Not yet. No baby yet." It vanished. Abruptly, the men crashed my creation. They tumbled in, trying to catch the ball. "Oh my gosh!" I screamed. "My creation!" This was unsettling. Krishna pulled me aside. "We'll create a new one together," he said. It wasn't completely destroyed. I calmed down fast. However, what he said helped me understand more deeply about the partnership of a husband and wife working together. He mentioned the night with his friends wasn't over. They still wanted to hang out. I made a suggestion for them to go down to the city and have fun. They looked through my telescope and all agreed to go, including Brahma. After they departed, I peered into the telescope, watching them taking different forms. Krishna had light brown hair, an average build and height, and had a white shirt and blue jeans on. A guy next door looked. Shiva was tall and muscular, with short hair, wearing a short white sleeve shirt. His muscles bulged out, looking no different than a bouncer. He was handsome. They lined up to get into a bar. Many girls gawked at him. Brahma took a similar form, an Indian man with dark skin and a mustache, wearing dark glasses. He knew I was watching. He took off his glasses to show one eye rotating. I laughed and put the telescope away to admire the city's calming beauty. "It's a beautiful night," said Vishnu. It surprised me that he didn't go with them. I felt a bit awkward at being alone with him, since I had been with Krishna. He reclined on the soft sofa. The awkwardness faded quickly. "Want to go down there with me?" he asked. I was open. "Sure," I replied. "Let me change." Both sides of my hair were pulled back, while the rest of it hung down to my shoulders, and I put on my skinny jeans with a long sleeve, V-neck bodysuit, a black messenger bag, and black high heels. He grabbed my waist, flying us down. "You have to grab me by the waist?" I asked. "Is that okay?" he asked. I smiled. He told me to wait by the bench. He was going to take form. People waited in line. The bar was packed. Shortly, a black motorcycle parked not too far from where I sat. A hunk. with long brown, loose, wavy curls down to his neck, slick back, tall, with some muscles, looking no different than a supermodel stepped off of the bike. He wore a black short sleeve shirt with a black biker jacket, jeans, and shoes. He was incredibly handsome. Even I was too shy to even take a peek. With a quick glance, I tossed away, not wanting to stare or drool on myself. Almost everyone goggled at him as he headed to where I sat. Oh my gosh, he's so gorgeous. Oh my God, so gorgeous. Until he stood in front of me, I didn't dare to look at him. Ready? He asked. Slowly I got up, putting my arms around his unbelieving and walking in together. We were at the bar and didn't see the guys yet. He ordered his drink, kept his eyes on me. I missed you completely, he said, pulling me closer. I miss you too, I told him, completely as well. He then lovingly put his forehead on mine. It was no surprise that I was mesmerized, taken by him. Readily, easily, I could be down on my knees again, head over heels in love, like before. The world could fall and I wouldn't even notice or care. It was such a strong, complete attraction for one another that only in a moment I could be taken blindly, hopelessly. And just then, Krishna came over. How's the night going? He asked. None of us responded. Even though Krishna was present, I could hardly pull away, completely absorbed in Vishnu. It took a bit before I eventually did. I laughed, taking small deep breaths. Nice form, Krishna told Vishnu. I paced to sit on a table by the stage, laughing at Shiva as he did line dancing with girls around him. One girl just jumped on his back with many people watching and cheering as he was entertaining. However, Vishnu and Krishna didn't look anywhere except my direction, as if they couldn't keep their eyes off of me, which made me smile a bit inside, yet continue watching Shiva. It seemed the god of the destroyer was a wonderful dancer, doing different dance moves. Eventually, I searched for Brahma, but he came out his form and left it on the corner. Dang, do I have to clean this up? The form faded. I left the bar and went to the river by Ganesh's statue. Wearing high heels made my feet sore. After rubbing my feet a little, I headed to sit on the bench, but stepped on something, then fell, hurting my feet. Ouch, I said. The two gods rushed to my side. Krishna picked me up and took me to sit on the bench. They each took my shoes off, then rubbed my feet, healing the soreness with their energies. I fell asleep. It's time to take my wife home, Krishna said. He laid me on the bed, taking off my jeans. These must be uncomfortable. Are her feet all right? Can you check? Vishnu asked. Krishna reassured him I was fine. He left. He went home to Lakshmi. Vishnu's affection still touched me. You were with Lal and Krishna? Lakshmi asked him. He looked out the abode, quiet. She's with Krishna. He didn't respond. You still love her? Completely, he answered. Me too, she said. Her comment, of course, softened me. It seemed she had no jealousy in her bones, and thought maybe she and I could be friends, since I was mainly with Krishna, despite I was still a bit jealous of her, somewhat. In the morning, while lying in bed, Krishna said, I will help you become more comfortable being up here. We will do it together, my love. It appeared I was getting a bit more at ease as well, not feeling left out like before. Later, I visited Guan Yin. We practiced our musical notes and getting really good. I have an idea. Do you want to go down to the city in the evening and play for anyone who wants to listen? I asked. She liked my suggestion. We sat next to Ganesh's statue playing. Many people came by listening to our music. The music's sound and tune were in sync and harmonious. People were in awe and some cried, enjoying our beautiful sounding melody. Afterwards, we stood up and bowed. We returned to my abode. I won't put away my emotions. They enhance and give me power to create. They won't be in 8, 9, or 10, but around 3 or 4, just enough. To keep a balance, she said. Yes, exactly, balance. Some emotions, and the rest of me is spaciousness, silence with complete utmost love. not experiencing many feelings for over a year. Bringing them back helped me appreciate them, even though I experience emotions as emotions and neither identify nor attached to them. However, if I was attached, I would be mindful, aware, and understand their causes. Emotions were my beingness. Without them, life wasn't much fun. Is the chapter coming to close? She asked. Things has slowed down a bit. However, a couple of seconds of reflection, I said, no, I will leave everything open, limitless, just like the sky. In my dreams, Krishna pushed me in a white swing for fun. I was wearing a white flower crown on my head and had a white dress on. The swing was now just for leisure. Unexpectedly, moments later, he and Vishnu dropped me off on earth in front of a big lake with trees, open plains, and a clear sky. It seemed they were done with me. I needed to return to where I came from. What the heck? It was completely an Earth atmosphere when I scanned the area of the white lake, not Earth connecting to heaven, but in my own familiarity. It was disheartening, thinking I was back. The situation was similar to where I ventured into the city, enjoying experiencing the new, and now going back to the old, small, familiar town. Transform it, Brahma said upon his arrival, seeing me set hopeless. It's more or less the same when I tried to recreate my abode, but was now mixed with the lake, trees, and more. In another attempt, I played the flute, this time replacing everything, yet it was where I was in front of the lake with changes blending together. This is fine. I accept. Everything is just right here. I can have everything just by being in one place, here and now, I said. Krishna wanted to come and get me. I sat relaxing, watching what had just transformed. She's got it, he said to Vishnu, but the god and maintainer told him to wait a little after what they had just done. Isn't she going to be mad about it? He said. Nonetheless, Krishna came. I walked away from him while he tried to talk, following me everywhere. What they did seemed like I was being dumped and tossed away. Don't do that again, I told him, standing a good distance from him, looking at him until he came to kiss me. It appeared the two gods were together often lately. Then I heard Vishnu was going to a battle. There was another monster that needed to be killed. He put on silver armors. I was bothered. He's going alone? Are you going with him? I asked Krishna, worried that Vishnu could get hurt. Momentary, Vishnu headed towards the green monster in a dark atmosphere up in the sky. At once, I swore to where he was and jumped in front of the monster, not wanting the creature to be harmed. Please, don't kill it. Please, have mercy. Don't kill it. Please. I begged for a creature's life, falling on my knees, deeply concerned for its welfare. Take me instead. He informed it was a monster that needed to be stopped for it injured others. Yet I continued to fiercely plead, letting him know I was going to take care of it, only if he could let it go. I would do anything for the monster. He soon left. I turned around to talk to the green creature, about the size of a dinosaur with a big mouth, one big eye, and a long tail. You're okay now. It's going to be okay. You're safe, I said, touching its face. The monster shrunk to the size of a domestic dog. I petted it, adoring and smiling at the precious animal. Krishna's wife has too much compassion, said one of the gods when they saw this. She won't even let a monster get killed. This was where the husband stood up for the wife, which I couldn't believe once I heard about this. Krishna always let me handle things on my own. There's neither too much nor too little about compassion. Compassion is compassion, he shouted. Then, on myself entering a beach house looking at the serene blue ocean. The house was empty with soft white curtains moving gently from the gentle cool breeze. It was spacious, nothing much, very calm. White cushioned chairs were next to each other. It was the house in which we now resided. Krishna came, put his arms around my waist. His clothing was more golden as well as his crown. He asked me to go on top of the roof with him. I did. The golden sun shone on us when we reached the top. He led me up. I followed behind. He laid on top of the roof, then pulled me to lean on his chest while I dissolved myself in him, unable to fathom the unspeakable love that emerged. No language could define the absoluteness of it. which succumbed me to say, looking into his eyes, "You are my one true God. I love you so deeply." "You are my everything," he said. I touched his lips and kissed him. "Was the kiss everything?" I asked, smiling. "Everything," he said. We were about to kiss some more, but a few men sitting on their white horses with a wagon behind them asked us to go with. We rode on their carriage, and I leaned on Krishna's shoulder, fading into him. We arrived to an ancient town with a few houses on the side. Abruptly, he flew into the air. The golden gleaming light radiated, reflecting nearly all direction, far and wide, as he became the cosmic form, as the Godhead standing. His presence was deeply enchanting. The immeasurable love for him surfaced to where I wasn't able to do anything else except this. "You're my God. You're my God, Krishna. You're my one true God, Krishna." I sit down on my knees as I was transfixed on him, captivated by his presence. Straight away, I was in an old blue truck being driven away. "Krishna!" I yelled. "She'll be okay," said Vishnu, who came and stood next to him. Subsequently, I was back at the beach house, observing the ocean, and recognized I had been to this particular beach house in my dreams a few times. Vishnu appeared, asking me to go up on the rooftop with him. I followed. He lay on the roof, whereas I lay on top of him. The sun beamed on us. "Are we going to make love this time?" I asked. "Yes, my love," he replied. And we did. However, Vishnu watched us from mid-air. He had two various colorful necklaces around his neck and a red golden outfit on. I appeared next to him, and we talked. I took a couple of garlands from him, putting them around my neck too. "I'm glad we married again," he said. I smiled, truly loved him. We sat enjoying the sun and watching Krishna and another version of myself at the beach with a white horse going for a horse ride along the ocean. The divine God held me up and sat behind me with his arms around my waist. "Do you want to go get pastries?" Vishnu asked. "Yes, for sure," I replied. Immediately, I found myself getting cheese Danish again, with coffee coming out of the shop, wearing black skinny jeans with a black sweater and messenger purse. Similarly, my hair was clipped back, waiting for Vishnu. It was the same town where he and I gotten our coffee on Earth. He strolled down the street in his god form with blue skin, forearms, and transparent. No one could see him. I was a bit disappointed since I wanted to enjoy our date. "You really want me to take form?" he asked. Seeing me frowned. He paced into an alley and returned as an Indian man with dark skin and a mustache. His black hair was long, passing his shoulders, but he seemed to have a toupee in the middle of it, and he was wearing a black windbreaker. He walked fast, grabbed my hand, pulling it. He reminded of a man who was always in a hurry, had no time for anything. As we fast walked, the wind blew his hair, and he kept holding the toupee together, which made me laugh a little. We sat where we did previously on green grass, appreciating the sun, while I finished my coffee and pastries. "Do you like it?" he asked, referring to his swarm. The thing was, how he looked didn't matter. "I completely love you," I said, leaning over to kiss him, then lay on his chest, dying in the absolute, complete, and pure love. "So truly, so deeply. You're my one true God. You're my God. My goddess," he said, stroking my hair. We kissed again. "You're absolutely strong. You have so much strength." "I have lived so many lives to bear it up. At least 8,000, I responded. "Take me higher." "I will," he replied. "Let's take some time off for a bit, then I will." "Okay," I said, because in the last month and a half or two, it had been non-stop. It was no doubt fatiguing. "You want pure strength," he said. "Yes, my love," I said. The meditation scene changed. I headed toward Krishna and Vishnu on the roof, putting my arms around both. Looking at them, I said, "I shall be with you eternally." Later, I was with Krishna. We lay on soft green grass and making love in front of our beach house. Afterwards, we lay relaxing, enjoying the ocean view with a cool breeze under the big green trees filled with healthy, thick leaves. "I love it when our energies immerse together as one when we make love," I told him. We can immerse all night long, he said. I burst out laughing. Chapter 49. For the next couple of days, I prepared to launch the road to Nirvana. No doubt I was nervous to completely let go, but thought nothing of this at the same time. The day I announced it to everyone, a nervous energy swirled. It wasn't paralyzing, but also it wasn't fun. Letting go completely of who I was like I was dying and fading into thin air. Now I understood when Brahma said I was giving myself an important message when I was dying in one of the meditations. This was it, letting go of myself completely. The pain of it, as well as embracing it, became tremendously overwhelming, as if I was being washed away, as if I wasn't here or hadn't been here and didn't exist, as I already had disappeared and disappearing even more into thin air. In the following meditation, I was in an familiar town in my goddess outfit. A big pelican with gold silk curtains covering both sides was ahead. I tailed it, then unearthed myself inside it, wearing red sari with gold and nice jewelry, like I was attending a wedding. Briefly, I arrived to another town that had one big gray Gothic building. People soared in the air. Some performed acrobatics and dancing. Balloons were released into the firmament. Meanwhile, a number of people stood, leisurely strolled, enjoying the beautiful ocean. A city of union, I heard. It made me smile once I heard this. I shot myself into the air in my goddess outfit and sat in a white lotus seat encircled with sparkly white light. People watched in astonishment. Goddess, they all said. Next, I was inside the pelican riding with Krishna, my head leaning on his shoulder, absorbing the love of which I could only live and die in. Where are we going? I asked. We are crossing the border to the other side completely, he answered. I thought I already did. We are getting married, this time as God, continued. White energy whirled in the air ahead of us. What is that? I asked. That's the border, he said. We crossed over to the other side through this cloudy white atmosphere, but I found myself in front of a big white metal gate instead, unable to pass over completely, and Krishna was gone. What the heck? Pacing around trying to figure out how to get through, Vishnu's golden mace popped up in my hand. With it, I pounded hard on the gate. It vanished. Another gate appeared. I did the same to it. Though more dropped down, I banged on them. Yet another was right in front of me. With countless attempts, there was no success. Similarly, as I continued with this, I got tired and sat down. My hair was all over the place again, exhausted. Next, I stood up and took out a flute to play. The gates vanished, one by one. At the same time, I kept saying, I love Krishna so deeply, so truly, and so completely. I love Krishna so deeply, so truly, and so completely. I love Krishna so deeply, so truly, and so completely. I love Krishna so deeply, so truly, and so completely. All the gates were gone. Then I was on a pelican repeating, I love so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love so truly, so deeply, and so completely. Standing on the rooftop alone, an Indian man headed my way. He wore a golden turban on his head, dressed in green gold outfit, and put his hands around my waist. Krishna? I kept observing him to see if he was Krishna now taking a human form. No, this isn't him. I know his energy. He kept hugging me. No, I said, walking away until hearing Vishnu. Why did you trick her? He asked Krishna. Krishna dropped down to sweep me up. We stood in front of a light that was angelic white that radiated next to us. Be in union with me eternally, he said. At this point, I couldn't even fathom being separated from him. It truly seemed impossible, like I would fade with my all, my love. You're my God, my one true love, my husband, my one true God, I said. My one and only love, my everything, my wife, my goddess, my God, he said, putting our heads together. Unsure why he mentioned I was his God as well, yet I didn't inquire, and quickly the thought left until I come to it, remember it, and be it myself. Then there wouldn't be any inquiries. He handed me a bird cage with a small bird inside it. Following our union, we were back on the top of the roof. The small bird came out when I opened the cage. It didn't quickly fly off. "Go, fly, you're free," I shouted. However, it just walked around. Find out why. I assessed its feet. One of its legs wasn't the same length as the other. To heal it, I placed my hand upon it and let the go energy circulate around the tiny leg to make it the same length. Yet it didn't achieve anything. How I should do this? Take out the leg? Put one in? That was exactly what I did, pulling out the old and putting in the new. It was now the same length. Still, the bird just walked around and didn't fly. "Fly! Fly!" I said. "Just give it a little time. Believe in your own ability," the divine God informed as he watched. The little bird made an effort to fly, but it didn't go anywhere above the ground, though it kept flying, trying, soar higher each time. As it continued, however, the little birdie landed on the roof, not sailing into the vast atmosphere. "Come on, you can do it!" I shouted. It persisted with great effort. However, each time it flew higher than before. When it landed on the ground, it soared up again. Although it was wobbly in the air, the two gray feather wings glided much higher, and it kept going, not dropping, and soon it ascended free in the sky. I shot up and sailed along, cheering the courageous bird, completely proud of it. Yes, Krishna, do you see this?" I shouted, pleased and happy for the bird. Then I uncovered my eyes, came out of meditation. Finally, the day came when I announced the release of the memoir through social media and the groups I've joined, as well as to friends and families. Certainly I was uneasy, but it was nice to let go as well. For a long time, I hadn't been on social media since what had been going on with me. Nonetheless, I chose to let everyone know. Despite the transformations and remembering had slowed down, they were still going on. To listen and be with tremendous energy, I tended to go for a car rides once Santi was in class, learning. If I returned home, I chose to meditate. However, lately, Vishnu hardly showed up in meditations. His absence could only mean he was giving me time off, though the love with Krishna was ongoing. It came to the point where I could only breathe him. It was my only breath, my oxygen. Nothing could even explain my love and affection for him when with him. At night, I meditated. Krishna led me even higher. I became anxious. We went up the cloudy stairs and reaching white pillars in the clouds. Everywhere were angels with magnificent white wings, all looking like Greek goddesses. Dressing in white dresses similar to my outfit, they greeted us. A couple of angels held my hands, making me feel at home while child angels soared in the air. The place was all pure white. Krishna sat against a white pillar. I went to lean on him. He stroked my long black hair. I made a hand gesture for the angels to let us be alone. Krishna and I couldn't keep our hands off one another, letting each other know how deep our love was for one another. This helped me feel comfortable being where I was. Our love was immeasurable, and he was the only thing I immersed myself in. When I toured the new abode and saw Vishnu standing a bit lower from us, in another plane, I choked in tears, mixing him like I had left him behind. Why isn't he here with us? Chapter 50. Krishna took me somewhere else, a place with one big tree with bullseye targets and torches on both sides, similar to a training ground. He showed how to shoot with a bow and arrow. When it was my turn, I couldn't perform. This stunned me and annoyed me following a few unsuccessful attempts. It wasn't that I couldn't shoot. Whenever I pulled the arrow back to release it, I couldn't let it go or didn't know how to. It was to the point that I became anxious after numerous tries. It was no different than holding my breath, but didn't know when to breathe. In spite of endless determinations to do it, I wasn't able to let loose of a single arrow aiming at the target. I took the arrow and threw it, similar to throwing dots at a dartboard. I was able to do that pretty well. Then I tried shooting again. No surprise. I couldn't let go once I dragged the bow back. Gosh, I got frustrated and started yelling across the sky. What the fuck? Krishna grabbed my hand and led me back to sit by the tree. I couldn't relax. I picked up the bow and arrow. Once more, I wasn't able to release. In deep frustration, I smashed the weapons on the ground. Ah! I yelled, my arm extending out. The place wasn't Earth, even though it looked similar, but it was up somewhere else. Then I was in a third world with a mango tree, huts, and children watching on unpaved ground, trying to use a simple wooden arrow. For sure, I would be able to perform easily. After all, I maneuvered this type of bow and arrow in the past. Yet, I couldn't execute even a simple tool. Again, I put much motivation into this, making many attempts. Nonetheless, I just couldn't let go, not even a bit. My anxiety raised. Energy began to churn inside me. I had to take a couple of deep breaths. I found myself back at Bullseye training place. With extra determination and energy, it was no use. I came out of meditation, frustrated. When I woke up in the morning, I meditated again and tried. Even so, the effort was useless. Why? Suddenly, an image of someone holding an arrow pointing in every direction appeared, but I couldn't see his face. I don't have a target? I tried aiming straight at Bullseye this time. However, I wasn't able to release. No doubt, my frustration heightened. What is going on? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? I opened my eyes, headed downstairs to make coffee. Once in class, I came home and took shower, trying to figure out what's happening. I can do it, I said plenty of times, as it was a mantra. Whatever it was, I had to let go. I could do it, although I wasn't sure what it was. However, I repeated this countless times. It became a chant that my head hurt. Later that night, I meditated. This time I used the small bow and arrow with an automatic shoot to practice, the one where I just hit a button and release the arrow. I performed great with this. It seemed I needed to start out with smaller steps. Afterwards, I used a regular bow and arrow. Yet I was in the same position. Pull back, let go. Pull back, let go. I pulled back, but wasn't able to let loose. Then, immediately, I said, I love so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love so truly, so deeply, and so completely. I love so truly, so deeply, and so completely. This round, I was able to let go. The arrow landed on the ground, not too far from the target, which was fine. I was getting somewhere. However, when I tried again, I was back in the exact point and couldn't let go. Krishna and Vishnu watched from way up, lounging around until Rama showed up. He was in the air, with golden pants from his time, with a flowing cape on, truly striking and muscular, holding his bow and arrows on a quiver. He was a god warrior, and I couldn't keep my eyes off of him. Wow, he's so handsome. Teach me, show me, I said as he approached. He lifted his bow and arrow, then shot it. The arrow sped fast, the speed of light, and I couldn't even see it fly. He showed me how to aim. I followed. He took my hand out when I was supposed to let go. The arrow flew straight, not far off. When he came closer, I wanted to see if I was attracted to him, but didn't feel anything. The more I practiced, the more I was able to let go of more arrows by taking my hand out, and with some I couldn't. Suddenly, I had a metal hand, like a robot. I aimed to shoot and was able to let go. Wow, undoubtedly, I kept at it and was able to release the arrow. I took off the metal hand, to try with my regular hand and was able to shoot. However, the arrow shot not too straight. I flew up in the air looking at the targets, shooting and hitting every target. I was relieved. Next, I located myself somewhere in a dim atmosphere filled with energy and saw someone whom I never met. She informed she designed clothes for goddesses. She had long black hair and wore a soft flowery dress. She was gentle and beautiful, showing me into a room and taking my measurements from shoulders down to my ankles. She first designed a white soft outfit with wings for me to try on. It was truly beautiful, but that wasn't me. She made a white outfit similar to what I had except with both shoulders instead of an off shoulder, with open sleeves in a V-neck design. She put golden bands around both of my arms and golden slippers on my feet with ring in the middle and golden anklets. She tried to put a golden necklace around my neck, but I shook my head. She put my hair in a bun with a gold clip for support. It was indeed a beautiful transformation. I didn't look anything but a goddess. You're such a beautiful goddess, the most beautiful goddess I have ever seen. It was truly an honor, she said, dropping down to her knees. Surprised by her action, I gently knelt down to lift her up and said, "There's no need for that." I hugged her. Shortly, Krishna arrived to get me. "My goddess," said. We went back to our abode and made love. "I'm going back to practice with Rama," I told him. He came to watch. "Goddess," Rama said. "God," I said. I picked up a bow and arrow to shoot. I pulled back but couldn't release the arrow in my hand. Once more I threw back, nonetheless not able to let go. With the metal hand back on, I was able to let it fly. For some time I practiced with the metal hand, then switched back to my normal. When I have no hand that I can shoot well? This time, surprisingly, I was able to do it. I was pleased. Since I got momentum, I kept shooting rapidly, repeatedly, hit all the bullseyes. Even flying in the air, I was able to hit them all. "Give me your best arrow and bow," I told Rama. He gave the stronger ones. I dragged the arrow back and shot it as fast and as good as Rama. I smiled. Of course, I continue on with this as well. "Do you have any more for me?" I shouted. He handed his golden bow and arrow, and I positioned my body straight, placing the golden arrow on the bow. I pulled it, then let it fly. The gold arrow went super speed, but it came back. I dodged. Dang. Once more, I shot. This time it didn't return. I beamed, then glanced at Krishna. Chapter 51. The meditative scene changed. I walked somewhere to see Guan Yin. She was at a quiet flowing stream wetting her feet, with a gentle sun reflecting rays on water. The place was similar to a cave, but not quite. Spring water was running behind and calming streams flowing in front of her. I sat and wet my feet. She asked about Krishna. "He's fine. We are well," I replied. "You and Krishna married again," she remarked. "Yes," I said, smiling, "in love." "You're united as lovers," she said. Her comment made me pause and realize I had gone deeper with this love. Krishna and I were no longer lovers. He's my everything. It's to where I can't be without him. He's me and I am him. We are completely one and can't be without each other, I elaborated. This love was my whole mechanism, blood flow, every inch and particles of who I was. My DNA makeup was Krishna. We were utterly close. We were one another in each other. It wasn't that I came to realize, understood, or be reminded I was the same as he, but now it was to where I was, he, Krishna himself. She got up to go somewhere. I followed. We were inside a big building with neat designs, though I'm unsure how to describe this. We came into a room with other goddesses who were chatting and interacting with one another. They were doing something, wasn't too sure what. However, I saw Lakshmi, then Radha, though I didn't want to glance at Radha, but did so only to say, "Krishna is my husband." "Krishna and I have been together," she replied, which was all she needed to say to send the deepest agony into my core. I shattered into pieces. streams of pain and jealousy seeping through my bones, and I trembled inside. She was about to say something else, but I rushed out of the room, then the building, crying uncontrollably. At this point, I couldn't conceive of him being with anyone but me. I flew to the new abode, trying to take a deep breath. My hurt was undeniable. Should I put this emotion away? I can't. I won't. Not realizing how jealousy as an emotion could be enormously strong, my system was in great pain. I went somewhere to uplift myself, near a well, and sat on a rock. Radha came. Seeing her only brought despair. I was already torn in fragments. I stood up. The divine God also showed up in midair, watching me in devastation. "What do you want from me?" I yelled, shaking. "Krishna! Krishna, who is she?" I shouted, covered in tears, pointing at Radha and trembling. "Tell me!" I screamed, breathing hard and in pain. "I'm his wife," she responded. No, Krishna, Krishna, tell me!" I cried, loudly, looking at him. Yet he didn't say much. If he was to agree, I would die, buried in ashes of my torments. I flew away elsewhere. They both showed up. "What do you want from me? What do you want?" I yelled, weeping. She tried explaining that she was me, but I couldn't hear of it. "I'm lacking Savan. I take on different energy, different thoughts," I shouted, then went to tell Krishna, "I am done. I'm going away." I left, not returning to where he and I stayed, wanting to tell him he and I were over, but I just couldn't bring myself to do so. Since I didn't know where to go, I was somewhere in the clouds, staying away from him despite I wasn't at all settled. Once again, I was alone, in hurt and in pain. Now I couldn't even go see Kuan Yin, upset that she brought me to be around other goddesses after informing her I wasn't ready, even though she had tried to help me face my jealousy. I went to see Rama. "Let's practice," I said, picking up a bow and arrow, aiming at the target. The arrow hit the target every time. However, I sobbed while I was shooting, at times uncontrollably. "That's good for now," he said, observing me in an emotional mess, and left. I kept going, later stopped and walked to sit against a tree. I slept there, making myself at home, not having anywhere to go. In spite I was in pain. I wondered how Krishna was doing and if he was okay, realizing he would be hurt if I left him. I returned to the cotton clouds, in pure agony, crying by myself. "Brahma!" I yelled. He came. Crying hard, I went to hug him. He was in the same form. Help me, I screamed. Couldn't put myself together, intensely broken and deeply hurt. "You and Radha are one and the same. You need to come and accept this. There's no one else but you. You are the only one for Krishna. He is one and only love for you," he told, as well as yelling. It seemed that when he said it, it was much better than me knowing it. Somehow it brought some clarity. I was more accepting and not as upset. "Your husband has been in my house for the last few days, a basket case." He informed that Krishna had asked him to go talk to me daily after I left. "No one can talk to you when you're in that shape. You don't listen to anyone," he went on. Brahma was right. The only way for me to listen was when I was ready to listen. He then told me to go get Krishna out of his house. When I arrived, he was lying on Brahma's floor, seemed to be in a bad shape, not drunk, but low in energy. I got a wet cloth to wipe his face. "I'm sorry," I said. It hurt to see him in such a state, simply because I was blindly jealous. On his chest, I gently put my head. "Same consciousness that can't be away from one another," Brahma said, observing Krishna and I. Krishna opened his eyes. "I'm sorry, my love," I said, and kissed him. We returned to our new abode. We made love. We made up, and our relationship became solid again. We were practically together all the time, playing our flutes and chasing each other over the clouds. Sometimes he would comb my hair and put white flowers in my ear. "I want to have a baby. This time I want to be pregnant," I said. He got up, leaving quietly. I went to see Rama to practice. After I'd been working with the god warrior for a while, he would become a good friend. I shared with him about wanting to have a family with Krishna. Sometimes Rama and I would be completely attracted to each other, to where it was challenging to hold myself back without becoming intimate with him. "He's not going to say no," Your husband cannot say no to you, Rama remarked. Actually, he was right. Krishna could only do everything for me. When I returned, he came from visiting Brahma. We'll have a family. If you want a family, we'll have a family, he said. Of course, this put a lightness on my face. Then I told him I was going to see Kuan Yin to do a project with her. The last time I visited, we would do something together that was interesting, and I can't remember what. He shared he was going to see Rama. At Kuan Yin's, we soak our feet in water. Splashing, we were at a garden this time, wetting our feet in one of the ponds. She had nets above our heads, and I thought nothing of it and continued drenching my feet, enjoying quality time with my friend. Then there were more nets, one on top of the other, and soon she quickly flew out. I tried to do the same but couldn't get past despite turning formless. The net possessed many layers. Kuan Yin, let me out! I shouted and kept trying without success. I came back down and thought about causing an earthquake to leave, but the nets lowered quickly to where it was difficult to breathe. It felt like a building was caving in, giving tremendous anxiety, burning inside me. My chest felt heavy. My heart pounded out of my chest. Took a couple deeper breaths to calm down, but couldn't. Let me out! I shouted, breathing harder. Kuan Yin! Let me out, Kuan Yin! Krishna heard my voice and grabbed his fruit about to come, but Rama stopped him. She's helping your wife with something, he told Krishna. My palms and body sweated. My heart beat faster. It was out of control. I could faint. Please, let me out, please! Krishna showed up. He was in the air on white horse. Golden light emitted throughout the entire area. He came as the god of the universe, the supreme and ultimate power with Rama. I could feel his pure strength. His power was overwhelming and limitless, as there was no words to describe it, and at this point, no god could or would stop him. I was fearful for my friend, as for myself, and was even a bit afraid inside, not truly realizing how great and all-powerful my own husband was. Let her out, he told Kuan Yin, who was also in mid-air, but she didn't move. Remove the nets! Oh my God, do it, I said, frightened for her. She removed all the nets shortly. I'm okay, my love, I told Krishna immediately. Let him know that Kuan Yin wasn't going to hurt me. What are you helping me with, Kuan Yin? I asked. She didn't answer, but I got it shortly. Claustrophobic. An image of my mom followed me everywhere inside the small apartment, yelling at me when I was a teenager surfaced. This caused severe frustrations and anxieties, as if I was trapped, not knowing what to do or where to go, growing up in a tumultuous whole household. Put me in the elevator, I shouted. Rapidly, I was inside the enclosed space. It shut slowly while I sat in meditation, unmoved. As it came closer, caving in, my hands sweated and I clenched them together. My heart pounded as if I was going to literally faint. The elevator came very close, near my body. Oh my God, I said. The energy of being trapped traveled through, giving bad dizziness as I could puke. Yet I sit still, absorbing all the emotions which came with being caged in, and allowing them to pass several times, mindfully with an awareness of them. Moments later, in spite of feeling very dizzy, I walked out unsteadily. The elevator wasn't there anymore. It was gone, similar to air, leaving no trace. I went back to the garden and asked her to put all the nets all over me. Likewise, I sat in meditation, allowing the insurmountable anxieties to journey through every inch and particle. The nets lowered, gradually, getting closer. Despite the emotions were enthralling to experience, I appreciated them. Since I hadn't had emotions for a while, any feelings I experienced, I was grateful for. They became precious, helping me remember and giving me tremendous strengths. Shortly, though, an image of a friend who was a teenager emerged. She wanted to go see her longtime boyfriend. They were in an interracial relationship, but her mother told her that the boyfriend wasn't going to stay around. He would find somebody else to marry. As I witnessed this, I understood how she felt, as I wasn't a stranger to rejection and hurt. Furthermore, I had been told the same way by my own mom and believed her buried deeply inside me. This helped me face my own self-doubt, self-worth, and insecurity which came with being in relationships. Once the nets melted, Gunyin came to praise, showing how proud she was. She grabbed my hands. "You're incredibly brave," she said. "Thank you, my eternal beloved Gunyin," I said, appreciating her support in confronting comfortable situations. "Krishna really chose the right one," she said. Even though I didn't understand what she meant with the comment she just made, I didn't inquire. "I love you so truly, so deeply, and so completely," I told her. I went back to the abode. Krishna asked, "Everything is okay now?" "Yes," I said and nodded. "You show up full power, my love. You don't trust Guanyin? She's my friend." "I trust her completely. You just went through a lot," he replied. His answers gave me a smile. "You were a protective husband," I remarked, and couldn't believe it. He always let me deal with everything on my own, but also liked that he could be protective as well. Then we were under an aquarium, which I didn't know at first, while making love. Stingrays and other types of fish swam above us in a huge glass tank. I stopped kissing him to observe closely. What the heck, an aquarium? It was indeed a giant-sized aquarium. We went outside to observe. It was a middle-sized building. I need to release it. After creating a big pipe connecting to a lake nearby, I smashed the first tank, dumping down the water and the fish. Then I broke another tank and another until nothing was left. The fish swam along the pipe into the lake that led to the ocean. However, I was unsure if I should renovate or destroy the building. Once everything was released, I decided to burn it, then replace the old with a new white, shiny, and fresh glass building. "I'm proud of you," Krishna said. Vishnu appeared sort of far away. I went to him. He came to let me know he was pleased. "I miss you so completely," I told him. Felt vulnerable. I held his hand, wanting to cry. "I love you with my all." He left without saying a word. I stood by myself, whereas Krishna watched, standing by the new building. Dang, this is freaking hard. Shortly, Krishna and I were in the sky observing the new and breathtaking copper and golden metropolitan skyscrapers. Wow. We planned to build our home above the city. I was covered with metallic gold suddenly. My body, face, and skin were all golden. I came to kiss him as he reclined, looking down, enjoying the new city at our new place. Yet I was uncertain what this was all about. Me in all gold. "You're turning gold, my love," he said. Chapter 52. During the day, things seemed to be okay. If everything was fine in meditation, everything would be going along well in my daily life. Although I thought about going to my father's gravesite, I decided not to. After the memoir was released, I made efforts to advertise it. However, the advertising price was heavy. It seemed I was scared of letting go too, but was doing it regardless. Occasionally, the energy of letting go as well as rewiring and reversing everything blended together and made it challenging to endure, intensified. And I would tell myself I could do it plenty of times, like a chant. I could do it all! At night, I closed my eyes only to find myself dressed as a warrior, with my hair in a ponytail, wearing white fluffy pants with brown warrior boots up to my knees, with a white fluffy blouse and silver armor plates on both of my shoulders, getting ready to go head-to-head with Rama. Now I was an excellent archer. I walked to the bridge in slow motion, my pants flowing gently in the breeze. Rama's mouth dropped in awe. "She's a beautiful goddess," he said to Krishna. "Give me what you got!" I shouted to the god warrior, who wasn't up on the bridge or mid-air. He launched his first arrow and I blocked it. He then shot at least 5 that nearly came at once. I froze them. They fell onto the ground. He then released his best golden arrow, coming completely fast, hitting me in the eye. "You just hit her in the eye!" Krishna shouted. "She can get a new one," he said, as it was nothing at all. He was right. After I pulled it out, my eyeball stuck in the arrow, but a new one appeared. He shot more golden arrows and it flew into the air, stopping them. He zoomed my way, landing on me, but he couldn't keep his eyes off of me. The attraction between us instantly ignited. that I deeply wanted to make love with him. Although when he leaned forward for a kiss, I stopped, not able to see myself marrying him. Maybe I held back, not letting myself fall for him. The God who consumed my entirety was only my one true love, Krishna. Krishna, Rama said, since I couldn't follow through. He's the only God for me. I then got up. Near morning, I woke up early and couldn't fall back to snooze. Walking into the abode, I saw Krishna with Radha. They were dancing and affectionately smiling at each other. Swiftly, I grew truly, deeply disturbed and took myself off immediately, not knowing how to accept this. At the beach, I cried, broken-hearted. So really, maybe I don't need him. I can be separated from him. As soon as I voiced this, the energy in me turned upside down. I became completely dizzy, like I was going insane. Green energy swirled out of me. Literally, I was going crazy and grabbed onto my head. Oh my God, I can't believe this. I can't really be separated from him. My system was destroyed. Once more in bits, ripped apart. It was like I couldn't be with him because I was jealous, but I couldn't be without him either. The pain of both placed me in devastating state of dizziness that I almost fainted, going mad, literally insane. I couldn't truly justify what was happening. Like a ruined glass, my whole shattered, dispersing in all directions. I can't believe this. Oh my God. I screamed loudly, holding my head like I was losing it. It wasn't just that I was deeply impaired by emotional pain, but the energy flowing through me seemed as I was really going out of my mind. Is this what it's like to be separated from God? Insanity? Every place I went, I wasn't able to find solitude. Then I discovered myself up in the clouds, lying on them, unmoving, as if I was gone, staring off into the distance, blank and unblinking. Brahma appeared, informing that Krishna and I were twin flame or twin soul, something of this sort. I was unsure. I never heard of this. If I was hurting, he would be hurting. We couldn't be without each other. However, the jealousy brought me to this predicament. At the same time, I couldn't accept Radha being one and the same as myself. At this point, at least, she and I were one, but I was an individual, a different energy. Moreover, I was in disbelief over how powerful this emotion, jealousy, was. I woke up deeply distraught. I couldn't hold myself together. I let my only boy watch his TV shows. I stepped downstairs, crying during making coffee. It looked like I was really apart from Krishna, not feeling him anywhere in or near my side. The separation put me in the depths of hollowness and despair as I couldn't go forward. I sat on the floor near the corner of the kitchen with my knees up and my arms wrapped around them. After Santi was dropped off at preschool, I drove to visit my late father's gravesite. An image of him in a wheelchair developed, holding on as he was about to die, but didn't want to let go. "Let go!" I said to him, understanding immediately that I was clinging on to something and needed to let go, just like letting the fish out from the fish bowls in the whole aquarium. "I can do it, I can do it, I can do it all," I said repeatedly while I was there. Then I returned home to meditate. Immediately, my grandfather appeared in my meditation. He was up in the white firmament. I flew to him, then hugged him, still in immense agony. "Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa!" I cried, but he put his fingers through my eyes, knocking them out. I became eyeless, but new eyes emerged. "See clearly," he said. This was the second time he had done this. "Go to Krishna." How am I supposed to go to Krishna? Afterwards, I saw myself driving on a sunny day, wearing sunglasses with a handkerchief around my neck in an old luxury convertible. Another version of myself showed, observing from the passenger seat, donning the same purple checker shorts and a white t-shirt on. She leaned against the car door. "You can do it," she said. "Everything is still reversing." When I said I can do it, it was because that my system was still reversing. She suggested I go to Krishna. Later, on my own, I played a wooden harp the gods and goddesses immediately watched. The harp became my new instrument. I was good at playing it even though it was my first time using the musical tool. Krishna and Radha came to watch. I was able to keep my composure until finished, then took off instantly. Somewhere in the airy clouds, holding my harp and wearing a white goddess outfit, I continue playing. I don't need him. Within my whole bears much pain, parallel to a patient who just got out of the hospital and was recovering. After I finished playing, I drove aimlessly with no destination, saying, I don't need anyone. I'm already God Krishna. My Larking Swan is God. I'm already all of it. Suddenly, I was filled with golden white light and procure at least 10 arms standing in a white room. She has the potential to be full God, Rama said, adoring from afar. Next, I was in front of the ocean, sitting quietly observing the water, filled with sadness. I swam to the bottom, located its treasure's chest, and opened it. The brown box held different sorts of jewelry, white pearls, gold necklaces, and shiny gold ring. The ring was the shiniest object in the chest, and I couldn't ignore its luminosity. I picked up the sparkling thing and peering at it closely before putting it back. I brought the whole chest to the surface and put on the white pearl necklace. Though the ring was truly shiny, it seemed to be the most valuable item. Hence, I picked it up again and placed the round precious band on my finger, then took off the necklace, putting it back in the chest box, and took only the ring. This could be Krishna's proposal. I wasn't sure. On top of it, I wasn't fully healed yet. The pain of being away from him wasn't lifted. Momentary, I was up in the downy white smokes. Many people were around, including Brahma. Krishna walked in. He got down on his knee as I was about to leave. What? Unable to believe what he just done, I marched over to lift up the divine God. People clapped their hands. I want to marry again, he said. We already are married, I said. Everyone left. He and I were alone. You are the only goddess for me, my one and only love, he sincerely shared. This was nice to hear, though I was still hurt, and it would take a lot of time to heal. The whole day following meditation, I wasn't fully uplifted. Letting go of everything and enduring changes taking place within became deeply challenging. I can do it. I can do it all, I said periodically amid my energy churning. At times it's come to be unbearable. If it's going to take all the strength in me, that's what I'll do. In the last months until then, the transformations were tremendous. I wasn't the same. The old man was right. I can never be the same. In meditation, I unearthed myself in my new all-white dress with its shoulder sleeves and white belt wrapped around it, playing the harp. The music too came easy. I could play it effortlessly. Sometimes the gods and goddesses gathered to listen. It became my healing mechanism. Rama came after everyone left. Knowing he was attracted to me, I soared to the air. He chased after and got a hold of me, but I couldn't follow through as we were about to kiss. Fooling around with another god wasn't going to resolve my residual pain with Krishna. Regardless of how immensely strong the attraction with us was, each time it took a lot to resist. When Krishna wasn't around, Rama would be watching nearby or far distant. Krishna was there. I headed back to the clouds. My love, I said, about to depart. What will it take? He asked. Everything, I replied, and left. Vishnu was nowhere in sight when I called for him. No doubt I wanted to run back to the garden maintainer, as I was alone. Sometimes I would see Krishna playing flute by himself, missing me. This softened my heart. Maybe I should go see him. Softly, I placed my head on his. We kissed. Following our intimacy, we let each other know how much we love and adore one another. Shortly, I was fine again. He played his favorite flute and I played my harp, leaning our backs on each other. Let's have fun with Rama, I said, since I now become an exceptional archer and wanted to test it out. Rama can have anyone on his team except Vishnu. For some reason, I didn't want Vishnu involved. Krishna agreed we were going to be a duel. Rama had heard about this. He had Hanuman on his side. We were in the sky by the bridge. Rama shot his arrows and I deflected them with my melody on my harp. They fell. Again, he flew my way. I played my harp to slow the god warrior down, then pushed him away with my golden radiance. Krishna was by my side. Now Rama released his strongest golden arrow at greatest speed. Krishna caught it and broke a sharp-edged weapon. You just broke his powerful arrow, I commented. He can get a new one, Krishna replied. That was my best one, Rama shouted. Vishnu, Lakshmi, and other deities watched. Vishnu wanted to join in, but Lakshmi reminded him of what I said. Now, Hanuman and Rama charged at us at lightning speed. I asked Krishna to take Hanuman while I blocked Rama. With my music, I slowed him down, then blasted him with my powerful golden energy. They flew back. They're a duo, Hanuman shouted. After Rama and Hanuman couldn't beat us, Vishnu jumped in to join, plus all his avatars. Krishna, I said. We would do it together, he reassured. The deities threw their weapons at us. I blocked them all. However, when witnessing nearly 5 fish fell off a bucket on the bridge, I rushed there, not wanting them to die. Krishna went head to head with all the gods. Once I gathered the fish, I let them swim back into the river. That's her weakness, compassion, one of the gods said. Compassion is my strength, I shouted. But Hanuman launched right at me, grabbing my throat. I struggled for air. He pushed me way down to the bottom to the sand, strangling and squeezing my neck while I grabbed on his arm. Vishnu and Krishna saw this and rushed after him. The god of Montana pulled him away as he was throwing into the air. Hanuman flew back to his team. You almost killed her, Vishnu shouted. He then told Krishna to heal me while he went back, going against them all. She's the goddess. She can handle herself, Hanuman yelled. Vishnu threw his disc at the gods on Rama's team. They all dodged. Krishna healed me, stroking my fine dark hair with one hand, and couldn't keep his eyes away. We softly kissed, then became intimate. From far distance, Rama saw this and quickly disappeared. You were great, he told me. You were too, I said. We went to our home, surpassing the airy clouds, 2 white pillars in a windowless and roofless porcelain room. Let's have a baby, he suggested. Yes, of course. I was overjoyed. Soon I was pregnant. The pregnancy progressed naturally. Krishna was attentive. He rubbed my legs and feet when they were swollen. The baby was about due. I wasn't sure whether to go to the hospital or deliver at home. He decided to deliver the baby, washed me, put me in bed, and took care of the baby while I recovered. Is the baby okay? Is it healthy? I asked. He said everything was fine. When the baby slept, he lay by my side, watching me sleep, then woke up early to care for our child. Once I fully recovered, we hung out, enjoying our family, although I had a feeling I needed to go see Brahma. Once Krishna learned of this, I left to go see the Creator. You just had a baby. You left your husband and baby by themselves, Brahma said as fast as I write. They're going to visit, I answered. We talked, but I can't recollect our conversation. Krishna brought the baby. Brahma was in love with the newborn. Krishna and I decided to make out in the corner. We both looked at Brahma. He was completely taken by the child. We made love as well. Later, Krishna took the baby home. He rocked the infant in the crib. Even while I was with my dear friend Brahma, I couldn't keep my eyes off of Krishna being a father and watch him calmly from higher. Such a beautiful father. Sometimes I saw him smoking. I would put a fake cigarette in his hand in the midst of him dozing off where I was. Krishna is your highest, ultimate love, Brahma said, seeing me observing the divine God in awe. Yes, I responded, smiling lovingly, unable to keep my eyes away. Chapter 53. During my nighttime meditation, Krishna was looking at a fetus, touching its moving fingers. This was probably myself, the unborn. Suddenly I was up in the snowy vapors and witnessed a tube made of clouds big enough to walk through. They shrank smaller shortly, similar to tubes I have traveled. Therefore I saw through them. Then I was hooked to ivy lines, with things passing my veins. Unsure what they were, I lay on a bed similar to a hospital in the bottomless universe with nothing except gray air. Krishna was in charge of it. Everything needs to come out so I can be with you completely, my love, he said. This was a long process with plenty of lines. Often I became tired, but he cheered me on, saying I was doing fine and that it was getting close to being done as I lay there for some time. After a long period, only one IV line was left. The process was nearly finished, yet Krishna was no longer around. The process ended. Wearing a white one-shoulder attire, my entire skin tone was soft blue. The sides of my hair were pulled back, the rest hung down to my shoulders. In me was the masculine Krishna's energy, as well as my own, together. One. Only myself showed up as Krishna. When yelling for the divine God, I continued calling, but only La Kingsvan kept showing up. Although I understood what was going on, yet I wanted Krishna, who was my husband, to show up, despite realizing that Krishna's energy was inside myself. I encountered Brahma, meanwhile calling for Krishna. He said, "The lovers have united as one." Later, I was at Guanyin's abode. She walked along the serene pond watching white lotus flowers. She saw me and came to greet. "Husband and wife are one and the same," she commented. "Yes," I said, but now saw her a bit differently. Doubtlessly, I was attracted to her great beauty. Softly, I touched her chin, wanting to romantically kiss her. "Thank you, my love," I said, then left and found myself in front of Radha, somewhere in the universe. As a masculine energy, I became enchanted with her beauty, her kindness, and her pureness. "I always love you," I said. "I know, my love," she replied. The feminine side of me heard this and was soft. It lessened my jealousy. I returned to the untouched clouds, missing Krishna. He wouldn't show. What could I do? He showed up as myself, as I was both a man and a woman in one. La and Krishna. Does this mean I can go romance the goddesses as a masculine energy? And then the gods? Maybe I can go romance Radha, then Guanyin, and others. I can go see Rama and Vishnu as the feminine energy. I began to smile lightly. However, I longed for Krishna. No matter how much I called, he didn't show, letting me know that I was he all along. It was challenging to accept, as if the truth purely hurt me. Then I shouted for Vishnu. It took time to find him, but when I did, it wasn't really him or fully him. "I missed you," I told him nonetheless, not knowing what else to do. At least he looked like Vishnu, and on top of it, I truly do miss him. But I was blue, like La and Krishna together. Couldn't tell the difference. A man and woman, masculine and feminine, as if I was androgynous. I opened my eyes for meditation. Sad. Now I wasn't sure what was going on, or maybe I did but didn't know how to completely accept it. I stared motionlessly for a long time, wondering what it would take to gain full remembrance and come to my own power. If it was going to take my all of who I was, my full strength, I would do it, as if I would do anything for it. If it was going to take everything, it was going to take everything. I would do it all with every breath in me. Not wanting to get out of bed, I shut my eyes again. It was the weekend. The tiny boy stepped down to play with his Legos, and Sean was downstairs with him. Up in the sky above the clouds, I shouted loudly, "I would do anything to gain full remembrance and come to pure strength." A nuclear bomb exploded behind me. I heard Vishnu's voice saying something. I wasn't for sure. Krishna appeared as he, full-blown Krishna. "My husband's back," I said. We kissed, rolling around and smiling, then immersed ourselves in each other. The next day, our family traveled out of town for the day, so I could do searches at a different library that had lists of media to advertise the 2 prior memoirs. The local library in our town didn't have what I wanted. It was nice to have a long drive because I had lots of time to process what was going on. All I did was think of Krishna, our love and relationship, and what we had been through together along the way. Everyone was quiet, listening to the music. Also, I wondered, when he showed up with full power, was he showing more of who I was to me? No doubt I was indeed in this love, and was of this love itself. Later, we visited a Hindu temple near Chicago. Inside, I went around introducing deities to Santi. The place was big with many rooms for different gods and gift shops. The areas where statues of deities were had red carpets, with many people walking around paying their respects. The deities were adorned nicely with fine clothing, although I didn't know any except ones that show up in my meditations. We went in the room which held for Krishna and Radha. However, I didn't look, still jealous and a bit hurt by it. Santi asked to look at Krishna, pointing to his idol. Readily, I refused, choosing to observe the wall decorations with flowers and other things on it instead. Daily, all I wanted to do was go for a car ride and listen to music, not wanting to be disturbed. The visions slowed down just enough where I could pay attention to Santi. Even so, there was hardly much time to process, only at night when he was in bed. Often I listened to the same songs over and over. The radio happened to play many of the same tunes, but I wasn't complaining. Most of the lyrics matched what I was going through. Sometimes I would get short fused and yell at Sean for asking the same questions again and again. It seemed I had no patience, repeating myself very often with Santi too. It was difficult to be with family when I hardly had time for myself to understand what I was going through. Sometimes I barely finished a thought without constant interruption. Many times I wanted to run away to a cave bed in a hotel room. Thus, I can completely go through what I was going through with no distraction.